Old diary entries of a villager. A new resident came to their village. His face was quite repulsive to me. It was a fairly young guy. Everyone was unsurprised. It was rare for anyone to come to their village. The man's eyes were angry, as if something terrible had happened in his life. Few people wanted him to live here, but the good-natured elder accepted the stranger. 3 days had passed since this young man had settled in their village. He was quite quiet. A couple of curious residents began to take an unexpected interest in the stranger. While the narrator didn't care what was going on there, he barely paid attention. Another week has passed, and then another 3 days since the stranger arrived in their village, and the narrator has managed to find out what he does. The kids peeked over the fence and told him. The stranger practiced with a sword every day. He looked like he had a whole baggage of history behind him, yet the man still didn't care. Almost a month had passed and the young man was still practicing in his yard. So another month passed without any change. The stranger was preparing to take revenge on someone. There was a big fuss about it. People started to get interested. Farmer decided to go and see him training tomorrow after all. The man was beginning to take an interest in this stranger after all. Anybody could have had a hard time with that. However, when the man saw the training, he was completely disappointed. To the villagers who know very little about swordsmanship, the young man might seem incredibly strong, but in reality it was different. He must have some reason not to stop, but it must be a very good one. The man stepped away from the fence and slung his duffel bag on his back. Silly little, he even felt a little sorry for him. Soon there was a new family in the village, a retired mercenary and his son and daughter. My daughter's name is Rima. She's a very beautiful girl. Her smile turns her into a real angel. An inexplicably strange mood brought the narrator to pen and paper for the first time in a long time. For 2 years, he courted this girl, and she finally agreed to become his spouse. There was one strange thing, though, that guy wouldn't get out of his head. 5 years is a long time. While others are living happy, angry, sad, he's still practicing. 5 years, 1 month and 12 days, the young man has been practicing. As month after month passed, the young man was already transforming before his eyes. And so another year went by, and still he kept practicing. Again he practiced. His persistence was to be envied. 6 years and 9 months. By then, the man had already had a child, a beautiful daughter named Lola. Now it's been 7 years and 10 months and the man's still practicing. He raised up his huge, weighty sword, the blade pointing straight up into the sky. Suddenly, a heavy downpour began, but even then the man continued his training. He went high into the mountains. It's been at least 15 years today. The man seems forgot to check the training of this non-dating. In that time, he'd gotten so used to the man practicing that he had no idea what he might be doing besides that. A lot more time has passed. The man has grown older, has a large family. He was lying on his bed, and suddenly a little boy, his grandson, ran up to him. A woman's voice came from somewhere and ordered the boy not to disturb his grandfather. A beautiful girl came out of the door and approached the boy and told him that he had to get ready to leave soon. It was the farmer's daughter, Lola. She grew up and became a beautiful girl. The man got up from his bed. The old man asked, "Where are they going?" The girl replied that she wanted to go with her son to the market in the neighboring village. The old man smirked. Soon they packed up and left the house. Grandpa just watched them through the window. The thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should take a walk around the village. He went outside and breathed in the clean air. The weather was beautiful today. He walked down the main street. Everyone was happy to see him. He was already the elder of this village. The man walked quietly along the forest path and pondered. Even the village had changed a lot in that time. Everything was changing except for one thing. The man stopped. He moved his eyes to the side. There was a very familiar place there. Everything was changing except one thing. Behind the broken gate, it was silent for now. It's been over 37 years. The gates have had a decent amount of time to break down and are overgrown with moss. The man decided to look inside and check on the strange man. However, what he saw there made his heart beat faster. Something changed. The man snapped out of his seat and ran to his house. He literally flew into his yard and saw a strange sight. The man was very out of breath and looked before him with surprised eyes. He saw powerful hands holding the hilt of a huge sword. The same man who had been practicing all this time finally stepped outside his yard. He was sitting on his knees. He had long gray hair. So far, he hadn't said anything. He sat with his eyes out, not letting go of his sword. When the silvery light that surrounded him faded, the man laid him on the ground and closed his eyes. He felt incredibly sad, as if he had lost something very important that was already a part of his life. With trembling lips, he wished the man would find himself in a place where he would feel good. My eyes snapped open. A bright light forced me awake. The boy lay in his bed, breathing nervously. It was a very strange dream. It was the Pereira Manor, a luxurious palace. It was located in the southern part of the Kingdom of Hale. It is a famous place of trade that connects several kingdoms. The guard who was standing at the entrance raised his finger up and said in a proud voice, that this is the most popular people here. Two of his companions stood nearby and listened with their mouths open in amazement and admiration. One of the guards didn't believe the stories his companion was telling, and for a moment he doubted it. He did not believe that the Count's daughter had already obtained the status of a sorceress. But the man wasn't convinced. So what? They still have an older son. For a second, there was silence between them. Suddenly, the senior exploded. Why is it that they don't watch their language in front of a newcomer? His comrade laughed. Yes, Princess Curlia is indeed a celebrity, but eldest son Iron is much more famous. He was nicknamed the Careless Aristocrat because he was a terrible slob. After losing his mother at a young age, he did nothing until his 15th birthday. On the other hand, his mother was the person closest to him, so this guy is understandable. Suddenly, the guard's conversation was interrupted by a woman's voice. What are they doing here? The guards turned and looked away with disgruntled glances. But immediately a chill ran down their backs. This was Lord's second spouse along with his adopted daughter. The girl looked at the guards with a look of contempt. The guards bowed lower and nodded their heads. They understood, and it would not happen again. She asked who authorized them to make noise at the post. The guards were speechless with fear and immediately bowed low and apologized. The girl didn't seem satisfied with that. How are they going to answer for their offense? Amelia was eager to stop it, however, the girl wasn't going to. The woman smiled and said that seemed to be enough. They had already realized the mistake, right? The women went on their way, and the head guard looked over his shoulder at them. They stood at attention because they were afraid of being caught again. As the women disappeared around the corner, the men sighed heavily. We could relax. Yeah, that little princess is something else. Mrs. Amelia was intimidating too. The prince, on the other hand, was the exact opposite of her. Some sighing could be heard in his room. The guy was sitting on the bed, and he seemed very annoyed about something. He couldn't sleep, and it was driving him crazy. He was ready to tear up his blanket. Usually at this time he slept, or rather to say always almost all day long he slept. However, after that strange dream, something had changed, and now he felt as if he were out of place. He had a brackish taste in his mouth from fatigue and a screaming ache in his muscles. The guy got to his feet with a slight movement, and something was very important. He looked at his hands and didn't seem to recognize them. His whole body itched unbearably. The guy couldn't even stand still. It just pissed him off. He called for someone and the door creaked open. A servant apparently looked in. He politely inquired what the little prince wanted. The boy didn't even know what to say. His eyes raced and he couldn't think of the right word. The man stood and listened intently to the boy waiting for his orders. The boy gathered his thoughts and stammered and said that he wanted to train with a sword. The man didn't fully understand yet and continued to stare at the boy. It soon reached him, however, and his eyes widened with surprise. He asked again. Soon they found themselves at the training ground where the warriors usually practiced. The knights looked in surprise towards the newcomers. They couldn't completely believe what they had just seen. A whisper broke through the rows of people and everyone began to discuss. The boy walked forward with a light, uncertain gait. The lazy prince was out on the training ground. It was simply unthinkable. It's usually hard to catch even his face. Why did he suddenly decide to train? Is he really going to take up fencing? I still couldn't believe it until the end. The boy walked over to the gun rack and began to examine it. The servant followed steadily and told the boy that each weapon had its own peculiarities. If His Majesty wished, a good craftsman would be handed over to him. The boy refused. He wanted to choose everything himself. The man was silent. Iron continuing to look around the weapons rack, he still had no way to choose. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto something. He seemed to have already made up his mind. His hand reached for the huge sword that was almost as big as him by itself. One of the guards did not believe it and asked to pinch him. His comrade immediately complied with his request. Making sure it wasn't a dream, the head of the guard grabbed his comrade's arm and ordered him to let go. The boy tried to lift the heavy sword. It was hard for him to do so, as if it weighed a ton. The guards turned around and their eyes widened in surprise. They couldn't believe their eyes at first. The servant was also surprised to the core. He had not expected such a thing from the young prince. Though with great difficulty, the boy managed to lift the heavy sword. His entire body was shaking from the tension, but he did not retreat back. He was breathing hard, and he felt like he was going to break in half. He looked at the second weapon rack, where many smaller swords stood. Iron swung, which cost him a lot of effort. He wanted to strike with his weapon, but all he could do was bring him to the ground. The people watching this sighed heavily. It was ridiculous. These were experienced knights, and it was a real treat for them to watch such a thing. However, the guy wasn't going to give up. He fractured himself and swung his sword again and again. The knights were already discussing him loudly. One of them said that Lord Chiron had disgraced this guy last month. Yeah, the other one brought up something like that too, and the prince didn't even say anything back. He's basically incapable of anything. Eventually, they got tired of watching the inept prince and went back to work. They chattered to themselves, and the servant heard everything and slowly boiled over with rage. He tried to talk some sense into the boy, saying that in order to master the sword, one must practice every day and practice hard. He wanted to suggest that he hire a good coach, but the boy wouldn't even listen to him. He continued to swing his weapon. He felt that every time he swung his weapon, all his muscles were literally screaming with tension. A question stuck in his mind: why? He swung the heavy blade once more. His stability was lacking, and he immediately tripped over his own feet. The boy flew forward, the weapon slipping from his hands. Only a faint sigh escaped his mouth. It hurt quite a bit. He wondered, why does it feel so peaceful at this time? The boy was lying on the earth. With great difficulty, he tried to rise, still holding onto the hilt of his weapon. He repeats over and over what he dreamed, and each time the heaviness in his chest eases. Every time he takes a swing, all the memories that have plagued him his whole life literally evaporate. He swung his heavy sword once more. He felt he couldn't stop. He wanted to go on and on. It was as if someone else was directing his movements. The boy swung to strike again. Servant stopped him at the last minute. He didn't even feel anything. The boy was faintly aware of something. The man yelled that he had to stop. It's getting dark. The guy seemed to come to his senses. What the hell is it evening already? He felt his body weakening. Consciousness began to leave him, and the boy tried to stand on his feet, but immediately fell backwards. A servant picked him up just in time and began to wail. The boy whispered that he had no more strength. However, he didn't understand how that was so. The man explained to him that the boy had overexerted himself very much today. At last he himself realized that the sun had already set. Time had flown by very quickly. The man tried to drag him. Iron said he was just standing there waiting. He would have been better off going about his business. The man said he wouldn't dare leave him. The man said he would order everything cleaned up here, and the boy needed to rest. Iron said he didn't think he'd be doing it again. Tonight his whole body ached. He felt like he was dying. Muscles ache. Bones feel like they're breaking. What kind of dream was that? Now he wouldn't be able to sleep. The boy lay in his bed, but he was still as sick as ever. 5 minutes later, he was sound asleep. His mind had simply shut down. It's been a couple days since the guy first picked up a gun. Iron was eating a huge sandwich with both cheeks. For some reason, the boy was hungry. A hearty breakfast was before him, and he was devouring it with satisfaction from here. From the outside, it looked like he hadn't eaten in days. The servant stood beside him and asked, "Is he going to go train today too?" Iron purred affirmatively. There was something strange with him today. From the moment he had the strange dream, it began to haunt him, and to get rid of the itching in his body, he must exercise. How can I put it? When he's swinging a gun, there's no extra thoughts in his head. Needed to eat a solid meal before he planned to get a good workout in. He asked for more milk. People were already starting to pull up. They were incredibly wondering what was going to happen this time. The guards were diligently discussing and arguing who will triumph today. The newcomer wondered. He had no idea. Suddenly, someone asked them politely for directions. In front of them stood a small old man dressed in a red hooded cloak. The guard asked who he was and where he was going. The old man replied that he was a traveling knight. And of course he has a permit. The old man started digging in his pockets to find a piece of paper. The chief of the guard said it was not necessary. Let him wait until their shift was over, and then they would see him off. The old man thanked them. Soon they came to a massive gate. Here was the main entrance. After they saw what was going on behind the doors, the guard's eyes rounded to the extreme. Prince came to the training ground, indeed for the 4th day in a row. The newcomer was glad that he had won the argument. The chief of the guards looked at him and sighed heavily. Reluctantly, he handed the boy a pouch of gold coins. Let him take it. It was really unbelievable. The prince has been practicing hard for 4 days in a row. Isn't that because he embarrassed his father so much? The chief of the guards heard that and got angry. What a bastard! But immediately they tried to calm him down. The man was furious. At this time he said nothing, just observed. A furious argument came to his ears. He looked at the boy and realized surprisingly that he was doing quite well. He certainly doesn't waste any time. However, his skill level is not good. He was so weak that he could hardly hold the ball in his hands. He was breathing hard and almost fainted. The old man assumed that all the wine was a grudge against the lord of the neighboring manor, except that one should not take the art of weaponry lightly. The old man figured this guy wouldn't last long, and he'd soon drop his hands. The old man had no time to finish his thought, for a terrible wind came up all around. The guards raised their heads upward and looked up in horror. Iron also stopped practicing and looked up at the sky. The boy was very tired. There was a huge creature circling in the sky. It was a huge legendary Gryphon. Curlia sat riding the beast and skillfully controlled it. The Gryphon is a creature of legend that does not exist in reality. 197. He had a lion's body, eagle wings, and a powerful beak, and his skin was as strong as steel. The guards could not believe their eyes. They had never seen such a colossal monster. The girl jumped to the ground easily, as if she was almost weightless. The Gryphon landed beside her, its powerful claws digging into the paving stones. The girl petted her pet. The fur was very stiff. Create an animal with your own hands, and then put a soul into it and make it alive. Such was the ability of this young mistress. The girl shifted her gaze to the side and turned to the guard. The newcomer, who had been watching the marvelous beast all this time, was beyond terrified. The girl began to enter with her eyes in different directions. Her eyes showed that she was extremely dissatisfied. She another guard, who had also turned white as chalk. Then shifted her gaze to the petty officer, who in an instant lost all his courage. Then she looked at the old man and asked who he was. Grandpa waved his hand and said he was a traveling knight. The girl, still standing beside her pet, asked, "Is it after hours? What are they doing here?" The knights immediately stood at attention. The petty officer waved his hands and said that the post was already manned by a guard who had an afternoon shift. It's nothing like that. They wanted to say something else, but the princess was furious. They dared to argue with her. Here the girl heard her brother addressing her. Iron looked at her with a surprised look and asked, "What's the matter? Why is she so furious?" Curlia looked at him as if she had hated him all her life. It was clear in her eyes that she was very unhappy about something. She wanted to say something. The girl looked away, trying to find the right words. She ended up asking rather rudely, "What is he even doing here? Make him stop." The guy wondered what exactly, to which the girl replied that he didn't need to do this useless nonsense. The boy answered nothing, but only looked at his sister with a sad look. He didn't want to answer anything, but just looked away and continued his training. The girl looked at him with an even angrier look. She began to slowly boil over with rage. She could see the boy's hesitant grip on the sword. It pissed her off. Finally, she exploded. She said, "Does he think swordsmanship is easy? All he's been doing this whole time is sleeping. And now, all of a sudden, he's going to change. Why would he do that?" The boy had been trying to ignore it all this time. Curlia wanted to jab him as hard as she could. She said that his skill was simply worthless. Even this rookie is better with weapons. Don't let him say that this whole circus is because of what he was told 2 weeks ago. Grayfin whirled his head in surprise. Suddenly, from somewhere, a gentle female voice called out to the girl. Mrs. Amelia was coming down the stairs. The woman looked fondly at her children and told the girl not to disturb her brother and to move away from him. The princess wanted to object, but the woman immediately interrupted her. Curlia frowned, but still remained silent. The girl was furious. Amelia wished the guards well, and the men immediately straightened up. The woman looked at her son and said cheerfully that he seemed cheered up. "Just don't let him overdo it." Iron looked at her and nodded his head. The boy continued his training. Mrs. Amelia and her daughter headed for the exit, leaving the guards to watch the prince. The men sighed heavily. It was really close. They were afraid they were going to get screwed again. Suddenly, the Gryphon seemed to come to life and gave a loud bark, scaring the guards out of their wits. And why didn't the princess take her bird with her? The old man watched all this and smiled quietly. He was well aware of the rumors that were going around about this girl. The man immediately continued to watch the boy. It was worth noting that the whole mess didn't shake his concentration in the slightest. The boy kept standing and practicing hard. The old man wondered if he should have watched this boy for at least a few more days after all. Night had fallen on the estate. Everyone was already asleep in their rooms, and there was complete silence. Only one man, however, was awake. His timid footsteps echoed on the soft carpet. It was the princess, and behind her, a servant appeared out of nowhere and said that the prince was asleep. The girl was even a little scared. She looked at the servant with a disgruntled look. "What of it?" The man replied that it would be better if she came by tomorrow, but the girl replied that she had business with him. The servant insisted, and the girl began slowly to boil with anger. She turned to him. Did he dare to be impertinent to her now? She was so energetic that the servant almost fell over. What's that incredible pressure feeling? But the girl also quickly calmed down, snorted, and turned away. She held a large bundle in her hands, looking at the servant. She told him not to even think of talking about what had happened. The man tried to get to his feet. He was still trembling with surprise and fear. He looked at the girl as she left and still didn't understand anything. At this time, the young prince was sleeping sweetly, although it was early morning outside. Suddenly, the alarm clock sounded, a very pleasant melody. The boy opened his eyes, got out of bed, and looked toward the alarm clock. He hadn't seen it here before. It was a toy. It looked like a wind-up mechanical code. Next to it was a letter in an envelope. The boy picked up the letter, carefully unsealed it, and took out a small piece of paper. The letter said, "I'm sorry I didn't say it this afternoon when I found out you weren't eating and overloading yourself. I was really worried." As soon as the boy read the letter, a wide smile appeared on his face. "I pass you a musical doll. It will help you relax. I hope it will be to your liking. Don't tell Mom I came by. She told me not to disturb you." It was a letter from his sister. It even had his signature on it. On the back was a note from his mom. She said to tell him if his sister bothered him. Until then, she'd pretend it never happened. The guy sits on his bed, his mom and sister worrying and taking care of him. And he's been just lying in bed for over 10 years. Suddenly, his musings were interrupted by a voice. It said that the food was ready. Iron immediately perked up. It was finally time to eat. He took quick steps toward the living room. Tonight he would eat with his family. The servant kept pacing back and forth. He couldn't get enough of the fact that the prince had changed. There was a smile on his face. He didn't even know how to react. He had never seen the prince so overflowing with enthusiasm. Iron sat at the table with his family. His sister put another piece of roast meat on his plate. She was incredibly thoughtful this day. It seems yesterday's fight had affected her in a good way. Dad sat at the head of the table. The boy had a strange expression on his face. He was even a little sad at the realization of the situation. In a sad voice, the boy said that he wanted to thank his family for being so concerned about him, even though he just lies in bed all day long. He used to be ashamed to say it, but now he said he loved his family. The mother smiled back. Curlia looked at him with a surprised look. She had never heard such a thing from her brother. His father smiled and said in a warm voice that they loved him too. The boy apologized for causing them so much trouble. The man smiled and told him not to say such a thing. Let them go back to eating now. Then the father turned to his son again. He had something else to say. He said he heard that his son had started practicing with the sword. Practicing is certainly a commendable thing, but let him not overdo it. The boy assured his father that everything was fine. He was not overworking. There was nothing to worry about. The father said it would be better for him to take small breaks. He went back to his workouts, and the guys who were in the gym were wondering, what day is today already? Aaron went back to his training. Even though it was hard, he was still swinging the weapon. It seemed he had been practicing for about a month now. I can't believe the prince has been practicing for so long and doesn't miss a day. Did he really have a brain? The men remembered the old man who had come to see them so recently. He's always sitting here watching the training. He seems to have gotten permission. And what is he looking at here? The old man didn't seem to be paying any attention to them and continued to watch while chewing on a blade of grass. Well, it was already the 10th day of his observation of the prince's training. At first, he thought it was just inferiority and pride. That's why he thought the boy wouldn't last long. In fact, however, his reasoning was wrong. The matter is quite different. The old man had only one question. How could a man who had been lazy his entire life be able to endure such training without a single grudge on his face? The boy trains every day, with the intensity of a blacksmith forging iron, without hesitation, as if he's been living at this pace for decades. Squinting, looking over his entire life, he couldn't recall anyone with that kind of will. There was something, though. Wait a minute, iron will accumulate years later, gaining experience, but for now only a boy of 15 before him. If the boy continues to train with the same diligence and gets to a good master, what he will be able to reach the heights. Iron continued swinging his sword. Despite his immense fatigue, the guy worked tirelessly. The old man sat there the whole time, watching without a word. It was as if he was concentrating on the child. Then he looked at the guard and politely said he had something he wanted to ask him. The guard turned around. About the prince who's practicing over there. Doesn't he have a personal teacher? The guard replied that the master of the manor had just recently said that he would soon present a master swordsman to the prince. The old man asked who exactly they wanted to hire as a teacher for the boys. The man scratched his beard and said that the information was not secret and that Orn Zirkin should be the teacher. As soon as the old man heard that name, he was literally skewered. He immediately shouted, "You can't! Such a precious child should not be put in the hands of such a lascivious man, who drinks alcohol day in and day out. The boy's got talent. We must hurry before it's too late. We can't put him in the hands of that asshole." The old man turned and walked away. The guard continued to stand and stare after him. The old man was extremely worried. He had to immediately meet the master of the estate and talk to him. He was let in without any problems, and the lord was already waiting for him in the office. He asked in surprise, "Is it true?" The old man stood in front of him and firmly said it was absolutely true. To be honest, the man himself couldn't believe his son had so much potential. Except there was one thing that got in the way of everything. Korno Fencing Academy, the best academy on the entire continent that selects only talented people. They don't look at gender, social status, and the like. It's enough to be an official student, to be treated with more respect, much more than a mere aristocrat. However, the greatness of this academy is commensurate with the difficulty of entry. He beckoned his son to him. The boy stood there, not understanding anything. The father said he would not insist if the boy did not want to let him say so at once. The boy stood before him. His father said he was only telling him about one of the paths he had yet to choose. After this conversation, the boy wondered a little if he would succeed. He was tormented by doubts. I mean, he spent 10 years just lying in bed. Who knows if they'll take him there? However, the boy was not going to give up so easily. He clenched his teeth. He doesn't want to stay in the same place. The guy's in his own bed. He's sick of it. For himself and for his family, he's willing to go above and beyond. After a short consideration, the boy found himself back in his father's office. The man looked at him with surprise. The guy burst into the office and said he was going to the academy. Soon the carriage was ready. It was time for him to leave, and his family saw him off at the entrance. Everyone wished him luck, almost with glee. There was a sad smile on his father and mother's face, and only his sister looked at him doubtfully. The carriage moved forward. The way was not a short one. There were wide fields all around and beautiful scenery surrounding them. The servant asked, "This is the boy's first time traveling outside of his estate, right?" Iron replied that it was. The man handed the boy a small, unwrapped package containing some kind of amulet. He said the princess had asked him to give it to him. The boy looked at the jewelry with surprise. A small joy awoke inside him. He smiled warmly and remembered his sister mentally thanking her. Soon they arrived at the academy. As soon as the boy saw the place he was to study, his eyes widened. The academy was truly colossal. There was a huge gate in front of them, through which many students passed. The servant said he would escort him to the entrance. The boy protested, however, and said that he could do it all by himself. The servant was even a little taken aback at this. The boy said in a voice full of confidence that from now on he was an apprentice. He had to get used to acting alone. He smiled, tears glistening in his eyes. He couldn't believe the boy had grown up like that. Iron said goodbye to his friend and moved towards the academy. The servant bowed low and, almost crying, said he wished him brilliant results. The boy moved forward, straight to the gate, where quite a few people were already crowded together. In front of him stood a boy with blue hair and wearing the same blue clothes. He was accompanied by 2 guards. One of them said he was Mr. Brad Lloyd, recommended by a knight named Cole Shady. The guard standing at the gate said they were honored to meet such a gifted descendant of the Lloyd family. A man with red hair and a serious expression stood there. He looked at Iron. The boy held out the letter to him and said that he had been recommended by the traveling knight Brand Somerville. The guard immediately spread his hands and seductively said that it was a huge part for them to meet him. This knight, they know him well too. The guard continued to smile radiantly. It was the Grand Master who led the raid in the mines for several years. They opened the gate in front of the boy and invited him inside. The boy thanked them for their support and farewell. The guards looked at each other. This old man wrote a letter of recommendation. What's wrong with him? And besides, it's the feckless aristocrat. The boys wondered, who the hell is he anyway? Don't they know? He's a slacker from the Pereira family. The man really didn't know, but judging by his physique, he thought he was the one. How could that promiscuous old man even like him? Iron stepped closer to the front doors and put his hand against them. The cold coming from the metal doors pierced through his body. The boy even shuddered a little. He imagined that there would be a lot of people there and he would be extremely uncomfortable. However, he still went inside and it was indeed crowded. Everyone immediately turned to look at him. They looked at him with such contempt that he became extremely uncomfortable and wanted to leave this place. He'll have to keep his composure, though, because he came here to study. Self-control, we must not forget. He was still catching scornful looks. Suddenly, the boy saw a familiar face off to the side and immediately looked over there. The same man who had met him at the gates of the academy. He stepped up to the podium and introduced himself. His name was Ahmed, and from now on, he would be training and evaluating them. The man took a closer look at the students and began to scrutinize them. There were some pretty promising, interesting individuals among the first year. His gaze fell on the 3 students. Of course, the one that stands out the most is the genius from the Linja family, or Elijah, the girl with the ash-white hair. Suddenly, Lloyd looked at the girl and grimaced. What was she missing? What was she doing here? The boy grimaced. What a devil. Because she's in the academy, his chances of becoming first are getting slimmer and slimmer. Ahmed said they are not students yet, but only pre-med students. The students tensed up. If they can pass 2 tough tests and after a year, they will also be able to attend this place, they will become real students. The man smiled broadly with his bright smile and said, let them leave their things and come out. There is a place he would like to show them. They soon came to a spacious courtyard. The instructor stood in front of them and told them that here they would have physical training sessions where they would develop endurance. Well, it's time to get started. The man stopped. He immediately took off and ran forward like a bullet. This was an endurance test they would have to follow. The other students also got up from their seats and ran after the instructor. However, none of them managed to catch up with him. A man ran far ahead and cheered the students on. Behind them was a column of dust. The students ran as hard as they could. Iron, unaccustomed to such training, was exhausted. Lloyd realized that the run promises to be a long one, so we need to run in the tail and keep track of the situation. He turned back around to see this unlucky aristocrat. Iron was at the very end at this time, not given that nickname for nothing. The boy was barely breathing. He felt like his heart was about to feel like it was going to explode. It was too hard. He just couldn't run anymore. The boy was ready to spit his lungs out today. The instructor was running his second lap. He looked at the boy and sighed disappointedly. Everyone was gradually drifting away from him, and he could no longer escape. But still, he couldn't just give up. The boy got to his feet and kept running. Lloyd looked at him with a surprised look. He had already thought the boy had given up, hadn't he? But no, Iron got up and ran on as best he could. That's nothing. The instructor stretched out in a wide smile. He had underestimated the boy after all. Iron thought that compared to what the man from his dream had gone through, his training was nothing. He wants to be like him. The boy was panting but running. His eyes lit up, and for that he must run. He must flee from his old self, the lazy boy. Another instructor stood in the bleachers and watched their run closely. Suddenly, the man squinted and looked even harder. There was something wrong with this boy. He saw the silhouette of one of the students barely moving. Iron ran with the last of his strength, and his breath hitched, steam from the boy's exertion. The instructor, along with the rest of the students, had already completed one lap and was approaching the boy, who could barely move his legs. The instructor, who had been watching this, snapped out of his seat and in one leap across the distance picked up the boy. The rest of the students ran through and didn't even notice anything. The man looked at the boy. No, he had fallen not from exhaustion. He had drained all the strength he had. Interesting young man. Iron was barely breathing. Steam was coming from his body. The boy was almost unconscious. He lay with his eyes closed and tried to come to his senses. Suddenly his eyes opened. He thought he was asleep. But no, he woke up in some unfamiliar room. It looked like he was resting. He couldn't understand where he was, but suddenly he heard someone's unfamiliar voice. The boy immediately turned around. A man with his hair in a ponytail stood next to him and said cheerfully that he had nothing to worry about for now. Everything was in perfect order. His name was Lun Tarhal. Iron thanked him in a trembling voice. The man smiled naturally. Thank you. If it wasn't for him, this boy wouldn't have recovered like this. He leaned over to the kid and said something told him they were going to be seeing a lot of each other. The boy nodded his head. The man handed him a small piece of paper. What is it? The man briefly explained to him that this was an interim test, or rather the results. This run was to at least roughly determine their abilities. The boy looked closely and saw his name at the very end. Out of 400 contestants, he was in 400th place. The doctor sat down beside him and said, "The higher the place, the more joyful the soul. However, the lower the place, the stronger the incentive to try. However, in a year, this ranking will change beyond recognition." The man wanted to say something else, but hesitated half a word. He looked at the boy. This kid didn't look like he needed it. A man picked up the boy and lifted him to his feet. Get up! Get up! You can't skip class on the first day." Soon the boy found himself in the auditorium. The teacher stood behind the podium and spoke. The man smiled and continued. He introduced himself. His name was Karaka. All students' day will follow a clear schedule according to the schedule. If anything changes, they will let them know. The exact schedule and routine was on the sheet. After 7 p.m., they will have free time. From that day on, they will have access to all street courts, indoor gym, and other places. Iron cheered up. This was good news, so he would be able to pick up a sword today too. The man held up a finger and remarked meaningfully, "Training with weapons is forbidden, and..." At those words, Iron opened his mouth in surprise. Evening came and the boy returned to the gym for a workout. Students slowly crept toward the campus gym. Two of his henchmen were walking beside Lloyd. One of them asked, "Didn't they find the usual classes too boring?" Two guys started arguing amongst themselves, while Lloyd just walked onto the gym. When they went in there, their eyes went wide with amazement. It was really spacious and had quite a lot of equipment for training. There were a bunch of people there working out their muscle mass. Someone lifted dumbbells, someone lifted kettlebells, someone worked out with a barbell. Suddenly, Lloyd saw something strange that made him stop. The bar was going up and down. It was heavy. Who was lifting it? There was a girl with ashy white hair standing there. She was practicing so fast you didn't have time to keep track of her. It was Elijah, a girl lifting a heavy barbell without much effort. The boy took a closer look and realized that the rumors that had been spread about her were the opposite of shrinking. The other students are no match for her. Standing next to her, the boy felt inferior. Where did she get that build? Lloyd had heard she was a year younger than him. The boys shifted their gaze to the side and saw that Iron was also practicing sports. Even he seemed to be disciplined. The guys laughed, and really, even in the last test he was chomping at the bit. People do change after all. Still, it looked ridiculous. Iron was lifting a small barbell and pushing hard. Look at him, Mama. I think he's about to pass out again. Elijah looked away from the class and looked toward the boy. Lloyd said they shouldn't waste time on this and need to go about their business. Suddenly, the sound of panting reached his ear, and he shifted his gaze to the side. There was another girl working out there. She was lugging dumbbells hard. It's a commoner named Judith. She pushed him off the second step. Despite all that, however, she's terribly assertive. He won't let his seat be stolen from him again. The boy came closer and closer to her and began to crunch his knuckles in anger. Suddenly, the girl turned around, stopped staring. She seemed to be in a bad mood. The boy was even a little frightened at this suddenness and lost all his ardor. It was as if he'd been hit on the head. The girl once more repeated, "Yes, she is the one addressing him. She's looking him in the eye right now. Let him get the hell out of here." As soon as this girl said this, his sycophants jumped up to her and began. The girl pushed them away and said with disgust that his breath stinks. Are you sure they ate the same food? However, the girl got distracted and told them to shut up for a second. She looked away and Lloyd did the same. There was a look of surprise on the boy's face. He didn't understand at first what was going on, but then his eyes widened. They both looked away in amazement. There was definitely something going on there. Elijah approached Iron and delicately apologized and asked to hear her out. The girl looked at him with her blue eyes. She seemed to be quite benevolent. The boy distracted from his studies and looked at the girl with a surprised look. Judith looked up from there in surprise too. What the hell is going on there? What the hell is she talking to him for? The girl was standing across from him and they were talking about something. I think she was trying to explain something to him. The boy listened intently and wondered. Everyone else looked at them in surprise too. Someone even hesitated and poured water on another's head. Then the girl stepped aside and Iron continued with the class. He stared at her in surprise for a few more seconds. The girl opened the door and walked briskly out of the gym. Everyone kept looking at her. Then she slammed the doors so loudly that everyone got goosebumps. Iron stared after her with a slightly puzzled look. What had she said to him? He noticed someone's gaze on him and shifted his eyes to the side. Absolutely everyone in the audience looked at him with rage. It even made me feel a little uncomfortable. Not a word was heard. Lloyd and Judith looked at him with glances as if they wanted to tear him apart. Suddenly, the girl stood up and walked straight toward him. The boy who was sitting next to her started to say something, but quickly shut up. Iron continued to lift the barbell now that he was able to do so quite easily. Judith approached him and addressed him rudely. The girl was clearly hostile. He looked at her with a surprised look and even a little startled. The girl continued, "Is he ignoring her? Answer, what's your name?" The guy immediately got up and started apologizing. He asked what she wanted. The girl rudely replied that she didn't need anything. Let her lay it out briskly. Iron looked at her with incomprehension. What did he have to say? Elijah Linjay, what were they talking about? Judith came close to him. After what the boy told her, the girl seemed upset. What? Iron said she was just explaining to him how to hold the barbell correctly, that's all. And he didn't seem to believe her. But he wasn't lying. Judith asked, had they known each other before? Had they met? Iron replied in a shaky voice that it was nothing like that. Eventually she got bored of it and turned away, telling him one last time to make a simpler face. Okay, thoughts out of the way, time to get on with it. The boy picked up the barbell again and started lifting. He decided to try the right thing. However, suddenly someone called out to him again. It was Lloyd this time. He too was curious about what they were talking about. Besides, he wondered, what was he talking to that red-haired girl about? A month later, Lloyd drank water greedily. The training had been quite diligent. They've had the same routine for a whole month. It's getting annoying. The boy did not listen to them, but only shifted his disgruntled gaze to the side. Iron was still lifting the barbell, but he was doing it differently. Elia kept telling him, standing beside him. Don't arch your back, breathe evenly. The boy tried to follow all her orders. Lloyd had had enough of all this, realized he didn't need to pay attention to those two, and continued his training. In fact, he will never surpass her name, and will take the top spot in the rankings this time around. And this kid, Iron, he's exactly the opposite, however he gets out of here. Is a guy who's never tried a tryout in his life going to be able to beat him by suddenly deciding to go out of his way to train? He's going to get sick of this, and he's going to go back to his old self. Lloyd told everyone else to follow him to the stadium. His goal was first place. The boy walked forward with a confident step. Walking to the stadium, he saw Judith practicing there. The girl was literally out of her mind. It's very tough, every day before they get here and train all day long. Lloyd didn't listen to his friends interjecting. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. He got on the treadmill and ordered the others to run too. They didn't even expect this. The guy didn't even turn to them and said that they could run behind if they were tired, but if they were capable of more, he held his breath. Let them squeeze every last drop of strength out of their bodies and let them catch up with him. It's been 3 months since we started training. Instructors have been standing in front of students who have been practicing hard. Ahmed and his companions stood and watched. He said that he knew that a lot of people were already exhausted. Karaka was standing next to him and said that this year, however, there were still some good shots. Their outstanding trinity still adheres to self-discipline. They're practicing hard even though they're tired. They have a great future. Still not considered one of the best for nothing. Karaka then shifted his gaze to Iron. No, you can't call this guy a careless student anymore. Thinking about it, the man smiled. This academy can change people after all. The boy had matured and now looked more like a fighter. He trained with the same zeal after all. The students found themselves in the classrooms. The instructor stood in front of them and said he had an announcement for them. Soon it would be time for the midterm assessment to begin. The students are holding their breath. The teacher clapped his hands loudly, calling everyone to silence. Ahmed showed them a sheet with a route they had to run. All they had to do was run it in a certain time. There were whispers in the stands. It's unreal. The man continued. He said they had been learning to swim from them for 4 months. It'll be a cakewalk for them. The grading system is simple. It doesn't matter what place you get. It's all about timing. And also the first 5 who are the first to cross the finish line will be personally awarded by the head of the academy. How's that for motivation? The exam will take place in 10 days at 10 a.m., so to speak, the sign man yelled. Until then, classes will be canceled. They can use that time at their discretion. He wished them luck. Lovett and his friends went outside. They started hanging around him and were constantly fawning over him. But the boy did not pay any attention to them and thought about his rivals. He realized that he would never reach the first place. However, nothing would prevent him from getting into the top 5. However, he didn't understand one thing. The boy shifted his eyes to the side. Why does his attention keep shifting to that guy? Iron continued to train like a beast. The next day, training continued with the same diligence. Judith lifted the barbell with fierceness. The girl didn't seem to know what fatigue was at all. Today, she set a new personal record. We could call it a day. Suddenly, a strange sound reached her, as if someone was spitting out their stomach. The girl looked that way in disgust. That kid again? Yes, Iron was on his knees trying to regain consciousness. He was breathing hard and seemed ready to pass out. Despite all this, however, his physical abilities have increased greatly from what they were when he entered. The boy picked up the barbell again and began to carry it. How can he only squeeze it out of him? The girl wrung her hands in her fists. Is her will any weaker than the feckless aristocrats? Hell no. She grasped the barbell again and began to lift it even harder. Ahmed and Karaka watched it all from the sidelines. Karaka asked his colleague how many he thought would pass today. The man replied that there were probably 30 people. Suddenly, there was a supervisor who smilingly said that they seemed to be very generous with praise. The instructor even got a little scared. The leader's name was John, and he said that he decided not to repeat last year's mistakes and wanted to see everything with his own eyes. Karaka shook hands with the leader and said it was an honor to meet him. The supervisor approached him and asked him how old he looked. The man even got a little scared and said that he was about 55. The supervisor laughed and was surprised. He can't stand open subservience. Let him wait for a double salary. The man smiled. In fact, the manager was 90 years old. John smiled and said, the atmosphere is not at all the same as last year. Could this be the result of good teaching? Suddenly, the executive took a closer look and dunked. They looked at Elijah. This was the second nugget of the English sword family. She was unspeakably intelligent and talented as befitting a member of her family. The leader sighed sympathetically. Poor girl. She should have chosen her own path rather than follow the family creed. Then they turned their heads toward Judith. She continued to study hard. The supervisor asked if they tried to stop her. She's obviously overloading herself. But the instructor said it was useless. The manager said that we should slow her down a bit. It would be a shame to lose such talent. He walked up to the girl and started talking to her about something. The instructors were whispering among themselves. When the leader stepped away from her, the girl immediately started her exercises all over again. She didn't even seem to be listening to him. Ahmed asked, didn't she listen to him? The old man grinned. What a stubborn child. The old man asked, where's Iron? It was very interesting to see what was wrong with that boy now. The instructors looked around the gymnasium. There were exercise equipment, but nothing else. Then they found the kid standing like that for 30 minutes. The men looked at each other. Iron stood with the barbell in his hands the whole time. He held it without letting it go for a second. The old man looked at him and moved a couple steps forward. He said in a calm voice for the others to leave him alone. The instructors wondered, how come? Why? The old man looked at them and told them not to touch him until he surrendered. In young men, the mind now dominates the body. Indeed, the boy practiced hard and paid no attention to anything. Soon he finished his training and went to his room. The guy was lying on the bed and resting. His body was burning from overexertion. A lot of unusual things had happened in the last few days. He hadn't even expected such changes from himself. Guys who have been ignoring him and trying to avoid him all this time are now paying attention to him. The big question remained, why is Elijah helping him? She's not the type to do anything out of sympathy. But these thoughts were getting to him. No more thinking. It's time to rest. He found himself in a warm bed. Big red velvet reminded him of a place. He remembered this place. The boy had not left his bed to stay in this place. A woman with a white face was looking at him. He was literally drowning in the soft bed, his mind beginning to cloud over. It wasn't his mom's hug, but it was still very warm. A little rest would be very welcome. He snuggled into the bed and drifted into sleep. He woke up and felt someone hugging him. It felt good, a familiar feeling from his childhood. However, suddenly he felt someone's huge sword chopping this space into small pieces. The boy looked fearfully in front of him. The same man he had seen in his dreams was standing there. The woman held him with her soft, fake hand, not letting him go any further, as if unwilling to let go. The boy looked at her and froze for a while. He hesitated. He touched the fake soft hand and still made his decision. He thanked her for everything, for the time he'd spent with her in his room. Now he has to go. They would probably never see each other again. The boy moved forward into the future. Soon the boy woke up. He felt as if the fetters that had hitherto prevented him from having a normal existence had fallen from him. Now firmly on his feet, he felt more alive than ever before. He walked forward with a firm step. Training will not fulfill itself. The boy paid no attention to anyone. Everyone looked at him in surprise. What was wrong with his clothes? Had he been up all night? Lloyd looked at him and said nothing, but his henchman started rambling. The type was pissing him off. Judith had been overworking herself for the last few days, and her condition was not to be envied. The girl was obviously overworked. The boy smiled. If he kept his guard up, second place would be in his pocket. It's okay. Iron kept walking forward, the boys too moving their feet. Elijah looked at him with some sympathy. She noticed that something was wrong with him. Ahmed stood in front of them and spoke loudly. So it's 8:55 on the clock, and he's going to explain the rules of midterm grading one more time. The route consists of 4 stages. He again showed them a diagram of the route they had to run. There is an instructor on each one. It will be repeated. It is only important to meet the time limit for grading. So let's get them ready. The boys prepared all their strength. Let's go. Everybody move forward. The first stage of the barbell bench press. Elijah grasped it, started to lift it up very quickly. Lloyd looked at her and told himself that even if he put all his energy into it, he couldn't keep up with her. Anyway, it was either him or her. But suddenly one of his friends looked forward in surprise. Lloyd looked there too, and what he saw made his eyes widen. The guy couldn't believe what he was watching. It just couldn't be that bad. Someone was lifting the barbell with such force that my eyes couldn't keep up. It was crazy. Karaka watching it all from the sidelines, he wrote down his worksheet. Iron tried his best. He was unrecognizable. It was as if the boy was uninhabited. Lloyd looked at him and gritted his teeth. What a jerk. Was he planning on falling off his feet at the start? Elijah passed him at this time and headed for the second stage. It was so damn fast. The boy couldn't believe it. He was specifically out of time. The instructor announced that Iron passed the first stage. Lloyd looked in his direction and tensed. This wasn't funny anymore. Iron was breathing like a raging bull, steam coming off his body. The guy had literally pushed himself to the limit. How did this happen? Everyone was puzzled. The next stage was jumping on the box. The boy did it without a problem. Okay, let them laugh. He understands their confusion. Even he is shocked at himself. The guy went through it stage by stage with ease. For him, there's not even a thought of fatigue, so he's doing everything at his own pace. The guy landed on the ground. His eyes widened and strength rushed to his body. He felt the second breath. He swung over another box and rushed forward. We need to move faster. Ahmed looked at him in surprise. Wow, the second stage has been passed too. Lloyd looked in his direction. The guy was still on the first stage. Yes, it was just unthinkable. He felt some pressure from the side and shifted his gaze there. There stood Judith, lifting a heavy barbell as fast as if it were a child's toy. The academy founder looked at all this with a smile. He was glad that this year's students were much more capable. Iron was already on his third leg, a long-distance run. He was in second place. Elijah was running ahead. The boy couldn't keep up with her. He equalized his breathing, and this running was no trouble to him. He ran at his own pace. He didn't know what was happening to him. His whole body felt like it had taken on a new shape. The boy ran as if he were flying. What a wonderful feeling he has! He rubbed his head to recover. Steam was coming out of his mouth, his body on edge. He could see his rivals back in front of him, and all he wanted to do was get her out of his way. He felt someone approaching him. They were very fast and rumbling footsteps. The boy turned around to see what kind of steam locomotive was running beside him. Suddenly, something whizzed past them. The guys didn't even have time to notice what it was, but it was moving so fast that it overtook all the others. They were even speechless for a second. It was impossible to get to such a point. It was Judith, of course. The girl was pushing herself to the limit. She swore to herself that she would take the first place by all means. The girl ran as hard as she could. Her body was at its limit. Iron was shocked. The boy hadn't expected her to be able to improve her physical stats that much. He even slowed his pace down a bit to take a closer look. The girl at that time was running as fast as she could. She had only one phrase in her head: "I'll never lose." There was no way she was going to give in. No, she didn't even run. She flew, pushing off the ground. Then she started doing push-ups. With all her might, she practiced without sparing herself, just to prove to everyone that she was here for a reason. Absolutely everyone in her childhood mocked her. They didn't believe in her. They thought she was a commoner who couldn't do anything. At that time, she developed a hatred for everyone and a desire to prove herself. Everyone thought she was special, so they kept bullying her. She forgets what reality is, and she crosses the line where it doesn't belong. All these words were swirling around in her head. The girl came even more furious from them and continued to work with redoubled vigor. She works her ass off to prove herself to everyone, and no one can say she's not worthy. She'll never give in to anyone. The girl clenched her teeth with anger and rage and rushed towards the next challenge. She not only had no right to back down now, she would not lose to anyone else. She wouldn't let anyone beat her. Judith jumped into the river without even thinking. She didn't care about the cold water. It was the fourth stage, a long-distance swim. The girl swam as if she had lived her whole life only in water. Her speed was staggering. Although she was breathing hard and exhausted, she didn't care at all. She swam like a madwoman. The water lapped at her eyes, but she didn't care. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her leg. It was hard to electrocute her. The girl even lost consciousness for a second. Her leg began to ache from the exertion. It was cramped. Now, the girl had lost her pace. Her muscles tightened, and she couldn't swim any further. But why now? The girl was furious. There was no way she was going to lose. She clenched her teeth against the pain and continued swimming. Suddenly, she saw something that made her heart skip a beat. Her eyes widened and her breath hitched. Elijah overtook her as if nothing had happened. The girl swam so fast and easy without the slightest hitch. Judith thought she would never win. For a second, she thought it was all over. All right, she's in over her head. Now she can't win. Elijah was swimming so fast it was almost impossible to keep up with her. But even so, could she not succeed? Judith tensed her body again and tried to swim on, but the pain kept her from moving a meter forward. Elijah. Everything was getting farther and farther away from her. Her silhouette was already starting to dissolve. Keeping up with her now was almost impossible. The gap was too big. At that moment, Judith was struck with a great resentment in her heart. She had worked so hard. She had wanted to win. And now the victory was slipping right out of her hands, and she would remain forever an outsider. The girl began to cry. It was getting hard in her chest. It was almost impossible to breathe. The girl lost strength with every second. She could no longer hold on to the water and slowly swam to the bottom, wanting to just rest. She didn't care about anything anymore. However, she was picked up by someone's strong arms and pulled out of the water with one powerful jerk. She was still unconscious. The girl started coughing, spitting up water. It was Iron. He saw her start to drown and he grabbed her, dragging her with him. The boy was at his limit himself, but he was still saving the girl. Her eyes slowly began to open. For a few seconds, she still didn't realize what was happening or who was dragging her. Her body was practically motionless. "Force!" the boy shoveled out and tried to swim to shore so I could let her drown. Judith began to cough loudly as the water filled her lungs, and it was hard for her to breathe. The girl began to twitch, but Iron held her firmly and dragged her to the shore. In a weakened voice, she asked what he was doing. The guy looked at her and didn't understand anything as her voice was too quiet. She started to say something, but it was almost impossible to understand. The girl quietly said that he pissed her off, and the boy in the meantime continued to swim towards the shore. which was only a few meters away. Judith was trying to come to her senses. She was coughing up water, and Iron was standing beside her, trying to catch his breath. His lungs were literally burning from overexertion. Karaka's instructor was already running towards them. The man looked very scared. Iron turned to her and asked, "Is she all right?" The man yelled to leave her to him and let him run quickly. The boy nodded obediently and followed the others. He had already fallen behind, and now he would have to catch up with the other points. He stood in a daze for a few more seconds when the instructor shouted for him to move faster. The boy immediately ran back. Now he was almost in last position. Judith looked after him, her eyes barely open. She had a strange feeling in her head. Why did he even save her? What had just happened? With blurry eyes, she saw the guy continue to jump into the water. He had gotten her all the way to the beginning after all. Now Aaron ran after the others. What an asshole. That was the last thing the girl thought about. As long as her consciousness was still with her, her eyes slowly began to close. One of the competitors was on his knees. He seemed to have lost. Water was dripping off him. Not everyone would be able to cover such a distance after all. The boy seemed to be crying. There were a great many who had failed today. He whimpered. He was very disappointed that he had failed in such a worthless way. But basically it was predictable. Suddenly the instructor came up to him and in a cheerful voice told him that it was too early to lose heart. Everything could still be corrected. The boy looked at him in surprise. Karaka stood beside him, and with his hands resting on Boca, he said with a smile in his eyes that he still had a second evaluation waiting for him. Compared to the first, his passing criteria was much more lenient. If he kept his hands up, he would definitely pass. Boy! This cheered him up and he rushed off after the others. That's great. If that was the case, he would definitely try his best. The boy was on his seventh and happy again. Ahmed approached his colleague and smiled and said that he expected nothing less from this year's students. They would pass much more than last year. Karaka laughed and said that indeed today was different. There was a lot of talent, but one person in particular stood out. This was not expected from him. It seemed to be the first time such a thing had happened at the final evaluation. The main protagonist of today's event placed 34th out of 35 by Iron Pereira. The instructors seemed to be a bit shocked by this antics as well. The other students looked at the boy with disdain. What a shabby thing to do. Why would you do such a thing? You wanted to show you were good? Well, now he's going to lose. Thanks to this kid, someone got 5th place. The others immediately ran up to this arrogant boy and started asking him how he managed to take the 5th place. At times like this, congratulations are in order. The boy was indignant. Why did they doubt him? The boy's name was Lance. Lloyd ran over to him and congratulated him with a smile on his face. Lance looked at him and smilingly thanked him, pleased that his supervisor had noticed his efforts so much. Lance pressed his hand to his chest and said he couldn't have done it without Lloyd. The boy wondered, did he do anything? Lance did it all by himself. Then Lloyd was congratulated on his 2nd place, but the boy was extremely dissatisfied with his result. He had not managed to overtake this girl. Now he has a grudge lurking in his heart. He is always in 2nd place, and someone overtakes him. However, he still couldn't get Iron out of his mind. With the current abilities he had shown in the performance, Lloyd couldn't keep up. Fear settled in his heart. It seemed he had a new serious opponent. He admitted that if Judith had distributed her forces properly, Lloyd would have come 4th. The boy frowned. This competition was harder than he'd thought, but on the other hand, he still had a chance, so it was too early to give up. He had been staring at Aaron the whole time. The boy was already starting to get really nervous. It was turning into some kind of paranoia. He'd gotten his head bashed in. He admitted it. Well, okay, it wasn't over yet. The next day, Iron was still practicing the same way. The guy's perseverance was something to be envied. He ran another cross-country race to improve his breathing ability. He was finally exhausted and crouched down to rest a bit. His breathing was labored. The boy was panting heavily, but he never stopped practicing. Suddenly, a stern female voice came to him. The boy looked away in surprise. Why did you do that? The first question he heard. Elijah was approaching him, and it seemed the girl was extremely displeased about something. She was walking towards him like she wanted to fight him. The boy even had goosebumps running down his spine. However, he didn't understand what she was talking about at first, so he asked again, "What is she talking about?" He sincerely did not understand what the claim was. The girl wasn't going to back down. She said Iron knew exactly what she was talking about. Didn't she? The look on her face made it clear there was going to be a scandal. Iron stood up and looked at her with a guilty look. He really didn't want to get into a relationship right now when he was practicing. What did she want anyway? I think he was starting to realize what he was talking about. Was this about saving Judith? The girl nodded, her face completely serious. She looked like a mother or older sister scolding a child for a bad deed. Why the hell would you do that? The girl was almost on the verge of rage. Iron looked at her with a surprised look and remained silent. He tried to gather his thoughts. How do I answer that question? He wanted to say something and even began to speak, but his voice was uncertain. They stood opposite each other, staring at each other with searing glances. It just seemed to him that he had no other choice. He said it so simply and straightforwardly, as if it were a matter of course. The guy still didn't seem to realize what he'd done, but did it automatically. The girl wasn't going to give up so easily. She approached him, and in an assertive voice, asked him if he could hear the nonsense he was saying. The instructor would have helped her. There was no need to interfere. For such a stupid reason, he didn't give a damn about the award of the head of the academy, which is considered the best in the entire continent, right? Also, he spit on the chance to strike back at everyone for his humiliation, to show everyone who bullied him and looked down on him. He's just going to let it go? That's crazy. The girl just couldn't believe what was happening. Iron stood in front of her with his hands down. He didn't want to say anything, since he thought this conversation was pointless. But if it happened, now it was his turn to speak. He asked the girl if she knew why he was called the feckless aristocrat. She looked at him in surprise, for she had not expected him to answer her at all. The boy began his story. A lump even came to his throat. In the past, he had felt as if he had been in a swamp for a long time. There was a lot to justify it, but still it was akin to being asleep forever. He even tried to get out after all. There was someone waiting for him there all the time. He was constantly being helped, even though the boy was completely helpless in this situation. After all, he always had help. Someone always held his hand and pulled him out of the abyss. At the very last moment, when he was desperate and ready to drown. He didn't believe anyone could help him and just continued to resign himself to his life. The life of an amoeba. But at the last minute, it was always his beloved family that pulled him out. She was always there for him. She was always there for him. She never once left him alone with his problems. Thanks to the help of a couple of people, he managed to get out of that abyss and onto the surface. So he couldn't just pass by seeing Judith. The guy meant it. That's the whole reason, nothing more. He said it so simply, smiling, as if it were a common thing for him. The boy was so good-natured and simple-minded that it was even endearing for a second. However, the girl did not share his enthusiasm. She still had the same stern gaze as if the teacher was looking at him. She was silent for a few seconds, pondering what to say to him. Finally, she turned around and asked, "He was telling me that he only picked up a sword last year, right?" Iron nodded. Yes, he had. But where was she going with this? The boy didn't understand anything. The girl frowned again, and her voice became even more stern. She seemed ready to tear it up. Sword arts and physical training are different things. Talent and diligence are necessary in both, but in the mastery of sword arts, talent plays an extremely important role. Perhaps because of his antics yesterday, he had missed the chance to be instructed personally by the leader himself. The girl was almost screaming. The boy looked at her with an uncomprehending look. The girl continued and said that she would not help him anymore. And if suddenly he would go down because of the ridicule of others, she wished him not to regret his choice. Those were the last words she intended to say to him. Iron wanted to say something to her, however. She didn't listen to him at all, and just continued walking in the opposite direction with a quick step. The boy asked one last time, then why was it even necessary to help him? Ilya stopped for a second, and her eyes widened. The girl hesitated. This question stumped her for some time. She thought about it, searching for an answer, but she couldn't formulate one. Her voice shook as she began to speak. She said she hates it when people talk about things they don't know. She continued walking in the opposite direction. Iron stood in the same pose, watching her. This conversation puzzled him, and he sincerely did not understand why the girl had treated his seemingly good deed as if he had saved a man, and now she was talking to him as if he had done something very bad. In any case, it had to be dealt with. Soon, all the students were gathered in the common room to announce the results of the midterm assessment. Teachers stood on the bleachers and spoke loudly. In front of them stood a string of students. The first exam was passed by 35 people, the second by 78, totaling 113. The 5 students who performed the best on the first exam will be given awards after a personal conversation with the head of the academy. The top 5 students, including Elijah and Lloyd, stood straight and proudly looked forward. However, the leader turned to the instructor and said that he had forgotten something. Ahmed remembered something and almost flicked himself in the mouth. Then he said in the same loud voice that they were asking student number 311, Aaron Pereira, to come up to the podium. The boy was dumbfounded by this. He didn't expect to be called up at the gala. He was almost in last place. Elijah and Lloyd were also surprised. They didn't expect this kid to be noticed at all, but still they stood their ground. Rivalry is a busy thing. The leader began to speak in a nice, soft voice. The old man seemed pleased. He stood behind the podium, and with a wide, bright smile, he continued to speak. When you go out of your way to catch up with a rival who is surging ahead and not be overtaken by the subject who is running behind you, you can demonstrate stunning abilities that you don't expect of yourself. But if you focus too much on the outcome, you risk missing something important, something that makes us human. The man kept talking as if he were giving a lecture. Iron wasn't like that. The man smiled even wider and said in a good-natured voice, in a situation where an accidental mistake could have sent him straight to hell, he sacrificed his time and saved a drowning comrade. Iron stood on the podium and all eyes were on him at the moment. There could be many opinions about what had happened, but the leader and all the instructors agreed that what he had done was worthwhile. So they asked him to come up to their stands. All the instructors with wide smiles on their lips began to applaud. People were delighted with the boy's act. Judith, who was in the front row, looked at her savior with a smile. There was no trace of the cocky girl who bullied everyone. It seemed to have affected her quite a bit, and now she seemed to have changed. Iron walked up to the podium where the top student stood. The boy blushed with embarrassment. Another student stood next to him and looked at him with a sidelong glance. Lance didn't seem to be happy at all. Soon Lloyd was sitting in the supervisor's office. The guy looked a little confused. Oh yeah, now he realized that he'd been thinking too narrowly before. The kid sat in the chair and he looked at the supervisor intently. John looked at him and said that there was no need to humiliate yourself like that. A man of narrow-mindedness could not admit his weaknesses. Floyd replied that he was arrogant and stubborn, sticking only to his methods. As his supervisor advised him from now on, if he met someone he could learn something from, he would not miss the opportunity. Then he stood up and, bowing courteously, asked for permission to bow. The leader continued to look at him kindly. The old man thought that this young man was very talented, clearly aware of his position, and shows a willingness to overcome his own shortcomings. In addition, he has excellent leadership skills. In the future, if he puts in enough effort, he can become a very important person. This guy is clearly aware of his place in society, and he's also very talented. Not without the arrogance of high aristocrats, of course, but not too bad. To start worrying. The old man smirked as he scratched his beard. However, unfortunately this year, they had a lot of capable students arriving in his office. Now sat Elijah. The girl folded her hands in her lap and listened attentively to the leader with incredible respect. The girl looked at him seriously and said that as a reward, she would like to spar with him. She didn't seem to doubt her request at all. The old man smiled and said good-naturedly that it was a reasonable choice. In principle, he expected such a thing from a girl who showed such results. He smiled and squinted at her and said he would give her some advice, that she should not let anyone control her life, but let her make her own choices and be responsible for them. The old man clearly recognized the problem that every student had. She opened her eyes in surprise and looked at the old man. It seemed the girl had not expected to hear such a thing. Let her not waste her time here. Attachment for the sake of attachment. Let her go back home and study the family techniques. It would be much more useful for her. The girl was very much surprised. She repeated her request. She is only asking to spar with him. The old man laughed and said with his eyes closed that it was silly to expect a different reaction. In fact, he didn't. He smiled and said that he had a rather spacious office. Would she be willing to fight here? The girl bowed and thanked him. The sparring began. They were practically on the same level. At the end of the day, the old man was tired. He sighed heavily and happily thought that this was finally the last student. It was very difficult to please absolutely everyone. There were quite a lot of capable students who passed through his office, and each of them had some kind of peculiar request. Now in his office, Iron was the last one standing. The old man sitting in his chair asked if he wanted something as a reward. Even if it wasn't tangible, let him just say so. The boy stood there not knowing what to say to him. The old man squinted honestly. He was more interested in this kid's answer than anything else. He wanted to know what he would demand. Iron looked at him with great respect, and a little confused he began to speak. His voice trembled, but he still said that he would like to make peace with one person. and how would he go about it? His coma-negative skills still left a lot to be desired. The boy emptied his head and a little sullenly continued. He knew it sounded absurd, but he had no one else to ask for advice. He apologized, barely moving his lips. The boy was very ashamed of his request. It seemed to him that it was just nonsense. The old man smiled and good-naturedly said that the boy, there is nothing to apologize for. It's a perfectly normal request. Let him not worry and thank him for his sincerity. Iron, until he was 15, never left his room. It's understandable. The boy stood in front of him, looking down with his eyes in utter confusion. It's no wonder why he's so confused when he's among his peers. He doesn't seem to know how to interact with people at all. Well, that's easy to fix. It turns out that someone had gotten close to this child whom everyone was making fun of. The old man looked at the boy good-naturedly. All right, let him tell him what happened. It was a request that pleased him. The old man talked to the boy, and throughout the conversation, it felt like it was a grandfather talking to his grandson. In the end, Iron thanked the teacher. He had helped him a lot. The old man smiled and said that if that was the case, he was very glad. He hadn't had the chance to give advice that didn't involve swordsmanship or anything like that in a long time. The old man reflected. The fact that the boy wanted to make up with Elijah was quite an unexpected turn. More and more amazing things were happening this year. The old man smirked. It seemed that today's students would bring them more new experiences than the others. He slammed his hands on the table and said that if they dealt with that, now it was time to get to the main thing. Iron marveled. The main thing? So there's more to it. The old man looked at him and quietly said that he wouldn't count just a little advice as a reward. Let him ask for something else. The boy was even a little embarrassed. He had been incredibly embarrassed the whole time. The old man let him be specific. He would like to give him instruction regarding training. In that case, he is more competent in this matter, so let him say what he wants. The boy, still sitting on the chair in front of the old man, apologized again, but nothing came to his mind no matter how hard he tried. So far, his mind was occupied with the quarrel with the girl, and he had forgotten to think about fencing. He confessed that, in truth, he had only practiced fencing for a month before entering the academy, and on his own. The old man scratched his beard and smiled. Therefore, although it is awkward for him to admit it, he doesn't understand what he wants to learn and what question he should ask. The old man opened his mouth and began to speak, but the boy did not seem to be listening at all. He was completely overwhelmed with despair and embarrassment. It was the first time he had ever spoken to someone of such high rank as an equal. Poor kid kept gibbering and looking at his feet. He was apologizing the whole time, everyone just saying how awesome it was to get a personal lesson from the leader. And now he had nothing at all to ask him. The boy didn't stop for a second. He apologized to Zato for not being able to take advantage of such a great opportunity. But the boy had no time to finish. The old man approached him and clapped his hands loudly in front of his nose. The boy was startled and twitched. The old man laughed and asked, "Why does he keep apologizing? There's no reason to do that. A good swordsman should be confident." The old man stood in front of him, and only now did the boy see how majestic he was. The old man asked, "Does he agree with him?" Iron timidly answered yes and nodded his head. He still couldn't believe that he was in the presence of such a high-ranking person. The supervisor walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. Okay, the boy can take advantage of his offer next time. If he feels something is missing, let him come to him boldly. Or he can give him a lesson himself when he calculates what he needs. The old man turned his back to him and walked over to the closet. He asked the boy if he had any objection. The boy turned to him and shook his head. No. He thanked the old man and gave him a bow. Good. Then he could be free to go. Iron left the office of the head. This conversation affected him in an extraordinary way. The guy couldn't gather his thoughts. He was very embarrassed in front of everyone for taking such an awkward opportunity. However, there was nothing to do. The old man went to the window and continued to watch the boy from afar. He seemed a very unusual student indeed. He had never met anyone like him before. It was worth taking a closer look at him. However, there was something fundamentally wrong with him. The old man frowned. There was not a single bit of anxiety or worry about his ignorance of the sword art. On the contrary, it felt as if he already had a clear goal in mind. Okay, he's keeping an eye on this boy. The supervisor thought that this boy seemed to be guided by someone. Someone is guiding him forward and helping him overcome an obstacle, which is why he is growing so fast. Come to think of it, John had met someone like this before, The old man continued to stare out the window. Talent and confidence in his own abilities was the first thing that caught his eye. It reminded him a lot of him. Plus, this boy had a completely unpredictable personality. You couldn't predict what he would do in the next second, and that seemed to be his forte. But the old man shook his head. No, these people he thought were complete opposites. The old man continued to follow the boy until he disappeared around the next corner. Iron immediately went to the gym to continue his training. It didn't matter to him at all what was happening. He was firmly committed to his goal. The boy did push-ups without sparing himself. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice. Judith looked up at him, approaching completely unnoticed. Wow. She had, of course, assumed he was practicing again, but she was still surprised. Fencing lessons start from tomorrow. From now on, they will only train with weapons. Iron rose to his feet and immediately asked the question head-on, why had she come? Judith was embarrassed and began scratching the back of her head. She didn't know what to say and kept saying things she didn't understand. There was something she wanted to say. In the end, the girl still found the right word, although she had a lot of trouble finding it. Thank you. The boy didn't even understand at first, but then he figured it out quickly. I see. The girl approached him and looked him straight in the eye. She said with certainty that she would repay her debt without a doubt. Iron looked at her with a slightly frightened look, but he didn't even think about it. It was as if Judith ignored his words. Well, in short, the girl suggested that he should start getting along. She looked at him so directly, as if they were already friends. The girl held out her hand to him. Iron was even a little frightened by this pressure. His eyes widened, and his heart began to beat a little faster. Wah, wah, wah. Judith was getting annoyed. What do you mean, what? She says, let's be friends. He's always eaten alone. Now we'll eat together. Aaron didn't even realize it at first, so he's alone. And her, and they'll be practicing sword training together too. Isn't that cool? She hit him on the shoulder, and it was supposed to be a friendly punch, but it felt like he was being beaten. The boy even grimaced. Without waiting for an answer, Judith looked at him with that look that murderers usually look at their victim, and Iron got a chill down his spine and hurriedly replied that it was a super idea. His voice shook with fear. Judith calmed down, and joyfully raising her hand in the air, said she would go and would not distract him henceforth. Let him consider her his big sister. The girl waved goodbye to him. Iron continued to stare at her in confusion, but she was 3 years younger than him. He still kept looking at her and rubbing his bruised spot, but whatever. He was glad he'd managed to make another friend in this place. Soon they went to practice. Judith was beside him, asking if he had heard the song Turtle, 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 pull out your sword, or else I'll roast and eat it. Iron shook his head no. He hadn't heard anything. It was the ancient Korean song, a turtle song from the work of Mrs. Suro. Everyone else looked at the two of them in surprise. Lloyd was completely confused. Had she changed? Does it seem strange to him? His comrade looked at all of this with amazement. The others didn't miss the opportunity to mock them. I think that girl hit her head. I got goosebumps. She was still pestering Iron about the fucking song, but the boy was shaking his head and insisting that he didn't know. Lloyd continued to watch them closely. Something else seemed strange to him here. The boy squinted and continued his observations. He also noticed that Iron and Elijah had grown distant from each other. Had something happened between them? Indeed, if you watched them from afar, they didn't even want to look at each other. What is it? What happened? Suddenly, the instructor's loud voice was heard. He stood up on the podium and addressed the other students who were still practicing. The leader, Instructor Amid and Karaka, stood there. Amid continued to speak. As they know, fencing classes start from today. At them, they will experience the results of their 3 months of training. Now they will go and choose the right weapon for themselves. Henceforth, everyone will have the opportunity to handle the weapon freely for 2 hours. Under the supervision of the instructor, let them choose their favorite wooden sword. The students began to approach the barrels of wooden training swords and choose the best ones. Judith seemed to have quickly picked out the perfect weapon. It was a large broadsword that she grasped with both hands and began to swing. This weapon was perfect for her. Even if she swung it harder, the balance in her body would not be lost. The instructors looked at them with smiles. That's right. They made them stronger and more resilient for a reason. Now let them feel the fruits of their success. Lloyd has also chosen the perfect weapon. Even though this sword is wooden, it still feels so much better, so different. He can feel it with his whole body. The guy seems to have chosen a rapier or a saber or something. But suddenly, something caught his attention, and he looked away from his admiration and squinted his eyes. Something strange was happening there. Someone was approaching. Everyone looked at that person who was walking towards the gun rack. The guys took their eyes off their weapons and began to watch the student closely. Their faces showed genuine surprise. They even all froze for a second. Iron approached the weapons rack, Ilya standing behind and watching him over her shoulder. She was still uncomfortable seeing him, and they weren't socializing. But whatever, she was interested. Iron stopped near the weapons rack and began to intently select his sword. Come to think of it, he seemed to have already made his choice. He stood looking at the huge sword. It was very much like the one he had swung on his estate when he first picked up the weapon in his life. The boy looked at it as if enchanted, and his eyes sparkled. The boy reached out and took the weapon. It was perfect, the cold hilt immediately fitting into his hand, and he lifted the sword carefully. He took it in his hands and examined it closely. He felt that long-forgotten feeling when he first picked up the implement. The guy was focused. A small shiver ran through his body. The leader was standing next to him and smilingly kept looking at Iron, but the boy paid no attention to anyone at all. Now his eyes were fixed on his weapon. He wanted to remember what it was like to hold a sword. He swung. The boy didn't even feel the heaviness. The weapon was so light to him, like a feather. He almost didn't feel anything. The sword became an extension of his arm. He raised it high up. The guy let go of the sword with such force that the wind flew in different directions, kicking up dust. The force was incredible. Even if it was a simple perpendicular strike, it still looked impressive. Everyone else looked at him with surprise. Even the most capable disciple was a bit confused. They didn't expect this careless aristocrat to have such strength. For a second before them, fear flashed in their eyes. 781 immediately, however, they came to their senses. It was nothing. Their former arrogance returned to them, although it was obvious from their faces that they were still impressed. Amid looked at the boy. Yes, his strut was a bit inaccurate, but still, it was almost exemplary. It simply couldn't have been before. This boy was holding a sword for almost the first time. Karaka too was impressed. The instructor squinted his eyes and looked more closely at the boy. It was not for nothing that he had first thought this guy was unusual. There was something in him, and now it was beginning to show. Elijah too was confused. The girl wasn't sure what she was seeing, and definitely didn't expect this kid to be able to do such a thing. The other students just scoffed as usual. They heard that it was the guy's first time picking up a serious weapon. He had never practiced swordsmanship, so he decided to pick up a huge sword and show off. Ignoramus. They started laughing. Lloyd didn't seem to be paying any attention to them, however, as he strode toward Iron with a firm gait. The others wondered what he was up to. Judith looked at him in disbelief. She still disliked this guy for his arrogance. What was he up to? She liked it less and less. Nothing good could be expected from this guy at all. Lloyd approached him and called his name. Iron continued to swing his sword, and only at the last moment did he notice someone approaching him. Lloyd put his wooden saber forward and said he was challenging him to a duel. Iron was a bit shocked. He didn't expect someone to challenge him to a duel right away. Everyone else was pretty shocked too. What the hell is he up to? Even the instructors were shocked, but the leader stood there and looked on with his benevolent smile. Iron looked at his future opponent and opened his eyes wide. He didn't expect to have to fight anyone at all now. He was still so inexperienced. A chill ran down his spine. The guy looked in the direction where the instructors were standing with the supervisor. He was looking for support, or advice, or permission. He didn't know what to do. The leader looked at him with benevolent eyes and smiled. It was as if he was making it clear that he was authorizing the duel. The old man himself was curious to see what would come out of it, whether the boy would be able to cope. Iron was silent. He was gathering his thoughts, and he wanted to make a final decision. On the one hand, he was scared. On the other, he wanted to show something to stop being bullied. He was tired of it, after all. Finally, he agreed. Looking at his opponent seriously, he said yes. For a second, there was a glint of metal in his eyes. The guy was determined that he wanted to demonstrate something, even if it didn't work out. Around the boys, the men crowded to form a circle. Lloyd and Iron stood in the middle, preparing for a duel. They held their weapons in their hands, and a second more, and they would clash. Amid noticed this and shouted in anger, "What are they up to? They'll be practicing after class." The instructor couldn't allow such a mess during class. It had to stop immediately. Karaka stood and watched in silence. And why had he challenged Iron to a duel? They seemed to have taken his permission to use weapons at any time too literally. What the hell is going on here? We can't let anyone get hurt here. The instructor wanted to say that there should be order in everything, but the founders interrupted him, and in a good-natured voice laughed and said that there were exceptions. Amid looked at him with completely surprised eyes. What is this even going on? The leader stepped between them and said that he was authorizing a duel. It was a real shock to everyone. It was the first time in the history of the academy that there were such exceptions. The guys stood opposite each other and prepared for the battle. However, the instructor made some adjustments. He said that if anyone was in danger, he would intervene immediately. Do they agree? The boys looked at each other with sizzling glances and nodded their heads, saying they were in complete agreement. The tension between them was starting to heat up, and now the battle was only seconds away. Iron stood at the other end of the hall, his opponent staring at him with a sizzling gaze. He swung his rapier and prepared to fly into the attack. The boy was extremely determined. Lloyd snapped out of his seat and, stretching out like an arrow, flew forward straight at his opponent. The boy was like a beast. He saw only a victim, a rival to be taken out of his way. Iron put his huge sword forward and prepared to take the blow. He had no doubts, but fear ran down his spine as he saw his opponent approaching him at breakneck speed, and he had no idea what to expect. Fear flashed across his face, and he prepared to take the blow, but realized he couldn't back down. If he did, the shame would stain his name forever. He overcame his fear and tried to pull himself together. The sound of wood crashing against wood. The Lloyd struck a devastating blow, and at the last moment, Iron had time to put his sword out to cover himself from the blow. The pressure was very strong, but the boy stood firmly on his feet. His training was taking its toll. Lloyd continued to attack. The boy was determined to destroy his opponent, to once again prove to everyone that no one dared stand in his way, and besides, he wanted to learn how to do better. Iron successfully blocked the attack, but it was so strong that a big scratch appeared on the blade of his sword. The blow was very strong, and the boy barely managed to stay on his feet. It was a serious blow for him. He was even a little surprised and scared by such a force. How was he going to resist it? Lloyd continued to attack. He swung his weapon, and the wooden rapier sliced through the air. It was an extremely dangerous sight. The boy needed to be well prepared to do anything to counter his opponent. Once again, he lunged toward Aaron and fired his rapier forward, straight at him. The wooden blade flew forward, slicing through the air with a whoosh. It flew just a few centimeters from the boy's head. The rapier even sliced through a clump of his hair. Aaron was very frightened, and another second, and he could have ended up dead. The boy had not expected such an onslaught. He retreated further and further away. The onslaught was too strong to withstand. The boy was genuinely afraid for his life. It seemed to him that one more mistake, and he would definitely die. And he didn't want that to happen. They fought, the boy only having time to defend himself. The blade of his sword was large, and he was almost completely covered from the attacks of his opponent. Lloyd made them so quickly that it was virtually impossible to keep track of his movements. The guys were watching from the side. Lloyd's henchmen were shocked. They were hoping that the Lord would put this loser down with a single blow, but the guy still held on. It was commendable. Judith was watching all this from the side and seemed to be extremely displeased. She folded her arms across her chest and frowned harder and harder with each passing moment. She was about ready to scream. The girl gritted her teeth. She wanted this upstart who was just bullying. It's not like it's a battle after all. This is just bullying. He's just testing Iron. Lloyd continued to batter his opponent, trying to break through his defenses, but somehow he failed. His rapier soared forward, hitting its target with each strike. The guys were distant from each other. Aaron tried to hold on with all his might. The sword helped him partly, but he couldn't strike a single blow because his opponent was incredibly fast. Lloyd looked at him with a scornful look and prepared himself for another conclusion. This guy's reactions aren't bad, but the sword easily ruins his whole body balance. He seems to have missed the mark with his choice of weapon. Also, his stance was very inept, his technique was dismal. This guy is definitely interested in practicing fencing. This is a disgrace. His skills are worse than Lloyd thought. If that's the case, he's got something to check out. How about his power? Lloyd rushed toward him, swinging his weapon. Iron stood, waiting for another attack. The guy was already tired, and he wanted to hit his opponent at least once. Now he saw Lloyd running straight at him in a frontal attack. It was his only chance. The boy's eyes went wide. Iron raised his sword in his hands and was about to deliver his crowning blow. From top to bottom, perpendicular sword thrust. His opponent saw this, but it was too late. The guy was even a little scared. He didn't expect Aaron to stop defending himself and try to strike. The boy lowered his sword with such force that it seemed if it hit, his opponent would definitely not survive. Lloyd was within a hair's breadth of death. The sword was coming at him faster and faster, and the boy didn't even have time to react. The blade, even though it was wooden, was still very dangerous. However, Lloyd's skills were enough to anticipate it. The boy took a step back to get out of the line of attack. In one deft move, he dodged and parried the attack before Iron could even think about it. His sword flew past his opponent and landed on the ground. Their gazes crossed. Iron was even a little afraid of what was about to happen. Fear flashed in his eyes, but it was too late to retreat. Lloyd swung his rapier and in one deft motion knocked the sword out of his opponent's hands. Iron didn't have time to react and the weapon flew to the ground. The boy himself was barely on his feet. After flying a few meters, the huge sword hit the ground. It seemed the outcome of the battle was already clear. The wooden blade came close to his neck, signaling that his opponent had won. Iron didn't even have time to realize anything. His opponent's movements were much faster and more precise. The guy was even a little scared. The fight was over. The guys stood there for a few more seconds looking at each other. People crowded in even tighter so they could see everything as best they could. The winner is Brad Lloyd. It was obvious. People started clapping their hands. It was a really unexpected and very spectacular fight, although with a predictable ending. They all started shouting, and the whole room was filled with humming, so that it was impossible to make out who was talking about what. Karaka asked for their attention and took a small leaf in his hand. So now the last item on their schedule for today as well. They had divided them into classes, and tomorrow's fencing class would be held in a certain lineup. Class A with Elijah, Lloyd, and Judy. It was kind of predictable. They were the best students in the class. As befits the strongest class compared to the other kids, their training is going to be tougher and harder. So mentally, let them prepare. The instructor proceeded to call the dots were Mark Woodruff, Alfred Amaya Kickland, 35 in all. They are going to B class. Now let's go to C class. Judy looked at Aaron and told him to trust his big sister from the first grade. The boy nodded his head. He was a little confused as he didn't know what class he would be placed in, although there were doubts that he was very capable. The instructor announced that there would be 54 people in the TS class. Suddenly they realized that the boy had not been named. Judy looked on with surprise and some disappointment. The instructor said the last one would be Iron. He would be assigned to Class F. The instructor said this with some disappointment, but there was nothing to do. Looking at the boy's abilities, another class was simply impossible to determine. Iron stood there trying to figure out what had gone wrong in his life. He had been assigned to the worst class, the most incapable and inept students who were just starting to learn swordsmanship. However, he could not object in any way after all. The council's decision was not disputed. It was over. They went for a walk. The girl was furious. She didn't know how to react. Okay, that's clear. But Braid is a jerk. He acted like a moron. The girl didn't know where to put her anger. Lloyd's behavior was just beyond normal. What an asshole! She was willing to bet he was using it to brag about his superiority to the others. Everyone knows he's a damn aristocrat. Does flaunting his status just make him feel good? The girl was furious. Iron stood by her side and didn't seem to care. Judith didn't want to stop. The girl was furious. Well, don't let it sour. All they need to do is erase a foot in the powder of the pre-assessment, the girl shouted. He's even pissed off with those rats tailing him. Suddenly, the girl shifted her gaze to Aaron and saw that he was just staring at her. What's he staring at? The guy looked at her in complete bewilderment. He honestly didn't understand why this girl was so angry. Apparently, it didn't matter. He told Judith not to get so angry. He really did appreciate her worrying, but he didn't feel comfortable with her being angry with him. As soon as the girl heard those words, she immediately blushed red with embarrassment. What? Who said she was angry because of him? She was just shocked by such an answer. The girl immediately lunged at him with her fists, and Iron began to squeak. He was already bruised. All the students eventually went about their business after grading and distribution. Lloyd sat in his dormitory and prepared for the next training session. There was no time to waste. The boy had showered and was now wiping his head. He still couldn't get the battle out of his head. Something about it seemed very strange to him, something that he couldn't get out of his head. The boy flopped down on the bed and exhaled heavily. He was really tired today. Not only was he exhausted from training, but he was fighting an Iron that was much stronger than he'd thought. He opened his eyes and tried to steady his breathing and get his thoughts in order. One thing was bothering him. How did this happen? Even though he had won, he still didn't feel any better. He was going to meet it head on, but without realizing it, he dodged it. As soon as the boy remembered all this, goosebumps ran down his back. There was something strange about it after all. It wasn't just that Iron rushed at him in a frontal attack. At that time, his facial expression, stance, absolutely everything expressed a power that was impossible to overcome. He had all of his nature, all of his strength, in one vertical strike. The guy sat down on the bed, but what did he do? Did he just dodge? He was very ashamed, but he didn't understand why. He felt that he had backed off, and now it seemed to him that he was the loser on the contrary. What was his expression? Lloyd couldn't get over it. When he looked at the Aaron, what expression had been on his face? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. But what should he be afraid of? The boy was utterly confused. At this time, Iron was together with his teacher. Lun looked at him and asked, "So he's saying he doesn't know any kicks except perpendicular and oblique?" Iron looked at him with a guilty look and nodded his head apologetically. "Yes, that's right." The men laughed. He had nothing to apologize for, after all. He hadn't studied the art of swordsmanship properly. Is it possible to show a good result at the beginning of one's journey? The man was completely calm. He would ask him another question now. What would it take for him, a boy who had fallen behind his peers in the art of swordsmanship, to catch up with them in skill? Iron thought for a moment and answered that it was probably more effort. More effort to be able to do it. However, the instructor shook his head. No, not at all. He picked up the sword of the Aaron, although it was wooden, but it didn't seem to bother the instructor at all. The man swung the weapon so fast that the boy didn't even realize it. There was a sound like a blade slicing through the air. Pieces of earth flew in different directions. The man had cut the ground with a wooden practice sword. The man placed the blade next to him. There was a huge crack on the ground. It was hard to believe that this could be done with an ordinary training projectile. However, it looked so threatening that the boy had goosebumps running down his back a little. Iron looked carefully at the crack that was formed by the instructor's blow. However, of course, effort was also important. Depending on his efforts, he would be able to either keep up with the other students or even surpass them. But this is still not about him. Since the others started learning fencing a few years ago, the boy missed a lot of things. The instructor decided to give him a week for the boy to improve his performance. Iron frowned. It was an extremely small amount of time for him to catch up on what he had missed over the tables of years. Lun looked at him and said that if he learned all the basics of swordsmanship with the great sword, he would immediately assign him to the C class. The man seemed to be extremely serious. The boy would have to try very hard to catch up with all the things he had missed. However, it was a good challenge to test himself. A little frightened, Iron asked, what if he failed in his training? The man reassured him by saying that nothing would happen and that he would stay in his class and continue learning swordsmanship as usual. Then, a man walked up to him and, putting his hand on his shoulder, quietly said in the boy's ear, but he had another one. If the boy feels he lacks talent, then let him better leave the academy himself and not torture himself. Then it's just pointless if the boy doesn't move himself. Iron heard this and clenched his fists. Out of complete confidence, he said that he would try hard. In the voice of the boy, heard with incredible confidence, the man smiled. Well, let him try hard. He was already convinced that he was hard-working, so now it's up to him. Iron immediately grabbed his sword and began to train hard. He did not spare himself, as he wanted to prove, at least to himself, that he was not a loser. The boy decided firmly that he would become a swordsman, and in this, he will not prevent anyone. On the second day of training, the instructor also stood beside him and guided the boy. Lower your stance. Let him relax his shoulders. The boy followed all the teacher's instructions and obeyed all his commands. On the third day of training, he was already making progress. Even the teacher was slightly surprised that in such a short time, he was able to master a basic skill. Well done, well done. On the fifth day of training, the man was already sitting back and not correcting the boy. He noticed that he just had a great rack. Iron was trying his best. He was giving absolutely every effort he had. On the sixth day of training, the boy was already quite confident with the weapon. The instructor just stood there and looked at him with a surprised look. He himself could hardly believe that this boy had grown so much in such a short time. Iron continued to train without sparing himself. The instructor was extremely surprised that the boy had mastered such techniques in such a short time. He is improving faster every day, and his diligence has played a big part in that. Even he wasn't like this. For a second, the teacher was even a little envious. Even though at first glance you can't say so, this kid has a clear talent for fencing. In addition, he's incredibly diligent. Iron was literally burning with zeal. The guy did not spare himself. He practiced every day. The boy held a sword in his hands and pointed it toward an imaginary opponent. He practiced every stroke. And besides that, he listened diligently to the teacher. It seemed to him that every day he was getting better and better with the sword. The next day they met Judith. He was holding the sword more confidently. The boy asked her if she would take one look. He had an evaluation tomorrow. The girl smiled and said that she would take a look. She was picky about that. If it's bad, she'll slap him. All right, let him show. The girl smiled and started to follow him. She was interested in how much the guy had progressed in his skills, because last time he had shown a bad result. Iron swung his sword, and the girl was even a little surprised at how much his skill had increased. It was just unreal. She was extremely surprised at how much the guy had improved his skills. The boy looked at her and asked how she was doing. He's getting good at this already. He really wanted to see how she would react, as this girl was an unwavering authority to him right now. There was literally steam coming off of him from his overexertion. Judith gave a thumbs up. She was surprised and pleased that her friend had succeeded so well. Her eyes were filled with genuine joy for him, and she had not expected him to succeed so well. Lun sitting in his office and drinking tea while reading a newspaper, suddenly an assistant rushed in and shouted, "Mr. Instructor, it seems he found a job in the rehabilitation department today." "Really? It seems to be a rarity for this man to go to the workplace." The instructor sipped his tea loudly and nodded his head with a smile. "Yes, that's right. He decided to work out today." He had glasses on his nose. The man seemed to be in high spirits. "That kid got a C grade. That's unbelievable." Yes, during this time, Iron had improved his skills. He was already more confident with his sword, and within a week, he already looked like a real swordsman. That's pretty good. Judith was sitting about the dining room eating her food. The girl was eating so fast that it was impossible to follow her. There were already several empty plates near her. She liked to eat a lot, and that was only because she was training hard. She walked over to Aaron and brought him a few more plates of food. "Hey, let him take more food in. She knows as well as she does how important calories are. He works out harder than she does and eats very little." Iron looked at her fearfully and nodded his head. Yes, it's true. Lloyd and his buddies walked beside him, one of them chuckling in surprise. "Mother dear, there's a hippo at the academy? Look how much she's gained." The girl looked at him over her shoulder and smirked. She kept chewing the whole time. The girl turned to him as if nothing had happened and asked, "He likes her, right?" The boy looked at her with a surprised and slightly stunned look. What did she just say? He hadn't expected that answer. His friend looked at him with surprise. He seemed to be hiding something from them. The girl noticed his embarrassment and started laughing. Let him forgive her. But it's not going to work out with him, so let him walk. He's not her type. Lance gave her a crazy look. What did she just say? She's out of her mind. He looked at her like he wanted to tear her up. What the hell was that girl doing? Lloyd, who had been standing beside them the whole time, shouted for them to stop fooling around and come with him. Lance nodded his head and said guiltily that he was coming. The guy seemed a little over the top. Lloyd didn't turn to face them and said, "They're acting like idiots. What kind of behavior is that?" The guy seemed to have changed, and now he didn't look like himself. It was extremely amusing to watch him change before his eyes. He, as a true teacher and mentor, told them to finally stop discussing others. What do they even do? It was no use anyway. The guys looked at him with a surprised look. They definitely didn't expect such a thing from their leader. However, they obediently agreed. Judith looked at them over her shoulder. It turned out that this insolent man had changed lately. It was highly unusual for her to observe such behavior, but it was for the best. The girl even cheered up a bit. Iron also looked up with a smile. She just shrugged. Suddenly, something came to his ears, and he turned his eyes to the side, and what he saw surprised him very much. By the way, there were a lot of people in the dining room. Next to him, across a few tables, was Ilya. A girl in general paid no attention to anyone, and with the same proud expression sat down at the table. She was holding a plate of food. She looked like some kind of countess now. Judith looked at her friend, and a smile appeared on her face from ear to ear. She could see that they were both in a bad way. Had they had a fight? The girl was hinting at something indecent. Iron saw that, and immediately started to justify himself. Why would they fight? The boy wondered if it was a quarrel between them. Judith noticed and asked him what he was thinking about. And indeed, the boy's expression was, to put it mildly, not very good. Iron looked at her and asked, "How's Elijah doing?" They were in the same class, so they probably saw each other a lot. The boy made an unsuccessful attempt to find out how the girl was doing. After all, they'd had a fight. Judith looked at him, put her hands on her breasts, and in all seriousness began to speak. "Young man, I think he said he had no quarrel with her. So let him go and ask him himself." Iron even rose from his seat and hesitated. Judith laughed. "Okay, she's just kidding. He's just being really cute. He's got a very funny reaction. She's going to tell you everything." She got a conspiratorial look on her face that usually didn't bode well. They looked at the girl together. All in all, no big deal. She's still at the top of the class, and she's still performing well, which even the instructors can't help but recognize as such. In short, the girl hasn't changed a bit after their conversation. However, because of the big difference in abilities, the guys feel uncomfortable, so they don't even approach her, Judith included. Also, she heard that in the evenings, the girl goes to the small training ground by herself. It seems to be to practice the family techniques or something like that. Then Judith smiled and told the guy that if he pumped himself up like that, he could basically go work out with her. Upset, he started begging her to stop bullying. He felt bad about it. The guy felt guilty, but he didn't know how to approach the girl. Soon he and Judith went to practice together. They were on the training ground. The guy was holding a training shell and exhaled before attacking. The girl asked, "Is he definitely ready?" The guy nodded his head. A thumping sound rang out. They were moving so fast that it was impossible to see them. However, the sound here was quite loud. Lloyd was there too. He'd come to watch them practice. And as he stood there and watched in silence, the guy was starting to get annoyed. He wanted to appear strong, but so far he wasn't doing a very good job of it. Judith grabbed for her weapon and rushed to attack. The girl was exhausted. She was not going to give up, as she did not want to lose to this guy. But it was worth admitting that Iron had improved a lot in the meantime. The boy dodged her blow with a slight movement, and the blade of the blade whizzed by his head. He was more confident on his feet now and stopped himself from being hit. The girl saw this and immediately rushed into the next attack. She didn't seem like she was going to give in. Swinging her blade, she channeled all her power towards the boy. What is she doing? How could she do that? Their shouts were echoing everywhere. The fight was truly beautiful. Iron blocked the punch even though he felt unbearable pressure from her. Still, the difference in experience was taking its toll. The boy wasn't going to give up. He didn't expect anything less from her. Her attacks were hard to fend off. He tried his best, but he could feel his grip loosening. The girl was so assertive that it was hard to control her. The boy tried his best. It was just unimaginable power. The two men bounced away from each other and were at a decent distance. Iron swung his sword, but he still couldn't hit the girl. He jumped to his feet and ran straight into a frontal attack. He was eager to show off his signature punch again. The guy swung and jumped up. If he could hit with his perpendicular punch, he'd win for sure. Judith stood a few centimeters away from him and looked up from below. The girl was ready for anything. It was a vertical section. She knew the move well, and it blocked fairly easily if you didn't hit it that hard. Iron didn't seem to have any intention of hitting weakly, though. She thrust her sword forward to block the blow. The girl was completely confident in her abilities because the guy was not as experienced as she was. She managed to block the blow, but immediately the girl felt that the blow was much stronger than she expected. Not bad at all. Except it still wasn't nearly enough. But inside she was happy for the boy. She smiled broadly, but look at him. Not bad at all. A smile immediately appeared on her face. The girl was even proud. Iron cheered up too. He was happy that he was starting to do well. The training had not been in vain after all. The girl gripped her sword tighter. It seems this guy is going to be a challenge. He's much stronger than he looks at first glance. She clenched her teeth and prepared to attack once more. She wanted to prove that she was still worthy of being first. Her mount would not let her back down. Swinging her sword, she struck him with precision and speed. The guy who wasn't expecting anything like that flew off to the side. He wasn't strong enough after all. The boy felt a strong blow to his chest, and he flew backwards. He even caught his breath for a second. His eyes widened. He couldn't believe what had happened. It hurt, but he didn't feel it hurt. He flew backwards, the ground literally out from under his feet. Judith, for her part, did not stagger at all. Her blow was precise and swift, a blow that even Iron and his strength couldn't match. After flying a few more meters, the boy fell to the ground with a thud. He almost fainted from the impact, but he recovered quickly. Judith rejoiced, "Wow, he's really grown up! He's really grown up!" She ran up to him and stood beside him, however. He was still a long way from her. The girl proudly raised her sword. Iron looked at her with frightened eyes. Then she rose to her feet and said it was time to call it a day. Iron was surprised. So soon? The girl turned to him and said, "It's kind of night already. Look around. They're the only ones left here." Indeed, there was no one else in the gym but them. She added, "By the way, if he goes to the small training ground now, he has a lot of chances to catch Elijah there." As soon as Iron heard that, he immediately became embarrassed and waved his hands. When is she going to stop bullying? However, in his heart, he still had the desire to go and find out what happened last time. He wanted to explain himself. He didn't want to lose a friend like her. He didn't understand what was wrong. He hadn't done anything wrong. Elia continued her training. The girl confidently held her sword in her hands. She looked in front of her and saw no obstacles. She was fully concentrated. All her inner energy was directed towards training. The girl even closed her eyes to concentrate better. With light steps, as if she was floating on air, she walked forward and was about to hone a new technique to her family. The girl opened her eyes, and for a second she felt like someone was watching her. The girl opened her eyes, and for a second she felt like someone was watching her. She saw a familiar silhouette in the distance and turned her head there. Who the hell was that? The girl was extremely annoyed that someone dared to interrupt her training. It was Iron, a guy standing a few feet away from her, holding something in his hand. He looked embarrassed. They stared at each other for a few seconds without saying a word. The girl had a sword in her hand. The boy looked at her with a guilty look and said hello. He seemed a little embarrassed and even scared. After all, he knew how strong this girl was, so he shouldn't have made her angry. She looked at him with a disappointed look and asked rudely, what did he want? She was clearly in no mood to talk right now. She continued to stare at him and waited for an answer. She didn't really want to talk. She wanted to keep practicing. He came a few steps closer to her and held out a package and some paper. The boy said he had come to give something back. The girl looked at him with a surprised look. What is it? She looked at the gift. It was a small blue cloth bundle with something in it. And also, there was a note. Iron said he asked her to send him a gift from home. Here was a letter sketched out as well. That's a bit of a surprise, isn't it? Elijah looked at him, wondering why she needed it. The boy was silent. He didn't even know what to answer. Gathering his thoughts, he said that he had a younger sister. She stayed at home. She's not strong at all, not with people. And yes, they fight a lot, but still it's his family. Because of misunderstandings between them, they often quarreled, and these quarrels were mostly his sister was the initiator. However, the very next day, the guy would find a gift by his bedside and a small letter. His sister always sent him a gift the next day as an apology. It was incredibly sweet, and proof that she loved him after all. He scratched the back of his head and said embarrassed. He lacked eloquence. Even he didn't know how to start a conversation. He's not much of a communicator. So he thought it would be better to express his thoughts on paper, as his sister liked to do. Elia looked at him with the same serious look and asked, does he think that after reading this letter, she will start helping him again? The boy didn't say anything, and then he said he was fine. After giving the girl the gift, he apologized for interrupting and went about his business. Let her keep practicing. The guy felt some strange feeling fulfilled for a long time, even if it wouldn't help. Still, he knew he had done it for a reason. The girl continued to stand there for a couple of minutes, staring in surprise at the guy. She hadn't expected him to dare to talk to her like that after their fight. And not only that, but to give her a gift. It was weird, but at least she hadn't thrown it away. Night was already falling outside. All the students had scattered to their places and were doing their own things. Elijah also went to your dormitory house, and she was honestly a little curious about what Iron had written in her letter. It was funny and even cute. She read the letter and smiled inwardly, like a little child. The girl had cooled down a little after all, and she thought she'd been too hard on him when they had quarreled. Then as she finished reading the letter, her eyes fell on the small bundle the boy had brought her as a gift. The girl looked at the sack with surprise. She walked over to him and unwrapped the pouch. There was a bracelet. It was small and fit her arm perfectly. It seemed to be made of some precious metal like silver or platinum. The girl began to look at it. Her eyes widened at what she saw there. She was surprised. Of course she knew that Iron was also from a noble family, and they also lived in wealth. But she didn't expect to see such an expensive gift. It was Adonis. On the bracelet, there was a small flower made of the same material as the bracelet itself. For a few seconds, she still couldn't take her eyes off it. The flower reminded her of something. Suddenly, as if something woke up in her soul, something very distant that had been sleeping in her heart for a long time. Tears ran down her cheeks. She hadn't expected this, and she bit her lip to keep from bursting into tears right there. She felt as if something had stung her heart. She hadn't expected herself to react that way, and she tried to come to her senses. Finally, she managed to control her emotions, and she calmed down. She stood still for a few seconds, trying to think. An interesting thought flashed through her mind. She started to look around the room. Maybe she had overreacted, and was not the failure of their first fight. She felt a little guilty. A look of guilt appeared on her face. Perhaps she shouldn't have accused him of something she herself didn't understand. She looked out the window, where the bright sunlight was giving the last of its light, painting the sky in vivid colors. She'd been wrong to accuse him after all. She'd have to apologize at some point. The next day, Iron and Judith practiced again. The girl did not spare him and tried to get the most out of him. The people crowded around them, curious to see how the negligent prince was fighting with a high-ranked girl. Judy stretched and said she was going to be tougher today. Iron, who was standing next to her, asked if they could take it slow. He wasn't experienced enough to do such rigorous training. Suddenly, Lloyd walked in. He walked with a confident gait straight ahead. The boy seemed determined. He literally didn't notice anyone around him and headed straight for Judy and Aaron. What does he want? Judy looked at him with a surprised look. What did he want? She hadn't expected that the man who had ignored them all this time was suddenly interested in them. She was even a little startled. That's a lot of assertiveness. Lloyd walked up to them. Judy immediately asked him head-on what he wanted. Come to harass again? They looked at him, expecting anything. Iron was a little scared. Lloyd came up to them and said that he had something to say to Judith. The girl even got a little freaked out by that. What's that? What would they talk about? She was ready to explode. This guy was really pissing her off, and now he was coming here and saying something. Then he turned to Aaron and told him to listen to him. The boy twitched a little. What was that all of a sudden? What happened? Suddenly, Lloyd said, out of the blue, that he would like to train with him. Everyone else fell silent and exhaled heavily. Judith even got a little downcast. Did he not have everyone at home? Lloyd's henchman almost choked. However, the boy continued as if nothing had happened. He said that in the last evaluation procedure, Iron had shown a concentration that he would never achieve. His score was unbelievable, and now Lloyd would like to learn from him. Iron stood and looked at him dumbfounded. The boy had expected anything but this. Lloyd beat his chest and responded by saying that in return he was offering to teach him how to wield a sword. Yeah, that's what you'd expect. The boy said they should help each other overcome their shortcomings to move on together. For a second, there was silence in the hall. No one had expected such a turn of events, and everyone stood silently waiting for an answer. Man, this isn't interesting at all. Judith looked at them and asked, what's the big deal? What's he up to? Whatever he's doing, it's all for a reason, and every time he comes to them, some shit happens, so something must be going wrong now. Last time he challenged Iron to a duel. What's he trying to do now? That doesn't sound like him at all. He wants to use him to move up? Lloyd wondered, use it? He looked at them with a surprised look. This guy knew what he wanted out of life after all. Then he said, without any hesitation, yes, that's exactly what he wants to do. Judith choked up at that. Holy shit. He's a cheeky face. It was starting to piss her off. Seconds more, and they'd have a fight. However, Lloyd said with a completely calm expression on his face. What's wrong with that? As if there was some crime in it. The boy sincerely did not understand why they reacted that way. They stood across from each other and talked. Lloyd said that he could have achieved such results on his own, but there was one thing. Iron looked at him with a surprised look. The boy hadn't expected the sudden attention he was getting. Well, there's one thing. In an academy like this, that approach is ineffective. If they train together, it's possible they could achieve far greater results than alone. Besides, the two of them will use him as much as he uses them. Then he turned to Judith. She herself is always practicing with Iron instead of lessons. He feels he should learn from a lot of people. Their knowledge doesn't end with the academy program. He suggests that they should think bigger so that they can only succeed. The guy seemed to be extremely serious. He clenched his fist and said that this was their only chance. He will learn new things from the other students here under the pressure of stiff competition, and he will achieve a qualitative growth in his abilities. The other students watched this whole conversation with amazement. This is just unthinkable. A student wants to train with a Class C student. It was mind-boggling, but it was actually happening. One of the students clenched his fist. It looked really cool, just like grown-ups. The girl standing next to him looked in his direction in surprise. Why would she do that? She didn't understand anything. But still, Iron agreed, albeit after a bit of deliberation. He said firmly that he was willing to try. Judith looked at him with surprised eyes. She certainly hadn't expected that. The boy asked if he was sure it was a good idea. Iron soberly assessed his chances. He was behind him in every way. He didn't have the agility and speed. What was he planning to learn from him? The boy was already interested in all of this more than anything else. Lloyd looked at him with a serious look. He'd said there was something about him he couldn't get enough of, hadn't he? The boy grinned his grin, which usually led to bad consequences. However, it seems now he didn't intend anything bad, but just really sincerely wanted to learn something. He's been thinking about it since the end of the midterm. That doesn't sound like him. What the hell was the problem? He was also trying just as hard. Why was there such a difference between them? In addition, they spent exactly the same amount of time practicing too, so he couldn't understand what the problem was. It turns out that Iron is different from him in something else. Finally, it was starting to dawn on him, or so he thought. The boy opened his eyes, and it was as if it had hit him. Of course he did. How could he not have guessed? All students were given a limited amount of time. Iron practiced harder than the others during this time. Quality time utilization, that's the problem. This kid has never once lost concentration since he started his training. He's paid attention to nothing else but his training. Now Lloyd understood perfectly. They looked at each other straight in the eye. Lloyd said he'd have Iron teach him how to keep his mind focused all day long. The boy looked at him with a completely serious look. Iron didn't understand a thing. He didn't know what he could teach such a skillful student after all. He was even embarrassed for a second and lowered his eyes. The boy said in a guilty voice that he didn't understand how it came out. It just happened. He just did what he had to do. Lloyd turned around and said that was the expected answer. All geniuses think alike. Judith and Iron looked at him. The boy looked confused. What was he talking about? What genius? He's not like that at all. What the hell kind of genius is he? Lloyd looked at him over his shoulder, however, and that look said it all. No, one glance was enough to see the talent in him. It was not an easy task to keep his concentration at the highest level at all times, and yet he did it perfectly. The conversation ended with Lloyd saying he had a personal training session today, so he went over there. Judith, and she's joining them tomorrow too. The girl was freaking out. What was the big deal? She hadn't agreed. What kind of self-rule is this? The boy walked a few steps, stopped, and said he had a little advice for Aaron. The boy stood and looked on with surprised eyes. After thinking for a while, Lloyd said in a serious voice for Iron to never belittle himself. Absolutely not. He didn't seem to be joking now. Iron stood a few feet away from him and listened intently. It seemed to be the first time he'd ever been told something like that to his face. Lloyd continued to speak. He said that Iron was the descendant of a noble family. He wasn't sure about the beginning, but right now, his actions and skills were befitting a member of a noble family. Therefore, let him have pride and show others his confidence. Iron still stared after him with surprised eyes. Judith stood a little farther away, wincing. He had a way with words, of course, and she was getting sick of his constant chatter. Well, it's a good choice, but it's better than practicing alone. The next day, as agreed, they began to train together. Lloyd coached Aaron, steering him in the right direction each time. He's in too much of a hurry. Aaron held the sword with both hands and concentrated. Lloyd looked at him and said in a good-natured voice that his movements would be precise only when he achieved a balance between his body and his stride. Iron nodded his head and looked at him understandingly. That's it. Lloyd moved forward and made a large and precise lunge forward. His rapier flew forward like a spear. His movements were as precise and fast as they could be. Judith walked past them. She was annoyed that she had to train with this upstart she couldn't stand. Lloyd looked at her and said they were done, so she didn't want to practice. The girl yelled again that she didn't. The boys looked at each other and smiled. Lloyd asked his comrade how long he thought it would last. Iron answered that, since there was no swearing, he thought it would last about a week. They both laughed. Then they went to the dining room to recuperate after their hard workout. Judith was eating for three as usual, and Iron sat on the opposite seat, watching her eat. Suddenly, the boy shifted his gaze to the side. Something caught his attention. Surprise and even some fear flashed across his face for a second. Elijah was quite near. She was carrying a plate of food and looked down at Aaron. The boy found her eyes and cried out in surprise. Would she really pay attention to him? Elijah walked past him and said she had read his letter. Iron looked at her with a smile. The guy continued eating his lunch. A smile flashed across the girl's face for a second. He seemed to have done the right thing. He even sighed a little. Judith, as soon as she saw his expression, asked, "Did the confession go well?" Iron noticed this and immediately began to justify himself again. She got it all wrong. Looking at the girl's expression, it was easy to guess what she was thinking. Night had fallen. The sky was already dark, and thick clouds covered it almost completely. Everyone scattered to their own rooms to rest before tomorrow's hard training. Iron was lying in his bed thinking. Today's training with Laird had paid off, as he said. He needed to think about concentration, but he didn't understand how he could improve it. The thought kept him awake, and he couldn't sleep. He closed his eyes and thought that if he could do this, it would be much easier. He would have to concentrate on how to improve his stance. If he managed to advance even a little bit, it would already be a good result. The man he had dreamt about for so long, the one he wanted to be like as much as possible, was back in front of his eyes. He found himself in a dream again and saw this man who had come to him more than once. He was still practicing with his huge sword a little further away, watching. The boy didn't fully realize that he was in his dream. He took a small step forward and stretched out his hand. As if passing through a wall, he saw his body begin to materialize before he was as if transparent. Even though it was a dream, it was extremely realistic. The boy could feel his hand fully, as if he were in the real world and not in his dream. He moved forward to approach the man. It was the same dream I had before. There was this man again, practicing all the time. He could feel not only his hands, but his whole body. It was really a very strange dream that allowed him to accurately feel all the senses. All the sensations of the man who was practicing right in front of him were clear as day. He was swinging his weapon and practicing strikes day in and day out. It was so realistic, it sent shivers down the boy's spine. And then he woke up. The boy was covered in cold sweat. It was such a realistic dream that he still had the sensations. He was breathing heavily and trying to realize where he was now. He looked out the window and saw that it was still night. He finally realized that he was in his room and everything was fine, but the feeling of the dream still lingered. He realized that he immediately needed to get his hands on the ball before he lost the feeling. He went straight to the practice area, forgetting that he needed to sleep. He practiced all night until the morning. The boy never got a proper rest. However, right now, he wasn't thinking about that at all. Judith saw his face. Iron looked bad, to say the least. He had huge black bags under his eyes. He was all disheveled, and he didn't seem to have slept at all. The girl asked him what he had been doing all night. The guy just waved her off. Soon she got into the rack and began practicing with Lloyd. The boy constantly instructed her, "Don't relax." The girl was already starting to get annoyed. "Stop showing off." She hit him with her sword, and the boy didn't react at all. She started to yell. He told her not to relax. But what was he doing? Indeed, Lloyd seemed to have completely forgotten that he was training and was looking away. He's a slippery one. Soon the girl herself looked in that direction and saw Iron sleeping soundly on a bench. What the hell was that? Rise. She immediately started to wake him up. Lloyd told her to leave him alone. It seems this guy is pretty exhausted and now he's sleeping. No need to wake him up. Iron heard all of this perfectly well, and as soon as the words reached his ears, he immediately jumped up and grabbed his sword. What? He sat on the bench and looked at the two friends. A second later, the boy jumped to his feet, grabbed his weapon, and began practicing his moves again. As if he hadn't slept a second ago. What's wrong with him? What is he doing? But after another second, he went back to sleep as if nothing had happened. This confused everyone around him. Did he hit his head while he was doing this? What the hell is he doing? How can you sleep in training? They called his name again, and Iron immediately opened his eyes. It seemed like this guy was only closing his eyes for the sake of appearances, but he was actually awake. His sword was standing next to him. Lloyd walked up to him, apologizing for interrupting. He asked, "What does he do?" Iron looked at him with a surprised look. The boy looked surprised for a second. Then he realized what he was talking about, and scratching the back of his head, he replied, embarrassed, that he was trying to improve his concentration. But he didn't expect it to work very well, but he didn't expect it to work quickly. Lloyd heard that, and he was glad. Meditating? He had heard of such a technique, calming his soul and looking back, right? The boy didn't quite know what he was talking about, but he agreed. Then Lloyd laid down on the couch beside him and fell asleep as well. Or he wasn't asleep, just trying to concentrate his thoughts. Oh, great. Then he'll try it once. The boy lay on the couch, immersed in his own thoughts. He was thinking. It seemed to be starting to work, or he understood how it worked. I'm as bad as I thought. I need to be a little calmer, a little more. Eventually, he was awakened by one of his friends. He began to hear the words, "Mr. Ketch." He opened his eyes and saw one of his companions looking at him with a frightened and surprised look. The boy immediately got up as if nothing had happened. His friend looked at him in surprise and said he thought his master was asleep. Lloyd said he was just meditating. Everyone else looked at him in surprise, and Judith just chuckled quietly on the sidelines. Then she started messing with him. "So he meditates by snoring and drooling. Just like that, huh?" Lloyd, as soon as he heard this, started wiping his mouth. His comrade looked at him and closed his eyes in shame. It seems he had miscalculated a bit. He finally realized that the problem was his posture. The boy immediately sat in lotus posture, folded his legs in the correct position, and began to meditate. "You usually sit in this posture, right?" Judith leaned over to him and began to resent him. What an asshole. He should realize that iron was just a natural, and he was just being a dick about it. Lloyd looked at her with a displeased look. "He'll try it first, and then he'll decide whether it's bullshit or not," the girl said irritably. "Let him do what he wants." The founder of the academy walked around his office and asked, "Nothing interesting has been going on lately. Seems like things have been quiet lately." Karaka stood next to him and said that everything was going his way. And by the way, Iron had moved up to Class B. He seemed to have improved quickly thanks to Judith and Lloyd's help. As soon as the founder heard that, a smile stretched across his face. Was that it? The old man was extremely happy to see such a famous one. The coach said that Mr. Leader was damn right. The man started smiling too. They both seemed pleased with their students' progress. It was just an amazing result. The man opened his eyes and said that Lloyd had caused a small wave of change this year. At that time, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. It seemed that something interesting was coming. Something that hadn't happened in the academy for a long time. At this time, the students, led by Lloyd, were meditating. Everyone was seated in the same lotus posture. Iron was there too, all of them immersed in their thoughts and tuning their spiritual energy. It was an entertaining sight. The training sword fell to the floor with a loud sound. The fight was over. The winner had been determined. Judith and Lloyd were competing against each other. The coach stood between them and raised his hand to say that Lloyd was the winner. Judith was lying on the ground, moaning with resentment. "Oh, that bastard. How did this happen?" As soon as the girl got to her feet, then unwilling to accept defeat, she shouted, "This isn't fair. That doesn't count. You gotta hash redo." The guy just laughed at her, looking over his shoulder at her. The coach turned to her, urging her to calm down. The girl looked at him guiltily and blushed. Yes, she had gone overboard after all. But still, she couldn't stand the fact that this guy got her in so easily. She approached him and threateningly told him that after school, she was waiting for him in the backyard. Another fight. The guy grinned. "As much as you want." He's confident in his abilities. Amid looked at them and smiled. "Well, here are some funny guys. They are both developing their skills at an incredible rate. Okay, enough of admiring each other. It's making him sick. But you have to admit it looked pretty funny from afar." Lloyd in particular stood out among them. The gap between them and Judith, who used to rush for second place, is gradually beginning to appear. It is visible to the naked eye. The guy looked at his hand. Great. He could feel with his whole body and soul how he was getting better every day. The boy was surprised and pleased with his success. At this rate, he would soon rise even higher, and then he would have the second place in his pocket. For a second, he thought that if he put in even more effort, he might be able to contend with first place. He looked over to where Ilya was standing, practicing at her usual pace. He looked at her with a sidelong glance, and yet he knew inside that he was still a long way from her. The girl stood in a perfect stance. She had perfect concentration. She was completely focused on her training. At this moment, it was as if nothing else existed for her. The sword soared upwards, piercing the sky with its blade. Even though it was a training sword, it was already tattered and had many scratches on it. Iron continued to train. The boy was fully concentrated. His physical performance was growing rapidly. He did not expect such results from himself, but it should be said that he was very satisfied. He could not relax, and the boy practiced every day. Meditation helped him improve his results, quite dramatically. He looked in front of him and concentrated fully on his training. The boy knew that this wasn't the end of it. He needed to meditate more, because this stuff had helped him raise his skill level a lot. He was already preparing to strike another blow at his imaginary opponent when suddenly someone called out to him. They were familiar voices, and the boy already realized who it was. Just a little more. Still not enough. But then he was distracted. Lloyd, along with Judith, was approaching him from the back. The boy asked him if he was getting too hung up on the perpendicular strike alone. Iron looked behind him in surprise. The guy waved his hand and invited him to go with them, the leader asking everyone to gather. Judith looked at him with surprised eyes, as if it was the first time she had heard about it. Iron agreed. Okay, it's in the auditorium, right? Iron picked up his clothes and started to get dressed. No, they will be in the grand training arena, answered Lloyd. The arena? The guy was even a little surprised. We usually have a final evaluation, so it must be something serious. Indeed, there were a lot of people gathered in the training arena, almost all students. And at the head of everyone was the founder who stood in front of them and was pushing a speech. The old man stood in front of them and smiled sincerely. It was obvious that he was genuinely happy to see his wards. The 9 months since they had entered the academy had flown by unnoticed. They had managed to endure a large number of exams and tests and rigorous trainings, proud of their brilliant progress. Iron, Judith, and Lloyd sat in the front rows, watching the professor, looking him in the mouth. Let's get to the point. The man became suddenly serious. We're going to talk about the final evaluation. After saying that, everyone was visibly tense. This is an incredibly important event where you have to perform at your best. No one expected it to be so soon. Lloyd opened his eyes even wider. The boy hadn't expected this. Goosebumps ran down his back. It would be different from the midterm in which they had to fulfill a certain standard of some discipline. It might sound a little abstract, but it would be different on the final assessment. He would like to see their hidden talents. The old man smiled even wider, indicating that something interesting was about to happen. The boys would have to show what they could do. The old man noticed the confusion and fear on the faces of the students, and laughed and said that there was no need to be afraid and to look for hidden meanings in his words. But Iron still tensed up. All the students were required to do was to show the best side of themselves they thought they had. The old man continued to explain. He said that they could demonstrate a special strike or an unusual maneuver to confuse the enemy. In other words, they are allowed to use any means to show their capabilities. Let them try. The old man was sure that everyone here was capable of showing their strengths. That's why he'll spend the rest of the 3 months giving it his best shot. By the way, there was something else he wanted to show them. The old man threw off his cloak with a slight movement of his hand. The old man stood in front of them in a fighting stance and adopted a peaceful expression. He seemed to be immersed in his own mind, holding a large and beautiful sword, apparently very, very old. Iron tensed, even if it was only the old man's dance in his own way, but he would appreciate it if the students learned something from it. The old man said it with some irony. His face was back in a beaming smile. He was completely calm and focused. The man wanted to show the students something special, or at least he thought he did. After a pause of a few seconds, the old man opened his eyes and prepared himself. His gaze was serious now, but he still had that satisfied smile on his face. The man braced himself and braced himself. Not even a second later, he swung his sword, and a wave of blinding white light erupted from his blade and flew straight forward. He moved his arms as easily as if he was not 90 years old, but 20 years old. That's what a huge amount of experience and constant training meant. Ilya's eyes opened wide in surprise. Even she, with her years of experience and training, could not reach such an amazing level. The girl was completely shocked and confused, yet the old man's dance was mesmerizing. He swung his weapon as easily as if it were an ordinary feather. A blinding white light streamed out from his blade. Everyone concentrated on him, unable to take their eyes off such a marvelous sight. Judith opened her eyes even wider. Her jaw dropped in surprise. She realized that she would hardly ever be able to reach such a level. It was simply something unreal. The old man moved like a true master. Well, he was. His movements were smooth, but at the same time very fast, almost impossible to follow. He appeared in different places as if he were teleporting. He showed everything he was capable of, and the children watched with genuine delight. Iron stood there, and as if enchanted, he stared at it. It was the first time he'd ever seen something like this, and it stirred a memory in him. He remembered how the man in his dreams had moved in exactly the same way, and now he was seeing it in person. The old man moved faster and faster, his body completely absorbed by the light coming from his blade. All the while he was smiling. It was an incredible sight. The movements were honed to perfection. The boy stood and watched, his mind unable to comprehend what was happening, yet he still couldn't look away. Suddenly, He realized that he understood how to do it, understood every movement, and seemed to be able to redo it himself. It was an inexplicable, exhilarating feeling. You'd think the man was completely absorbed in his dance, but he shifted his gaze to the boy and noticed the way he was looking at him. He was still smiling, but he kept watching the faces of the students as he danced. He took a light step back, as if floating in the air. Even though he was already of advanced age, his physical form was impressive, to say the least. He swung his weapon, cutting through the air and stopping almost at the ground. From his blade, streams of air flew in different directions and filled the entire space of the training hall. The old man stopped. A sound wave left him, which briefly deafened the others. Lloyd couldn't believe what he was seeing. The boy froze in place, a look of delight on his face. He couldn't say anything. The sight he had just witnessed struck him to the core. The perfect technique, the perfected movements. It was incomparable to anything else. The old man stood in front of the students and finished his dance. That was the end of it. The students looked at him with rapt attention. No one had anything to say. It was truly an amazing sight. At this, the founder chose to leave. Finally, he wished them good luck and moved between the rows of students toward the exit. The children sat in their seats with surprised faces. No one could even say a word. This strange and at the same time mesmerizing sight touched them to the core. One of the students asked in a trembling voice what he had just seen. His friend, who was sitting next to him, could not find anything to say because he was in complete shock. Suddenly, the boy sitting next to him said, "My blade." The boy looked at him with surprised eyes. "What's that?" It was incomprehensible. What was he even talking about? Suddenly, it was as if the guy had an epiphany. What's wrong with his blade? It was funny. His eyes literally glittered. Soon the guys went about their business. The interview was over. Everyone was still under the impression that no one knew what to talk about. What the founder had shown them was an incredible sight. It was the first time they had ever seen something like this in their lives, and they realized that it was unlikely that they would ever be able to achieve such a level of skill. Lloyd and Judith stood in the hallway. The girl didn't know what to say. The boy sighed heavily and said that they could use some rest after what they had seen. It had overwhelmed them, and it seemed like they needed to recover a little. The girl still couldn't say a word. They sat down on a bench next to each other. Lloyd continued. He said that yesterday's performance of the leader was something she didn't think so, a begging sign. The guy kept talking. He felt like he was getting uncomfortable somehow. Who is he even talking to now? The wall? The girl didn't say anything back at all. "Hey, is anyone home?" She was silent and just stared dumbfounded in front of her. Suddenly, she exploded. "Shut up already!" She started yelling at him. Is that why she's always losing her temper? What is wrong with her in the first place? Lloyd looked at her and asked wryly, "Girl, are you not in the mood? I think this guy's about to get his ass kicked." They continued to sit in that seat. The guy asked if it was because of Aaron that she was so upset. As soon as the girl heard that, she got embarrassed and asked, what did he have to do with it? What does that have to do with it? But still, a shadow of embarrassment was clearly visible in her eyes. She couldn't recover. She just kept silent and stared at herself. Something was troubling her, but she didn't want to, or she couldn't say it. Who knows what was going through her mind? Lloyd kept talking. He looked up, and he thought. Judith said they had a final evaluation coming up, and this guy's been meditating all day. Would it be okay? The guy replied that he didn't have to worry. He was 100% sure that Iron would pass the test. The girl was pissed off, and how does he know? She exploded again. The guy stood up and said, what were the criteria for the final grade? The girl was a little confused. What do you mean? You have to show hidden talents, right? He turned around and nodded his head. Exactly. Hidden talents. He had an enigmatic smile on his face, looking at her as if he wanted her to guess everything, not to give her such clues. She looked at him with a surprised look. The guy in turn continued. In other words, they should not demonstrate their current abilities, but the future that is yet to be revealed. Who does she think showed the most hidden talents in the 9 months spent at the academy and made the fastest progress? The girl got up from her seat and sarcastic replied, but of course she knows who. Yes, it's Iron, so let her stop whining and get up. Lloyd was a little annoyed at her stupidity. The girl exploded. What? Who cares? She was ready to punch him in the face right now. They went to the training hall to continue their training. The girl was determined. Ugh, she would show off her skills to the fullest, and first place in the final evaluation was in her pocket. She seemed to be completely sure of that. Lloyd said he was afraid it wouldn't work out. Elijah's going to beat the odds this time too. As usual, he'll take first place. Judith got mad as soon as she heard. Why her again? How she hated it. She wanted to be first somewhere, and she was not going to give up. She herself is well aware that this girl comes from a distinguished family of swordsmen. Such families on their continent can be counted on a handful of fingers. This girl's family studied the martial arts that helped them get the title of a distinguished family. Therefore, there's simply no way she can rank me first in the final evaluation. To Judith, however, this did not seem to serve as a valid argument. The girl asked angrily again, "Does he think that's reason enough not to even look toward first place?" Lloyd replied that it was, because it's not about how good the martial arts and techniques themselves are, but it's also about her persistence. Judith was angry again, for her persistence knew no equal. She was getting mad. This is so infuriating. Then why the hell would you have an exam with a predetermined result? It's just useless. What's so great about these noble families and her older brother who used to be called the most famous genius on the entire continent? The girl was simply furious. The boy looked at her with a calm gaze and said nothing. Judith continued to sputter. She would lose to an orphaned commoner who couldn't even raise her eyes in front of the others. As soon as Lloyd heard that, he looked at her with a surprised look. He seemed a little hurt by it. The girl saw the confusion on his face and asked him what he was looking at, but the boy seemed to be scared. There was something that made him shut up and settle down a little. Eventually, they both turned around and saw Elijah behind them, who I looked at and said nothing. Things were starting to heat up. Things were getting bad, and now it looked like they weren't going to go away. The others also looked in their direction with fear. They realized that now it seemed someone had awakened the beast, and something was going to happen. Something very, very bad. Elijah looked at them with a stern look. There glittered resentment, fury, and malice. But the girl did nothing yet. Then came her voice. It was angry but calm. She said she didn't care, that she had insulted her and her family. She didn't care what people like her were saying behind her back. It didn't hurt her at all. Of course she was lying. It hurt her a lot, but she tried her best to keep her cool, not to make trouble. Judith, on the other hand, was angry. Oh yeah? Then let them fight one more time. Lloyd stood between them, and he felt a little uncomfortable, like he was standing between two angry bulls. The boy tried to reconcile them. Fighting at university can get you expelled forever. That's not the way to do it, Elijah said in a calm yet angry voice. That's right. She'll still take first place this time, and from now on she'll take it over and over again. She was sure of what she said, and no one seemed to doubt it. Her family's sword techniques? They had no use here. Lloyd looked at her with surprised eyes. The academy program alone was enough that she was a head taller than them. It was a bit arrogant, but basically true. The guy ran up to her with a quick stride. He wanted to ask the girl something before they finally broke up. He said that her family's family technique, it's the sword of heaven, isn't it? Its name was established after they captured the demon dragon king 400 years ago, right? He knew very well, didn't he? Amazing knowledge. The girl turned to him and nodded her head. So what of it? It didn't change anything. She was still evil. The guy smiled and said in a snide voice that he would like to see how good this technique was because he had never seen it, and they say that it is so legendary that it has no equal in the whole world. The girl turned her back to him and just said let him dream about it. She didn't seem to have any further dialogue with anyone. She went off somewhere to do her own thing. He threw her a parting shot. Yeah, that's a shame. Then he swung his sword, but something was wrong. He felt that something had changed, and for the worse. His hands were not obeying. The sword was flying anywhere but in the right direction. The guy was getting frustrated. Let her remember something. He squinted his eyes and his voice transformed. So if she shows me her heaven sword technique, the first place will be his, and that will be an undeniable fact. The guy said it very firmly and confidently. After saying that, the girl stopped and opened her eyes even wider. She became even angrier, which only gave her the strength to try harder, to finally show everyone what she was worth. Soon she was off somewhere else. Iron continued to train. He wasn't concerned with dismantling nobles. He was just practicing technique. The boy was holding his heavy sword and practicing a perpendicular strike, a strike that he was determined to elevate into the absolute. He was swinging his sword, but something was wrong. He felt that something had changed, and for the worse. His hands were not obeying. The sword was flying anywhere but in the right direction. The guy was getting frustrated. It didn't feel the same. He thought he was getting closer, but it turned out he was just getting further away. The guy was getting frustrated. It was as if he was chasing an elusive shadow he couldn't catch. Lately, it seemed to him that he had lost all his talent, and everything he had been doing all these months was useless. The old man he saw in his dreams every day still stood before his eyes, but now something was different. It seemed to him that he was getting farther and farther away from his ultimate goal. The boy couldn't keep up. But what was he doing wrong? He couldn't figure it out. He had to concentrate again, so he sat down in lotus pose and decided to start with meditation. It always worked for him, and he hoped it would this time too. He concentrated, relaxed his whole body, and began to meditate. Wait a minute. He opened his eyes, his head suddenly visited by an interesting thought that could basically help him. The boy thought. He looked toward where his weapon lay. His hand instinctively reached for the hilt. What if he meditated with the weapon in his hands? In principle, it could help because that was what the man in his dreams had done. He grasped the hilt, raised the sword, and began to meditate in that state. Yes, it made some sense. The guy could feel his internal energy flows changing. The sword swung, it flew like a bullet. The blade struck the target. The enemy was struck down. Lance fought his comrade. He easily defeated him and knocked the weapon out of his hands. The boy grimaced and felt his arm begin to ache. He gave up and admitted his loss. Lance was already celebrating his victory. The guy looked at his weapon and smiled. Lloyd appeared from somewhere, and when he saw his friends practicing, he smiled and laughed. They're workaholics. The boys were immediately distracted from their study and looked at their comrade. Pride glistened on their faces. Lloyd stood beside them and looked at the boys with an ironic smile. He looked at Lance and said satisfactorily, "Was it just him, or was the guy starting to train harder?" "Well, that's very commendable." The guy waved his hand and said, "So the evaluation is coming up, but it still wasn't perfect." Besides, Lloyd himself unknowingly showed great influence over them. The boy was surprised, was he? But how? He was just being his usual self. Yes, something had changed in him. But how did it affect his comrades? It was still a mystery. The boy looked at him and smiled, saying that the words he had said to Linya that day had been a very good incentive for them. A wide smile appeared on his face. He didn't seem to hesitate for a second. Yes, this guy had also changed from the first time they met. It was as if his brain had woken up in his head. Lloyd was embarrassed and said that he didn't remember saying anything like that. But it's worth admitting that he felt good that his changes had motivated someone else. So he's doing the right thing. Judith's voice came suddenly. She was as usual in her repertoire. The girl made a disgruntled grimace and said, "Stop staring like that, it's making her sick." Lloyd snapped out of his musings and looked at the girl in surprise. She looked at him with a cheerful look and told him to pick up his sword because they were going to spar. The girl was in full bloom as always, and she always had a cheerful spirit. But how could she do that? Soon, they started sparring. A cloud of dust rose in the training room. The guys were doing their best now. They were practically on the same level. The training was paying off, and quite noticeable. They fought to the death, with honor and self-love at stake. Judith swung her sword and struck fast and hard. Lloyd, meanwhile, was precise. His concentration had increased considerably, and now his blows were even more accurate. During another of her swings, the girl saw the rapier blade coming towards her face. Just a little more and she would lose. The girl needed to react now. At the last moment, she deflected, and the blade passed just a few centimeters from her face. She could even feel the rush of wind that went with it. It was a little creepy. But she managed to dodge. He was much faster. The girl couldn't help but notice it. Oh, damn it, they stripped him. She swung even harder and wanted to hit him as hard as she could to show him where he belonged. But suddenly she saw another blow coming at her. She had to dodge immediately. The girl put up a block and felt an unbearable pressure. The guy was not only faster, but also stronger by several times. She blocked his blows, but she could still feel how much his skills had increased. He's not just perceptive. The girl took a closer look at him. Something about this guy had changed, something that made him be even better. He had honed his skills almost to the limit. He was almost unrecognizable. The girl swung her weapon, but the enemy bounced back with a light movement, and his movements became smooth, making him almost impossible to keep up with. The girl swung her weapon, but the opponent bounced back with easy movements. Moreover, his movements became smooth, and now it was almost impossible to keep up with him. The girl thought for a moment, but she pushed those thoughts away, but she couldn't help but admit that maybe at this rate he would still be able to take first place. Yes, this guy's skills were growing by leaps and bounds. Lloyd looked different now. The guy was focused and collected. It was as if the weapon had become part of his hand. He moved so easily and smoothly that it was disconcerting. The guy looked at his opponent as if he were a victim. She had to admit, reluctantly, that she couldn't beat this guy now. She had to accept that he was outmatched after all. However, it wasn't that simple. His words to think more broadly. She smiled. Okay, this was a game that could be played with two people. The girl smirked and said that it had taught her a good lesson. Good. In that case, she would take her time. The girl gripped the hilt of her weapon more firmly and decided to use a slightly different tactic. Let it go. Now he would feel what in vain had prompted her. Eventually, Lloyd ran out of steam. The guy had lost his head and felt like he was going to faint. His breathing was labored. It was still a little hard to beat this girl. He scratched the back of his head. He said in a tired voice that it was time to call it a day. Let him not overwork himself too much, but the final competition. Judith looked at him with a surprised look. That didn't sound like him at all. Usually he's the first to rush into action, and he's always bothering her with sparring, but now he's down. She didn't argue, however, but threw her sweater over her shoulder and went to her room. Okay. The guy looked at her in surprise. Wow, what is it with her? Begging sign did not even get angry. Green snow is going to fall. The girl replied that she had business to attend to. That answer was completely out of character for her. Something seemed to have happened. The boy asked her what her business was. The girl replied that curiosity had killed the cat, and she would kill him if he poked his nose into her business. Lloyd had no choice but to stare at her in surprise. She had definitely changed, but what was the reason for the change? Never mind, that's not the most important thing right now. He looked at his rapier and smiled. In his heart, he was delighted with himself. Yes, he had indeed changed. He had succeeded in overcoming his milestone. Now, he was fully confident that his goal would be possible. The boy swung his weapon and transformed. During his time at the academy, he had learned a lot and changed his habits. For a second, he thought that now he could really aim for a place next to Elijah. Now, after so much training, he didn't think that goal was so out of reach. Also iron. That was the main thing. The boy had changed too. He'd changed beyond all recognition. Plus, we had to put Lloyd's plan into action. Now he'd kill two hares with one stone. Now he would be able to withstand his direct hit. The boy was incredibly pleased with himself. A smile shone on his face. It wasn't for nothing that he had pushed himself to the limit. Now his dream would come true, and no one would be able to prevent him from doing so. At this time, Iron was quietly meditating. He still decided to hold the sword in his hands for better concentration. The guy stood immovable and concentrated all his internal energy, but still something was wrong. He still felt like it wasn't enough. He had already given up. He had changed the rack, changed the principle, but still no improvement. He was beginning to lose heart. What about it? Still no change. Is he doing something wrong? The guy was ready to cry. His incomprehension was getting to him. He looked in front of him and sincerely tried to understand what he was doing wrong. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice and turned his head. Someone asked, "Isn't he tired of being stuck on the training ground all this time?" The boy looked in the direction where the voice had come from. I'll bet it was Judith. She was still looking at him with the same cheerful look, and her face was bruised. But it didn't seem to bother her. The girl said she had to go out for a while and get some air. It's a good thing, too. Elijah walked out of the house and decided to take a little walk. After all, she's been spending too much time at the training center. Need to have some time of her own. Suddenly, she looked to the side and noticed something strange, so she looked closer. Something was definitely there that interested her. She saw two familiar silhouettes going somewhere. The girl looked closer. It was Judith and Iron. They were walking somewhere, not paying attention to anyone. Yes, they came to a wide and spacious meadow. The girl immediately flopped down on the soft grass. The boy sat down beside her. She said they would rest here for a while and then continue. The boy asked, "Is it possible to rest here?" The girl said that if they violated anything, they would be told, and they would leave immediately. The boy did not, though, agree. She looked up at the sky and asked in a calm voice how he was doing with his training. Iron looked at her with a surprised look. With what kind of preparation? He still had to prepare for something. Judith replied that the final assessment was less than half a month away. Isn't he going to prepare? The guy realized what he was talking about and replied that he was still practicing as hard as ever. So what's the big deal? The girl yawned and said he was sluggish in his response. What's going on with him? He looked at her and asked, "What about her? Does she think she'll pass?" The question sounded a little out of tune, but the guy wasn't good at communicating, so it was forgivable. The girl replied irritably, "What kind of questions are these? It's obvious that he'll pass. Did he forget who his older sister was? You shouldn't have asked that. And if she could beat that nasty Elijah." As soon as the girl said her name, she immediately grimaced. Iron wondered, would she be able to overpower her? That question stumped him. They both looked up at the sky. Judith turned to him. How tactless he was. Iron guiltily said that she had, after all, asked him that question herself. "So what's the problem?" Judith flared up. "What? He'll only listen to you. His answer is not sure again." The girl looked silently in front of her. She was thinking about something. A kind of uncertainty appeared on her face. She seemed to doubt her answer. After a little silence, she apologized for her rudeness. She seemed genuinely ashamed. Iron looked at her in surprise. It was the first time he had ever heard this girl apologize to anyone. The boy looked back at her. She yawned and said she apologized for not paying attention to him lately. She did say she would practice fighting with him and correct his faulty stances. The boy thought for a moment and stretched. I think he understood. He smiled, even a little pleased, and said he shouldn't worry about him. But Judith interrupted him and said she was an orphan. As soon as the boy heard that, his eyes widened, and he looked at his friend in surprise. This was something he didn't expect her to say. However, the girl said in a serious voice that she didn't start this conversation to be pitied here. She sank into her thoughts. Just being a small child, she had to survive by any means necessary. All she knew how to do was steal and pickpocket. That's basically what she'd been doing her whole conscious life. However, suddenly looking around her, it became clear to her that the rest of the people were dragging their existence the same way, beating everyone indiscriminately, adults and children alike. And at that moment, it was as if it hit her. The girl hesitated and looked up at the sky. Her voice was unusually calm, and she spoke as if she were a normal person, not a bullied girl. Until now, living like this, she'd never felt grateful to anyone. She had never said the word thank you. At that moment, she even felt a little sad. She stood up and said that's why when he pulled her out of the lake, she should have thanked him for saving her. However, she was angry. Truth be told, even now it felt uncomfortable to say thank you out in the open. She was saying it so calmly and freely that it felt like someone had replaced her. She looked at Aaron and said so she was going to pay him back in her own way. But in the end, things got murky, so let him pass. She looked at him with a serious look. The boy looked at her in surprise. What was she talking about? Make sure you pass the final evaluation. The girl smiled and was now more like herself. Let him pass. Shed his status as a pre-training student, become an official student of the academy, and let her help him normally so that there would be no more awkwardness left. The girl looked up at him and smiled in a sort of friendly, warm smile. Iron nodded. He was incredibly pleased to feel that he had such a friend in this world, and more than one, by the way. The girl was embarrassed, and coughing rose to her feet. She seemed to have let herself go a little too far. The girl said that if she went together now, she thought she would die of shame on the way. So let her wait for about 5 minutes, and then go. She said nothing more and went about her business at a brisk pace. Iron stared after her. But should she be the one to apologize? His mind was all jumbled up. On the contrary, to those who for the past 2 months had paid no attention to anyone, attention was he himself. The boy finally realized all this, and a kind of sadness settled in him. If one looked through the windows, 2 small silhouettes could be seen, one of which was rapidly moving away with a quick gait. The boy sat alone in the meadow. He was thinking. It seems that he managed to change a lot during this time, which is quite good. Now he can at least a little bit proud with himself. The boy was very happy about this change in himself. He looked ahead at the beautiful sunset, which gave the last rays of the sun giving its warmth to the earth. And now, he was sitting here looking up at the sky. The thought flashed through his mind that his first year at the academy wasn't so bad, so it was okay. Iron looked smilingly ahead. He thought he recognized himself a little better and was grateful for everything he could feel right now because of the current thought. The boy felt an incredible lightness and purity within himself. He had never felt like this before. He felt truly alive now. He walked into the training room where there were a lot of weapons. All the while, the guy reflected that his friends and instructors had helped him a lot in his formation. He was very grateful to them for that. So now it was his time to repay them for their support. The boy took up his weapon and began practicing his blows without any help. He made a firm decision that his fate was now in his hands. The guy looked confidently in front of him. Now he would put all his strength into training and even more. He didn't want to give up. He had traveled such a long way, overcome many obstacles. An entire universe with billions of stars appeared before him. The boy concentrated. All his inner energy seemed to form one big stream. He equalized his breathing, and it was as if he merged with his surroundings. The guy closed his eyes. He was relaxed, but focused at the same time. He finally understood how to do it. His whole body seemed to glow. His muscles tensed. The guy stood holding his sword and prepared himself. Now he felt something different, something very subtle, but at the same time something that changed him to the core. The boy stood firm on his feet. The instructor was shouting. He was saying something very loudly, so that all the students could finally hear him. The man was literally tearing up his voice. There must have been something going on, something important that everyone was waiting for. Indeed, there were many students gathered in the main hall. They were standing in front of the instructors, and the founder was also there, evaluating the other students. It was necessary to see what they had accomplished during this training period. 12:10. A small green leaf was falling to the ground. It seemed to be something like practicing concentration. One of the students froze in place, waiting for the right moment. A leaf fell on his head. Several more leaves swirled around him. The boy stood motionless, gathering his strength. Suddenly he twitched and chopped all several leaves in one blow. He had timed it just right, and now he had done it perfectly. The boy was terribly concentrated, for this was his most important mission. Even the supervisor was surprised. He whistled and said that this student's speed and concentration were just great. Isn't he from Class B? The instructor replied that even among the low-scoring pre-service students, there are plenty of kids who improve their skills quite quickly. Maybe after the final evaluation, their rating will change. Another boy stood near the stone. He swung and tried to cut it down. He gathered all his strength and energy to put it into this blow. The boy was a little afraid, but he quickly pulled himself together. He swung his sword wide and struck the stone sharply. A slight cracking sound was heard, and the guy exhaled. The blow was really good. The stone was cut in half, and the fact that it was a wooden sword was a good result. The cut is oblique, not perpendicular, but it looks incredibly even. It's an excellent result. The apprentices never ceased to amaze. The supervisor smiled and squinted his eyes. Of course, all the students are performing beyond his expectation. And yet the old man was upset about something. Amid took a piece of paper and announced the next student. The man paused for a moment and looked over to where the other students were standing. Judith was next. The instructor invited her to join them. Tense, it was obvious from her face that she was worried, though she was careful to hide it. The girl tensed up. The girl approached the supervisor and asked one very interesting question. She asked if she could take the test with another student. The instructors wondered, what is she talking about? This was the first time this had happened to them. The girl smiled and said in a cheerful voice that she thought a duel would allow them both to show their strengths more fully. The student she wanted to take the final assessment with didn't seem to mind. The old man smiled. All right, that sounded not bad at all. This disciple too? He continued to look at the girl with a good-natured gaze. She said in a serious voice that it was Brad Lloyd. The boy stepped out from the rest of the mass of students and headed toward them with a quick stride. The boy was completely confident too. The instructor smiled but still authorized this kind of duel. They stood opposite each other and got ready. Each of them was tense to the max. They realized that their future success would depend on how they performed. The boys were totally focused. Lloyd held out his sword and asked the girl in a cocky voice, "So is she ready?" There was a smile on the guy's face, a little smug, but that was his style. The girl was a little embarrassed and looked down at her weapon. She seemed to have something to say, but she tried to hold her pause. She spoke uncertainly. The girl said that she didn't want to rush today, but it looked like it wasn't going to work today. The guy looked at her with surprised eyes and didn't understand anything. What's she gardening? Judith paused for a moment and continued speaking. She seemed to want to endure the moment. Then she shouted in a voice full of confidence that today she would surpass him. The girl grasped her weapon and rushed straight into the attack. Now this was like the real Judith, the same as always. The guy smiled, but finally she was back to her old self. That's great, just like her. The boy smiled and happily rushed forward to attack. She crouched down and prepared to jump. The girl grouped herself and gathered all her strength into this one punch. Now she had to do it right to prove her skill she had learned over the months. The girl jumped high up and swung her weapon. Lloyd managed to block her blow with great difficulty. She was incredibly fast, even faster than in training. She seemed to have had a good workout at this time. The boy blocked her blows, but she kept coming harder and harder. The girl fought as if her life depended on it. Sparks even flew in different directions. The sight was very mesmerizing. Everyone even fell silent for a second. The students watched with their mouths open, the hum of battle echoing throughout the hall. Everyone fell silent, their gazes fixed on the stunning duel. The boy was certainly skillful at blocking blows, but he was finding it harder and harder to do so each time. He didn't expect the girl to grow so much in her skills. It was already difficult. If he had been able to easily block her blows then, he would have to try harder now. Judith continued her onslaught. The girl looked at him not as a rival, but as a victim. Fury glittered in her eyes. The girl was not going to back down for a second. Her eyes narrowed and she pressed on harder and harder. Their battle became a real fight, a fight to the death. There was an incomprehensible rumble, gun blows, and battle cries everywhere. It was truly a mesmerizing sight. Lloyd now realized he needed to back up a bit. The boy took 2 steps back to get out of the line of attack. The girl was acting very differently. He felt like he couldn't stand up to her now. She made a sharp lunge towards him, at the last moment managing to dodge. The sword blade flew just a centimeter from his head. Even for a second, he felt a little scared for his life. He hadn't seen such rage in a long time. So far, he had only managed to dodge and get out of the line of attack. The girl wouldn't let him attack. He jumped, bouncing farther and farther away. It was even a little scary. Another lightning-fast strike. The boy managed to dodge the blow, but it was getting harder and harder to stay in one position. His eyes glittered with genuine fear of defeat, but now for his own life. It wasn't like her at all, or rather like her, but not that much. The students stood and looked at it with admiration. Even Lloyd's henchmen were amazed at the girl's speed. They didn't expect their lord to be so helpless. The guy bounced back a fair distance. However, Judith continued to cut him down. The girl wasn't going to just let him go. It was even a little scary. She was running at him like an angry bull, and to defend himself, he put his weapon forward. He could only parry her blows so far. The onslaught was just on a whole other level. Still, he managed to find a moment and swing his rapier. He decided to put all his precision and concentration into this strike to finally break this series of attacks. He swung his wooden sword, but it was as if the girl had seen it all beforehand and jumped up. The guy didn't even have time to realize it. It was even a little scary. It jumped up so high that the kid had to look up to see it. What the hell is that? Where'd she get that kind of speed? What was she even doing all this time to be so successful and begging for a sign? It was a mystery stuck in his head. There was no time to think, however. The girl jumped up once more and swung her huge cleaver. Her eyes glittered with a true desire to win. It was obvious that she had no intention of retreating, so the guy would have to try very hard to at least survive or match her. However, he wasn't so easy either. When the girl hit him as hard as she could, he deftly parried her blow by taking his arm aside. The blow was very strong, but for now they were almost on equal footing. Yes, Judith was faster, however Lloyd was accurate. The instructor looked at all of this with eyes wide open with amazement. The two of them were truly both astonishing. This was the first time he had ever seen something like this, for the students to be at such a prohibitive level. They were jumping away from each other and dodging. It was like a series of explosions. It was almost impossible to keep track of them now. The speed was staggering. They literally teleported. But how did they manage to reach that level? The girl was striking with impressive speed. Lloyd was trying to defend himself. His parrying skills were at a high level, allowing him to deftly dodge, and so. Amid looked at them. Judith's punches were indeed ruthless, however. Her opponent was not a miss either. It was a mesmerizing sight. Even an instructor such as him was impressed. However, her opponent easily deflected all of her lightning-fast attacks. It was an incredible sight. The guy really was incredibly talented. The boy was alert. He saw a window he could squeeze through. His eyes narrowed. He realized he had to attack now. The girl hesitated, had to seize the moment. He made a sharp lunge towards her. His concentration had reached its limit. Now he had seized the initiative. He made a sharp lunge, and Judith didn't have time to dodge. The girl almost dropped her weapon from her hands. That would have been a failure. She managed to dodge, but the blade of the wooden sword still touched her face. A small scratch appeared on her face. However, it didn't seem to have weakened her strength, but it even seemed to have energized her more. She clenched her teeth and attacked again. They found themselves facing each other, all of them already at their limits. and the girl slowed and equalized her breathing. She was furious. What a jerk! She didn't expect Lloyd to attack her in such a sneaky manner. She was seething with rage, that bastard. How did this happen? The boy smiled and mockingly asked, "Did she want to overpower his begging sign with that? Don't let him get his hopes up. He's not that easy either." The girl heard these words and became furious. She immediately attacked with renewed vigor. It was as if she had a second breath. They were moving so fast that it was like some kind of frenzied dance. Are they definitely students? Judith swinging, harder. She must hit harder. The girl decided to put all her strength and power into this blow to defeat him by all means. The guy thought he needed to be even more precise. One more precise lunge. He'll win for sure. This is so much fun. This battle was beginning to bring them pleasure. They came dangerously close to each other, and there was a sound like an explosion. Shards and flashes of light flew in different directions. It felt like two demons fighting with each other. After the impact, everyone was shocked. The dust began to settle, and now a busy picture was revealed before their eyes. Everyone stared directly at the duelist to see the outcome of the battle. Judith was standing aside. She was covered in abrasions. She was literally steaming. She was holding her weapon, which was unfortunately broken. The blow was too strong after all, even too much. The weapon failed. Lloyd stood beside her, his weapon intact. The guy was grinning smugly, and he was holding a rapier. Looks like we know who won today. They stood like that for a few seconds, unable to realize that the battle was over. Only their heavy breathing could be heard around them. The battle had been truly impressive. The girl even felt a little hurt for a second. She clutched her broken weapon one more time. It looked like she had failed this time too. It was incredibly frustrating, but she would win another time. The instructors, along with the founder, were sitting in their seats. Lund said that they were practically on the same level. Karaka nodded his head, however. He thought that someone was more skillful after all. The elder stood between them and didn't say anything. Still, Lloyd seems to be the more skillful one. He had won in the end. The boy smiled smugly. He felt his superiority, and it was the sweetest feeling of his life. A smile showed on his face. The founder looked at them with a warm smile. A terrific result, a wonderful duel. They were both big well done. Everyone seemed to be incredibly satisfied. The hall exploded with applause. Judith and her opponent bowed. They glanced at each other. Both students were at their limits. However, it was indeed a great duel. The founder looked at the instructor and asked who would be next. He couldn't wait to see the next candidate. The old man even rubbed his palms together. He had great anticipation about the next contestant. Judith and Lloyd tensed up too. Who would be next? The boys looked at the instructors with surprised eyes. Something interesting was about to happen. Ilya Linje was next. The girl walked out to them with a proud gait, head held high, a true aristocrat. She seemed to have an overly serious expression on her face. Indeed, this was a momentous meeting for her. Now she had to show what she could do, otherwise it would be a disgrace to her and her family. Lloyd stood beside her and smiled. He had outdone himself. Maybe he could fight her too. He smiled as he realized how strong he was. They missed each other. The girl didn't even look in his direction, but walked confidently forward. At the same time, the guy was smiling behind her back. The girl seemed to be dissatisfied with something. She didn't want to see that annoying guy. The founder looked at the next contestant and asked what she was going to show him. The girl stood in front of them with her hands at the seams. She was incredibly collected, basically as always, but now in a special way. She looked at the old man and said that she would demonstrate the family sword technique to them. The girl said this in a calm yet firm voice. She seemed to be too serious, even more than usual. The old man laughed. The Ball of Heaven, the same legendary technique that slit the throat of the demonic Dragon King? Great! The old man laughed. It seems like he's about to see something interesting. The girl took her weapon in her hands. It was a small, elegant sword. She prepared herself. Her body tensed, and now she was ready to show absolutely everything she had in her arsenal. Lloyd's plan seems to have worked. He looked at the girl with smiling eyes. Now she's going to show off her family technique. After all, he was right. The kid. What he saw, however, made him stop a little. The girl raised her sword upwards. Some kind of incomprehensible light began to develop everywhere. It was as if several spotlights had been turned on in one fell swoop. The blade rushed out. She began to demonstrate her technique. The girl swung her weapon with such ease and speed that no one even noticed it. A vortex began to rise around her. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, it turned into a real hurricane that filled the entire exam hall. It was even a little scary. No one expected to see such power. Karaka wondered, what's the wind? It seemed it was beginning to dawn on him what he was about to see. Goosebumps ran down the former instructor's back. If this is the technique he thinks it is, something amazing is about to happen. The wind around was getting stronger and stronger. It was a real vortex that filled the whole space. People started to cover their faces so that nothing would fly there. The girl was standing incredibly firmly on her feet at this time. She was demonstrating a technique that had been passed down in her family for generations. It was an incredibly important moment for her. Time after time, she swung her sword until she had the wind up to speed. It was even getting a little cold. The girl wasn't going to stop, her hands acting as if on automatic. Even the girl's face has changed. The friendliness was gone. Her gaze became cold and serious. It was like that of an experienced killer warrior who had seen more than one battle. The girl was spinning. It was a crazy dance. A vortex of air began to form around her. Even the air itself began to electrify and glow. It was a real tornado. The family technique was truly impressive. Even the instructors, along with the founder who had seen a lot, slightly closed their eyes, blinding white light. It was an incredible sight. Such a thing they had not seen among the students for a long time. They closed their eyes so as not to be blinded. The instructors were completely shocked. It was something they didn't see very often, especially not from students. It was just impossible. Ahmed closed his eyes with his hands. The man was even a little scared despite all his combat experience. This was the kind of technique that sent shivers down his spine. Who is this girl? Who is this girl who has such power? Judith and Lloyd were standing nearby, staring at the whole thing in genuine amazement. Judith and Lloyd were standing nearby, staring in genuine amazement. Goosebumps ran down their backs, as they had seen such a thing for the first time in their lives. Judith was in complete shock. She was frightened, so much so that she was speechless. Her eyes were full of delight. She didn't even know how to react. What she had just seen was something amazing. The wind slowly began to dissipate. The sight was truly breathtaking. The girl was standing in the middle of all this splendor and now looked like a real ancient warrior. The wind was still flying everywhere, raising pillars of dust in the air. It was the sword of heaven after all. The instructor and the supervisor looked at it all with genuine delight. The man was impressed, the instructor whispered with just his lips. The old man looked at the girl and squinted his eyes. As soon as he saw it, he lost his tongue. The guy didn't know what to say. He had just seen an incredibly amazing technique. This level was almost impossible to achieve. He looked at the girl who stood as thin as a matchstick. Her stance was perfect. In her hands, she held a weapon so strong, so sure that she seemed to be born with it in her hands. It was indescribable. And then the boy realized that there really was this insurmountable wall between them that was almost impossible to climb over. He felt like he was at rock bottom. Compared to this girl's technique, he was just an annihilation. He felt like he was standing in front of a huge rock that couldn't be moved. What was he even thinking? The guy clenched his teeth, feeling incredibly bad about himself, and the fact that he realized how insignificant he looked now. The boy was silent and he didn't say anything. The boy was distracted from his musings by Judith. She yanked him up and told him there was one last one left. The girl looked toward the stage with some excitement. Yes, there was only one contestant left, and they knew exactly who it was. Now it's Iron's turn. The boy walked out with a confident gait and looked around the hall. He walked as if he was about to fight a monster, not to show off his skills. The boy seemed to be taking it a little too seriously. Guy was walking to the stage and heard Judith yell, "Good luck!" He turned around and looked at her with a smile. He was very lucky to have such friends as he had. The boy was glad of that. At this point, Lloyd was freaking out. "No, don't, Iron." The guy was afraid of something that was sitting deep in his soul. Iron was approaching the center of the stage. The boy clenched his fist in his hands. Lloyd was very nervous. Something was bothering him very much, and he couldn't calm down and pull himself together. He was all nervous, trying to bring himself to his senses, but it was not working well. Suddenly, he heard Iron's voice saying that he was a very good man indeed. Lloyd turned to the boy and asked in surprise, "What does he mean by that?" A look of incomprehension appeared on his face. Why the speeches? He's nervous enough as it is. Iron continued to speak in a calm voice. The boy was smiling and seemed to be in good spirits. The atmosphere around him is always warm and bright. It becomes when he is around him. That's probably why a lot of people want to be his friend. Lloyd looked at him in surprise and asked, "How can he be so calm to say such things?" Iron laughed. "Did he do something wrong? Again?" Lloyd said he was wrong, and Iron looked at him with a surprised look. The boy looked down and said in a quiet voice that he seemed to have made a mistake. He wasn't as good a person as he might seem at first glance. The guy was clearly upset about something. He was sad, and all he wanted to do was stare at the floor. He wanted to say something, but the words were jumbled. He couldn't get his thoughts in order. Aaron nodded his head and moved forward towards the stage. Behind his back was the huge sword he had been practicing with all this time. The boy was in very good spirits, so it looked like everything would work out. Lloyd at this time was just out of his mind. The guy clenched his teeth and tried to come to his senses, but it did not work well. Inwardly, he was begging his friend, just begging as hard as he could. Iron didn't see it. He was just walking onto the stage with a firm conviction to show all he could do. Lloyd stood nearby, trembling. He was either scared or angry about something. The boy couldn't get himself under control. He was nervous, visibly nervous. And what was bothering him was getting closer. He grimaced and internally asked his friend not to show anything outstanding. The guy just couldn't control himself. He was scared. He wanted someone to be worse than him. At least that's how it seemed. Iron stood in the middle of the stage and looked at the academy manager. The boy was a little scared. All eyes were turned towards him. It was quite a crucial moment. The old man smiled broadly. This seemed to be the student he wanted to see the most. He asked what Iron was going to show them today. The old man crossed his arms and assumed an expectant pose. The boy looked in front of him with a serious look and frowned. He seemed to be thinking about something, and there was silence, everyone wanting to know what this negligent student was about to show them. Everyone fell silent, and for a second there was complete silence. Everyone was startled and not a little surprised by what Iron had said. The guys looked at him with round eyes. No one had expected him to say something like that. The boy said in a voice firm with confidence that he would now demonstrate a perpendicular sword strike to them. He said it as seriously as if it was something outstanding. The old man smiled. He seemed to understand everything at that moment. All that was left was to sit and wait. The instructor was surprised and even a little disappointed. Judith seemed ready to fall to the ground in shame. Lance, who was sitting nearby, exploded with indignation. Did he hit his head? Wake up! They're in the final evaluation. There's a secret technique you have to show, even so they're at risk of flying, and he's going to throw out a perpendicular section? Oh my God. Suddenly, the instructor turned to him and interrupted his indignation. He warned that if the boy allowed himself to do such a thing, he would be expelled immediately. His friend sitting next to him looked at him with a frightened look. Is he out of his mind? The boy immediately came to his senses and trembled. The instructor thought, yes, he did stop him after all, but still the boy is saying sensible things. It does look very strange from the outside, doesn't it? Doesn't Iron think about it? But the instructor stopped his thinking. It's still a summative assessment. You have to follow the rules. The man frowned. What does Iron want to demonstrate at such an important moment with a perpendicular section that can't even be called a real combat technique? What the hell was he thinking? The instructor looked at Iron with a surprised look, but the boy held his weapon in his hands and readied himself as if not paying attention to them. The boy exhaled. He put his thoughts in order, cleared his head, and tried to concentrate. There was nothing to think about right now, except his own technique. He dismissed absolutely everything that was in his way. The guy stood very strong. He held his weapon, which had become a part of his body over the long time of training. He even closed his eyes to concentrate better. Darkness formed around him, completely silent and very viscous. The founder observed, well, now the boy will show it, showing the technique he's wanted to see for so long. His face spread into a smile. Now he would see what he had wanted to see all these years. He would see that very craftsmanship, the skill of that man who was unwilling to learn from him. The old man remembered something that had been lurking in the corners of his memory for so many years, a smile growing wider and wider on his face. He looked at the Aaron who stood in the center of the podium, preparing to demonstrate his skill. The boy was completely serious. His eyes were hard, his gaze determined, and his gait incredibly light. The old man literally went crazy with anticipation. Come on, boy. Let him show him the technique, the one that didn't react to his blade dance. Now the old man was simply ecstatic. Time lingered. Iron was still standing with his weapon in his hands, but he didn't seem to be doing anything. He just seemed to be preparing. The boy breathed, equalizing his breathing. All the students fell silent and watched him. Absolutely all eyes were fixed on him. There were guys sitting in the stands looking at each other in surprise. Why is he doing nothing and standing there? Elijah seemed to be starting to understand something. The girl even tensed up. Her eyes widened at what she saw. It's meditation. The guy was meditating, gathering his thoughts. Iron wasn't paying attention to anyone at all. The boy was just holding the sword and trying to get as close to him as possible, to equalize his breathing, free his mind. His mind was empty. Any thoughts disappeared. He exhaled. His soul came to complete peace. He stopped his heartbeat for a second. He gripped the weapon tightly in his hands, straining every muscle to the limit to group himself. The boy stood. This was truly his star, tensing his body as much as was even possible. Concentrate. Discard everything unnecessary and concentrate on his tool. The boy breathed easily. It was as if he was not here, not in the training room, somewhere very far away. He plunged into the depths of his consciousness, his soul, which was now completely calm. It was as if the boy found himself standing on water in the middle of a huge lake, which was without a single wave. This place was the depths of his soul. So calm, so poised, the guy brought himself to his senses. He still doesn't know who this man is that appears in his dreams. Suddenly he felt a huge wave coming towards him. It covered him completely. The boy stood immovable. He looked at the huge column of water that was rising and moving towards him with monstrous speed. He did not know who this person was who had appeared out of the water. He did not know why she carried all those blows that appeared so often in his dreams. He knew nothing at all now. Now, however, something was beginning to become clear. He looked into the man's face, which was covered by long gray hair. An eye, as pure and clear as his own, appeared. Now everything made sense to the boy. Now, however, things have changed. As long as she is at will, with patience. The man swung. He swung his weapon as hard as he could. It was some other different blow. As long as he is able to move forward. Iron grasped the guns and swung around as well. The boy ran straight forward. He clenched his teeth and prepared himself as much as he could, and his body shrank, all consciousness released. It was empty now. He raised his sword. As long as he could move forward, he only needed one. He gripped the cold hilt of the weapon tightly and prepared to make a single strike, a strike that lay absolutely everything. The old man looked at him with his clear eyes, still as mute, yet his eyes spoke more than any words created by human language. The eyes were clear and pure. Iron looked straight into them. His mind cleared too. He only needed one thing, his remaining will, the will that led him through this path. The boy put all his strength into this blow. He swung his blade, and let it drop to the ground with such force that even the air seemed to heat up. The guy unleashed all the power that had been inside of him up to that point. There was an explosion as if someone had fired a cannon. The wind blew. It became a real hurricane moving forward. The floor began to shake. Everything began to crack. Something incredible was happening here. The guys who had been mocking him now opened their mouths in amazement. They didn't know what they were watching, but what they saw was incredibly exciting and terrifying at the same time. Goosebumps ran down their backs, and they were even a little scared. The instructor, who had seen a lot of things in his life, opened his mouth in surprise and didn't know what to say. He was almost blown away by the wind and wanted to be somewhere else, but not here. Elijah was in complete shock. From such a boy who could barely hold a sword, she certainly didn't expect to see something like this, something that would strike her to the core. Up went the rocks that flew high up like toy stones. Lloyd looked at it all, omit in his eyes. He realized that it was all over now. The boy didn't know how he should react to it all. Goosebumps were running down his back. After such a powerful impact, a huge crack was left on the floor. No, it was a real rift. Even a powerful structure like the academy that had withstood a single storm in its life couldn't bear such a blow. Iron looked at everyone with a kind of madness. The boy had put all his strength into that punch. There was steam coming from his body. He couldn't feel anything yet. It was as if his body stopped listening to him. For a second, he felt the knowledge being lost. Judith's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at all this. She didn't expect to see something like this from this kid, because it was unthinkable. How could he have such power? Lloyd stood beside her, clenching his fists so hard that his hands bled, horrified, stunned, and at the same time discouraged. The girl saw this and looked at her comrade with a surprised look. What's wrong with him? She seemed to notice how bad the guy felt after that ride. He stood and trembled with fear. He was really scared. Really scared, like he had been before. The boy looked at it all with a mesmerized gaze. His whole body was shaking. His hands were clenched so tightly that he was bleeding. The founder looked at all this with a squint in his eyes. He was more than satisfied. It was clear from his gaze that he had expected nothing less. Moreover, the boy even managed to not only meet his expectations, but even exceed them. Finally, the grading was over. The old man's voice sounded. It seemed that the students were already waiting for the results. Well, they wouldn't wait any longer. They should move on to the announcement of the final results. Everyone held their breath. The old man took out a piece of paper, and with a smile on his face, he began to read. Letting the final grades be the deciding factor, their current rankings were not an indicator of whether or not they would enroll, since there's still a summative talk left, so the man will start at the end. The hall held its breath. 66th place Peter Nelson. Everyone was curious to see what their results would be. The students began to whisper. The man announced the results of the exam, and everyone jumped up from their seats with each time. Some rejoiced, some worried, some cried. Judith was in 4th place. The girl looked at it all with surprise. Was she only in 4th? She felt a chill run down her spine. It was lower than she had expected, but it wasn't over yet. Lloyd was in 3rd place. The boy exhaled. It was worse than he had expected. He hated himself for it, really. He had worked so hard to equal 1st place, and he had only ended up in 3rd. What a bummer. Smiling, the old man said that Iron was in 2nd place. A satisfied smile flashed across his face. The man was happy to announce the result. Iron looked at him in surprise. The boy hadn't expected to be that high. When he entered the academy, he was in the penultimate place, and now he was one of the leaders. He opened his mouth in surprise. It just couldn't be. Did he really make it? Elijah was in 1st place, just like she said she would be. Well, it couldn't have been any other way. The man smiled and said that everyone did a great job. As for the conversation not to be announced later, but now let them enter and have a good rest. A girl was walking down the street, heading towards her gym. She was looking for someone, and she knew for sure that the person she was looking for was here. The girl walked to the door. The door creaked open and she stepped inside. There was a humming sound. Someone was practicing, and practicing hard. She already knew who it was. She'd found who she was looking for. The girl smiled and said she knew she was going here. No one else would go to the training room at a time like this when everyone was told to rest. The girl said this with some pride or something. No one would have come here the day after the exam. Iron stood and practiced even harder. The boy waved his sword. He said hello to a girl he didn't expect to see here. They sat down on the nearest bench. For a few seconds, there was an awkward silence between them, neither of them knowing where to start the conversation, as there was still some residue from the previous quarrel. The girl took the initiative and said that the boy was much stronger than last time. Iron was surprised. They're humming. He hadn't expected praise from such a man. She continued. The girl said that Lloyd and Judith had performed quite well too. A smile spread across her face. It had been a long time since she'd felt like someone was chasing her. 1st place was a long shot, and before she would have been disappointed, but now it was different. She smiled and said it was even a little fun now. She seemed to be genuinely glad for that. His punch was very intimidating. Aaron even crouched down a bit from such a thing. The girl said that with a smile. Iron was embarrassed and started stammering to say that her sword technique was impressive, even just unbelievable, and the guy blushed. The girl laughed and asked, "Isn't he used to being praised?" She made a sad expression on her face. Suddenly, her voice became serious, and the girl said that she wouldn't stay in the academy. She has to continue her journey. So now she's leaving. As soon as Iron heard this, his face transformed as well. But how? Why? Not understanding anything, he was terrified at the realization of this thought. How was this even possible? It was as if someone had slapped him on the back. The girl noticed it and tried not to laugh. It was an interesting reaction. No one had ever reacted like that before. The guy looked down. He didn't want to seem awkward, but he was embarrassed. His cheeks reddened. He said it was just so sudden and unexpected. The girl smiled and began to explain. The boy listened to her carefully. She said that the truth was that she had no intention of becoming an official student from the beginning. She planned to take 1st place in the midterm and final assessment, and then return to her family. She was sad and a little serious. She turned to the boy. Iron looked at her in surprise. She said, did he know who was called the true genius of the continent? The boy wasn't sure. He hadn't heard of it at all. Elijah said that was the name of a man named Kyle Linjay. The last name suggested it was her brother. It was her older brother, a guy in his early 20s who had a strange, sad, and very serious face. He was looking through time. The girl started her story. Her voice was a little shaky. It was hard for her to remember, but she seemed to want to share it with someone, not to keep it all to herself. She started her story from the time when she was 7 years old and very young. She said that at that age, her brother had become so popular that he was known by almost every person on the continent. He was truly a universal hero, admired and proud. When he was 10 years old, he managed to defeat a knight in a duel, completely defeating him. Even then, he had already reached unprecedented heights thanks to his outstanding talent. Of course, after this, he was recognized by many famous people. He got his good name, and he became famous on the continent already as the strongest genius among all. They had high hopes for him. The guy was generally a general favorite, admired by all. He was a role model for them. For courage, for perseverance, for talent. A real inspiration. Suddenly, there was another genius who was a simple burgher by birth, claimed to have won first place in the academy, but refused to become his student. It was a girl named Ignata. At the age of 14, she started her own mercenary squad. She had a rather defiant look, and of course, immediately challenged her brother. Of course, a man guilty of his chivalric duty could not stand aside and not accept a challenge to a duel. So he immediately agreed. He had no other choice. He immediately entered the duel. Besides, their family never avoided challenges, so he immediately went for the duel. This promised to be his triumph. The fight started, however. Everything happened in a completely different scenario. From what happened there, all the people were horrified. They were unexpectedly surprised. In the end, her brother was defeated in just 3 strikes. His weapon simply broke in 2, and that was it. That was the end of his reputation, the end of his glory. His good name was tarnished. Ignata won in just 3 strikes. She literally defeated him. The girl moved so quickly and precisely that it seemed she was not human at all. Even her brother couldn't match her, so fast and strong she was. The girl turned to the boy and asked in surprise, "Really?" She expected more. He's a legendary genius. Is this all he's capable of? Begging the girl was disappointed to say the least. Kyle was on his knees and didn't understand a thing. It was the first time in his life that the man had ever faced someone like this, who surpassed him by several heads. It was really a serious blow to his ego and honor. His sister ran up to him and tried to comfort him. However, it was all over. When people saw the defeat of their idol, the role models they had always worshipped, attitudes changed. She hugged him tightly and cried. Her brother was a little shocked and still didn't understand what had happened. He couldn't realize that he had lost the fight for the first time in his life. However, as a real older brother, he began to calm her down, saying that everything was fine, as if nothing had happened, but the girl was crying so hard, as if she had lost a loved one. At that time, it seemed to her that her brother would win back, fight again and regain the victory, but it was not like that. The man never recovered from such a defeat, his ego shaken, his will broken. He left the battlefield without even saying a word. The man accepted defeat. He could not face it. His soul was defeated. His honor was for the stains on it. It was incredibly hard to get over. The man tried. However, it broke him forever. People who respected him, who idolized him, grew cold to him, as they saw that their idol wasn't all that strong and that he might not be good at something. The boy faced endless grief. And for the first time in his life, he was recklessly criticized, ridiculed, humiliated. He was unable to bear the despair and pressure that came with it. It was really very hard indeed. He cried bitter tears, inconsolable and long. The girl was still too young to fix it, but she understood. She could only watch as her brother withered before her eyes. But even then, it was clear to her that locking him in that room for eternity was one thing. It was the contemptuous human stares that were directed at him. He had never faced such rejection from people before. It really broke him. And then, on that unfortunate evening, the girl promised herself that she would never suffer such a fate. She started practicing hard while the other kids were just playing and enjoying life. Never, and no one can shake her belief in herself. The girl rushed forward, however, without realizing it. She was making a big mistake. She'd fallen into this abyss. She was running, trying to keep up with the ghostly rival who had defeated her brother in a distant childhood, running constantly without looking back and losing something very important in her life. She came to this academy when she was 12 years old. Because of Ignata thought, it was hard for her to remember all these events of long past days that, however, lodged firmly in her memory. At 14, she wanted to become an officially recognized knight, and she did everything she could to make it happen, everything in her power. The girl was on her feet because of Ignata, who was given an honorary knighthood at 15. But now, she was going to put an end to trying to catch up with anyone. Iron shook his head, so that's how it is. The boy looked at her with wide-open eyes. It was the first time someone had ever told him something like that. And now, he was going to make sense of it. The girl thought that thanks to this boy, he doesn't let others bring himself down, never minding what others say. When she saw his tenacity and determination to follow his own path, she decided something. The girl looked at him with wide, unkind eyes and smiled. She had decided to go her own way, for the first time in her life to step back and act the way she wanted to act, not the way families wanted her to act. The girl went back. She said that she could reach the level of a master even if she did things her own way. The guy looked at her and was surprised. It was amazing. She turned around as she didn't expect him to answer her at all. Iron said that despite everything she was able to face the difficulties face to face to make up for them and see the world in front of her, that is not limited to the academy, is just incredible. The boy looked in front of him with a discouraged look. He wondered, what about him? He didn't understand anything yet. He said that he didn't have a clear goal in mind yet, or something he wanted to accomplish. For a second, he felt ashamed in front of the girl for screwing up so badly. The boy didn't know what to say. His voice shook a little. She smiled, however, and told him not to be silly. It's all right, and her voice was cheerful and cheerful. The girl was transformed and took on her usual appearance. The boy heard that and looked at her in surprise. She repeated that he shouldn't dare to relax because he still had a long way to go. The guy looked at her with a stubborn stare. She looked at him quite seriously, the way a teacher usually looks at a student. She told him to try harder, to keep practicing, or something would happen. The gap that now existed between them would become an abyss in an instant. With that said, the girl walked forward with a confident gait. Iron sat in his seat and smiled at her. He was very pleased. These words encouraged him. A smile appeared on his face. He even calmed down a bit and came to his senses. No one had ever said such things to him before. He had made a lot of friends during his year at the academy. He had realized what friendship was, what affection was. However, something inside him was not right. He looked in front of him with a surprised and a little discouraged look. Something was wrong with me. Something was wrong with me. He looked at his weapon and wondered. Surely there was nothing wrong with it. What you were bothered him. Something inside that he still couldn't explain. The boy didn't understand anything. He held his weapon tightly in his hands, and everything seemed to be as it always was. But something seemed wrong. He doubted himself, doubted what he was doing, and suddenly a nasty feeling came over his head. The academy was still filled with smoke from his strike. Yes, it still hadn't cleared. The boy did a good job. Now he was alone, and it was time for him to think. He's got his gun in his hand, and he's holding it even tighter. Is he doing the right thing? Is he doing the right thing to come here, to study? Why is he doing all this? There were more questions than answers. Lloyd walked up to the chasm he had made himself. There was still steam coming out of the hole. He looked down. It seemed to him like a chasm, similar to the one he was slowly falling into. The guy stood there for a few seconds saying nothing. He just contemplated this colossal crack. To him, even a little. What force was able to do this? The guy was discouraged. He didn't have any hope left at all. Judith came up to him and patted him on the shoulder. Lloyd seemed to be inconsolable. She looked at him with an amused look. There's actually renovations planned here. The passageway is closed. The girl never let go of the chance to tease him. They'd become friends in the meantime. She suggested that he go out to compete a little because her hands were already itching. However, the guy stood motionless, staring dumbfoundedly in front of him. He didn't even answer her. Suddenly, the boy said, as if on automatic, that he was leaving the academy. The girl looked at him with a surprised look and asked him what he had just said. She still couldn't understand what it was all about. However, Lloyd seemed to have made up his mind as he looked sadly in front of him. The man who had just recently picked up a weapon could demonstrate an amazing level of skill after only a few years of devoting himself to the art of the gun. How much more time does he have to devote to it to achieve the same results? Judith looked at him in surprise. The boy continued to talk as if to himself. He looked at her with a sad look and asked rhetorically, would he ever be able to achieve such results? He thinks that having such abilities is predestined from the beginning. He thanked her for everything and turned around, closing his eyes. The girl continued to stare at him with an uncomprehending look. She was just beginning to get the meaning of what he had said. Suddenly, she stopped him by taking hold of his shoulder. The guy turned around and looked at her with an all-too-sad, inconsolable look. What the hell? Suddenly, unexpectedly, a powerful punch from his fist flew into his jaw. The guy didn't even have time to realize anything. He spat out a few teeth and screamed loudly, "What the hell is going on?" Judith seemed to be furious. She looked at him like a mad woman. From such a strong blow, the guy flew a few meters away and landed on the floor. He hurt. His head was ringing. The girl was approaching him faster and faster. It looked very creepy. Lloyd looked at her with a surprised and angry look. What is she doing? The guy was confused and furious. What the hell does she let herself ask for? Why the hell did she start fighting? However, the girl was furious. What the hell was wrong with him? She looked at him with a furious look. He had dodged her punches without any problems, and now he couldn't dodge her fist. That's not normal. He's melted his brain and his body's turned into a Valinok. The girl punched him again right in the jaw. The guy didn't react now. He looked more like an amoeba than a human being. God, that hurt like hell. She didn't stop throwing punches. What did he just say? Warned, but bullshit. She kept beating him. It was like some kind of abuse, yet the girl didn't stop hitting him. Then it turns out she can't even overcome a wimp like him. The guy didn't even close in from the blows. He waited patiently, didn't try to dodge, didn't try to cover himself with his arms. The girl continued to shout, "What about those who are still in the academy? In his opinion, they are doing complete bullshit here." Lloyd was lying on the ground. He didn't say anything, just looked at the infuriated girl with a guilty and frightened look. Then let him brag about how, as a young boy, he defeated the girl who would become the continent's best swordsman in the future. The girl was furious. For a coward who had fallen into despair just by running away because of some stupidity, she was so furious that she seemed ready to tear him apart. That's enough to brag about for the rest of my life. The girl threw this as a farewell and quickly walked towards the exit. The boy sat in his seat and didn't even dare to move. Judith didn't know what to do with her anger. She bit her tongue and tried to calm down, but she couldn't. She had to get out of here so she wouldn't have to see that slob. The boy continued to sit. The girl's words certainly made sense, but he frankly did not want to exert himself. He did not know what to do. Even the most inept knight was able to surpass him in swordsmanship. It was unthinkable. And now, he's been beaten. It's a shame. A few days later, Ilya stood in the office of the academy's founder. The old man, smilingly looking at her, spoke. She had chosen to follow her own path after all. Did she feel better at heart to ask for a sign? The girl exhaled, saying that it had gotten a little. However, it wasn't that simple. The girl looked down at the floor in front of her as if searching for the right phrase. However, it wasn't just because of the first place. She looked at the old man with a good-natured look. The old man broke out into a smile. You could see she was much happier now than after the midterm exam. This brought joy to the old man. The girl replied that it was all thanks to his guidance, Mr. Headmaster. The old man laughed. Oh, what guidance. She did well. Let her go. She thanked him for everything and headed for the exit. The coach approached him, and the leader ordered him to call the next participant. The trainer nodded his head and called the next participant. The old man talked to the student and was extremely surprised by the result of the conversation. Really? He actually decided that? The old man couldn't believe his ears. It was surprising to hear such a thing from an extremely promising student. Lloyd stood in front of him and looked at the old man with a serious look. The old man said that there was no question about his grades, and he didn't just mean the exam results themselves. He was so good that he had become a benchmark for the other students. He put away his selfishness, corrected his shortcomings, improved his virtues. Personally, the principal has high hopes for him as a promising student. However, the boy looked down at himself. He didn't know what to say. Partly he was ashamed, partly he wanted to apologize or something. He didn't know what to say. He apologized to the principal, but everything had already been resolved. He doesn't have much confidence in himself. The old man noticed that lifeless look that lost all hope. He won't listen to him now. The boy is too lost. The old man nodded and said, "Let the boy do as he knows, as his heart dictates." The boy turned without saying anything and headed out of the study. The old man hoped with all his heart that this child would have a stimulus that would put him back on his feet. And the next one was Iron. He stood in front of the principal, still tense. He was a little scared. His mind was filled with memories of the first time he stood like that, the first time he had a midterm evaluation. The boy was very serious. The old man behind smiled. He was happy to see the boy and said in a good-natured voice that his performance on the evaluation field was simply spectacular. In his entire career as principal, he had never seen such a thing. He had never been so surprised before. The boy timidly thanked him. Iron stood in front of him and thought. The old man asked, "Do you remember what they talked about after the midterm?" The boy came out of his trance and said that of course he remembered. The old man said he had some advice for the boy. It was as if the boy asked, of course he would listen to him. The boy was willing to listen to anything. At last he would seize his opportunity to get the gift of a point. The old man smiled and said that now the boy had to answer first, but only one question. Iron tensed. He wondered what the old man was going to ask him. The boy's whole body began to tremble. Something was about to happen. The old man thought for a moment and asked, "Why did the boy take the ball in his hands?" This question put the boy in a stupor. He did not know what to answer because he did not know the answer to this question himself. He looked at his hands. Why was he picking up a weapon? He didn't know himself. It was a question that hadn't plagued him all this time. Why was she doing this? What would follow? The guy himself didn't understand anything. It seems that at this moment he saw in himself, and this old man who guided him all this time made him study, forcing him to overcome the odds. It turned out to be the solution. He hesitated and tried to answer, but nothing worthwhile came to mind. He started stuttering. The coach, who was standing next to him the whole time, I told him not to think too deep. It doesn't have to be something great. Mundane reasons like fame and money are fine. Ahmed said that if there was anything contrary to human morality, he could safely tell them. The boy continued to stand and did not know what to say to them. Everything in his head was all jumbled up. He didn't understand why he was doing all this, what he was licking, what he wanted from it. The guy was so confused, it was like nothing had ever happened to him before. I'm an old man with a new head. Now it all makes sense. I think he was starting to realize what was going on. The coach who was standing next to him looked at the boy with a surprised look. He didn't understand anything. The old man smiled and said, "In the end, does the boy's handing of the sword come out of his own free will?" That was what the old man wanted to hear. It was a question that had plagued the boy since the beginning of his journey. He nodded his head without hesitation. Yes, it was. It turns out he wasn't doing it of his own free will. It was a slightly shocking answer, but it was true. Ahmed passed in confusion. He looked at the cue and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" The old man smiled as if he knew it himself. No one understood anything. The old man squinted and looked at the boy. He was still puzzled by the fact that the boy had taken the swordsmanship lessons more seriously and diligently than the others. However, there was not an ounce of emotion in him that such a person would feel. It was unexpected, and the old man tried to understand. For example, the student Lloyd was overjoyed when he realized that his skill was the best, when he realized that he was good with weapons. My face had a sincere joy. Judith, in turn, looked rather frightened when she realized she was behind him in strength. Fury shrouded her eyes. She was feeling emotional at that moment. The old man looked at the boy and squinted. Every student at the academy had joy when it came to their own skills. However, this boy had neither. The old man thought for a moment. He looked at the boy with a serious look and asked, "Is the boy by any chance imitating someone?" There was a purity in the old man's eyes, as if he was looking the boy straight into his soul and trying to find the answer there. The guy hesitated. He was exposed. He said that the old man was completely right. He was. Yes, he was imitating. In front of him appeared that old man who appears in his dreams all day long. Grandfather smiled. He knew it. It's amazing that he was able to reach such heights out of a mere desire to become like another, while having no will of his own. Good. He wouldn't ask who the world was to this boy. The old man pointed his finger at him, and his voice became a little more serious. But if he was still going to practice, seriously, let him think it over now. The old man looked at him and said that if the boy didn't answer, he didn't belong in the academy. Let him look for another place to study. The instructor, who had been standing nearby all this time, was horrified. He had heard something like this from the leader in the slot. Iron was shocked too. The boy had not expected the leader to be so cruel. It put him in a stupor. How should he respond? Iron looked at him with surprised eyes, and the old man continued to speak. The world is much bigger than it seems, and it is more important to find yourself in it, rather than waving a weapon around. The boy stared and tried to make sense of what he was saying. He bowed and sincerely thanked the old man for his advice, saying that he would remember his last advice for the rest of his life. The old man even laughed a little at this answer. Last piece of advice? It sounded a little hurtful. The old man smiled and asked the boy not to say that again. Iron was embarrassed and realized he'd said something stupid again, but he apologized. The old man asked him to come closer and asked if the boy could lend him a drop of his blood. The boy replied that of course he could. As soon as the boy walked over and put his finger forward, he felt a quick and painful cut. He barked Vot's surprise. His finger formed a small drop of blood that began to dangle. The boy looked at the book that lay before him. It was made like gold, so shiny and beautiful that he had to squeeze his eyes shut to keep from going blind. He was out of his mind. It was this very book, the 27th graduating class of the academy, an official student of Iron Pereira. It was the book that confirmed he was an official student. They looked at each other. The boy was completely shocked and confused. The old man looked at him and said in a serious yet cheerful voice that he was giving him a year. In that time, let him find his way. The boy nodded. He understood everything without further words. He would surely come back to them in a year. For now, their stay at this academy was over. The people left the enclosure, and the sun was already beginning to set over the horizon. Let me give the last rays to the warm earth. It was time to say goodbye, a little sad that they had been through so much together. Iron was standing on the paving stones, and Ilya was standing next to him talking about something of her own. The girl smiled and said that if he had time to visit, she would be glad to see him. The girl put a small, cold object in his hand. The boy looked at it. It was a plaque, a small platinum or steel coat of arms with either a griffon or some kind of bird on it. He inquired what it was. The girl replied that it was a plaque of her family's coat of arms. If he showed it to the guard, he would be accepted. She smiled and said that when the boy arrived, she would give him a flower. Iron was surprised. What kind of flower? What kind of gifts are these? However, the girl just nodded, but her face had a sincerely warm smile. When she was 7, she tore them all up, but now they're going to plant them again. Blooms in April or May, around that time, so the guy can come at that time. She looked at her bracelet and said Adonis. It was the same flower as the bracelet he'd given her. Iron finally realized what was growing in her house. Iron was surprised and excited at the same time. Good! He would definitely visit her. Of course he would visit her. The boy was incredibly happy about this invitation. He clenched his fist. Judith, as soon as she saw the beautiful shiny thing, she jumped right up to them. What is this shiny thing? She wanted one too. The boys even jumped back in surprise. Where did it come from? Judith must have seen that the girl was a little embarrassed, so she said that if she didn't want to give it to her, she didn't have to ask for it. The girl said it wasn't that she didn't want to, and then Judith interrupted her when she told her to give it back immediately. The girl had no choice but to give her the family crest. Judith, having just received the cherished thing in her possession, said that this thing could be sold for a lot. Elijah immediately lost her gaze. This girl was incorrigible after all. Just then, Judith looked at the girl and apologized. Sorry about that time. The girl genuinely felt guilty, it seemed. The friend wondered what she was referring to, Judith repeated, for insulting her and her family. She was truly ashamed. It seemed the girl had changed. Now apologizing was no longer something to be ashamed of. Elijah looked at her good-naturedly and smiled. Judith said she'd never really had a family, so she'd said something she hadn't thought of. No, it sounded like an excuse she wanted to make up for it. She's sorry, from the bottom of her heart. The girl seemed genuinely sorry. Elijah looked at her and said she too should be forgiven for ignoring Judith. Iron looked at them with a pleased look. He seemed glad that the girls had finally made up. Judith saw it right away and ran up to him. Well, young man, why is he standing there grinning like a jester? Iron kept laughing. It's just that he's for peace and safety. This seemed to piss her off even more, and she rolled up her sleeves and said that now he would forget about his bad jokes. She's fighting again. This girl seems okay. And there was someone standing near them, someone off to the side. The guy didn't say anything. The boys were distracted from their bickering and looked toward the man standing next to them. Judith looked forward in surprise. Iron turned around. Lloyd was standing there, standing off to the side, saying nothing, absorbed in his own thoughts. Iron rushed over to him. The guy didn't even seem to notice him. The girls looked in their direction, Judith still with disbelief and Elijah with surprise. I think something's about to happen. Iron approached his comrade and said that he had heard that the boy was leaving the academy. What happened? Lloyd didn't say anything, but just looked ahead of him with a sad look. Then, noticing the guy next to him, he looked in his direction with a sad look. as if he didn't want to say anything. The boy didn't know what to say to him because it was hard. He replied that it was a little hard for him to talk about it, so there was no need to bring it up. Iron immediately realized this and waved his hands. All right then, everyone has their own circumstances. The guy asked Aaron, "Is he leaving too?" Iron replied, "Yes, but not permanently. He'll be done with his personal training and he'll be back again." He had a bright smile on his face. Lloyd's eyes went blank. So he's going to continue to develop his skills. His spirit was broken, but this guy. Before he could finish his thought, he heard Aaron's voice thanking him. The boy said, smiling, that thanks to him he was sure of something. His voice was cheerful, not the same boy he had been at the beginning. The boy said that from now on he felt alive when he swung his weapon. Lloyd looked at him askance, seemingly absorbed in his own thoughts. Iron kept talking, even though his comrade didn't seem to be paying any attention to him. He said that he wouldn't go into details, but a year ago, there was a small change in him. Thanks to that change, he started practicing swordsmanship and decided to enter this academy. However, he was able to do something else, to look back and recognize his true self, and to realize that he was only able to move on after something else. Lloyd looked at him with a surprised look, finally paying attention to him. Iron said that he could now move on, only because of one thing, only after meeting these guys. The boy smiled, and youthful excitement gleamed in his eyes. Lloyd looked at him with a surprised look. He didn't understand anything. Inside, the boy had very different feelings, and he didn't know how to react to it. However, there was no understanding in his eyes. He wanted to say something, and even opened his mouth for this purpose, but someone called him to himself. The voice was very familiar. A luxurious carriage stopped nearby, and several people jumped out of it, apparently servants or pretenders. They ran up to the heir and said they were very happy to see him, inviting him to get into the carriage. Everyone was silent for a moment. Lloyd said he was glad to see them and said he had to go. The boy climbed one step and began to climb into the carriage. Iron stood back and watched in amazement. The guy didn't say a word to him. Iron stood there, looking after him. His eyes were sad. He didn't know what to say. He was just gathering his thoughts, and now he was ready to say goodbye. Suddenly he screamed, called his name, shouted after him so loudly that the boy even sitting up could hear him. His voice was unusually loud. The girls looked at him in surprise, their speech even frozen in their throats. They wanted to say something, but they were silent. The boy shouted that they had to get stronger. Lloyd, who had been sitting in the carriage all this time, clenched his fists. He didn't know what to say. His whole body was shaking. He felt guilty. It was a lousy feeling. The boy was ready to burst into tears here and now, tears glistening on his face. He couldn't say anything. Iron kept screaming, "Wouldn't they meet again?" The boy was still sitting there. He didn't even have the guts to look out and say goodbye humanly. Aaron stood looking after the carriage, which was moving away from them at a rapid pace. Now they said goodbye. Judith approached the boy from behind. The girl said ironically, "What a melodrama they're making here. It's amazing." Iron stared silently ahead, his feelings mixed. He began to speak without even turning to the girl. Something seemed to him, though perhaps it was only a guess. Will looked at him. The boy continued talking. He had the feeling that he would never see this person again. The girl somehow became sad too. She just looked at him. Suddenly, a carriage arrived behind the Aaron, and a cheerful servant jumped out and greeted everyone. The man inquired who the girls were. The boy replied that they were at the academy together. They are his friends. As soon as the man heard that word, his eyes rounded. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Another? What is he talking about? Aaron looked at him with a surprised look. What's he talking about? The man immediately came to his senses and bowed courteously to the girls. He thanked them for getting along with the master. The girls looked at him in surprise. What does that even mean? The boy jumped into the carriage and it moved off. He waved goodbye to them and said goodbye. Judith shouted for him to come back soon. The girl had the same haughty expression on her face. She never changes. The carriage began to move away rapidly, leaving only a column of dust behind it. Another of their friends was going home. The girls stood on the road, and for a while longer, watched the carriage moving away. Judith looked at it all with a smile, but there was a sadness inside that disturbed them. Suddenly, they were embarrassed. They looked away. Shit, what are we going to do now? Sit and wait for someone to come get them? It was awkward as hell. Judith started the conversation first. She said she felt sick to her stomach. Elijah replied that she should go back then. The girl awkwardly wished her a good road. Her friend thanked her. During this time, even the two managed to become friends. In the office of the founder stood the coach. He said that the children who had a lot of hopes have left. The executives must be very sad. He laughed. Of course he wouldn't deny it. Ahmed looked at the old man and said, he wanted to say something about Aaron. Is he sure he'll be all right? Finding your way is by no means an easy task. The old man looked out the window and looked at the sunset. Why worry? Wasn't he the fourth genius of the continent? The man interjected, what did he mean by that? That put him in a daze. The old man continued to watch the receding carriage which swept past him and rushed away. By nature, this boy is very different from the rest of the genius in. Doesn't he think that this man is a genius of zeal? At this time, the boy was sitting in his carriage, thinking. Many thoughts were swirling around in his head. He was both sad and happy at the same time. He had found a lot of friends at the academy, good friends who had helped him overcome obstacles, but now it was unlikely that they would ever see each other again. Judith walked along the empty road and fixed her eyes on the ground. The girl was terribly embarrassed and very sad that they were now parted. In the end, she was alone again. Her mind was empty. Only sadness and sorrow. The girl didn't know what to do. Her friends with whom she had spent a lot of time had gone home, and what should she do now? The girl walked along the road, looking down at her feet. She was incredibly sad that now she would have to spend her time alone. Suddenly, she heard someone stomping coming towards her with great speed. Someone was running towards her. Someone's hand laid on her back. The girl stopped and became stiff in surprise. Who was that anyway? She turned around, and what she saw behind her made her eyes widen. Lloyd was standing beside her. What was she staring at the ground for? Is there something interesting there? The boy didn't look like himself. As soon as the girl saw him, her jaw dropped. She didn't get it. Why did he come back? What the hell? She didn't expect that, but there he was, alive and well. The boy stood, and with his hands at his sides, proudly saying that he had weighed everything well, he thought, and realized that to give up was absolutely not in keeping with the gut of the heir of the great count. The girl looked at him in surprise. Besides, since he had left, there would be no one to deal with her bad temper. The girl looked at him in surprise. Lloyd looked at her and told her not to hide it. She's glad he's back, right? As soon as Judith heard this, her cheeks flushed. The girl looked at him with an angry look. What's he talking about, asshole? Lloyd kept talking. Iron said her swearing could be interpreted as a positive if she stammered while doing so. The girl kept talking. Make him shut up. Does he think the headmaster will accept an idiot who left the academy with open arms? The guy wouldn't stop talking. I'll have to ask for reinstatement. But he's sure the headmaster won't turn down a talent like him. They walked back. Judith continued to rage. The girl was furious. For a long time, he wanted to ask her to swear less. In return, the girl told him to fuck off. Yeah, well, sure, which is what he'd hoped. At this time, the carriage with the young heir was advancing through the forest. The horses sped along, smoke billowing from their hooves. The boy, together with his servant, was sitting in the carriage, staring intently out of the window. His gaze was thoughtful. The boy seemed to be absorbed in his own thoughts. The man looked at him with a surprised look. He seemed to understand why the boy was so pensive. All the time he sits and stares out the window. Of course he couldn't become an official member of the academy. That was understandable. He must be terribly hurt. Suddenly, the man's eyes fell on a small shiny thing that was in the boy's hand. He looked at it closely and asked what it was in his hand. As soon as the guy showed it to him, the man cried out in surprise. That's the Linja family's platinum plaque. Where did he get it? There was pure amazement in his eyes. The boy calmly replied that a friend had given him this item. A friend. The man was simply taken aback. The boy asked if he remembered the same girl with white hair that he had met at the entrance. Well, her name was Elijah Linjay. The boy looked at the sign. The man literally lost the stroke of speech from such a thing. He was completely shocked. Judging by the man's surprise, this girl's family is much more majestic than the boy thought. Iron apologized and said that he would sleep for a while because he was very tired from such a thing. The man nodded his head. Of course, the young gentleman must be very tired after such training. The boy closed his eyes and sank into his own thoughts. He kept thinking about his weapon, his sword still in his mind. All the way, while he slept or rather dozed off, he tried to meditate and put his thoughts in order. Soon they arrived in his hometown. It was still the same, with no changes. Neat houses, people whining back and forth. It was business as usual. Soon, their carriage came to a stop, leaving behind a puff of dust. They arrived at the inn. They would be staying here in this house for the day. There were lights in the windows. Apparently, there were already some guests. The guy didn't mind. He went to his room and started meditating immediately, tuning his internal energy. There was no time to waste. He needed to practice. and he made the most of it. The servant leaned his ear against the door, trying to hear some sound, but it was quiet, so quiet that it was alarming. The silence was literally deafening. He began to wander around the room. The man wondered what he should do. The master must be in despair. This won't do. He had to find something that would put the Lord back in a good mood. It was simply his duty. The man did so. He went outside and went to the market to buy something to put the gentleman in a good mood, for he had been completely despondent since returning from the academy. Suddenly he saw something that caught his attention completely. The man stared there, a triumphant smile on his face. He had finally found what he was looking for. There were people crowded where he was looking. There was a small kibitka where an orc sat. That's right, an orc. He was beckoning people over, and people were eager to come over. The man had heard somewhere that orcs could occasionally be found in the northwest, so how did this one end up in the south? What's more, it wasn't just any orc. There's a pendant with a pentagram hanging around his neck. Indeed, the salesman had a nice little gold pendant around his neck. There was a star here. He also had a tattoo on his arm, covering most of his arm and extending to his chest. He was not the kind of dumb, brainless monster you see in fairy tales. He seemed very friendly. It's an orc fortune teller. Iron was walking along with his servant. The boy didn't understand anything. Where was he taking him? An orc? It sounded funny, but still. The servant wouldn't stop. He was telling the boy that this was no ordinary orc. This is the most outstanding fortune teller. The boy nodded his head. He had heard about it somewhere, that a mere meeting with this creature could judge great fortune. Soon they approached the small wagon where I sat the seer. The orc leaned over. The orc smiled broadly and greeted them. So which one of them should I read the fortune for? He smiled and waved hello. Iron said he'd like to give it a try. The servant stood by his side and smiled. In truth, orc fortune tellers speak only good, just by what they are known for. Good news of the future. Perhaps a blink of an eye would cheer up the Lord. It was a good plan. The orc looked at them. He grinned widely. Luck in today's sky, in this year, in love relationships, in monetary prosperity. Or maybe he was interested in health. Which one are they interested in? Let them choose whichever one they want. The fortune teller wanted to say something else, but he stopped talking and looked at his visitors with interest. Something about them seemed unusual to him. These are unusual people who want to know predictions about the future or something like that. The orc looked at the visitors with a look of surprise and apologized, but could he inquire what 10 years had passed to them? The boys looked at him with surprised eyes. Iron did not expect such a question. The servant was confused too. What's that got to do with it? He didn't understand anything. The boy replied that he was 16. The orc was surprised. Come on. They do look young, however, if they lie. He won't be able to make a prediction for them. Their argument continued. The orc kept saying they were lying. The boy was making excuses. The servant was getting annoyed. What does he even want, the orc wondered. If they were telling the truth, he thought, he would be taken into any knight's troop if they would only apply to join. Even if they continue to follow the path of the sword art, then the orc wanted to say something else, but the servant interrupted him completely rudely. Lies of pure water. Is he definitely a soothsayer? The servant turned around and in a rage said they should go. The Lord has no reason to waste time on such a useless thing. However, the boy did not budge and stood by the bench. The orc was even a little upset. His talent was being questioned. Still the boy obeyed his servant and followed him. But the fortune teller stopped him. He asked him to wait a second, for there was a small gift for him. The orc handed him a small bundle, something that would help him when things went wrong. The boy looked at him in surprise, but thanked him out of politeness. He took the gift, turned around, and followed the servant. The orc continued to stare at him. He thought that this kid was emanating an incomprehensible aura. The soothsayer took a closer look. This guy, he didn't just gain muscle mass. His body itself looked strong and sturdy due to his movements and practice. However, even more striking was the powerful energy of the thick smoke enveloping him. 16? That's impossible. Who is he going to lie to? The mystery man. Will they ever meet again? The boy moved forward, not even paying attention to anyone. After that unfortunate moment, the scythe started looking at him. I think he's a charlatan. People began to avoid his shop. The orc was getting frustrated. It seemed like he wasn't going to be able to trade here. They jumped into the map and moved forward. The trough was traveling at an unimaginable speed, with columns of smoke billowing from under its wheels. They were in a hurry to get somewhere. The servant sat with the boy and apologized heartily. He apologized for what had happened. He was ashamed. He didn't know that this orc would turn out to be a charlatan. The boy looked at him and smiled and said it didn't matter. Besides, they hadn't heard anything bad. The boy wondered, by the way, that piece of paper that gave him the prediction. What is it even? I'd have to look at it. It would be interesting to know what it was. Papers, and looked at it carefully. On the little piece of paper it said, "To stand firm on your feet, you don't have to be alone." What does that mean? The boy didn't understand anything. He wondered when the seer had asked about his age, meaning what decade. Was the orc referring to the age of that dream man? Funny. This was getting a lot more confusing. Servant all, he kept on talking, and said he suspected wrong at once. Does the gentleman remember his strange expression when he asked about age? And then he started to claim a failed exam person. The boy looked at him and understood nothing, accepted into any order of knights. What a bastard! The boy looked at him and said with a smile, "Didn't you say you didn't fail the exam?" The servant was taken aback. What? How is that possible? The boy repeated that he was officially accepted into the academy, if anything, but really not now. The servant couldn't understand anything at all. How is that possible? You could say his admission is conditional. If in a year he fulfills it, he can return. The servant couldn't believe his ears, he shouted in surprise. Even the man who drove the wagon jerked from such a shout. Suddenly a man shouted for Mr. Eyre to pay attention to what was up ahead. The boy looked. The man repeated that there was a Karen family carriage up ahead. Well, they were going head-on with another carriage. The road was basically normal, and it was possible to miss each other. The servant leaned out of the window, looking forward fearfully. He was extremely puzzled. What the hell is he doing here? Fucking Kiran. What's he doing here? The man looked closely. He saw the shiny coat of arms that was painted on the wagon, and immediately the doubts evaporated. Indeed, it was a Karen. There could be no doubt. How did they happen to meet those who are their blood enemies? Besides, those who dared to insult the Lord in the past. A chill ran down his spine. The servant was frightened, but they had to meet these freaks here and now. Now it would be impossible not to have a fight with them. The servant even got a little scared. Yes, this family was their blood enemies. This is where they meet, and something bad is bound to happen. This little offspring of their family is just a real piece of hell who is always trying to do something bad to someone. The servant turned to his master and said that the heir Aaron Kieran had come out of the carriage, and his Sir Jack Stewart, if he was uncomfortable, he could hang around inside, and he would handle the situation himself. The boy looked at him with a calm gaze. The boy said it was fine. Besides, it would be very rude of him to do that. The boy still didn't seem to realize the situation. The servant looked at him with a dazed look and didn't even realize it. They got out of the carriage and made their way to their bitter enemies. There was going to be some hard talk to be had, and this all boded well, that another great scandal was about to take place. No, they got out of their carriage and greeted their enemies warmly, however hard it might be for them to do so. Nothing to do now would have to communicate with them. Iron stood between them and looked at his servant. Kieran didn't seem to be impressed. He just nodded his head. They looked at them with such disdain, as if they were some kind of worms in front of them. Yeah, they weren't going to be any good. And the guys knew that, but still, politeness demanded that they talk to them a little. Aaron looked at Aaron and was horrified. What an asshole he was. The boy had changed a great deal, and he was not the frail little fellow he had been at the beginning. Aaron looked at them, and the echidna asked, "They look like they are coming back from the academy, right?" There was a sneer in his voice. Aaron remained silent. The servant answered correctly. "Can we find out what business they are on in their territory?" The guy replied that he just needed to relay some errand from his father. "We need to leave out the details as they are in a hurry." Aaron walked up to the boy and greeted him, but there was a sneer and guile in his voice. Iron looked at him and nodded his head. Aaron looked at him and spoke. He can see that the students at the academy are well trained. He was almost mistaken when he saw him. The boy plans to continue learning swordsmanship, right? Iron looked at him and replied that it was possible if he wanted to. The dialogue didn't seem to be connecting. Aaron kept trying to tease the boy, but he reacted calmly. Aaron looked at him and asked, "At home?" Though clearly it would be problematic to learn elsewhere. He was so late to pick up a sword after all. The servant listened to all this and slowly boiled with rage. He was annoyed by this annoying boy who was always getting under his feet. Did he forget that he was a year younger than the master? But Aaron, to everyone's surprise, answered calmly. He said that it must be so. for he began his training later than the others. And Aaron looked at him and raised his eyebrows in surprise. The boy spoke so calmly, as if it were a matter of course for him. He asked the boy if he had anything else to add. Aaron looked at him dumbfounded. He hadn't expected him to be so calm. As far back as he could remember, this guy was shy and blushed at any mention of his name or anything like that. Now, he was unrecognizable. Iron said that in that case he would drive back. He didn't have time to talk now. The boy looked at him with surprised eyes. It had been a long journey, and he wanted to rest soon. The attendant looked at this dialogue and concluded that it was a bit of an infantile provocation on his master's part, but the careless aristocrat's reaction was not at all to his liking. Aaron couldn't take it anymore. He squinted, and he couldn't stand the insolence. He wanted to get even with the boy, or at least jab him again, but so far he hadn't been able to do that at all. He shouted for Iron to stop. The boy kept walking toward his wagon, but suddenly he stood like a halt. He was getting tired of this. Aaron said it was no big deal. Just let's shake hands goodbye. There was nothing good about it. Of course the guy was up to something, and now he wanted to do something nasty once again. Iron looked at him with a surprised look. Why would he shake hands? It wasn't like him at all. Aaron was angry. What a jerk. His plans were about to be ruined. The boy said that the expression used by other swordsmen is enough of a handshake to understand each other's abilities. Faithful, forgiving sign. Aaron looked at him with a surprised look the first time he heard of such a thing. So someone lacks knowledge yet. Aaron said it was an expression of the famous swordsman Sir Louis Sogard. He looked at his steward, nodding his head as always in anticipation of support. The plan was going as planned. Aaron held out his hand. Hadn't he heard? The best swordsman of their family confirmed. So a handshake is a must. The guy wasn't going to let go so easily. And he, as a senior associate who had started learning the sword art 6 years earlier, to check how much his skill had grown. Iron looked at him in disbelief. It was quite strange. The guy didn't seem to want to back down. He looked at the outstretched hand with a surprised look. The servants' gazes crossed, each looking at the other in disbelief. They were blood enemies, after all. So now everything depended on how their meeting would go. Iron's servant was furious. He wanted to get rid of those pesky gnats as soon as possible. Well, the guy agreed. They shook hands and stayed like that in that position for a while. Aaron's plan worked. All right. The boy was ecstatic. Now he would crush his opponent. He began to squeeze the boy's arm, trying to break his bones, in my opinion. Come on, hurry up! He was so excited. Let the boy show him the mangled grimace he liked so much. Now he'll find out how worthless he is. The guy was one step away from jumping out of his pants for joy. However, Iron stood as before. He looked at his opponent with a calm gaze and didn't say anything. He didn't even seem to move. The guy was completely calm and focused. Suddenly, Aaron himself felt an incredible pressure on his hand, and the guy even twisted. Where did this force come from? He didn't even try to squeeze it tighter. It's impossible. Suddenly, Iron looked at him with a surprised look. The guy remembered something. You have to squeeze your hand hard, right? He sincerely acted surprised. So he's not even trying. When the boy squeezed his hand, Aaron felt like his hand was about to be torn apart. He felt the kind of pain he had felt in her for a long time. The boy's eyes bulged with surprise. Even the air between them seemed to be overflowing with energy. They stood opposite each other and shook hands with each other, although from afar, it looked a little strange. Still, Aaron couldn't stand it, and he yanked his arm. It was incredibly sore. It felt like his arm was being squeezed by a lawsuit. Aaron looked at him with a surprised look. Had he done something wrong? The boy smiled guiltily and said that he didn't know how to control his power yet, so don't let it upset him. He seemed so direct. Aaron couldn't believe his eyes. He had squeezed the hand of a feckless aristocrat for the first time. He couldn't believe it. The guy was blazing with rage. It was impossible. He had squeezed his hand so hard that he was the first to release it. You're an addle! Aaron approached his servant and moved some distance away. Aaron bade him farewell in his direct manner. They were about to disperse when suddenly they heard someone's purring voice. A cat was sitting there. She looked at them in surprise and asked, "Is that all?" Everyone turned around at her, as no one expected to see a talking beast here. The servants looked at all this with astonishment. They opened their mouths. How is this possible? Could they be seeing the same thing? It was simply impossible. They had never seen anything like it in their entire lives, only heard it in fairy tales about talking beasts. The cat said in a cheerful voice, like nothing had happened. To hit him again. Is that the witch? The cat seemed to be very happy. It had a smile on its face, or muzzle. The cat seemed impatient, demanding that the guy hit his rival. Aaron's servant looked at the cat with surprise and even some fear. Has the sorceress turned into a cat? Or is she a cat sorceress? Complicated, very complicated. Such beasts are very rare to be found in their places, so how is this even possible? Jack looked at her and frowned. Getting involved with a sorceress wouldn't end well. Plus, there's a black cat. We have to get out of here. Jack bowed and courteously said that if there had been any indelicacy on their part, they sincerely apologized, and hereby asked them to let them take their leave. If they had grieved them, let them visit their estate, and they would soon be glad to see them. The cat approached them and suddenly stood on its hind legs. She meowed disappointedly. What? There's not going to be a fight? You're going to break up like nothing happened? That sucks. The servants were shocked she got up on her hind legs. Cat pulled her small purse from somewhere out of an obscure pocket. It was like she pulled it out of thin air. She said she would let them have a duel at least, the sword she agreed to lend. The cat stuck its little furry paw inside that purse and began to rummage around diligently. From afar, it looked damn strange, but their eyes were not deceiving them. After a few seconds, the cat stretched out a paw in which it was already holding a miniature sword. It was doubtful that it could harm anyone, but on the other hand, it was. The servant was shocked. It was the first time he had ever seen something like that. And then the cat began to parry, to do different pirouettes by the way she did it. She was quite funny, like this. It was like the cat was showing us how to fight. It looked a bit funny. Jack looked at her and laughed. Looks like the witch got it wrong. The Pereira family and the Chiron family support and help each other. The cat hissed, "There you go." Total disappointment. She'd hoped for fun, but it's not happening. The cat suddenly hit her sword. Jack apologized again. It was so contrived it was even gross. Please forgive them also for taking away their precious time. They are very tired after a long journey. Now they dare not detain anyone else. He ordered his master to step into the carriage. Aaron obediently went, not even quite realizing what had just happened. Iron headed to his carriage as well and began to climb in. The cat continued to sit on the road and lick its paw. It was a slightly strange sight, a talking animal. A sword appearing literally out of nowhere. The weirdness never ceases to accompany them. Iron from the window still looked at the cat, which continued to sit on. Is that cat a person? The guy was shocked. He had never seen such a thing before. They sat in the map and talked animatedly about what had happened. The servant said he wasn't quite sure about it, but he thought she was somehow related to the heiress Curlia, since they were both witches. The boy thought about it. It was quite possible. As soon as they arrived together, the servant said he would find out right away. Soon they were welcomed there with hugs, all excited to see the newly minted prince who had just returned after a long apprenticeship. The father and mother stood at the entrance and looked at their son with joy. The boy looked at them. Son's love. His sister was also standing nearby. She was frowning, as always. Welcome home. He did a great job. The father invited them to go inside. The boy began to tell about his adventures at the academy. The others listened attentively. So that's how it worked out. The academy recognized that he had talent. The father was incredibly proud of his son. The boy thanked him. It was the first time he had heard something like that. He was ready to cry with happiness now. His father was proud of him. He couldn't believe he was hearing something like that. He wasn't used to someone being proud of him. Father looked at him and said that their servant Marcus had said that they had met a talking cat witch on the way. Father was a little surprised. He hadn't expected such a thing. The boy said that's what happened. The father explained that the witch's name was Lulu. The boy wondered, so this cat was not a person. Suddenly his sister's voice was heard and she said that everything was correct. But this cat had the intelligence of a human. Iron looked at her with surprised eyes. There was something else. He asked in surprise, "Is there anything else?" The girl kept talking. Also, she's incredibly strong. One look is enough to make everything clear. She is stronger than any sorceress the girl had met in the royal capital. His mother said that Lulu came to them about 10 days ago and asked to be his sister's apprentice. They didn't know who the witch was, so they sent a man to the Witch Association to find out about her. The sister was still sitting dumbfounded. The mother looked at her daughter and said that what really mattered most was what she herself thought about all this. The girl was still looking down in front of her and didn't dare to say anything. Suddenly, she snapped out of her seat and asked Aaron how he really felt about asking for a sign. The girl looked like she was very upset about something. The boy hadn't even expected that. Her own desire was important to him as well, and he doesn't know much about sorceresses. The girl looked at him with the same stern look. Of course she doesn't know, but he had seen her with his own eyes. So what did he think of her? It was too harsh, and the boy didn't even know what to say and just kept silent. The mother looked at the girl and told her not to bother her brother, for he was tired after the road. The girl said angrily as usual, "What's the big deal? She was just asking." The woman said that she realized that it was not easy to answer such a question. The boy sighed. There it was, his sister's endless stubbornness, which he had already forgotten during his time at the academy. There must have been some kind of trouble. The girl looked at him with an angry stare. The case is trashy. Why was she so angry out of the blue? He didn't understand anything. Now he remembered. He already had this thing with him. The guy pulled something out of his pocket and said he wanted to give her something. The girl was surprised. What? A gift? She's probably not used to her brother giving her something. He put a small box on the table and placed it in front of the girl. She was utterly confused. She had not expected to receive any gift from her brother. She looked at him with a kind of rejection, her cheeks flushed. The father and mother looked at each other and noticed that their son had already grown up and was already giving gifts. A smile appeared on their faces. Curlia lifted her lips and whispered words of thanks, but it was very quiet and no one heard. The boy asked her what she wanted to say. The girl got angry again and said she was thanking him. Is he deaf? The guy got even more frightened and hurriedly apologized. He remembered Marcus telling him to remember to give gifts to absolutely everyone in the family when he arrived. Thank you. Marcus was his savior now. He turned to his mother and father and said he had gifts for them too. Suddenly there was a familiar cat purring voice. So this boy is that girl's brother. The cat entered the house completely silently. It could have been overlooked if desired, but it gave voice. Iron and his sister looked at each other and looked in the direction the voice had come from. Yes, the witch had come to their house. The cat was sitting right on their table. It was so unceremonious that it was even annoying. Everyone immediately turned that way. The cat purred. She thought for a good reason that a similar odor was coming from them. Except they're completely different. It was as if the cat was taunting. The girl was ready to tear her apart. She pounded her fist. Why does she have to be angry all the time? The poor thing had no time to react, and the girl grabbed her by the scruff of the neck. What wind had brought her here? The cat purred, and the guilt changed. She didn't want anyone. The mother yelled at her daughter and told her to stop doing that. The cat purred, and if she did, it was up to her big brother to convince her. Everyone else looked at each other. The girl became even more furious. What? The cat immediately covered her mouth with her hands and apologized. I think she said what she thought she said. There she goes again, not watching her tongue. The girl screamed. Let her quickly explain what she was thinking. She seemed ready to throw that cat out the door now. She looked pitifully at the girl and said that her brother seemed easier to get along with than her. And there's one more thing. Besides, the girl loves him to death. She blushed as red as a tomato. So the cat thought that if she could talk her brother into it, she'd do it too. The girl was about to fall to the ground. What a bummer. It seems the cat mocked, the beau squinted, and said she seemed to have shaken up the excess again, but she was not at all sorry. The girl was ready to tear her to pieces. She had already approached to finish off the cat, who had dared to barge in so brazenly and mock her. However, Lulu was scared and put her paws forward and fearfully shouted that she would not do it again. There was no way she was going to be her apprentice. The girl got up from the table and ran to the exit. The cat tried to stop her, apologized for what was wrong, but the girl did not want to listen to anything. In a word, the evening was ruined. The father's head snapped up. He didn't know what to make of it all. His daughter was completely upset. She slammed the door and left. The mother replied that they would talk about the problems later. Iron. Let her say something more about her studies at the academy. The boy nodded his head. Eventually, he returned to his room, as he hadn't been here in a long time. His bed seemed to him the softest and most pleasant in the world, for he had been away from home for so long, and now he had the perfect chance to get a good night's rest. The boy sighed heavily. It had been a long road to the academy, and the scandal at home had affected him. He thought about it. His mother and father seemed to be very happy about his gift. The gift had made them so happy even more than his admission to the academy. It was very nice. and the boy even smiled a little. In a normal family, usually these things happen very often and it's not uncommon. The kid got up. Seeing his parents enjoy the little things makes him feel both happy and guilty that he didn't do it before. It's done. No more wasting time like before. He decided to radically change his life, to finally get rid of all those habits that prevented him from living. The guy was absolutely sure that he couldn't delay in finding his way. Suddenly, his musings were interrupted by a light knock at the door. The boy stirred and asked someone there. A begging sign heard a woman's voice asking to come in. The boy nodded and allowed him to enter the room. It was one of the maids. She came up to him and asked if he was going to the training ground tomorrow. Please have her prepare in advance what he asked her to do. The maid was surprised and looked at the boy. Was he sure? It had taken him over half a month to get from the academy, and he hadn't had time to get much rest. The boy brushed it off. No big deal. On the contrary, his hands even itched from the fact that he hadn't held a weapon in his hands for over 2 weeks. The boy clenched his fist and seemed overenthusiastic. He didn't want to waste a minute of his time. The maid looked at him in surprise. At this time, at Chiron Manor, Aaron stood beside his father and looked guiltily in front of him. He said he was going to go. His father let him go and said he was good. Then the son withdrew and with a quick step left the study. Jack remained there, the eternal companion of his Viscount. The man beckoned the servant to him. Jack turned around and immediately sprang to his master's side. A man said his son looked strange. Did something happen? He wondered why his usually chipper son looked like something had happened. Something bad. Did something happen at the Pereira estate? The man's name was Phil. He was the man in charge of the place. Jack lowered his eyes and said quietly, on their way back, they met the heir to the Aaron. Something seemed to be bothering the man, and he struggled to choose his words so as not to say something unnecessary. Phil gave him a serious look and asked if he was talking about the feckless aristocrat who'd come back from the academy. Jack looked a little devastated. When he and the gentleman had exchanged greetings, something had gone wrong. As soon as Phil heard that, he was furious, and he thought this was normal. He pounded his fist on the table with such force that the floor began to shake. The man was furious. He went up to his servant and poked him in the chest with his finger. Where the hell was he at that moment? Jack apologized. He didn't know how to justify himself because he felt guilty. He apologized. The man suddenly calmed down, although on the other hand, getting stuck between them was certainly impossible. That's right. He patted Jack on the shoulder. The man was extremely frightened. It was the first time he had seen his master so angry. Then Phil started raging again. What a bastard! Why did the half-dead boy suddenly come back to life? Why had he changed so much? Jack said that he seemed like a completely different person to him. Looks like Air Iron learned a lot at the academy. However, Phil refused to believe it. The academy he was attending wasn't just some sorcerer's circle. It was something else entirely. The man fell silent and stared out the window. Harun Pereira, he hadn't liked for a long time. They were longtime enemies, rivals since childhood. He had everything, a gorgeous hair, an irresistible appearance, a wife who is rumored to be a beauty, and a daughter, the sorceress. From this it appears that year after year his fortune only increases. And now what? The kid who was easily trampled into the dirt suddenly perks up? Why the hell did he come out? Let him continue to rot in 4 walls. The man was so furious that even the teacup on his desk began to vibrate. Suddenly, his speech was interrupted by someone. It was his son's voice. Rayan came to him. He asked his father not to be angry. We must pluck out the sprout that has appeared, and that's the end of it, isn't it? The father smiled. His son is smart after all. He's got a point. Does he have a plan? Ryan took a seat in the chair. He was the main heir to the Chiron estate. Of course he had a plan. The boy had a smile on his face. A punitive expedition is coming soon, right? The guy asked this with a kind of sneer. Apparently, he understood everything better than anyone else. He squinted his eyes slyly. A cunning plan was born in his mind, as cunning as he was. The fellow said that when the 6 noble families of the southern part of the Hale Kingdom arrived at the Pereira Manor for the meeting of the heads of families, they could wipe the feet of that feckless nobleman. Dad's got a lot of spirit. That's a great idea. He ordered Jack to go and get organized. The man bowed and immediately obeyed his orders. Nothing less from the pride of their family was expected. His father continued to praise his son for such a perfect plan. Jack frowned. He liked it all less and less after all. This was going to be a complicated operation that him would have to handle. What a psycho. The man looked at his master with a leer. It was obvious that he didn't like this man very much. After all, he was treacherous, always trying to screw someone over. Jack stepped outside the study and began to ponder. Iron might be in danger, because a man who is much smarter than the talented and many times more cold-blooded Viscount has entered the game. And that's a bad thing. It could end in very bad consequences. That was the main heir. His cunning was the envy of any villain. In the mind of this little guy was born cunning plans which were realized immediately. And every time they only brought misfortune. The next day at Iron Manor, he went straight to practice at the crack of dawn. The guards who were walking beside him were indignant. What kind of practice is this early? It's not even 6 o'clock in the morning. How could this guy get up so early? He used to sleep until noon. The guards were moving forward. Their chief said, "There's a reprisal operation coming up. What else is there to do? If you don't deal with monsters regularly, you might see them jumping out of an alley one day." One of the guards asked how long this excuse had been in place. He pondered. Everyone had long known that monster raids were only organized so that noble families could demonstrate their status to the rest. Are they really clear? The boss wanted to interrupt his subordinate, but he hesitated half a word, as what they saw shocked them immensely. Can they really see what's going on? Iron was practicing on the tourniquets. The boy was doing pull-ups with a huge weight strapped to his body. The boy wasn't paying any attention to them. He was completely focused on his workout. Is it really him? What a way to meet you. The chief of the guard came up to him and said hello. He was glad to see the heir in good health. They'd heard he'd returned yesterday. What will he do to you at this early hour? He was distracted from his training. He was told that the ranks had a morning training session scheduled for today, so he decided to participate a little. He decided to get some exercise in the morning and assured the guards that he wouldn't bother them, so don't let them worry. The boy continued his pull-ups. The guards started talking. If the heir is here, then it means that he flew out of the academy, right? There's no other way. I guess so, but look at his transformation. The men noticed that there was a disc tied to the boy's body and another disc lying nearby. The men wondered, are they that light? He decided to go over and pick one of them up to see how heavy it was. The guard came closer and tried to lift the disc, but it was surprisingly heavy, so much so that it looked like his belly button would come undone if he strained any harder, and how the heir managed to lift it and ask for a sign suddenly, and I heard someone's loud voice. What idiots! What came in? What? An elderly bearded man looked at them and asked angrily, did they come here to have fun? The guards immediately gathered around him and were frightened. His name was Knight Ornzukrin. The man was an honored knight of their family. Another guard came up to him and said hello. He's here. They weren't having fun, but had decided to watch the heir's training for a while. As soon as the man heard that, he almost choked. This was something he had never heard before. He immediately shifted his gaze to the side where Iron was practicing. Wow, that's really impressive. Although wait, is that brat doing pull-ups on the discus bar right now? That's not a bad technique. What happened to him in a year? The man laughed. The heir might look impressive in their eyes, but with his skills, he wouldn't even be next to an ordinary knight. Really? They were beginning to doubt their leader's words a little. The boy paid no attention to them at all, but continued his training with a kind of staggering persistence. The boy began to pull himself up horizontally to the earth. Is that even possible? The knights began to open their mouths in surprise. One of the knights asked Orn, he was able to do that on a 1-2-2, right? The man shut up. Inside himself, he realized that his physical training was not that good. He began to get more and more enraged. What a bunch of chumps, the man screamed. He yelled at his ward for having such a long tongue. For their information, it's 6 hours and 10 minutes. How much yammering are they going to do here? Get to work now. The rest of the knights stood at attention and ran to practice. At this time, the boy finished his training and dragged his sword back. It was time to practice a bit in practice. His physical strength was still at a very good level. Suddenly, he stopped and saw Lulu the cat walking somewhere nearby. She was walking on the railing, watching the guy practice. What's she doing here? A good thought seemed to cross his mind. It seemed she came to coax him. But the cat said nothing, just sat down beside him and began to lick his fur. Iron looked at her in disbelief. He was getting tired of the cat following him around and trying to talk him down. It was getting on his nerves, but he didn't say anything for now. The cat looked at him as if nothing had happened. Aaron continued his training, not paying any attention to the annoying animal. No, he had to concentrate on training. The rest didn't matter at all. To find his own way as a swordsman, he needs to stop repeating that man's moves and find his own technique. Continuing to itch, he decided to start the training he learned at the academy. A week passed, the boy was practicing again. As the sun was setting, he decided to go for a little run, along with the rest of the guards who were also practicing in preparation for the punitive expedition. One of the guards who was running beside him thought, his mind is all messed up. How could he run faster than they could while keeping his breathing steady and not straying? Suddenly the boy saw one of the guards fall off his feet. He could no longer run. The man was so tired that his legs simply refused to move. The man rose to his feet and looked at the boy. He said that the Lord was much tougher than they were. Iron looked at him and nodded incredulously. Did he really think so? The guard looked at him and said that they were about to finish their training. Did he want to leave with them? The boy nodded his head and said he would stay a little longer. He kept thinking back to his friends from the academy. Those three were just amazing guys who had shown an unbelievable level of skill and perseverance. They had survived the rigorous training at the academy without any help. But if he hadn't had that dream, the boy wondered what would have happened if the man from his dream had not come into his life. Perhaps there would not have been such a dramatic change in his life that would have caused him to grow as a person. He shifted his eyes to somewhere higher. There sat Kat again. She continued to play and scratch her fur. She'd been watching the training for a week now. What was on her mind? What does she want from him? One of the guards came up to him and told him that the Lord should be careful of that sorceress. The boy looked at him and asked why. The guard lowered his voice so no one would hear him and said that there are rumors that it is the witch cat that brings bad luck. They even say she's cursed. Of course it was some kind of fairy tale, but the guard spoke about it with full confidence in her words. I think the boy was beginning to guess, and that's why he thought the soldiers were avoiding her for a reason. It's a bad rumor, all right. Well, you can't believe it. Marcus walked down the cobblestones to check on his master. He's been training for a long time. Is he all right? The man walked forward with a steady gait. As he approached the training room, he was about to ask if his master was done with his training, but the man hesitated half-heartedly. His gaze fell on the cat. He asked in surprise, Lulu, what is she doing here? The cat looked at him with one eye. Iron approached her and was the first to start a dialogue. He was tired of the cat following him around after all, so he decided to find out once and for all. She said last time that she wanted to convince him. So why didn't she even come to talk to him? She's not avoiding him. Cat yawned and said that his sister was actually interesting. And the guy was about absolutely nothing. Boring, like hundreds of cobblestones in a valley. Nothing to hold on to at all. The cat started laughing. Iron felt as if his head had been slammed into the pavement, but why so roughly? The boy was even a little embarrassed. He imagined himself as a stone, a very unpleasant comparison. He approached the cat and said loudly that it was kind of offensive. However, the beau seemed to ignore his offense and said she had a present for him. The boy immediately wondered why should he. Cat said irritably, what did it matter anyway? She was going to give it to someone anyway. She pulled out an orb from somewhere that was a bright azure color, a bribe as people say. In that orb, the cat's reflection was reflected in a funny way. Let him take it and talk to his sister. The boy continued to stare at the gift in surprise. Suddenly Marcus appeared. It was like he'd grown out of the ground. The man waved his hands, no stop. It's a cat's eye. The boy completely stopped understanding and just looked at it all with amazement. He realized cat's eye, it's very expensive. It's not worth 1,000 gold pieces. Marcus also looked at the gift and his eyes widened in surprise. Of course, it's incredibly expensive. It could buy a quarter of their estate. Iron looked at the gift. The boy was even a little embarrassed. Is this really a thing? Is this thing that expensive? He could hardly believe it himself. The cat thanked him for speaking in her favor. Marcus looked at him over his shoulder. All he did was name the cost of the eye. The cat looked at him with a fierce look. Anyway, if he could help persuade the kid to agree to study with her, he could get something for himself. Aaron asked why she was willing to part with such a valuable thing for a girl to become her apprentice, and the cat smiled and said it was a racy question. Had he never been told he was terribly tactless? She purred and raised an eyebrow. She seemed to ponder. Then, after much deliberation, the cat cheerfully said, it was all for nothing. Certainly a funny answer, but why? What the hell? The boy even twitched at such an answer, that is, the reason is trivially absent. He didn't understand anything at all. The boy even twitched at this answer, so there was no reason for it. He didn't understand anything at all. Lulu smiled and said that she just liked the girl. That's all. What's so strange about a question mark? She even seemed a little offended. Iron shook his head. No, no reason is necessary. Then she pointed her finger at Marcus. The man said he understood her, however, to bribe such treasures. Kat laughed. Is he implying that there is no concept in money? The man was embarrassed and tried to excuse himself. He said he didn't mean it, but it was too late. The cat continued. What don't you mean? Does he think she's a fool from the alley? She may be a cat, but she knows how much this treasure is worth. She even took a little offense. She squinted her eyes and said that humans by nature are very fond of gold and precious stones, so don't let him deny it. But there are far more valuable things in the world. And she took something else out of her purse, and a regular wooden ball appeared. It had many patterns on it. As soon as Marcus saw it, his eyes lit up. Yes, that's the one. The cat sniffed it and said in satisfaction that this balloon gives off such a scent. She loves it. Such a thing is very hard to find. You can't get it anywhere else. She wouldn't trade it for a few dozen cat's eyes. It's her favorite. She said the last word with an inexpressible tenderness. There's more, and the cat started fumbling through her pockets again for another trinket. And then she pulled out another magical thing. It's a foxtail. It's connected to her memories before she knew witchcraft. And also a stuffed toy given to her by a friend, a stray cat. She stood looking at them with her seeing eyes. The cat was holding a ball of small grass, a soft toy, and the cat's eye was resting on her head. How's that? You can't buy such things for any golden treasure, Marcus bowed. There she was. There was logic in her words. It seemed even he was beginning to understand the sorceress. The boy looked at it all with a smile. He found it all amusing, the way Marcus was transforming. Unusual. He wouldn't have guessed what the secret was. So there's value in a relationship with his sister that money can't buy, right? Well, he's starting to understand how to communicate with people. The cat meowed that let Marcus better keep quiet, or he'll seem smart. There's no way she'd miss an opportunity to nip someone in the bud. A good cat, but a mean one. She looked at Aaron and told him to finally pick up the balloon and try to compliment her in front of his sister. The boy looked at her with a puzzled look, though he understood what she wanted from him. However, he said he wouldn't accept her gift, so he didn't get mad. Kat was surprised at that answer, and that was putting it mildly. Her eyes popped up to her forehead. What? What was he even listening to? This thing is very expensive. The cat continued to poke her finger at the balloon. She even scattered all her things that she was holding. The boy smiled as if nothing had happened and said, she told him herself that there were things much more valuable than money. The cat didn't seem to understand anything herself. What did he mean? The guy said he wouldn't tell his sister what she would order, but what he saw and felt after meeting her. The cat didn't even seem to take his words seriously. She just hid all her stuff and jumped to the ground. She wasn't sure about her sister, but she was counting on being able to attract him with a pebble. All right, let him watch it himself as he wishes. There's one thing, though. That didn't change the fact that Iron was just a fill compared to his sister. The boy wasn't offended. He just smiled and looked after the fleeing cat. She'll be visiting often, so let her come and visit. The next day, Lulu came to there together again. It seems the cat was puzzled about something and even frightened. She shouted that they were in trouble. Let the boy run after her. The boy was frightened himself. She led the boy along. He was stubbornly uncomprehending. Can't she at least tell me what's wrong? The cat started rummaging around, ignoring the boy. Then she found a bowl of cat food and told the boy to hang around while she ate here. He looked at her with a surprised look. And this is her trouble. What's the trouble here? He sat down next to her and looked at her with a good-natured look. The cat started to eat. She said she was anxious when no one was around while she ate. What could be worse? She is strange after all. Another day later, exactly the same thing happened. Lulu appeared on the doorstep again and with mad eyes begged the boy to go with him. And what was it this time? He came with her and saw another cat, this time a white one, walking around their estate. Lulu asked him if he knew what the cat was thinking on its stomach. The boy, Lulu shouted. She's the one asking him. Why answer a question with a question? The guy didn't understand anything at all. That it's the cat that wants a begging sign from him. He just thought she knew, and now he's just asking him to guess, isn't he? Lulu looked at him angrily. What? How would she know what a cat was thinking? Such a pun made the guy laugh. Lulu looked at him with surprised eyes. What was he thinking? Why is she laughing? She was starting to get annoyed. Iron was a pretty simple-minded kid and also replied that he was laughing just because he felt like it. A pure-hearted smile appeared on his face. His smile turned into a laugh and then an entrance. The cat seemed a little even offended. She crossed her arms and looked away. The boy kept laughing. It really cheered him up. The cat was funny, though very mean, but in principle, it didn't bother him. Then the boy became quiet and stopped laughing. His head began to have bad thoughts again, very sad thoughts and memories. He remembered the words of his mentor, who was the head of the academy. He gave him a year to find his calling, and the boy seems to be doing a lot of bullshit. The boy got up from his seat and without saying a word went forward. He was absorbed in his own thoughts and even stopped paying attention to the cat that was sitting next to him. Lulu looked after him and asked in surprise where he was going. The boy paid no attention to her, even though she shouted after him. He was completely absorbed in thought. It was pouring cold rain outside, but it didn't seem to bother anyone. It was pouring down like a bucket of water, pouring cold water all around. The training ground was empty. All the other knights were sitting in their warm and cozy rooms to gather their strength. No one would have the guts to go out in this weather and start training. However, only one person was sitting there. And this was no time for nonsense. Iron drew his sword. He must find his way as quickly as possible. He seemed to have lost it completely after leaving the academy. Now, he didn't understand anything at all. The boy didn't care that it was raining or anything like that. He didn't pay attention to it at all. Lulu was standing outside. She wasn't worried about the rain. She was just watching the boy. What should he do? He was still immersed in his own thoughts. The boy stood in a puddle. All his clothes were soaked, but he didn't pay attention to the cold. He basically didn't care. The boy stood and was ready to train. There was only one thing tormenting him now. One thought that kept him in suspense. Where to find his own way. He seemed to be completely lost. He got into a fighting stance and prepared to practice his strikes. He wanted to learn, recognize, and find his way. What should he do? No one had given him any clues, and now he was finally confused. The boy was afraid, but he might not be able to do what he needed to do in a year. The boy swung his weapon and began to strike his imaginary opponent. The cat sat nearby, watching the boy, wondering what he would do in such a case. Lunu opened her eyes wide and watched every movement. She was incredibly interested every time she went to his training and just watched everything that happened. Iron started swinging his sword. He didn't care about anything that was going on. In his reflection, he didn't see himself. He saw the same old man who appeared in his dreams. What should he do to find his way? The guy had already given up hope. Again, each time he repeated his movements over and over again, the boy couldn't understand what his problem was. He was ready to cry from despair. He didn't understand anything. Suddenly, the soft voice of a cat was heard. It asked the boy, "Is this what he was trying to study, his magic e-sorcery?" The cat finally got up from his seat and took a few short steps toward the boy. The boy didn't understand anything. Why would he want to study magic all of a sudden? Had she come to talk him into it again? He wouldn't agree this time. No way, he didn't want to give her the hope that she could win him over. Suddenly, a bright fireball appeared above his head. The guy was even a little scared. Lulu came closer to him. The purple-colored fireball was like the sun beginning to light up everything in the overcast weather. The boy continued to hold his sword and didn't understand anything. How is that even possible? The boy was frightened and looked at the cat with a frightened look, his eyes reflecting incomprehension. He had lost touch with reality. Before he had been able to see things clearly, but now he had no one to tell him the right way. Lulu walked up to him, fulfilled, and confidently told him to become her apprentice. The cat didn't seem to be joking or trying to tease him or anything this time. She spoke in all seriousness. She was saying that he should become her apprentice. They stood across from each other, the rain slowly beginning to dissipate, giving way to light. Or maybe even time was slowing down. The boy no longer felt reality at all, as if he were in a dream. He didn't let go of his gun, but he stood like a pillar. He felt an incredible pressure with his whole body. It had been a long time since he had felt such a pressure, and he was even a little frightened, but he quickly came to his senses. It turned out that the witch was much stronger than he thought. The cat transformed. It walked towards him in a soft gait. The guy didn't dare to move. He was afraid he had never seen this carefree and harmful cat in such a form. Suddenly, the cat turned to him once more. She tried to bring him to his senses. "Hey, on the wire!" she repeated to make him her apprentice. The cat approached him closer and closer, treading her soft paws on the parquet. She started praising herself. She said she would teach him absolutely everything. And then they would send him off to the merry wizarding world together. The cat waved her paws around. and overflowing with enthusiasm, kept talking. The boy felt a pressing energy from her. Finally, he tried to pull away from him to drive. The guy shook his head and abruptly refused. No, he doesn't want to speak out. I don't know, surprised, but why? Why is he so stubborn? Iron looked at her. Why? He's not a sorcerer. He's a swordsman. It seemed the cat wasn't going to back down so easily. She told him not to worry about it and just start learning from her. Because it's cool. The boy still didn't agree. Wait a minute. But they weren't talking about magic. They were talking about witchcraft. He faded his gaze. Iron realized that he couldn't learn this even if he wanted to, right? What an ignoramus! The cat began to shout. No one is more suited for sorcery than swordsman. He will unlock an ability that will make his sword even better. The guy was still staring at her in disbelief. Why would he do that? It certainly sounded strange. Cat asked if he knew the difference between swordsmen, sorcerers, and magi. The boy shook his head. He didn't know that. All right. The cat purred and said she would tell him, but let him listen carefully. She wouldn't repeat herself twice. The cat began her story. First, and most importantly, all martial artists, including swordsmen, focus on their physical body, aka the inner cosmos. By tirelessly practicing to temper the body, they thus acquire a mysterious power called aura. Magicians, on the other hand, concentrate on the external environment, aka the external cosmos. Their goal is to analyze the mystical force, Manu, which permeates the universe and to understand the laws and principles of the world. But what's the deal with the sorcerers? Cat paused meaningfully, as if enduring the moment. Most often people call sorcerers creatures who are obstinate to the order of things. Sorcerers yearn to make the impossible possible. They are simply stunning people in their will. These people defy common sense and earthly logic, and can also make things materialize that they fervently desire. That's what sorcerers are. Cat continued to speak with a very large amount of pride in her voice. She was incredibly pleased to talk about it. Iron listened to it all. They're called stubborn. She's a sorceress. There's a lot to answer to that statement. But in some ways it was true. Anyway, he needs to remember something. A mighty will that can fulfill even the most fevered desire, like single-handedly changing the world. Lulu continued speaking, and also an unrivaled spirit that an ordinary person couldn't even imagine. Her voice became even more mysterious, and her eyes opened even wider. These were indicators of the soul power and foundation of sorcerers. Mysterious aura began to fly around her. Even a slightly strong wind rose up, and about his regular perpendicular strike training, she could tell something. Cat clenched her soft little paw into a fist and paused for a moment. She had something to say about the boy's training, as she saw every day how hard he trained, the way no one she knew trained. His blow felt like an incredibly strong will. She had seen it all and felt it perfectly, so she wouldn't be fooled. Speaking of striving to dissect anything at all costs, even if it would be impossible, Cat scratched behind her ear. Even with minimal support and help, his powers would be enough, even more enough for him to awaken the sorcery within himself that would change the sword for good. The boy's face changed. He apologized to her and said he couldn't do it. He just didn't believe in it. So there's no point in starting. The cat shrieked. Shit, why? What's the problem? She sincerely didn't understand why he was so stubborn. The boy thought about it for a moment. It wasn't that he didn't want to study witchcraft on principle. It's that he started stuttering. With that sword, in general, he shouldn't be doing it. The cat looked at him with a hard stare. Let him stop. Let him speak as he is. The boy sighed. It was hard to explain, but to make a long story short, this sword doesn't belong to him. The cat shrieked, "Whoa!" Of course. Suddenly, an interesting thought crossed his mind, which might lead him to a clue. Perhaps it was the cat who could unlock the secret of his weapon. He looked at her and smiled. He looked at the cat. The sorceress was looking at him with her feline eyes. It was as if she was waiting for something. Okay, the guy broke down after all. She was just thrilled. It's a blast. Is this some kind of soul transfer? The guy was a little confused. The cat confirmed, exactly. She's heard it's happened to a few people. The soul and memory and character of a completely different consciousness had been superimposed on them, but she'd never experienced it herself. The boy did tell her his story. The cat shook her head, not at all. The situations were not identical, but very similar. It seemed to her that it would not interfere with the study of sorcery. Iron sat beside her, staring thoughtfully before him. He looked in front of him. The cat only saw his strike once and reacted positively. It seems this man's technique really does glamorize the gaze. However, no, the boy shook his head. He didn't feel like awakening sorcery with another person's will. The cat just went into a rage. Hey, let him not be a nerd. At least try it once. She bet he'd be interested. The guy looked at her with a serious look and firmly said that he wanted to find his own weapon, not follow something path. His own weapon? Cat was even a little surprised. The boy nodded his head. And what was this sword of his? Iron wondered. He didn't know the answer to that question himself, to be honest. The cat scratched behind his ear and wondered a bit. Wasn't that today's technique rather than the one he usually demonstrated, isn't it? The boy hesitated and squeezed his eyes shut. It was hard to comprehend it all. Too many thoughts crowded his head. He squeezed his eyes shut. He didn't want to think about it all. It was too complicated. The boy opened his eyes and looked before him with a haggard look. In the end, he was back where he came from. Nothing had changed, but he couldn't think of anything he needed to do. The cat looked at him with her cocky gaze. She seemed to see the confusion in his eyes and still managed to do something that made the boy doubt his choice. Well, if she kept acting like this, she might be able to coax him out. She jumped down from her seat and said that in that case it was time for her to give her student a little advice. The boy looked at her in surprise. An apprentice? But he hadn't agreed yet. He'd said he didn't want to become a sorcerer. The witch jumped on the railing and looked at the boy. He didn't seem to understand something. Up until now, his actions hadn't been indicators of effort. It was something else entirely. Now the guy didn't realize it himself. What did she mean? He looked at her with a surprised look. It didn't fit with what he'd been doing all this time. The cat repeated his mantra. It wasn't an effort. The guy was in complete shock. He didn't understand anything. His head was overloaded. It wasn't an effort. It was a futile effort, to put it a little more sharply. This conversation had an extraordinary effect on the boy, and he went to his home with a heavy head. It was necessary to sleep a little to make any sense of it. He lay in his bed and pointed his head upward. The sorceress had confused him completely. The boy could not understand anything at all. His head ached with so many thoughts. Marcus's voice came from somewhere. A man asked if he could come in. The guy lifted himself from his bed and allowed him to enter. A man came in and, shuffling from foot to foot, timidly asked, "Isn't the sorceress here?" The boy looked at him with a surprised look. "Lulu, why? What is she supposed to do here?" Marcus looked at him in surprise, as if he knew something terrible. The man had two pieces of news for the boys in that case. The first concerned an impending punitive expedition. There would be a meeting about it at their estate in a few days. The master had yet to make an announcement, but he thought it best to notify him beforehand. The boy got off the bed and nodded his head. He understood. And the second one, it's about Mrs. Lulu. Now the boy was wary. Marcus was trying to bullshit him again. He sat down again and listened carefully to what the servants would tell him. Marcus said in a concerned voice that there were many bad rumors about the sorceress. Marcus began his little story. He seemed to be concerned about some things. For example, about how she had joined the Oracle Witch Guild in the east of the continent. But right after she left, the society fell apart. Also, because of an accident, the second son of the feudal estate where Lulu was staying for a while lost his life. Marcus said it all in a voice like he was telling some scary bedtime story to keep the kids out of the woods. Work went down in a large retail organization after he let a black cat in. Marcus seemed to be the most frightened of all. The man was genuinely afraid, but what was there to be afraid of? It's just an ordinary black cat. The boy asked if these were confirmed rumors or just some silly theories. Marcus said that everything that happened at the Oracle and the estate and the trading companies was the absolute truth. The boy sat on the bed trying to put his thoughts in order. If the base is the culprit, Marcus said the truth is no, just that she was there. So basically we can put the puzzle together. The boy looked in front of him and thought that maybe it wasn't Lulu, but Marcus interrupted him and said he understood. The guy looked at him with a surprised look. I think the servant looked really scared. Perhaps people were just mixing life stories with superstitions and about the black cat. And the rumors are also without foundation. Perhaps just a stuffy little witch. There was actually nothing wrong. His face changed and took on a frightening look. However, do you have to take the risk? The boy actually thought about it himself. He was tormented by doubts. On the one hand, he wanted to find his own way that did not involve magic. But on the other hand, what choice did he have? He stopped talking and looked in front of him. Marcus apologized if he had crossed the line and asked to be excused. The man slipped out the door, leaving the boy to ponder. Now his head was literally crackling with thoughts, and he didn't even know what to say to him. The boy looked silently in front of him. He didn't know what to think. Too much was too complicated. He needed to find his own way. However, now it was proving to be a much harder task for him than it seemed at first glance. He began a dialogue with himself. He needed to get his thoughts in order. Marcus should realize that everyone is just worried about him. There's nothing complicated about that. He once said that he would evaluate this sorceress exactly as he sees her himself, as he sees and feels her, and nothing would affect that final evaluation. He got something. It seemed to him that this little sorceress didn't have such a nasty temper, that she could hurt someone out of pure whim just like that. The boy sat and pondered all this. And his mood has improved a little. She is unusual, a little different from humans, however, has her good points. That is his opinion. He will tell it to his sister, and without bringing in any rumors. Suddenly, from somewhere came a familiar voice. What if something bad happened to him or his sister? That voice came from literally under the bed. The boy sighed. This is how he knew she was here. Okay, well, let her tell him first. Is what Marcus said true or just a brazen rumor? The cat on the bed purred affirmatively, seeming to have no conscience at all. Does this creature even know what a good tone is? Iron lost his temper, so it was her doing it. The cat crawled out from under the bed with a swiftness and said that no, she had nothing to do with it. She was just having fun. The cat tilted her head forward, and the fault went forward, and two nasty grandfathers in the oracle, and that made the tower go up in flames, and children fought in the trading company, and the estate had the same thing. The boy wondered if it was a series of coincidences or if Lulu was lying. It was dangerous to go either way. But there was one thing. The guy blinked and smiled, saying he would be fine. Lulu looked at him in surprise. What was he talking about now? The guy repeated loudly, louder than usual. He said that nothing would happen to him even if they continued to be friends. Upset, but she is called the black cat that promises bad luck. She purred this one so pitifully that the boy tired to feel a little sorry for her. However, he looked at her with a smile and said that everything was fine. No need to worry about any rumors. His gaze was pure and good-natured, exactly like always. He got out of bed because there were a lot of bad rumors about him, too. Everyone said he was no good. Nothing would come out of him. Kat looked at him in surprise. She hadn't expected to meet understanding from this boy. He looked at her the same way. She looked at him with pitiful blue eyes. Iron looked at her and said that in some ways they were alike. He had made mistakes, of course, but he would not be so reprehensible. He will evaluate her exactly as his heart and mind tell him. The cat was ready to burst into tears at such words, and if failure came, then he would think of what to do. Lulu was so moved now that she was ready to cry. The guy said that the people around him would be a little worried, however, there was nothing wrong with that, but he would slowly dispel their doubts. Cat stood up, snorted, and started stomping on the bed. She took out her purse and started going through it. Then she pulled out some strange thing and said she had a present for him. It looked like a cat's eye, but it was a slightly different color. She proudly pulled the thing out and said, "This thing is very expensive. It's much better than a cat's eye. Let him accept this little bribe and tell everyone it's not bad." Saying this, the cat disappeared from sight, literally vanishing into thin air. The boy wanted to say something else, but didn't have time, as he found himself alone in the room. "I thought he said he didn't take bribes. It seems this cat was incorrigible. Vaporized in an instant, now he won't have time to say anything. Some garden." Then the boy shifted his gaze to the witch's gift and thought for a moment. Wait, she'd shown it to him the other day. Indeed, the cat was showing him this balloon. They're boasting that it was a new find to her collection. It's one valuable treasure. But why did she decide to give it to him? What's the catch? The boy looked at the gift and wondered, isn't this balloon a little too big? It seemed much bigger than a cat's eye, and what was it for? The guy was confused and didn't understand. Then he went to his father. The man asked, well, he decided to ask for the sign. The boy nodded his head. Yes, he was sure and absolutely sure of his decision. He said in a confident voice that he would take part in the coming punitive expedition. The boy stood firmly on his feet and said in a confident voice. The father asked if he was sure of his abilities. The boy nodded his head in affirmation. Yes, he knows he can do it, so there should be no doubt. The father sighed and told his son to remember that on this expedition, he would have to fight not monsters or beasts, but with other families. The man's voice became stern. This may be far more unpleasant and applicable than the boy really thinks. But it didn't seem to bother him at all. The father raised his hand and asked meaningfully, does he still want to participate? The boy repeated with full confidence in his voice, yes, he'll do a great job. The father nodded and said he understood. In that case, he wouldn't bother him. A week later, preparations for the expedition began. People had already started to arrive at their estate, and the host welcomed everyone, even his enemies. As soon as the boy saw the one with whom their family had been feuding for so many years, his expression changed. He looked at them with hatred and distrust. Naturally, who would want to face their enemies? Phil stood in front of them and laughed. Oh, it's Iron. He had a look of surprise on his face. He had grown a lot since they had not seen him, and he had become a good-looking fellow. Next to Phil stood two of their sons. Iron thanked him. His father asked if he could escort them inside. It was very crowded inside. There was a fancy table set up with gourmet food. There were many people from different families, including Kieran. The atmosphere was favorable, however. It only seemed so at first glance. Iron sat in his seat and was immersed in his own thoughts. He recalled the words of his servant. He was frowning and serious. Marcus had told him before to make the young gentleman remember one thing. Better let him keep in mind that families that are friendly to them don't exist. Bauer and Fried they do without conflict. Friendship, however, is not so strong. The boy shifted his gaze to where two men of advanced age were sitting. They were the barons of those very families. They were exquisitely dressed. Baron Bauer had a neat mustache, and Baron Fried had a beard. They were smiling, but it was all an act. And here are the 7 days who are genuinely disliked are the Lester families, at which a man and his two sons were sitting. They were extremely unpleasant to look at. Also, there were Russell families. There were two men there. One was the father and the other was the son. They were extremely similar to each other as well as everybody else. Also, there was a family he feuded with. It was the Chiron family. Phil, along with his son, was sitting somewhere nearby. In particular, the head of this family was to be feared. Phil Chiron. They haven't gotten along with him since forever, so you have to watch out for this man. He's conniving, unpredictable, and very violent, so you have to keep your eyes open for that. The boy's father rose from his seat and raised his glass upward. He thanked all the bones for biding their time to keep the southern trade route safe, and also for the prosperity and peace of the 6 noble families of the South. Glasses of fine wine flew up. People drank to peace. To prosperity, toasts began to be heard, which sounded very loud. Iron took the glass in his hands, too, and brought it to his nose. He was uncomfortable with the smell of alcohol, as he had never drunk alcohol before. It was a strange ritual for him, quite unfamiliar. The boy began to look around fearfully. Everyone clinked glasses. People began to drink exquisite drinks. They did it so gracefully that the boy even felt a little embarrassed. I think we should drink this one. The guy brought the glass to his lips, and as unpleasant as it was, he had to drink it. He held it very unskillfully, which probably made him think it tasted gross. The guy grimaced, surprisingly bitter stuff. He wrinkled his nose. It didn't seem to be to his liking. Now the boy noticed that something strange was starting to happen around him. Something that confused him the most. The drink was okay, but why was everyone looking at him like that? Everyone absolutely who sat in that hall looked at him with contempt. Some were surprised, some looked at him with pity. The Karen who sat across from him also stared directly at the boy. The boy was a little embarrassed. He started to get scared. What am I even doing here? Why was everyone staring at him with those faces of his? He didn't want to draw much attention to his person, but it didn't matter. Had he made some kind of mistake? The boy opened his eyes in fear. He was terribly embarrassed and scared that something unpredictable was about to happen. The boy wanted to rectify the situation. She seemed to be too late. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Someone addressed the boy by name. The boy even twitched a little. He looked in that direction. Phil Kieran looked at him smilingly and said that the boy was holding his glass a little wrong. He looked at him kindly, but even a fool could see that behind that mask of friendliness lurked an insidious type. The boy looked at his hand and at the way he held the glass. It didn't seem strange to him, but the man continued. White wine is very sensitive to temperature. If you hold the glass this way, the heat from his palm is transferred to the wine. A man showed me how to hold a glass properly. He took hold of the stem of the glass. That's why you have to hold the thin part, the stem. The man smiled and looked at the boy with the rest of his eyes. The guy was about to fall to the ground in shame. He apologized immediately and shook his head. Kieran laughed. It's okay. It happens. Let the boy not apologize. Now let him try to take the glass like he should. The boy took it just as it was explained to him. Kieran smiled and said it was very good. However, it would be better if the boy also stuck out his little finger. The boy didn't understand. What? The Baron was confused, so he didn't know. The man began to explain. In the old days, when condiments were very expensive, people used to pick it up with their thumb and little finger to avoid wasting it. However, by picking up the glass with the whole palm of the hand, The fingers became strangely moist and the condiments were often wasted. That was it, the boy grinned. He listened attentively, for he needed to know. The father of the family looked at all this in silence, but still very wary. The Baron smiled and said that at the age the boy was, of course, not many people thought about it. But being an aristocrat, one must honor the rules of decorum and table etiquette. The man said it with the pressure of a lecture. Another family laughed out loud naturally. As the saying goes, the difference between a commoner and an aristocrat can be seen in the little things. Everyone laughed. Those are the right words. Of course, this was said to jab the boy, but Baron Karen immediately shook his head. No, let them wait. And not in some strange way twisted his phrase. Baron Lester misunderstood. He didn't mean that. They understand what he was getting at, no? Let them not misunderstand him. Pereira didn't say anything. Then he said politely, there was no looking at him askance between them. The boy still didn't understand anything. He was far away from it all, since he lived in his room all the time. Kieran smiled and said that was fine. He said it was only for the good of the Ainu. They looked at each other and their son. The plan was going as planned. Then the Baron asked his son Rayan if he had heard of the symphonies he had recommended to him. The son laughed. Of course he had. He especially liked the second composition. Baron Lester looked at the boy and said that he seemed to have a deep knowledge of music. What kind of music does Iron listen to? The boy hesitated. He didn't know what to say. The boy said that he didn't have a particular preference in music, so he didn't know. The man looked at him with contempt, really. Then he refrained himself and said, right, he was at the academy, wasn't he? I guess he just didn't have the time right? However, a minimum of erudition is still necessary for every aristocrat. The boy felt out of place. He had the feeling that he was uncomfortable here. If the dialogue suddenly broke down, both of them would find themselves in an awkward position. The man continued to instruct him. Then he laughed and said good-naturedly that he was just joking. Let the boy not take his words to heart so he could forget. Ryan watched it all from afar, a smile showing on his face. Everything is going according to plan. Everything is exactly as he had envisioned. So there's nothing to worry about. Everything will be fine. He's just going to crush this young man. He was holding a glass of wine, and he was smirking. Now he was going to crush it. Well, how does it feel to feel that as an aristocrat you have no education? The boy cheered. He was at last. And really, the guy had no idea about this secular society at all. He had spent his whole life lying in bed, knowing nothing, doing nothing, so it was understandable. This is the moment to expose the irresponsibility of his father, who all this time left him without proper attention and upbringing. So let him reap the fruits of his labors. It will be his triumph. He can't do anything. Iron felt very lousy. The guy was afraid. His whole body was shaking and his breathing was confused. The guy looked at the dish in front of him. It was some kind of rice and meat. There was a lot of cutlery, and the guy had no idea how to use it. His eyes began to darken. The boy was worried and afraid. A father noticed that something was wrong with his son. He asked the boy, "Is he all right?" The poor boy was trembling with fear. He didn't know what to say. He was incredibly heavy and scared. He turned to his father and asked if he could get up from the table. He wasn't feeling well. His father looked at him, and there was sadness in his eyes, and even some shame. He realized that his son had no idea how to be an aristocrat. The man missed his eyes. Inside, he felt incredibly sorry for his son. He was in pain for what he was seeing. The boy left the hall and slammed the door. Inside him, a hurricane was raging. He didn't know where to put himself. It was an incredible embarrassment. He looked up, his eyes hot with tears, and for a few seconds he stood still, not knowing what to do. He wanted to run away, to get away from here. He was breathing through and through. The guy started to run. He broke away from his seat and ran for cover. He just had to hide somewhere away from all this horror. He just didn't want to be here. He ran away again. He thought he had become more confident, but his dreams were shattered in an instant. He had thought he could stand up to the others. When he shook hands with his enemy, he felt his strength, but now he was completely helpless. But he had no idea of anything. He had no idea of the pain his father had experienced. The boy grabbed his chest. Something began to ache there. The boy was ready to fall through the ground now. He wanted to be somewhere else. What pain his father was going through now. How bad his sister and mother were along with him. The guy felt parchy more than ever. He didn't know where to put himself, and now tears were coming to his eyes. The boy started to whimper. He had his hands against the wall. He didn't know where to put himself. A hurricane was raging inside. He felt like the worst son on earth. The boy didn't understand anything at all. His eyes were closed with a veil of tears. The boy was crying with grief. He looked up and looked in front of him. He saw nothing. His whole soul ached. He couldn't do anything after all. He had spent half his life locked up in his room, and now he didn't know what he wanted. He realized how senseless and helpless he was. The boy found himself on the training ground by himself. He saw his weapon and grabbed the handle of his sword. He wanted to chop himself in half so he wouldn't have to see such a naughty son. He started swinging his weapon in different directions, unable to even fathom his own sword. He was incredibly disgusted that he even existed in this world. The boy was ready to cry. Actually, that's what he was doing. The guy was waving his gun around, trying to vent all the anger and resentment, all the shame he'd just experienced. He didn't know what to do. He remembered a conversation with a cat. He asked it at that moment, "What do meaningless endeavors mean?" The cat replied that that's what they mean, that it's all pointless, meaningless, useless. To exploit one's body brutally, exhausting oneself to the point of death, is not diligence at all. To achieve a goal requires one to utilize it both physically and spiritually. That's what effort means. This guy's doing a lot of bullshit. The cat put its little paw on my heart. The tremendous actions of the body must be supported by tremendous actions of the soul and... Their gazes crossed, and the cat asked, "So the guy still thinks he's tried hard enough?" The guy didn't understand anything at all at that moment. He still didn't understand anything. Now he waved his weapon in an attempt to escape. He knew nothing, wanted nothing, and understood nothing. Soon he calmed down. The guy stood in the middle of an empty training ground. Around flew the dust he had picked up his seats earlier. He understood nothing. Nothing at all. It was as if everything had gone out of his head. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice. It was a nasty, squeaky voice. The boy turned around to look at them. They were Baron Lefter's sons. He's really here. One of the sons admired his rack. It really wasn't bad. I guess his training at the academy wasn't a lie. There were children of these noble families, which the guy already hated inside him. One of the sons said that waiting for the adults to talk was very boring. Maybe they could have a duel amongst themselves. They were Baron Lester's heirs, Kevin and Caesar. Among them was one more, a guy with black hair. He looked at Aaron with the same disdain. He was Baron Russell Martin's heir. Doesn't know how to take wine properly. Doesn't know how to hold a sword either. Although, of course, a year of swordsmanship training was not enough for a careless aristocrat. Everyone started laughing. They kept laughing. Iron tried not to pay attention to them. He just looked at them with an angry look. The boy stood and tried to steady his breathing. Finally, he's out of his mind. The guy put his sword forward and told them to attack now. He was on fire. He was furious. He finally realized it was time to stop this madness, to stop letting himself be bullied. He stood in front of his rivals and looked at them with hatred. They were even a little dumbfounded by such insolence. The guys stood there and said nothing. In the boy's eyes was rage, blind rage of resentment and pain for all that had been done to him at the feast. He wanted revenge in some way. The brothers of the Lester family looked at him. What a daring type. They were even a little stunned by such a thing. The boys wrinkled their faces and looked at the boy. One of the brothers went to the sword rack. All right, he'll fight him anyway. The guy picked up the gun and started twirling it around. It's been a while since he's picked up a ball, but a guy who's only been practicing for a year, he's no match for him. He smiled and thought that now this arrogant guy would taste the shame. Now he would destroy him. Their gazes crossed. Iron was furious. The boy wanted to destroy this arrogant upstart who only knew how to parasitize his family's name. The boy was furious. Nothing could stop him now. A descendant of the Lester family looked at his opponent with undisguised contempt. Well, now they'll see what he's capable of. He wanted to say something else, probably another tease or something, but the boy didn't wait. He sprang from his seat and in one great leap came toward him. The boy did not even have time to react. The blow was so fast and strong that it was almost impossible to catch him with his eyes. Iron struck so hard that the sword flew out of his opponent's hands and flew high up. There was a crackle of metal. The boy didn't even realize anything. He was scared from the realization that the sword had flown out of his hands, however. He stood still and tried not to move. What just happened? Suddenly, he felt a chill near his neck. Iron's sword was near his neck, and the boy gulped nervously. The others who were standing there also opened their mouths in astonishment. How is this even possible? What's wrong with this guy? They wanted to put him in his place. The boy brought his sword to his opponent's throat, and it looked like the outcome of the battle was decided. His opponent lay on the ground, unable to move. The guy looked at them with a serious, but at the same time, lifeless look. He didn't want to say anything. He saw only opponents to be razed to the ground. Then the boy asked, "Who is next?" The others looked at him with fear and with a kind of apprehension. They had not expected such a come from a careless aristocrat. The guy he beat got up on his feet and yelled that it wasn't fair. "We should try it again." He shouted in a frightened voice that they hadn't even announced the start of the duel. Was he like a sneaky snake attacking stealthily? Iron said, "Let it be," as he said. "Let them start over." The boy looked at his weapon, which lay a few centimeters away from him. Martin told Kevin to get up, and he would go out instead. The guy got up and approached his opponent. "What the hell did I just do?" Martin looked at him with a look that could burn a man. Kevin looked him in the eye and immediately shook with fear. The man said he understood that it was all about his carelessness. Just let it go. The boy agreed. Martin approached Iron closely. He said he would only feel better after he had fought him in person. Iron looked up at him because he was shorter. The two brothers started laughing. This pathetic jerk isn't ready for this. They were already inwardly celebrating their victory. What an arrogant asshole, boasting about not playing by the rules. Martin won't lose. They have different builds. Now it's going to be different. Their gazes crossed. The fight was about to begin. Iron grouped himself. He could not lose. The battlefield, this was his home, and now he would defend his honor. The boy prepared himself. Victory would not come easily. Martin took a swing. He wanted to put that arrogant boy who thinks he's a hero in his place. How is that even possible? Why does he even think he's going to be a good swordsman? The boy laughed. The block would definitely not help him. His attacks were so swift and fast that no block could withstand them. Martin was already celebrating victory. There was no way the boy would even be able to resist him. So don't let him try. The boy's skills were impeccable, so blocking his blows would just be useless, or so he thought. So far, Iron had done well without much effort. The two twin brothers stood not far away and watched the whole thing. On their faces glistened in delight. They saw Martin throwing punches. They cheered for him, let him smash him, crush him to dust. The boy struck many more times but felt that it was all useless. Couldn't he finish this youngster off? It was unthinkable. He was striking rapidly, but it was no use. The boy was beginning to lose his temper. Iron fended off all the attacks. It was as if it was no problem for him. The boy looked at him with a completely calm gaze. He was closing with his weapon. It was easier than it seemed. Suddenly he guessed the moment and struck back. Martin even bounced to the side to get out of the line of attack. The guy even shrieked. Getting heavy, and he could feel it, the boy blocked and ducked. Was he swinging too vigorously or something? Would he not be able to beat him? While Martin stood and tried to gather his thoughts, Iron guessed the moment and approached him far enough away to strike. The guy swung. I missed the blade of my weapon straight down. Martin, of course, managed to close, but the blow was incredibly strong. The boy felt incredible pressure. He did not expect that this guy could become so strong. He barely managed to stay on his feet, barely managed to keep his sword out of his hands, and deflected backwards. He hadn't expected this, that's for sure. The boy held on with all his might, but they were getting smaller and smaller. What a bastard! Why were his hands shaking at all? The guy felt an unpleasant trembling in his knees. He felt that his rival was head and shoulders above him. Martin looked at his hands. They were burning. All his bones ached. The guy didn't expect it and didn't understand anything. He was attacking as usual. Everything seemed fine. However, something was wrong. His opponent was incredibly resilient. No matter how much he beat him, he was still not going to back down. Iron looked at him with a calm and cold gaze. What's wrong? Why isn't he attacking anymore? It was as if the boy was mocking him. There was only coldness in his eyes and confidence. So as far as that was even possible, Martin looked at him with a frightened look. He couldn't resist any longer. He didn't want to anymore. He was genuinely scared. This was the first time he had ever faced something like this. An opponent who had not only become on par with him, but had surpassed him in such a short time. Stop that one. Iron had already drawn his sword for the final blow. Martin was scared out of his wits. The guy covered himself with his weapon, but realized that now he was going to be finished. Suddenly there was a voice. Enough, I think it's clear who's winning. There stood one of the Chiron family. The boy smiled and stepped closer. He told Martin to stop before it gets worse. He doesn't want to get hurt, does he? Martin looked at him and gave a frightened nod. The fight was over. Two brothers of the Chiron family stood there. One of them was looking at Aaron and smiling. Ryan looked at him and asked if he'd mind competing with him. His brother stood behind him, watching him. Except they'll be fighting with real swords. His brother looked at him surprised but also frightened. What's he up to? Iron glanced at him and nodded his head. Okay, so be it. The boy seemed to be completely confident in his abilities, so backing down wasn't something he ever planned to do. Let it be so. They will fight. Ryan looked at him and smiled even wider. He liked this guy's attitude. It looked like his plan was going to be put into action right away. Iron gripped his sword. He readied himself. The boy concentrated. The spirit of rage was still beating in his chest. Now he would prove to everyone what he was worth. Ryan looked at him and laughed. Where did this guy get so much, agreeing to a duel with real swords? Apparently, being at the academy had given him a lot of courage. It'll be difficult, but he can handle it. The boy wondered if he should leave a small scar on his face, a reminder of where he belonged. But no, the boy was an aristocrat, and his face needed to be protected. He told the Aaron that he would concede the right to attack him first, since he had started learning the sword arts earlier. So it would be the right thing to do. The boy looked at him with a serious look and simply remained silent. Ryan noticed the confusion on his face and asked in surprise, "What, he doesn't like that option? Wants him to start? He's trying to be gentlemanly and friendly. Can't he see that, or else?" Iron says he agrees. He accepts his offer. He interrupted the boy, and the boy was immediately angry beyond belief. What an asshole. All right. He tried to keep his anger in check, but he was not very good at it. Iron looked at him with a serious look. The boy had fully prepared himself and realized that this was going to be a very strong duel. Ryan laughed. He seemed to have full confidence in his abilities. He laughed and said that he had never thought that the hour would come when they would duel against each other. He had a strange feeling about it. The boy he had known before was completely different. Ryan squinted. He sensed something. Something had changed in the boy. He was different now. He stood before him with his weapon and was fully prepared to begin the battle. The boy had changed literally before his eyes. Something had happened at the academy, something very interesting. The Iron he knew was a worthless coward who was afraid to even leave his own room. And what's changed? Now he wasn't even afraid to go up against him. Ryan looked at him and told him to attack already. Let him not disappoint him. The boy's face had that same snide smile on it. Iron continued to hold the sword in his hands. He gripped the hilt even tighter and prepared himself. This was his finest hour. The boy couldn't back down or appear to be a coward. He simply had no other choice, he breathed out. Ryan looked at him and laughed. He was beginning to be amused. It looked a little funny from the outside, but the boy seemed confident in his abilities. Look at him, he's showing off. Iron, pay no attention to anyone, continued to concentrate. Everything around him ceased to exist. Absolutely everyone became nothing to him. The boy looked only at the blade of his sword. The others, the two twins and Martin, looked at him with surprised eyes. Look at him with his eyes closed, and he's making a fool of himself. They didn't seem particularly pleased with the beginning. They began to sarcasm as usual, trying to jab the boy. However, Aaron didn't pay any attention to them at all. The boy closed his eyes and tried to concentrate. He meditated and prepared to strike. The boy opened his eyes, he exhaled, and prepared himself. Nothing could stop him at this moment. The boy looked at his opponent with a calm and poised gaze. Ryan looked at him. He squinted. Something about this kid wasn't right. But what? Had something really changed? He squinted and took a closer look. It all turned out to be even weirder. Iron literally began to glow. The boy was holding his weapon and his blade was literally glowing. It was stunningly beautiful and scary at the same time. Suddenly the boy saw something that made him even more frightened. His eyes widened and a wave of goosebumps ran down his back. He saw something that threatened him directly. The boy bounced and bumped into the wall. He was out of the line of attack. The boy felt something threaten his life and immediately ran back. I think he was starting to run away. He stood leaning against the wall, trying to get his breathing back to normal. Something went wrong. He stood looking at his opponent, trying to figure out what was wrong. The distance between them was rapidly increasing, but the boy didn't understand why he suddenly decided to increase the distance. What's happening? Is he afraid? The boy stood leaning against the wall and tried to bring himself to his senses. He felt like he had met someone else. This was no longer the boy he had known a long time ago. This was a different person. Is he afraid? Was he afraid of the blow from the careless aristocrat? Iron looked at him with a calm, concentrated gaze after all, so much so that goosebumps went through his body. Ryan held his sword in his hands. He tried to get ready, to gather the thoughts that were scattering. Okay, you got to pull yourself together. Just pull yourself together. There's no need to rush. You just have to concentrate. The boy gritted his teeth. He was slowly getting angry with himself. Yes, what's wrong with him? Can't he beat a mumbler like that? Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes in surprise. The blade of his sword began to disintegrate. It was broken. A crack appeared there. No perfectly oblique cut. The boy was frightened. Eventually, there was a crunch, and the blade of the weapon began to split in two. The guy was still holding the stump, trying to figure out what was wrong. It was incredible. He didn't even have time to see it happen. The weapon literally shattered into pieces. The sword couldn't take the strain and simply broke. The guy didn't realize what had happened at first, but then he started to understand. Iron stood firm. He held his weapon in his hands and glared at his opponent. There was only cold confidence and concentration in his eyes. The guy did it without a single tremor on his face. Everyone absolutely cried out in surprise. His sword had broken. On the faces of those who were watching, there was genuine surprise, delight, and even fear. This can't be happening. He had lost. How the hell did this happen? Ryan looked at the stump of his sword and was horrified. How had he done this? What had just happened? He tried to figure it out, but there was no way he could comprehend the fact that he had lost with such speed. There was real fear in his eyes. They hadn't even crossed their weapons. So how did he do it? The guy looked in front of him with real fear for his life. The blade clattered to the ground. It's evidence that Ryan lost. So fast he didn't realize it. The shiny steel reflected his face, filled with fear and terror. Suddenly there was a familiar voice. It was his father, Phil. The boy looked in his direction, and his eyes widened in surprise. He still couldn't get over what had happened. The heads of the families, including Iron's father, came outside. Phil looked at his son and said in surprise, "They're having a duel?" Suddenly the father's eyes caught the fact that she was in his son's arms. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise and opened his eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He saw his son holding the broken sword. The man wondered why this was happening. Ryan continued to stand and looked in front of him with a frightened look. The boy didn't know what to say. Still gathering his thoughts, he said that he had lost the duel to Aaron. Everyone who was standing there shrieked in horror and surprise. No one could believe what was happening. It was truly staggering. Aaron's father looked at his son and raised an eyebrow in surprise. It struck him to the core. He couldn't believe his son could do such a thing. He had defeated Ryan. Iron stood not far away from everyone and looked away in confusion. He couldn't even believe what had happened. However, it was already done. His opponent stared at his opponent with a blank stare in front of him. How could he be now? This is a real disgrace. His father would never forgive him for this. The boy was still thinking. Suddenly a smile appeared on his face. All right, so be it. And all he has to do is talk like nothing happened. The guy decided to keep a straight face. He looked at Jack and told him to support the stump of his sword. You had to act as confident as possible. Never give the appearance that you lost. Like it was no big deal. It was the only way to save face. The boy smilingly said that his opponent's skills were surprisingly admirable. His sword just broke in two. And that's just from an attack from over 5 meters away. Everyone was absolutely flabbergasted. Phil looked at yet another head of household and held his breath. This was truly amazing. The men didn't know what to say. Ryan at this point was trying to hold on. He was incredibly hurt that he had lost at this rate. The guy had to endure this moment. It was a shame, but still. Father approached Ryan and said that his opponent's skills were really admirable. He had a fake smile on his face. Obviously, he'd been at the academy for a year. Obviously, his son is no match for him. Everyone clapped their hands. What good fortune for the Southern Union. Aaron's amazing progress would surely be of great benefit to the punitive expeditions. Phil agreed. Right? They were all envious of Aaron's father. After all, he had such a nugget born to him. Eventually, it was over. They tried to hold on, or at least pretend that nothing had happened. The meeting was over, and it was deep into the night. Everyone else decided to ride back. The Baron decided to walk them to the exit. The Karen family walked out of the palace and headed for their carriage. They were returning home in complete confusion. No one could believe what had happened, especially the young heir's father. There was a tense atmosphere between them. He turned to his son, the boy walking behind him with his eyes downcast to the floor. He was incredibly embarrassed himself. He didn't even dare say a word. The father couldn't believe that his son had managed to boost this boy's morale by purposely losing to him in a duel. They were almost estranged from the family, but it was a good thing it ended on a positive note. The boy clenched his teeth as he realized he wasn't bluffing. Father stopped and continued speaking, but from now on, let it never happen again. It will be a real shame for them. Let him be discreet. His father said that from now on, he could turn a blind eye to his unauthorized changes to their plan. The boy bowed his head and bowed to his father. He decided not to argue. The timing was bad to say the least. The boy clenched his teeth and tried to contain his anger. He was incredibly disgusted by the very fact that he had lost to this boy. However, it was already done. Okay, need to swallow it, and continue practicing even harder. He would prove that it was just an unfortunate mistake. He summoned his steward. The latter ran up to his master and regarded him with a bow. The boy was furious. He ordered him to summon 3, no 5, of the soldier's pupils when he returned home. The boy wanted to practice and wash away his shame. He returned home and went into his father's study. He said that the boy might not take part, as a punitive expedition was a dangerous business, and it was an incredibly important event. The boy stood in front of his father and looked at him with clear eyes. But right now, it was more important for him to officially become a student of the academy. Would wasting time be a good idea? Wouldn't it be better to spend it practicing his technique? The boy looked at his father with serious eyes. He thought for a second that his father was doubting him. Is that really so? Then why? No, he shook his head and said he'd take it, thank you. The father is surprised to the core. Has his son grown so mature? It's unbelievable. It was as if the boy didn't notice this and said in a firm voice that he definitely wanted to join him. He would, and he would do everything according to plan. He said he was pleased with his father's worry about his technique, so he would definitely fill in his gaps. His father looked at him with a surprised and stunned look. He will do everything he can to eliminate absolutely every cause for concern in the next 3 weeks. His father continued to look at him with a surprised look of amazement. If after that, his father didn't believe in him, he would refuse to participate. The man looked at him with a benevolent, loving gaze. He couldn't believe that his son was mature enough to take part in such a responsible mission. Well, he had no right to refuse him. The boy said everything and left his father's office. He headed down the hall toward the exit, wanting to be alone for a while to get his thoughts in order. Too many things had happened during the day and he was tired. On the way down the hallway, he saw 2 familiar silhouettes. It was his mother and his sister. They were walking towards him. They had sad expressions on their faces. I think something was bothering them, but they didn't want to talk about it. They were sad, the guy saw, and tried to ignore it. Curlia looked down at her feet and asked in a quiet voice, "Is everything going to be all right?" The girl was worried about her brother. No matter what their relationship was, they were soulmates after all. It bothered her a lot. The girl wanted to consult her mother, and as if she was looking for support. The atmosphere was strained to say the least, so she had to clean herself up. The mother looked in front of her with the same devastated look. She said that everything would be all right. Her brother was doing a great job. He's doing his best, so all they have to do is believe in him. There seemed to be some uncertainty in the woman's words, too. She asked the girl if she believed in her brother. She nodded her head. At this time, Iron continued to train hard. The boy did not know fatigue. He had a very important task ahead of him, and he could not let his father down. The boy was swinging his weapon. He was practicing all his punches. He had to get them perfect. He couldn't mess up in front of his father. He swore to himself at that moment, as he once again lowered his sword, that he would never again place such a burden of responsibility on his family. He swung his weapon and tried to get rid of it all, to get rid of his ignorance. Everything was shaking around. It seemed that even the gun rack that was nearby began to vibrate from the power that came from the boy. These people would never have to face disrespect in their direction again. The boy drew his sword across the ground, and there was a scraping of metal. They will never be ashamed of him again. The boy waved his gun around, trying to forget it all, forget the shame he had experienced last night. He wanted to let it go. He wouldn't just watch it all go away. Fury blazed in his eyes. The boy couldn't calm down. He tried to give it all up at all costs. To end this suffering, he just couldn't let it happen again. He lowered his weapon, and it hit the ground with a sound that made the windows seem ready to fly out. He would no longer watch his family have to hold back their anger and sadness. There was even steam coming off of him. The boy tensed up to the point where the rest of the world ceased to exist for him. He didn't want to look at it anymore. It was a shame he couldn't bear. Suddenly, there was a familiar purring voice. It was as if Lulu had seen it all and had come at the worst possible moment. She mockingly asked, "How's it going?" The boy looked at her with fierce eyes, wanting to tear her apart. He asked her, "Well, do his actions now seem like a wasted effort?" The cat looked down at him, her face frowning. She smiled and said it's different now. Now she could see that the boy was really trying. A sharp tooth gleamed in her little mouth. There was some childish mischief in her eyes. The boy looked at her hopefully. So now he could learn sorcery or not. He was already completely desperate. He didn't care at all anymore. He was willing to be anything to overcome this barrier. Lulu looked at him, and her eyes spoke volumes. Yes, he can now. The cat said this with great confidence. Now everything was falling into place. She had no more doubts. Iron looked at her with the kind of look that humans usually get before they are executed. He asked her to teach him. He would do whatever she said. Cat smiled. Let him rush me, teach me, and she would teach him. Just not today. The cat purred and smiled, showing her fangs. He'd better come to his senses today, calm down, and get his head straight. Really, Iron was on the verge of having a nervous breakdown. She doesn't know what happened, but now just let him rest. And tomorrow they'll start. Iron nodded his head. He basically had no other choice. The boy stood in the middle of the empty training ground, with just him and this witch. He wished that he could break out of this circle. He didn't want his family to have to endure any more of this. Cat smiled and said, let just him not overdo it. Iron said, relying on her. They smiled at each other. The boy seemed to start to calm down a little. He said that no one would come to this training area. He asked his father to limit the entrance. The cat purred. That's just a great idea. Suddenly the boy saw something. He looked at the cat with surprise and asked, where did she get her glasses from? That's nice, but still, where did she get them from? The cat looked up at him and smiled. Indeed, on her little fluffy nose were small glasses just right. She said that the outfit was the important thing. Little things like that allow you to construct a different way of thinking. The boy nodded his head. She looked at him like a teacher looks at a student. From somewhere, she got a magic wand and a small book. Though the boy had stopped wondering by this point. Like she said, sorcery is all about spirit. It's not enough to just want it. You have to make the wish come true. His wish was to protect his family. The boy nodded. The cat immediately started flipping through the book quickly and looking for the right material. Then what should I do to make my cherished wish stronger? The guy shook his head. He didn't have any idea. The cat ripped a few sheets out of the book. The whole floor was already covered with Amy's book leaves. She said the best idea was superstition. The boy wondered, what did that have to do with it? She nodded her head. Yes, it was exactly like that. No rumors, no logical reasoning, just superstition. However, it is also faith. And in witchcraft, faith is paramount, so let her not be deceived. However absurd the wish may be, the more sincerely he believes in it, the more powerful it becomes and improves the sorceress' power. Primitive people who lived a long, long time ago honored the sun and huge stones as gods. And they said they wanted to fulfill their wishes through offerings. They used the most unshakable method of belief, religion, taking the sacrifice as payment. It's a pretty effective method, because in that case it is more likely to be heard by the devil than by someone normal. That way the sorcery can't be realized properly. Unless, of course, he wants the demons at his disposal. She jumped on top of him and grabbed hold of his shirt. The guy was even a little dumbfounded by this. Now she was going to show him the best method for him. It will be training with his weapons. Other than that, concentrating on his strongest and most cherished wish. Kat said it with such enthusiasm that even the guy himself began to believe it slowly. She clung to his face with her paws and said, "What's he standing there for?" The guy was dumbfounded and he didn't know what to say. She was so pushy. Ball in hand and go. The boy immediately started practicing even harder. He swung his weapon, practicing all his strikes. But now his concentration was heightened as he thought about his wish. He was brimming with incredible tenacity. There was a glint of passion in his eyes. He wanted to achieve his result at all costs. His eyes were filled with determination. Now he knew what he wanted. He swung again and again and struck again and again. It was a real challenge for him. Something new awakened in him. The guy was on the training ground alone. He asked that no one go around here as he wanted some privacy. Well, now he'll have a chance to prove his worth to absolutely everyone. He stood and held his sword with concentration. The boy continued to do as he had done before, only with even more persistence. Suddenly, that's where the enchantress came from. He asked her, "Continue with the same ball training?" The cat frowned. Not the same at all. She had her glasses on her nose. It looked very funny from the outside. She stroked herself with her paw and told him to promise her something, though no, a weightier word was needed. "Oh, let there be a deal." The guy looked at her with a surprised look. A deal. She said let him make 1,000 sword swings every day, putting his soul into each one. The boy hesitated. It sounded like a challenge. Cat continued. Let him practice day by day serious spiritual attitudes, thinking about what needs to be done to advance. Lulu continued. This feeling is similar to the superstition she told him about earlier. If you just practice with your weapon every single day, it's not a given that he'll reach the level he wants. But there's one thing. That decides everything else. When he starts to realize the wish he has made time and time again, which he longs for the most, his faith in what he will get and also his fortitude will become stronger. It will grow stronger every day. It is necessary to discard the old approach and train with a strong spiritual attitude. The boy pondered. The cat makes a good point, all right. Just swinging a sword won't do it. It wasn't easy, but he still tried. There was a look of confidence in his eyes. He hesitated, then started swinging again. Should he put all his strength into his swing? It was more difficult than it turned out to be. He had to first understand what was required of him. Maybe he should put the love for his family in his punch. His eyes began to blaze with renewed vigor, his self-confidence growing every day. Maybe repent, remembering what a fool he had been in the past. He didn't realize yet what feelings to put into his stroke. How about asking him to be endowed with such outstanding swordsmanship and skill that he would never receive scorn again? The boy continued to ponder. He didn't understand anything yet. Lulu continued to watch him. She sat a few meters away and watched the guy train hard. He started training even a little harder than usual. Cat smiled. Okay, first stage passed. It was enough that he was starting to think when he did something, instead of just mindlessly waving his weapon around. That's a good change. If this boy continued to train hard, and he would definitely have strength in himself. The boy continued to wave. He wasn't paying attention to anything at all, awakening sorcery through effort. It may sound a lot more ridiculous, however it was. It seemed to her that it would suit the current errand just fine, then let him do as he pleased. The boy continued. He swung his sword, trying to establish balance and harmony with himself. On the second day, the same thing happened again. The guy continued to stand on the training ground and swing his sword. He hadn't yet realized what feelings he had to put into his strike, but he continued again and again. On the fourth day, the same thing happened again. The guy kept waving, but he still couldn't find the same feeling that would help him. After 10 days, he started to lose his strength. It's been 10 days. The guy dropped the sword from his hands. He didn't understand anything. He just stood there with his hands down. He lowered his hands as he didn't know what to do next. He seemed to have lost hope. Here we go again. He wondered, is he doing the right thing? Maybe he was just wasting time. His eyes expressed uncertainty. He didn't understand anything. He seemed to be doing something wrong, missing something or something. Suddenly, Lulu appeared out of nowhere and looked at the boy with her stern feline gaze. He was even a little frightened that she came out of nowhere. What would she do? The boy was breathing hard. The training was paying off. Just not there. The cat looked at him with a stubborn look. She asked if he knew what makes a boiling soul go cold. Would a heart of stone melt like grains of sand? The boy looked at her. No, he didn't know that. The cat replied without waiting for an answer that it was insecurity and doubt. In truth, it is normal. The soul cannot always be in complete constancy. The boy looked at her and it began to dawn on him. His fiery will somehow begins to fade. And as the body grows heavier, more and more disorderly thoughts accumulate in the mind. At times like this, they usually flow in a negative direction. The boy looked at the abandoned sword. That's why we must act together, not alone. The cat looked at him and smiled broadly. She seemed to know what to do. The sun reflected in her glasses. She looked at him with a cocky look and said if he didn't believe in himself, there was only one way to fix it. She looked at him and smiled. Let him believe the man who believes in himself. Iron looked at her with an uncomprehending look. What does all this mean? Divorce the man who believes in him? The cat jumped on his chest again and snuggled into his shirt with her claws. She went on, if this man gets hard all of a sudden, let Iron give him the faith he had received from him. The cat moved close to him and looked into his eyes. Their union would allow him to move forward more confidently than before. The boy didn't understand anything. He looked at her with a sad look. He picked up the cat in his arms and pulled it away from him. Lulu looked at him in surprise. The boy said he didn't think he had anyone who believed in him. The cat was even taken aback by this. What? Why would he think that? She stood on the floor, and the boy looked down at her and didn't know what to say. He turned away and said in a sad voice that he was just a coward who ran away from everything all the time and hid. Who would believe and love someone like that? He doubted that there was a single living creature willing to believe in a weakling like him. Lulu, however, looked after him and smiled, purring that she believed in him. Iron stopped, his eyes widening. The boy couldn't believe what he was hearing. He looked at her with surprised eyes. Lulu continued. Cat asked if he remembered when she said he was as boring as the hundreds of rocks in the valley. Well, she was wrong. The cat began to explain her thoughts, so to me they are smooth and beautiful. She didn't think there'd be many people who'd like my beautiful stones. It sounded strange, but somehow convincing. By the way, his sister is Sapphire. The boy remembered about his sister, whom he loved very much, but she still often quarreled with him. They looked at each other. Iron continued to understand nothing. What was she getting at? The cat continued. She said she wasn't human, but she knew something. She turned to him and wagged her tail. Lulu said she felt like there were a lot of people around the boy who loved him. Let him take his time and not make categorical statements. It's still a little early. Good. Lesson over for today. The cat waved his tail goodbye. Let him think hard about everything today. To his room, and she seemed to go about her business. The cat jumped somewhere and immediately disappeared. Iron was left completely confused. He stood on the training ground where dust was still flying. His training had been overzealous. The boy was even a little tired of it. Okay, still got to take the advice and go inside. He walked into his manor. It was quiet and just off to the side. A chill enveloped him. He headed to his room to rest. He lay on his warm bed and thought, a man who believes in him. He looked up at the ceiling in front of him. That's his mother, his father, his sister. Yes, it was them, because they had waited 10 years for the moment when he would finally come to his senses. He looked at the picture of his family, and something pricked him. He thought about it and began to remember everything that had happened to him in his past life. If it wasn't for his family's faith in him, the boy wouldn't have had the will to even pick up a sword of his own free will. The boy wallowed in these thoughts that began to gnaw at him. In addition, there were the friends he had made at the academy, the instructor, the principal who had helped him all along the way. Eventually, Lulu, who was always rubbing around him, even gave him an expensive gift. They all believe in him, even though he didn't get much here. The guy seemed to be starting to realize something. He closed his eyes and sank deeper into thought. He wondered if he could be the person who would give faith to others. He wanted it so badly. It was as if the veil that had been on him all this time began to lift. He was lying on his bed, and suddenly he felt himself falling asleep. Something very dark, viscous, and drafty covered him. The guy was starting to fall asleep very fast. His body became heavy. Everything started to go blank in his head. Curlia was sitting in her room reading a book. She was studying some sort of sorcery technique or manuscript. The girl was completely engrossed in the reading process. Suddenly, as if with her sixth sense, the girl felt something strange, a very powerful sorceress aura. Goosebumps ran down her back. She jumped up from her seat and ran to her brother's room. The girl felt that something wrong was happening. She had to save her brother. Lulu, who was standing next to her, looked at her with surprised eyes. And what happened? She burst into his room and saw that on the bed lay the very gift the witch had given her brother. It was right inside him. What is happening to his brother? Lulu jumped up on the bed and said that Iron had awakened the sorcerer's power. Awakened? The girl screamed. She said she had never heard of this method of awakening before. The thing began to enlarge, and Iron was completely submerged in it. Now only his silhouette was visible. Lulu stood around him and watched with rapt attention. The girl was furious. She jumped up to the cat and shouted for the cat to come alive and lay out what the matter was, not slowly. Lulu waved her paws and nodded fearfully. The cat began to speak in a trembling voice out of fear. Ironic delved deep into her own soul to fulfill a cherished wish. The girl seemed to have never heard or realized this. What? Into the depths of her own soul? There was doubt in her words. She clenched her fists, ready to crush this cat. The cat nodded, to the most appropriate place to fulfill a wish, where no one could get in and stop him from doing it. She looked at the ball Iron was in. She said that the boy would continue training there until he reached a satisfying result. The girl screamed, "When is he going to go back in?" She was ready to cry. The cat replied that when that would happen, no one knows. Curlia was ready to cry now from helplessness. The girl didn't understand what she should do. Her brother had disappeared to who knows where, and now it was unclear when he would return. No one could tell her for sure. Lulu looked at the girl with pity. Who knows when he would be back? Maybe tomorrow, maybe in a month or even a year. The girl seemed to miss that one and began to wail. Lulu looked at the spot where the boy had been and was horrified. Had she brought on the curse again? She had just begged the boy to come back alive. The cat herself was very worried as she realized that this was entirely her responsibility. Iron at this moment heard nothing, much less felt anything. The boy was immersed in some kind of abyss. He closed his eyes. It felt like he was underwater. He couldn't hear, see, or feel anything. He relied only on his senses. Just then he opened his eyes. A bright light flew into his eyes. What was this place anyway? The guy didn't realize anything. It was a familiar hedge, but he couldn't understand where he was now. He started turning his head in different directions to find something familiar. This place looked familiar to him, but he couldn't figure out where he was. Suddenly it started to occur to him. He finally realized he's in his dream. This was the place where the man was swinging the sword. He saw a silhouette standing there holding a heavy sword. Very familiar. He'd seen it so often, he remembered it. Does this man continue in the same vein, without any changes? Yes, the man was still practicing his punches. The boy stood a few meters away from the man and watched him with open eyes. He stopped understanding anything. He smiled and was extremely surprised. Suddenly he saw something strange. The man stopped and looked at the boy. Iron opened his eyes. He was expecting anything. The man stopped at him. His hair began to develop in the wind. The man stood looking at the boy through the strands of his gray hair. He held the sword in his hands without letting go of it for a second. Their gazes crossed, and what the boy saw made his eyes widen even more. He was surprised in a way he hadn't been in a long time. He saw himself in the man's eyes. The exact same light, the exact same aura. He thought the face was vaguely familiar, so familiar that something in his chest began to move. This man, the boy, felt like he'd known him a long time. All his life, he stopped and stared at the guy who'd disturbed his training. He looked at him. Their gazes crossed. The boy froze in place, unable to take a step. They stood like that for a few seconds or minutes. Time seemed to slow down in here. It just went on and on. The boy noticed that there was a strange aura emanating from the man. It enveloped him from head to toe. It was some kind of power. A very big power that was bursting out. Suddenly the man glowed. The color was so bright that I had to squeeze my eyes shut a little to keep from going blind. The boy didn't expect it. The man kept looking at him with his clear blue eyes as if it was necessary. The guy opened his eyes even wider in surprise from shock. He couldn't understand what was going on. It was the first time he had seen something like this. In addition, he felt an incredible pressure on him. It was a fever, an incredible heat from the overflowing energy. Suddenly, all that energy rushed towards the boy. The boy didn't even have time to realize it. He just felt his body begin to fill with something. Literally, every cell in his body felt something unimaginable. He could barely stand on his feet. He wanted to scream, but all he could get out of his throat was the squeak. He tried to stand on his feet, stretching his arms forward. It felt as if his whole body had been electrocuted. The man continued to glow. His face was no longer visible, only the vague outline of his body. He turned into one big beam of light that was heading straight for the Ainu. From his feet, as if someone, or something very strong, lifted him up. The boy absorbed the energy with his body. He rose into the air. What happened? The boy didn't understand anything. He was incredibly scared, however. He couldn't fight back. It was an incredibly strong energy. The boy squeezed his eyes shut and accepted his fate. It appeared he was going to die, and he tried to hold on as best he could. Iron screamed. It stopped as quickly as it had started. The boy felt that he was lying on solid ground. He seemed alive, his arms and legs still in place, and he sighed heavily. He got up and sat down. Iron Turner's head, something the bed was getting very hard. He seemed to think he was still asleep. Maybe it was because of the strange dream. The boy started looking around. He looked at himself. The clothes were very different. It was some kind of t-shirt and some obscure pants. He's lying on the ground. The guy shrieked in surprise. The clothes were different too. Is this still the same dream? He began to turn his head in different directions to see something familiar. There was a hut in front of him. It was made very roughly, but it had a quality look. The guy looked ahead of him. He continued to stubbornly not understand anything. However, something had changed. The man had disappeared. No matter how much the boy tried, he was unable to see the man. Now he was standing alone in the middle of this field. He was still trying to figure out what had happened. This had never happened to him before. The boy was scared and confused. He didn't understand what was happening, but he knew for sure that he was in my home. It began to dawn on him. A frightening realization crossed his mind. He looked in the direction where the man had just stood. His eyes turned frightened. The boy ground his teeth together. Where the man had stood a moment ago, there was only his sword. It was stuck in the ground, as if someone had just left it there and walked away. The boy stood still for a few seconds, unable to realize what had happened. But it was even stranger than it seemed. A situation that could not be explained in words. He had somehow magically moved into some incomprehensible space. It was like a dream, same place, same cabin, except that something was different. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind. This is witchcraft. How could he not realize it? He remembered the Lulu's words. Had he really used it? He looked at his hands, basically ordinary hands like a normal boy's. Had he really succeeded in awakening his sorcerous power? He still didn't understand anything. If this place was created based on his cherished wish, it turns out that he was now on the training field. The boy gripped the sword tightly. It was a heavy, cold hilt. This weapon was much bigger than he could have imagined. With a little effort, the boy pulled the sword out of the ground. It was much heavier than the boy had expected. However, he wasn't about to back down. Indeed, this was a training ground. Had he really succeeded? Could he now be considered a sorcerer? He grasped with both hands his sword, which now seemed to belong only to him. He put it forward and prepared himself. Indeed, this was a training field. The sword blade gleamed in the sun, and the guy prepared himself. He took a deep breath. He tried to calm his thoughts. He realized there was nothing to be afraid of. This place was safe for him. So now he should start practicing. A place where no one would interfere with him. A place meant for him alone. The boy tensed up. He'd made it, so now he had to make the most of this opportunity. Need to practice. He grasped the sword. That's good. He started swinging it around, practicing his strokes. He had done it, and now everything would be back to normal. The sword didn't feel so heavy anymore. It was like it was part of his body. He swung it through the air. There was a whistling sound. He acted as if he'd been doing it all his conscious life, and his body fused with the weapon, and now they were one. Now he realized that he had a great chance. He would definitely find his true path in this place. He swung with all his might to deliver the final blow. The sword descended downwards with rapid speed. Now he would definitely understand and find everything. He was getting better and better. This was the place that was supposed to show him the way. He'd been practicing all day, and Iron was so engrossed that he hadn't noticed it was getting dark. The sun had slipped below the horizon, and he stood alone on the training ground. He was just warming up, and it was already nighttime. He looked up and saw the full moon in the sky. The stars glittered there, and sparse clouds floated by. For a second, he thought how nice it would be if the night never came, somewhere lasted forever. Oh well, it couldn't be helped. He would continue tomorrow. The boy was about to go home when suddenly he felt something shining in his back. He looked under his feet in surprise and saw the bright sunlight blurring beneath his feet. He couldn't believe his eyes. He had guessed it, but it couldn't be. Iron looked behind him. The boy was surprised, no. He was completely shocked at what he saw behind his back. The sun was shining there. As strange as it may seem, the sun came up in the middle of the night. The boy froze in the middle of the training field. He stared and couldn't believe his eyes. It was day, even though it had just been night. A wide grin appeared on his face. So this is what sorcery is like. Did he really do it with his own powers? The boy was absolutely delighted. His eyes literally shone. Iron decided to check one more thing and wished for spring to come. Immediately, bright, beautiful flowers began to bloom all around. The boy was even more excited. It turns out that every move he makes, every wish he makes, comes true. Now the boy wished for a slight breeze. Immediately, it was cool all around him. The breeze began to envelop his body, lifting the flower petals into the air. The sight was amazing. He had been practicing all this time. It was incredibly comfortable. He could adjust the environment to suit him. The guy burst into the house, which was not cleaned. As soon as he opened the door, a small cloud of dust rose into the air. Apparently, this was the man's house. He said he was done with his training and wished to change into normal clothes. Immediately, a shirt and homemade pants appeared on his body. Just right for him. The boy was just thrilled. He just sat down at the table as gourmet food appeared, very hearty and delicious smelling. His mouth overflowed with drool. Wow! As soon as he sat down at the table and lo and behold, then had a good meal and flopped down on the bed. This place is great. The boy was just thrilled. This place was completely customized to his liking. He took a full breath. This is it. The perfect setting to concentrate on his weapon. The power of sorcery was incredible. The boy was delighted. There was a reason he'd agreed to this after all. On his 5th day on the training field, he woke up here again, picked up his weapon, and began training with even more zeal. Something was strange here after all. The boy thought for a second. One thing seemed strange to him. Every time he falls asleep in bed, every time he wakes up here, if he doesn't reach his goal, he can't get out of here. He wondered about the man who had looked at him when he had first gotten here. Did he have something to do with him? Since he'd shown up at the moment his sorcery was awakened? It all makes sense. The boy looked in front of him. He tried to guess, but there were more questions than answers. His head immediately filled with heavy thoughts. He tried to concentrate and swung his head around. Right, bad thoughts. That's not what he came here for. All he has to concentrate on is the training. He must swing with heart, to put all his feelings into this strike. He lifted the heavy sword up again to practice his swings over and over again. Yesterday he swung 2,000 swings. Today he'll swing 3,000. He had already crossed the 3,000 threshold, and moving on, he practiced relentlessly until he lost his pulse. Surprisingly, though, he didn't feel tired. 000, 5.000. The boy practiced harder and harder. He increased the number each time. For him, it was like an easy walk. 5,000. He gave himself completely to training, not going to stay. Finally, he's tired. He couldn't do more than 6,000. He was breathing hard. His whole body felt like it was on fire. He was steaming. The boy tried to do more, but his arms wouldn't listen. So what's the problem? He looked in front of him and tried to figure out why he couldn't get past this barrier. No, he had to pull himself together. He looked at his shadow with disheveled hair. Just pull yourself together. It's all right. There's nothing wrong with it. Just do it. That's all. The guy started swinging again. I need to doubt myself. Just keep swinging. The guy lifted the ball up and swung again, but felt something was wrong. And now, he had passed the 6,000 bars and was approaching the next number. The boy was losing his temper. Fatigue had taken a back seat. He just acted. He gave in to his instincts. Animal instincts that for him became the main engine to move on. He was breathing heavily and looked away. Sweat trickled down his face. The boy thought he needed to banish the thoughts from his head to continue training. He acted as if on automatic. His body had gotten even stronger. He looked around him silently. Iron realized that having gotten used to his surroundings, he had relaxed for a second. This should not have been allowed to happen. He started swinging his sword again. It seemed it was already fall. The leaves were starting to turn yellow and hit the ground. The guy didn't pay any attention to that either. He didn't care. He only wanted to improve his results by all means. It's been 353 days since he's been in the other world. The guy didn't stop in his training. He even put more effort to achieve results. But still, he felt tired. Iron had fallen off his feet, and he could no longer hold his sword in his hands. Less today. It's only 5,695. This was simply unacceptable. He knelt down and tried to rise to his feet, but it was as if his body wouldn't listen. He hasn't rested once this year. I guess he's been working hard. The boy went inside to eat and get a good night's rest. He's overdoing it. He'll get his strength back tomorrow, and he'll resume his training. 417 days of being in another world. 3.694. He held the sword in his hand. He felt as if his hand was starting to weaken. He could no longer hold onto the hilt so tightly. He looked at his hand. The boy was overworked. His fingers were literally burning. He couldn't hold his weapon properly anymore. If he continued today, he would be uncomfortable practicing tomorrow. That would be enough for today. Again, he failed to go over the bar. He went into the house to get some rest and regain his strength. The sun was shining outside, but it was time to go to bed. His sword continued to be kept and dusted outside. The boy hadn't been out for a very long time. His powers had left him, and he just couldn't keep practicing at the same pace. On the 624th day of his sojourn in this world, he was still sitting in his house, coming to his senses. Ever since he had entered this house, he had never once picked up his sword again. He just lay there staring at the ceiling. 96 days had passed since then, and the boy was still lying in his bed trying to regain consciousness. He could not do anything. His body was petrified. He could move a finger with great difficulty. The boy sat in his room, then lay back on his bed and stared at the ceiling in front of him. He didn't have any thoughts in his head. He didn't want to do anything. Now he just wanted to lie down and sleep almost forever. He thought about it, truth be told. He was completely out of shape now. The guy was just lying there, breathing heavily. He'd turned into some kind of tearjerker. He thought about it and realized that it was basically the expected result. He had spent most of his life in bed, lazing around, doing nothing and neglecting himself. Besides, the way he performed at the academy, it wasn't his will. That man did everything for him. The moment that Iron became an honor student at the academy, it wasn't his doing. He recalled those moments when he was in the academy. It was not his merit. He was just a doer who blindly followed the instruction. He himself did nothing. The boy opened his eyes. He was immersed in his memories that went through his brain as if. The boy didn't know what to do. He was beginning to fear his own thoughts. There were too many of them crammed into his head. He had to put everything in order. He remembered the man who had made him get out of bed the first time and take up arms. He hadn't done it himself. The boy was beginning to understand. It wasn't Iron's will. It was the will of the man from the dream. Now he would have to find his own. The boy understood nothing. Let him look at himself now. He had been brought here to find his way. The boy continued to lie on the bed and to listen to his own voice, which spoke as if reproachfully. He didn't want to do anything. He didn't even want to open his eyes. All he wanted to do was forget everything. It was as if an inner voice was speaking to him. Look at you. As soon as your man's help evaporated, he immediately dropped his arms in pity. He abandoned the sword, stopped practicing. All his sweat-drenched training turned out to be meaningless swings. He'd only put his heart into it for a year. The boy turned his back to the wall and tried to put his thoughts away. He couldn't do anything without this man's help. It was incredibly embarrassing. The boy didn't want to do anything, just close himself up wrapped in a blanket and fall into an eternal sleep. That became his limit. A blanket appeared from somewhere and with a slight movement covered the boy from head to toe. He wanted to hide under it from the world. He had completely lost faith in himself. He had no idea how long he'd been here. If time here is the same as it is in reality, he's wasted a huge number of hours. He hadn't practiced, hadn't even been outside. It's like he's back to his old self. The poor man looked before him with a completely devastated look. He looked pathetic. All his strength had evaporated somewhere. There was nothing left there now, only boundless self-pity. He wanted to go to sleep. He didn't care anymore. Iron closed his eyes. He tried to sleep, but the thoughts were moving in his head. It was enough that he could be in a place where no one else was there but him. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. He was not destined to sleep for long, however. Someone was calling his name, someone very familiar. It was a voice he remembered well. He woke up immediately and opened his eyes wide. He raised his head and began to look around the room. At first he saw nothing with his sleepy eyes. However, someone was here, someone other than him. Why had someone come to this place? When the boy took a good look, he opened his eyes wide with amazement. How was that even possible? His breath hitched for a second and his heart skipped a beat. The boy couldn't believe what he was seeing. That ashy white hair tangled in a ponytail, that voice he now clearly recognized. It just couldn't be. How? How did she end up here? Elijah stood before him as if she were real. It was still early morning. The girl opened the doors and said it was time for early training. Her eyes were still as serious as the first day he met her at the academy. The guy jumped up from the bed. He looked at the girl who had already opened the doors to go outside. He couldn't believe she was right here in his world. How was that even possible? What is she doing here? He wanted to ask her something, but his foot got tangled in the blanket. He tried to get up, but it was unsuccessful. The blanket held him tightly, as if there was someone underneath it, holding him with his clinging hands. The boy ran, or rather tried to get up from the bed, which did not want to let him go. All he managed to do was stumble and fall to the floor with a loud thud. He only had time to yelp in surprise as he hit the hard floor with a thud and seemed to be badly bruised. The boy fell and hurt his face. He almost knocked out some of his teeth as he fell. He rubbed the bruised spot and wanted to swear, 2308. The girl laughed. Was he really that happy to see her? Iron raised his eyes forward and looked up at the girl from the bottom of his head. She stood and just stared at him, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The girl was wearing sports clothes and looked at him with a smile. By the way, he's not going to train in those clothes, is he? She looked at him with the same look she had on her first day at the academy. Here the boy changed his clothes and they ran. It was time to train, no more lying in bed and withering all the time. Something seemed strange to the boy. There was no treadmill. This place was changing beyond recognition. There used to be a forest and now there's a road. Why had this place changed? He hadn't thought of anything like that. He looked at the girl who was running beside him. Yeah, and besides, the interesting thing is, how did she get here? She wasn't here already. Why is she here? Suddenly, the girl sped up and overtook him in 2 leaps, something he's sparing Tempe. She told him to speed up. The boy tried to run, however, his breathing was starting to slow. He hadn't expected this for a long time. Soon their run was over. They ran until the sun came up. Iron was breathing hard. He hadn't run a marathon like this in a long time. His whole body was burning. He was well warmed up. When he went inside, he saw her sitting at his table. It was already set. The girl told him to get to the table as soon as possible. When they eat, they will start practicing with weapons right away. The guy didn't even have time to say anything and just nodded his head. He sat down at the table and began to chew diligently. All the while he pondered, how had she gotten here? This place couldn't just be broken into, could it? It's just his memories. Elijah looked at him with a surprised look. She noticed that the guy was keeping his eyes on her. She blinked and stared at him. Looking at him, she asked in surprise, why is he looking at her like that? Is he trying to say something? The guy holding a fork with pasta asked how she got here. She immediately got angry at such a stupid question. The girl said in a stern voice that it was not the time for stupid questions. Hurry up and let him eat. It's time for practice. The boy immediately put the forkful of food into his mouth and began to chew diligently. They went out to the practice ground. The boy took the ball in his hands. She stood beside him and looked at him with angry eyes. She didn't understand something. How much of a baller had to be to make the stand so awful and... The boy tried to correct himself, but he couldn't. Elijah started yelling at him. He's empty inside. He can only show normal movement if he fills his soul. Lowell, didn't she teach him that? Iron looked in her direction with surprised eyes. How does she know about her? Elijah came in furious. Didn't she say it was time to stop asking idiotic questions? Practice fast. She looked so threatening that the guy didn't even think of crossing her. He immediately started swinging his sword. Plus 2,000 swings. He nodded his head and started working harder. When they finished their training, it was already late at night. The boy was exhausted. He was breathing hard and trying to bring himself to his senses, and he thought he was going to faint. The girl came up to him and praised him. What a good boy. That was it for today. Now he could go to rest. The boy looked at her with surprised eyes and had no strength to say anything. She looked at him with a good-natured look and said that she would see him again very soon. The girl started to walk forward, but there was only a fence. Her body began to slowly dissolve into the air, turning into smoke. A few more seconds passed. Somehow there was almost nothing left of her. Only a small trickle of smoke flew out, caught by the wind. Iron looked at it, his eyes fluttering in surprise. He knew the girl wasn't real, and in his eyes, he could clearly see the misunderstanding, and even some sadness. He didn't want to part, but the girl evaporated literally in front of his eyes. And then he went to his house and flopped down on the soft bed. He found it incredibly comfortable. How tired he was. Tonight he wouldn't have to forcefully try to sleep. How good it felt. The boy closed his eyes and began to ponder. How did she even show up in this world? She shouldn't be here. Maybe he was calling her instead of being conscious. That was pretty good. The boy closed his eyes and tried to sleep. There was a slight smile on his face. He immediately drifted into sleep. It had been a very busy day, so he needed a good rest. Before he could watch his dream to the end, suddenly someone grabbed him hard by the scruff of the neck. The hand was very strong, and it lifted him off the bed in one fell swoop. The boy immediately collapsed to the floor. Judith stood before him as real as the real thing. The girl was furious. Hey, you bastard. Get up. Isn't he going to get up? The sun's been up for 100 years already. How long is he planning to sleep? And he's so sick of living. The guy was at a loss. And now Judith. The girl grabbed his arm and dragged him behind her. Iron didn't even have time to say anything back. Look at that. What did she say? I knew that bastard was still asleep in his bed. When he was dragged literally by force into the street, he saw something unusual. Lloyd was standing there, and Elijah. The boy looked at his companion and said, "Why is he so sleepy? This is not like him at all." The boys were standing there like the real thing, waiting for him with a smile. Judith shoves a sword in his hands and tells him to grab it quickly, and immediately they move on to the duel. This is no time to get excited. Lloyd looked at her and told her to slow down. The boy hadn't even warmed up. Let her think with her head for once before she says something like that. And then a verbal altercation broke out between them again. Judith started yelling. He's picking on her again for everything. He wants to get his ass kicked, doesn't he? Lloyd was as calm as ever. Elijah came up to him and took him aside. Let them leave them alone. They need practice. Iron didn't even understand anything. He just picked up the weapon. and started practicing his blows. The guy didn't want to think about anything. It was useless to look for answers. The guy was extremely unhappy with his progress. The rack was going nowhere again. Did he really get that much rest? What's wrong with him? Had he lost all the strength he'd gotten at the academy? The girl standing next to him looked at him and addressed the boy by name. She was all smiles. She cheered him up. The girl said that everything was fine and not to worry. It's not perfect, but it's much better. The boy looked at her with hopeful eyes. She smiled and said in a serious voice that he could do it all. The educational sign seemed to be just what he had been missing all this time. The boy lowered his head. He even felt a little ashamed of himself for letting it take so long. He hadn't done anything after all. He felt very sad in his heart that he felt so helpless. He looked at the girl and wondered, why was she cheering him up like that? He'd already stopped asking any questions about how they'd gotten here. If that's the way it is, then that's the way it has to be. His friends were looking at him with cheerful eyes, and he missed that look so much that he would have given anything to see it again. Only he begged them not to look at him like that. The boy even began to tremble at the fact that all eyes were on him. He gripped his weapon even tighter and started waving it around. He started practicing again. He ran. His strength seemed to be restored. Now everything was different. He felt like a new one. He was running now. Something was different. Why did they believe in him? Why does a man who can't do anything without anyone's help, such a weak-willed man, have everyone's faith? They were running. It was just another morning workout. Then he drew his weapon. Lloyd stood beside him and directed his actions. Pull yourself together. He was supported by absolutely everyone. The boy himself could not believe his happiness. He was already doing it almost on automatic. Then they went to eat. The food was literally shoved into him. Judith was very happy. Had she cooked for nothing? Look how delicious it was. The boys were talking among themselves, and the boy had déjà vu. Somewhere they had been sitting like this before. The boy started shoveling the food into himself. It seemed unusually delicious. It was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten in his life. There was only one question on his mind. Why did they believe in him so much? His mind was all jumbled up. The boy became sad. He was both pleased and very offended for himself that he himself could not do anything. And his friends, even now in such a situation, try to cheer him up, constantly believe in him. He ran. He practiced with all his might, even though his legs were almost failing. The guy ran and didn't think about anything. He could hardly breathe anymore. His legs were failing. They could hardly move. His whole body was petrified. His movements had become stiff. Is this really his limit? His legs kept starting to get tangled. Another second and he'd just collapse to the ground, never to get up again. He could feel it. However, there was something tearing at his soul. Why did he feel something? Something that gave him strength. A strange feeling of lightness appeared in his soul. Why did he feel that way? The boy's eyes began to widen. It was as if he had more strength. He kept running no matter what. There was wind and rain all around, but he didn't care at all. Why did he feel that he could run even farther and even faster? The boy sped up. There was happiness in his soul, a real happiness he hadn't felt in so long. Suddenly, something incomprehensible whizzed past him, so fast that the boy didn't even have time to realize it. Iron looked forward and looked closely. It was Judith. She ran so fast she outran everyone. There's no way in hell she's going to lose. The girl was furious. She would never give up first place to anyone. The training continued. The boy stood with his sword. His stance was already almost perfect. He'd caught up with everything he'd lost in the long time he'd been here. He spun in one place, dodging punches, and now felt truly alive. Now he was practicing with Lloyd. The boy practiced all his punches, which he remembered perfectly, even though he was always lying in bed. This was the sparring he'd been waiting for. Oh great, Lloyd is coming again! He thrust his rapier forward like an arrow. The guy moved so fast it was hard to follow his movements with your eyes. Again and again the blows rang out. The scraping of metal filled everything. The boy fought off every single attack. He thought he could do more and be stronger. He covered himself with his weapon, the blows raining down like hail. But that didn't stop him. The boy knew he could do more, and harder. He could take anything. Lloyd praised him. Great! He's more confident now than yesterday. A genuine smile appeared on the boy's face. Was he really starting to get good at something? As soon as Iron heard this, he immediately rushed to attack once more. He swung his blade, and he wasn't going to give up. The boy's eyes glittered with fury. He had finally broken his barrier and could fight like before. Lloyd ducked, sword whistling near his face. It was as if Iron had been reborn. There was a softness and fluidity to his body. He was literally acting on automatic now. Lloyd watched all this, and felt his comrade growing stronger and stronger day by day. He even became a little scared. He felt the same fear when the guy hit him the first time. At the time he dodged, Aaron ran behind his back. His movements were fast and precise points, just like when he had awakened his strength in the academy. This was an incredible result. Lloyd was ready to fall now. Iron was already standing behind him and preparing his sword for another strike. The boy was even scared. He was genuinely afraid for his life. Incredibly, the boy had managed to make up for all the lost time in such a short time. Their gazes crossed. Lloyd, who'd been training him, was a little startled at his strength. He hadn't expected the boy to be so fast. Their weapons crossed, and a creak sounded. The blades rubbed against each other. Now he was fighting for real, just as he had when he first came to the academy. Iron flew backwards, but still held onto his sword just as confidently. He only had a little bit left to win. The boy tried his best. The girls stood back and watched the whole thing. Judith was genuinely rooting for Iron. Come on, let him know who he's messing with. Elijah was surprised. It was the first time she'd ever seen Lloyd increase the distance. It was incredible. The guys stopped practicing. Lloyd smiled and said that was pretty good. He had a smile on his face. The guy was even a little out of breath. He hadn't worked so hard in a long time. I think Iron had exceeded his expectations. The boy looked at them and smiled and said that it was all thanks to his friends anyway. The boy remembered Lulu and thought that it seemed to be all thanks to her. After all, she had taught him this skill. He looked up at the clouds, which were already colored bright pink. He had finally figured it out. Now, an epiphany had come over him. The boy now knew everything perfectly. She was right. He's been thinking wrong all this time. The boy grasped for his sword. Now his head was clear. Now he understood everything. What he couldn't reach all this time was so close to him. He now realized that he didn't necessarily have to keep to himself. It could be avoided. The boy stood, now surrounded by two more shadows and his friends, who were supporting him from the back. He swung his weapon and continued practicing his blows, but nothing troubled him now. His head was clear and enlightened. The boy now understood everything. The words of the orc fortune teller who was smiling at him and holding out a piece of paper popped into his head. If you work with people who love you and believe in you, you can conquer mountains. He remembered all those words he had heard so long ago. He remembered the orc handing him the small piece of paper that had been his starting point. The boy swung again and again. He was furious, but now it was fury that was helping him. He swore to himself that he would never back down again. He remembered you of the past who didn't understand anything, who looked at that leaf that told him nothing. But now everything's changed. Everything was back to normal. Now the boy could see everything perfectly. Sometimes it takes support to rise up. The boy stood leaning on his weapon, watching the sunset slowly spreading across the evening sky. His friends looked at him with smiles. He really missed it. Judith asked if he had broken his record. She had a smile on her face and looked at him with a good-natured look. Iron nodded. Yes, he had broken his record. Now he realized what it was all about. The boy was still looking at her, smiling his pure, warm smile. 10,000 swings. He smiled as he realized that he had now crossed his own line. You don't have to be alone to rise. Now the true words came to him, the true meaning that he had not yet understood as an inexperienced man. Judith stretched and said that that was the end of their role. Lloyd, standing next to her, said that maybe they would see each other again sometime. Who knows? Maybe he would call them again. The boys began to slowly disappear into thin air. Judith looked at him with a serious look and poked him with her finger. Don't let him whine. Let him work hard. Let him not let his doubts get the better of him. The boy nodded his head. He understood. Ilya looked at him with a smile. Her body began to dissolve into the air as well. The girl smiled and wished him luck. She truly believed in him, and so did the rest of her friends. The boy looked after them and thanked them. He couldn't have done anything without them. They had given him the incentive to move on. Now he would be able to make mountains now that everything was clear to him. His friends had completely dissolved, leaving him alone on the training ground. The boy still stood there, watching them as the small cloud of dust dissolved into thin air. He smiled and looked forward with enlightened eyes. He could do anything now. He understood the true meaning of the words spoken to him by everyone he met on his journey. He grasped the sword, pulled it out of the ground, and raised it up. The boy was ready. He now stood firmly and confidently on his feet. Now gotta start over. He raised his sword up and began his training again with renewed vigor. He had gotten into shape, and now his body was eager to fight. All that was left was to find his calling. He swung with a force that suddenly began to overwhelm his body. It was something incredible. He'd never felt so fresh, so confident. The next day he started with a jog. The guy was running. His body was overflowing with energy. He had so much strength that he was even a little scared at how much he had matured. Now, everything was going to change. Everything was going to be different. The next day he started running again. Even more diligence, even more strength. 1.237 days in another world. And he was still training. He didn't seem to care at all about what was going on around him. He was concentrating only on his training. He swung his sword and practiced day in and day out. He didn't care. It was a real explosion of zeal. The guy didn't even sleep for a while. He waved his weapon in different directions. There was even a slight wind near him. He was standing in the middle of the training field, practicing his strikes. His stance had become almost perfect. He remembered absolutely everything. He remembered everything he'd been taught. It had already been 1,375 days since he had entered the other world. Even at night he stood and practiced until his pulse was racing. His sword soared through the air. He practiced so hard that he forgot to count the time. Iron was invincible. He had broken his own barrier, won the battle with himself. He felt that now he could do anything. He could achieve anything he set his mind to. He just had to try. The friends who came to his aid filled him with power. His training went on and on and on. He didn't look at the time. It seemed so insignificant to him that he just immersed himself completely in himself. He went to the practice field every day, and every day he practiced different strokes. Punch after punch, it was like he was cutting his way forward. He felt he had no margin for error this time. It's been 1,566 days since he entered this world, and he kept practicing. He knew no fatigue. His strength increased every day. His stamina grew to unprecedented levels. It rained from the sky. It was cold water on. The boy didn't pay attention to it. It was a real thunderstorm. He practiced even in this weather to improve his skills. Day 1613 since he entered this world. The boy held his sword in his hands. He looked in front of him with a staring gaze. He knew he couldn't back down. Now he was fully prepared. He was standing in the middle of a field that was suddenly illuminated by a bright light. The rain stopped, and a bright column of color descended directly on his head. The boy was ready. He felt an incredible surge of strength. 1687 days since he entered this world. It was fall. He was still practicing. He didn't look at the calendar or the clock. It seemed to him that nothing could stop him now. He was like a locomotive that ran forward no matter what. His strength was literally endless dots. 1,712 days had passed. His sword was still pointing upward. Winter had come. The birds had already begun to fly away to warmer climes, if there were any here. But the boy practiced in spite of the cold. He couldn't be bothered. He was lifting the ball higher and higher. His body was heated to the point where it was steaming, and the snow was melting next to him. The energy was off the charts. He lowered his sword, and there was such a wind that the snow that had fallen just flew in different directions. The field that was covered with snow was transformed. He was a real fighter. And so winter passed, giving way to spring. The boy didn't touch the weather anymore, let it take its course. The first flower began to bloom. It was incredibly beautiful, a bright yellow flower full of sunshine. Iron stood in the middle of the field and watched the sunrise. He had practiced all night again, and now he was the first to see the sunrise in the world. The boy looked ahead, and his eyes saw only the boundless path he had yet to travel. Now he was firmly on his feet. From the guys who didn't know how to wield the sword in his hands, there was no trace left. Now, everything had changed. His body had gotten so strong that he looked like a former knight who had already seen not a single battle. He stood strong and looked forward. His eyes expressed boundless self-confidence. All that he had been through, had had a great effect on him. And now the boy was not like himself. Now a muscular man stood before us, holding his weapon, which had become a true friend over a long period of time. His eyes were enlightened and calm. The boy missed the ball. He exhaled the air. His mind was calm. His head was empty. He felt great. It had been a long time since he'd felt his body as good as he did now. He remembered feeling something similar at the academy, only now it was something else. Now this feeling belonged only to him. Just how much had his progress increased? The boy hesitated, a stray thought crossing his mind. A smile appeared on his face. He seemed to have a great idea. What about showing how much he had grown? Should I call my friends? He turned his head to the side and looked back. It had been a long time since they'd seen each other, and he wanted to get something. Friends immediately appeared as soon as he thought of it. Judith opened her mouth in surprise. "What the hell is that? Look at him. This is progress." The girl came closer to him and asked, "He called them to show off his height, right?" Iron looked up at her and smiled. "No, it wasn't like that." He turned around. The girl was even a little upset. "No? If this one's some kind of bullshit, she's going back. There was no reason for her to be here." Aaron took up his sword. He said that now he wanted to fight them once. The guy spoke so calmly that the voice even made him feel a little uncomfortable. Judith immediately rolled up her sleeve. "All right, she's staying." The girl really liked the battle, and this was a chance she would definitely not miss. The boy waved his head. No, she seemed to misunderstand him. He had something else on his mind. The boy looked at her. "They're 3 against all 3. The guys looked at him with surprised eyes. They certainly didn't expect the guy to challenge them to a duel, all 3 of them. They froze in place and thought. The boy stood and looked at them, holding his weapon. He was eager to show off the results he had achieved in such a short time. He had matured a lot, and he was strong. He swung his sword, and with one sharp blow, it parted the air. A small hurricane rose up around him. "Let them attack together." The boy wanted to test himself. How strong had he become? It hit the ground so hard that the dust rose up and formed a huge cloud. Everything shook here. Progress could clearly be felt. The guy had changed a lot. Now, his strength had increased several times over. "Let them attack together." The boy repeated his call. His eyes were shining. There was a fire of mischief burning. The boy wanted to show them all he had achieved. Who better to show his friends his successes than a begging sign? A smile appeared on his face as he waited for an answer, though he knew they would agree. They wanted to see how strong he was, after all. Judith seemed to perk up. "Did you hear that, tomboy?" The girl looked at him with a smile. He seemed to have changed a lot. "They all have their weapons ready. Well, no questions asked, then they will fight." He seemed to be getting a little too cocky. Judith smiled. Lloyd, looking at her from the back, said it was certainly not her place to talk about impertinence. However, the girl shut his mouth. "Let him take the ball now. They're fighting." Iron looked at them and smiled broadly. He was glad to see his friends. Of course, he knew it would be difficult for him, and a smile appeared on his face. His eyes were bright with determination. The boy was raring to go, eager to show what he could do. He's not a weakling anymore. He'll never break again, never give up on his goal. Now he was everything else. "Surely it would be easy for me." However, he was confident of his victory. He stood against his friends, who also readied their weapons for battle. The boy looked at them with a calm gaze. He concentrated. It was going to be a tough battle. Now he had to fight against 3 people. Well, he was going to show what he could do. The boy closed his eyes and sank into himself. His mind cleared. He was transformed, and he began to think differently. He heard absolutely everything. Even his hearing was sharpened. The whole thing seemed to him as if in slow motion. The boy was standing in front of them, waiting for the right moment to attack. He tensed and felt the Lloyd preparing for his attack. He could feel his footsteps, the boy's breathing, the beating of his heart. The senses sharpened to the extreme. Lloyd clenched his rapier in his hands and readied himself. Iron heard it all, his hearing so acute that he felt every movement. He could hear Judith breathing. Her breathing was chafed and strained. The girl realized that this was about to be a hard battle. However, she certainly wasn't planning on backing down. A drop of sweat ran down her cheek. Iron even heard it. He felt like he was in some other world now, though he was. A smile appeared on his face. He prepared himself. His whole body tensed and his muscles began to work in unison. He pushed himself off the ground and quick ran past everyone else. The boy was heading for Judith. The girl was his first target. His sword literally glowed. The blade changed. He hit her with such force that the girl literally went into the ground. She had great difficulty in holding back his blow. The girl began to lurch, and just a little more, and she would fall to the ground. Lloyd was already running behind him. The boy prepared to attack. His face stretched. His movements became as precise as possible. The boy thrust his rapier forward. However, Iron saw everything perfectly. He dodged his strike. The speed was too slow to hit him. The boy saw it all perfectly. He deflected to the side, and the blade whizzed around him. Elijah also approached him and struck him with all his might, but missed. The boy dodged, he crouched, and swung his weapon. He started twirling it in different directions, fighting off the attacks of his friends who had all attacked him together. He realized that now he had to put all his strength into this strike to counter them. The girl jumped up to him and prepared to deliver her crowning blow. The boy saw it all. He wasn't going to back down. He realized that all three of them were going to attack him now. Lloyd had already jumped up and swung his weapon. He wanted to attack from the air. Iron could see it. He could feel someone approaching him. In this world, he could sense the impossible. The guy bounced at the last moment, and there was a loud rumble. Everyone gathered at one point. Shards of rocks flew in different directions. The boy stopped a few centimeters away from him. Next was Judith. She grabbed her sword and ran straight at him, about to hit him as hard as she could. The guy's already swung, and he's ready to strike. He saw all their moves ahead of time, as if he knew what they were going to do. He had learned all the techniques, and now they were no match for him. Their swords crossed again, and there was the sound of a blow, a clang that pierced his ears. The guys moved away from each other. The vibration was so strong that it was problematic to stay on their feet. Rocks flew in different directions. Judith looked at him in surprise. It had turned out to be his. Wasn't he bluffing? The girl seemed to realize everything. She could feel how the boy had matured, how hard his blows had become. It was something incredible, something she had never seen before. The guy smiled and said he thought he had it all worked out. He looked at everything in detail. He approached her and smiled his wide smile. The girl didn't realize it at once and looked at him in surprise. What was he looking at? The boy increased his onslaught and came closer and closer. The rest of his friends were already running toward him to attack again. They were fighting together with Judith, and the girl was already barely holding on. She felt an unimaginable pressure from her comrade. It was something unimaginable. She could not resist such a thing alone. She held her blade and tried to steady herself. It felt like a train had crashed into it. She tried to stand. It was getting harder and harder every time she tried. Lloyd arrived just in time. The boy rushed to attack and began parrying his comrade's blows. It was difficult. Even he and his skills would not be able to deal with him. He parried the attack and thrust his blade forward. It was a deceptive maneuver to attack later. Iron ducked, he braced himself against the ground and prepared himself. Something interesting was about to happen. Now Judith, along with Lloyd, attacked him together. They swung their blades to end the battle once and for all. They didn't seem to be kidding. Now these guys were fighting at full strength. Iron looked at them and prepared himself. For a second, fear appeared in his soul. He had never fought such strong opponents before. He remembered how much stronger they were at the academy, so there was no retreat. Now it was like a series of explosions were going off. The boy was repelling the attacks and walking away. It was a bit difficult for him. He realized that these guys wouldn't give in to him. Now he had to do everything he could to win. Though it's a friendly duel, it's pretty serious. Ilya ran up to his side, the girl already swinging her weapon to give him a crushing blow. The guy noticed it at the last moment. It was incredibly difficult for him. He realized that if the girl she was carrying hit, he would definitely lose. He had practiced for a reason after all. He had to summon up all the will in his fist. He needed even more strength to win. The girl held tightly to the hilt of her weapon. She gathered all the energy inside her as she realized that the guy was very strong, and now she couldn't just overpower him. Well, she'll do her best. She swung and swung her sword. A pillar of wind immediately flew out from there. It was her family technique. The ground began to crack. Everything around her began to shake. The girl put all her power into that strike. Iron felt a hurricane approaching him. The boy tensed his whole body. He wanted to win, but it was not easy. He thrust his sword forward. Swinging around, he launched a stream of energy forward, which immediately began to dissect the stumbling stone. This was a power that he didn't possess before he would still be able to defeat. The girl looked forward surprised and at the same time frightened. This stream was well known to her. Could it be that the guy was able to copy their techniques? What the hell? She was surprised and even a little scared. Judith jumped up. The girl swung and prepared to strike. Her strength was unbelievable, and she held the sword too tightly, so tightly that she was ready to break its hilt. The boy noticed all this and prepared to take the blow. He grabbed the hilt and swung. His hands easily held the heavy sword. Can he really do it? A shot is about to be fired. Lloyd looked at him, his eyes widening with surprise. This technique was like Judith's. The boy had never seen anything like it before. He couldn't believe his eyes. What was happening was beyond his comprehension. Their swords crossed. The impact was as strong as if someone had fired a cannon. The sword was literally glowing. Its blade was so hot that it was about to melt. There was a rumble. It was a real energy explosion. Rocks flew in different directions. There was a wind that could easily knock a person off his feet. The whole place was jumbled up. The sound wave traveled far beyond the training ground. With such a powerful impact, even the trees bent over. and all the beasts in the vicinity were scared to death. A column of dust rose into the air. Judith was breathing hard. She hadn't expected this. Hadn't expected a guy to be able to do this. There was steam coming from her body. The girl was just exhausted. She looked at him with surprised eyes. Did he repeat her technique? The girl was even a little scared. She hadn't seen such power for a long time. The boy looked at her with kind eyes. No matter how intimidating he was at first glance, there was still a glint of kindness in his eyes. In front of him, he didn't see his rivals, but his friends. Ilya looked at him and said that he had countered her attack with a Lloyd attack. That was unthinkable. Iron looked at her with a sidelong glance and smiled. Yes, it was. Floyd looked at him and asked in surprise, but how did he do it? The boy still couldn't understand how he could achieve such results in such a short period of time. He didn't understand anything. Iron scratched the back of his head and smiled guiltily, saying that he'd just been working his ass off, and it had paid off. He remembered practicing in the training room at the academy, and Elijah helping him. When he just didn't have the strength to train on his own, he remembered how he had practiced fencing with Judith when the girl had not spared him at all, using all her techniques against him. It had helped him a lot at that moment, and the guy understood how to move properly. He remembered meditating with Lloyd as they tuned their inner energy to come to terms with their own inner thoughts. It had helped him a great deal at that moment to equalize his inner breathing. He scratched the back of his head and said, "It's just what he does best. Working his ass off." His friends stood in front of him and couldn't believe their ears. It was simply impossible. How was it even possible to achieve such results? He said that they still don't have enough memories from the academy to reach that level. Therefore, the techniques are still not perfect. Ilya looked at him and smiled. The girl was very proud of her comrade that he was able to. He had transcended himself after all and had now reached a whole new level. Lloyd sighed heavily. He definitely didn't expect the guy to be such a difficult opponent for him. He wants to get their sword paths. However, that doesn't mean he will give his own path. His goal is to make his sword and will even stronger. He put his hand to his chest and smiling asked that they teach him. By all means, teach him their techniques. Judith seems to be furious. This is pure fraud. What a brazen robber. Where have you seen such a thing? The girl seemed angry, but it was from the heart. Iron looked at her and seemed to feel guilty. He lowered his eyes and tried to apologize, but yes, he had overdone it. He wanted to say something else, but the girl didn't let him. The boy still stood there watching Judith go on her rampage. Suddenly, she jumped up to him and slapped him hard. The guy grabbed his head and started running away. Why would you throw yourself at him like that? The girl was furious. Looks like it's not her weakest for the cause. The boy said that he too had worked his ass off to get to this point. The girl yelled at him to shut up and stand. Then she'll beat him up. Of course she would. The girl started screaming. The next day, training began. Judith cooled down a bit and still forgave the boy. He raised his sword upward. First in line was Lloyd. The guy taught him precision, how to parry properly, how to stand in the rack so the actions were honed to perfection. Next up was Judith. The girl was still a bit resentful of him. However, she too agreed to teach him her technique so the guy would finally get off her back. The girls enjoyed the battle. Ilya showed him her wind technique. It was the wind sword she had demonstrated at the Academy's final evaluation. It was an incredible technique. The girl showed it to him, and the guy's jaw dropped after that. Sword stabbed into the ground. He did it, and I think he did it. They fought again. The girl was very tense. This time, the boy had learned the lesson well, and now skillfully used all the techniques his friends had explained to him. They fought again, 1 against 3, and this time, it was much easier. Lloyd tensed up a bit as well. The guy didn't expect his comrade to be so proficient in this skill. He felt like he was fighting an experienced knight now. They were just a simple kid, practicing with a sword. Judith was breathing hard, the bastard. She shouldn't have taught him after all. The girl was almost exhausted. She didn't understand how the guy could reach such heights. Why did he even become so strong? She was breathing heavily. Okay. She agreed that Iron won. The boy had tried hard, after all. The girl was lying on the ground and still couldn't recover. She felt like her whole body was going to fall apart. It went up and began to fade away again. Good. She said that another time. If they meet in reality, it's let her get ready. Let her expect no mercy. The guy smirked. Okay, see you later. He smiled and looked at his hand. He had done it. Finally, after all this time and all this effort, he had finally managed to happen himself. He was stronger. He looked at his sword, which was still stuck in the ground, and rejoiced. At last, he was able to transcend himself, to become stronger and tougher against all odds. In spite of the fact that they didn't believe in him, he didn't believe in it himself. He laid down in his bed and thought it was time to leave this place. He had done everything he could, he had achieved what he wanted, and now it was time to go home. And the guy started to fall asleep. He closed his eyes tightly, and he wished that tomorrow would come sooner rather than later. His body ached, and he felt himself falling into sleep. Soon he fell asleep. Something incomprehensible began to happen outside. Suddenly, a small one rose up, which began to swirl clouds of dust. This house began to slowly dissolve. The wind got stronger and stronger. The image began to float. This world began to disappear. It had fulfilled its role. Now the boy must go back. Everything began to melt as if in front of my eyes. And soon, the walls of the familiar castle where the guy had lived his whole life began to appear. Everything began to disappear. The earth cracked. The place vaporized. He was transported straight to his home, the sturdy doors of his house standing right in front of him. It was still night outside. Everything had evaporated as if he hadn't even existed. It was like some kind of vision that appeared for a second and just as quickly vanished. And so Iron stood in front of the door of his palace. The boy did not understand anything. His mind was still full of fresh memories from this strange but at the same time beautiful world. He was standing in front of a door that was colossal in size. It looked like some kind of scary dragon or something lived there. He stood there, still staring at her. He went to the door and stroked it with his hand. The rough metal felt cold all over his body. There was no lock or key to open the door. Suddenly, a funny thought struck the boy. He looked back to where his sword had been left. He looked at it and finally realized his man's sword that was in his dream is still with him. It has somehow unseen moved directly to him. It's standing right in front of the door as if on display. He went to the sword and took a firm grip on its hilt. The guy tried to pull it out and he started to do it after a while. The sword came out of the ground. The boy held it tightly in his hands and almost didn't feel its weight. He finally understood. It seemed he was beginning to get it. This is the key! He lifted it up, and the blade glistened in the sunlight. The boy held it with both hands and looked at its blade, which in the light of day seemed pure black. It's perfect for him. The guy looked at it with a smile and thought that it was about to happen. Maybe because he had grown? Now the sword fit his body perfectly. The boy held it more confidently. The thought flashed through his mind that this was pretty funny. In the short time he'd been there, he'd grown considerably, and now he looked like a real man. It was even funny. His goal here was to free himself from this sword, and he was chasing after it time after time, and he'd need to use it to get out of here. Guy walked to the door. He held his sword at the ready. Now, he would have to leave this world that had transformed him, given him the strength to move on, so that he could find himself after all. The boy wondered if he would have said the opposite. He would have said it was all wrong. He would have despaired, but now it was clear. He thrust his sword forward. It was the man from his dream that had caused such a dramatic change in him. The boy exhaled and realized his life had been turned upside down only because he had dreamed about this man when he was a child. The silhouette of the man he had seen so often in his dreams surfaced in his eyes again, and now he guided him again as he had guided him before. He remembered that it was because of this man who had appeared in his life so suddenly that he had gotten out of bed and picked up a gun for the first time. He remembered himself as a little boy, when he was still helpless, trying to do something. It was because of this man in his dreams that he first ran until he lost his pulse, exhausted in training, because he wanted to be like him. It was because of this that he poured himself into training, trying to get better, improving his performance. He thought back to all those moments from his childhood when he first stepped on the threshold of the academy. All of his swings, all of his punches that he had thrown, this was the one that had helped him. The boy was beginning to remember the first time he had held the sword with unsure hands. He had looked at it back then and realized that this weapon was what he was meant to use. The boy had made his choice then. He remembered being at the academy training with Judith, improving his characteristics, gradually growing in his eyes. How he had meditated and tried to adjust his inner concentration with Lloyd. He remembered it all, remembered every single moment. The boy realized that it was all entirely of his own free will. How he practiced overcoming fatigue against everything that prevented him from getting to his feet. How he overcame his pain instead of giving up. The very moment he demonstrated his perpendicular strike at the final evaluation and struck absolutely everyone, even the elder. Back then, fury was in his eyes. He wanted to prove to the world what he was worth. The guy didn't recognize himself now. He had changed beyond recognition. It wasn't the man who wanted all this stuff he was doing. It was the boy's will. It was his will, his own steadfast will that leads him through difficulties, helping him to prevail. It was as if the shackles that had restrained his movements all these years were beginning to crumble, beginning to dissolve before his eyes. That was the feeling he wanted to experience. This is his path, the way of the swordsman, and now he will do anything to achieve his goal. He has finally found himself. His eyes opened, the familiar picture of his room, the one he had seen so often at home, appeared before his eyes. The boy seemed awake. He's back. There was a glint of joy in his eyes. Everything around him was the same as he remembered it to be before he came to this strange world. It was a mess, and it was the same ball that the witch had given him. It seemed to have gone perfectly. It seemed to him that only a very little time had passed. The boy got out of bed. What a joy it would be to see his parents again. He ran to the door to escape from his room. A meow came. At first he thought it was Lulu coming to watch him again. The boy turned his head in the direction of the sound. It wasn't the witch, however. It was a regular white cat that went around his house all the time. The boy went out into the hallway. It was still cool and spacious, exactly as he had realized it would be. Suddenly he saw Marcus, who started to chase the pesky animal away from the room. She was there. How did she get in there? Marcus looked in the direction where the familiar voice had come from. The man seemed disgruntled, but his expression was still serious. As soon as he saw who was addressing him, his face changed beyond recognition. The man opened his mouth in surprise, and his eyes seemed ready to pop out of their orbits. The boy wanted to ask where his sister was now. However, the man didn't let him say a word. He rushed over and hugged the boy tightly. Iron noticed that wrinkles had appeared on the man's face. He shouted, "Master!" At last he had returned. What was he doing all of a sudden? Marcus began to cry. Thank God, what happiness. He thought the master had abandoned them forever. The boy didn't understand anything at all and asked him again, what did he mean by that? What had just happened now? Had he tried there so long ago? The good thoughts began to creep into the boy's head. Crying at this time. It seems the man was beyond happy. He stood on the floor and looked at the boy with surprised yet happy eyes. At this time, Iron was even a little scared. He asked him, how long has it been since he entered the other world? Marcus answered that it had been 5 years. As soon as the boy heard that, his face changed. There was fear mixed with surprise. What? He can't believe it. Time in that space flowed the same way it did in reality? Then what happened to his promise to the head of the academy? What about the punitive expedition on which their family's reputation depends? The boy's mind was spinning with many thoughts. He was scared to death. He seemed to have missed everything. Marcus was still looking at him with eyes full of tears. Where are his parents? Where's his sister? Are they okay? The boy kept asking. Soon Marcus took him to his parents, and his father and mother received him very warmly. They too cried at the sight of their son, whom they hadn't seen in 5 long years. Marcus stood looking at them. The guy fell to his knees and almost burst into tears too. He said he was sorry. The father stood in front of him. He had tried Tam for too long. The boy tried to justify himself. His father looked at him with eyes full of love and tears. No, he tried to comfort him. He said that they were all very grateful that he had come back safe. Iron had changed a lot. The guy had grown up. He was now like 21 years old. His face had changed. His father rubbed his latch and thanked him again. Thank you, my son. The boy looked at his crying mother and asked where his sister was. The woman wiped her tears with her hand and replied that she was in the Principality of Caesar. The girl became an apprentice of the outstanding sorceress Skaina Keaton. Iron smiled involuntarily, so she was all right after all. Thank goodness. He was overjoyed. The boy looked at himself with eyes full of happiness and tears. He was ready to cry on the spot. Something was still troubling him, however. Uncomfortable thoughts began to visit his head again. Because of him, his family was once again in an uncomfortable position. He couldn't do this anymore. The boy looked at his parents and said that even though they said they were fine and everything was fine, but still, they were very worried about him. The boy felt guilty about that. The parents looked at their son in surprise. Iron continued to speak. He said that they must have been weighed down by the thought of their son being in some strange place, some confinement. The parents immediately looked at him with surprise. The boy said that during these 5 years, he had not tried being locked up. He had been practicing hard. The boy looked at them with a smile. He had achieved great results. The father looked at his own son in surprise. Practicing? What's he talking about practicing with his weapon? The boy nodded his head. He doesn't need to worry anymore. Let them not torment themselves. The boy smiled. He said proudly that from now on, as the eldest child of the family, he would never make them worry about him again. He would never embarrass them. The father looked at his son with pride. He looked at him as he had never looked at him before. The father had been very worried about his son, and now was unspeakably happy that his boy had come home. The boy said that it was just April, so he would take part in the punitive expedition that would take place next month. My father was shocked to hear that. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Someone entered here. A timid female voice was heard. Will take part in a punitive expedition. What kind of AWOL is this? Iron turned toward the voice. He recognized it. It was his sister. The boy looked at it with surprise. His cheeks flushed. In front of him stood a girl. Now it was no longer the girl he remembered when he served the strange world. Now the girl had grown up. She was a real grown-up girl. Very beautiful. He smiled and looked at his sister. He said that she had grown a lot, the girl. However, the girl was not in the mood. Turned around smiling. Does it seem like this is the time for smiling? The guy smiled guiltily again. No, it was just that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, so he got excited. You don't have to get so angry right away. The mother looked at her daughter and wondered why she was here and not in the principality at the academy. What happened? The girl looked at them and said in a confident voice, "She will participate in the punitive expedition instead of her brother." It was clear from her expression that she was not joking and she was not going to back down. The father wanted to object. Everyone was completely shocked. However, the girl was completely straightforward. She wasn't being stubborn. She was just stating a fact. The girl said that it was not necessarily the son who should participate in the expedition. On the contrary, he should be dissuaded. He spent 5 years in a terrible place, and they are immediately going to send him on such a dangerous endeavor. The girl didn't seem to know what she was talking about. Iron looked at her and said that if she was worried about whether he was okay, he was fine. Inside that space, he had gained strength through training. The guy wanted to say something, but the girl interrupted him. She looked at him with a stern look. She seemed to have matured a lot during this time. The girl said that the punitive expedition was an event that promoted the family's honor. Judging by her ability and the situation, she could say that taking part in it was the right decision for her. Well, if he's so sure, she'll do something about it. She challenges him to a duel. The girl threw back her cloak, and it seemed she wasn't kidding. Yes, she hadn't changed a bit in that time after all. Mistress was confused by this. Iron looked at her with a surprised but still calm gaze. All right, he agrees. The boy said this in an incredibly calm and firm voice. He moved towards his sister. If that's the way she wants it, then so be it. The girl looked at him over her shoulder with the same disgruntled look. He walked past her and told her to follow him. He would show her the power he had gotten in that place. Soon they were out in the backyard where their training area was. It was unchanged. No one seemed to want to change the established order. The guards. As soon as they saw the young master, they immediately opened their mouths in surprise. They said with a glance that they didn't seem to have expected to see more of the Lord's face. It seemed to them that the sorcery story was just a cover for the Lord to have died long ago. No one could believe such a coincidence. However, what was the point of this sudden duel? The brother and sister stood opposite each other and prepared to accept the battle. The situation was slowly heating up, and it seemed like no one was going to interfere with them. The girl looked at her brother and shouted, "What's he standing there for? Let him get ready!" She was determined, moreover. She wanted to put her brother's cocky attitude down. Iron stood without his sword, he said, fully prepared. The boy stood firmly on his feet and prepared for battle. The girl looked at him with an unsatisfied look. Let him not make her repeat herself. What is going to fight unarmed? She wanted to say something else, but stopped halfway through. What she saw made her heart flutter. Her eyes widened, and a little fear appeared inside. Suddenly, a sword began to appear in the boy's hands as if from nowhere. It was glowing with a bright yellow light. The boy stood and looked at it all as if it were a matter of course. The sword slowly began to manifest, and here came the blade, the hilt, and everything else. It literally came out of nowhere. It was an incredible sight. Then when the weapons fully appeared, the guy stood up in a stance and said that he was ready so they could start the battle. There was a glint of confidence in his eyes. Now he was going to show everyone what he could do. The boy got into a fighting stance. He prepared to fight his own sister to prove his worth to her. He realized that during his absence, it might seem as if he had weakened even more. It's time for him to prove that he can do anything on his own, that he wasn't the weak boy everyone knew. Now, he's matured. The guards looked at him with surprise and fear. They hadn't expected the sword to appear all by itself. A chill ran down their backs. Marcus opened his mouth in surprise. "This is sorcery!" The man was out of breath. Had the boy really learned this skill? He was against it. The man didn't understand anything. All he could do was watch. The parents who also came to see them fight were horrified. Their son had awakened a sorceress power. It was unbelievable. They became afraid. It's unbelievable. So the rumors were true. Now their heir has sorcery. He didn't do anything like that. He just pulled out a sword. The boy looked at them and held back his laughter. He was amused that everyone was so stunned by his success. His sister stood across from him and watched. Her teeth clenched. She was jealous and at the same time starting to get angry. She was starting to get annoyed. The girl prepared to teach her brother a lesson so that he would never do this again. She too took out her witch paraphernalia and began to conjure. The girl was furious. She wanted to show everyone what she was made of. She pulled out small swords from her pocket. They fit in the palm of her hand. They immediately began to spark, as if they were imbued with electricity. The girl had accumulated enough mana, and now they would have a real duel. The spell worked. The small knives turned into large blades that glowed with purple light and circled around the girl. They gradually grew larger and more dangerous to look at. "All right, let's get started." The girl was ready. Her strength had increased. Now she wanted to show everyone how strong she had become. She aimed all her weapons straight at her brother. Blades flew, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. The girl was ready for any outcome. She was not going to lose. Iron looked at all of this, and goosebumps ran down his back. He suddenly wanted to take it back. But what was this? Are they really going to fight now? The boy was a little scared. The blades flew right at him, and the boy put his sword out to defend himself. He'd expected something like this, but he had to admit that his sister was much stronger than he'd expected. After flying a few more meters in a few seconds, the blade slammed right into his sword. There was a scraping sound, and the boy was barely able to stand on his feet. Flashes began to flash everywhere, like lightning. The boy held on as best he could, but it was getting harder and harder. He held on, but it felt like his arm was going to break. He thought, he shouldn't have gotten into that fight after all. She's really strong. He'd missed a lot. His sister's a tough opponent, he must admit. He held on, but he could feel his grip starting to weaken. The sword his sister wielded was incredibly powerful. Could she really be that strong? Goosebumps ran down his spine. Suddenly, the guy felt something else approaching him from behind. It was another blade that he didn't have time to notice. The guy felt it with his sixth sense, but suddenly, time for him, the guy started to think faster. Parents, their own children fighting amongst themselves. There's no way they could have expected this when the boy came home. They wanted to stop the sister, but the girl didn't seem to listen to them. Iron saw the blade coming towards him faster and faster. There were only a few centimeters between them. The boy could already feel the unbearable heat that came from that blade. All he had to do was to dodge, but the speed was overwhelming. The boy reacted quickly and swung his weapon at the flying blade. There was a scraping sound, and he easily deflected the attack, but it was quite difficult. He could even feel the pressure that came from the spell. The sister looked at all of this with angry eyes. She wanted to show her brother what she could do. Could it be that he was able to repel her spell? She could not believe it, but what she saw was real. She decided to hit even harder. The girl gathered all the power she had and launched another blade. It was going to be decisive. Of course she wasn't going to kill him, but she still wanted to show what she could do. The blade flew forward, slicing through the air. A few more meters and it would meet its target. The boy braced himself as he realized that his sister was really pissed off. He stood up comfortably and changed his stance. He prepared himself as he felt that he was about to face a really strong blow. He didn't even know if he would be able to deflect it enough to not get hurt. They saw a flash of purple color now. The sword was getting closer. A scraping sound was heard. Immediately, the boy reflected it. The only way was to use the wave. Swinging around, he hit his wave to finally put a stop to all this. He was already pissed off. His sister was acting inappropriately. He should teach her some manners. He had no trouble reflecting the spell. The girl wasn't going to stop. It only made her more angry. She was determined to hit even harder, so that her brother would remember it for the rest of his life. She seemed to be very angry with him. She launched another blade now, quite accurately. The girl put all her power into it to finally end it all. Iron looked at all of this, and goosebumps continued to run down his back. However, he wasn't going to back down. The boy opened his eyes, focused and concentrated. Time slowed down again. He could see everything clearly now. With tremendous speed, the guy could see their trajectory perfectly. They were splitting the air, and now there were only a few seconds left before they collided. Several blades approached him, and a powerful explosion sounded. It was a blow, but it felt like a bomb had exploded. A cloud of dust rose into the air, and everything around him began to shake from such power. Everyone who stood there was horrified. They had not expected their sister to meet her brother like that. Marcus, who was standing nearby, was trembling with fear. The two guards who accompanied him didn't understand anything. Should they stop them? The commander asked. How does he imagine he's sick of living? Marcus had been watching the battle intently all this time. Something seemed strange to him. He opened his eyes even more to see better. By the way, why doesn't the air counterattack? Indeed, the boy just stood there, reflecting all the blows his sister threw at him. He didn't seem to move an inch during that time. He just stood there and held his weapon in his hands, and he was completely calm. The girl was furious, and her strongest spell was simply useless. Why did her brother reflect them so easily? She was furious. Now she was ready to crush him, his everything useless begging sign. She clenched her fists and started to shake. Iron stood motionless and stared ahead, his eyes calm but still focused. The training in this world was paying off after all. He saw everything perfectly, saw the three blades flying at him. The boy raised his head, and from there, several swords were already flying at him. The boy prepared himself. He realized that this strike would be incredibly strong. However, he had no doubt that he would be able to block them without much difficulty. He prepared himself, however, for some reason the blades stopped moving. Suddenly, the sorcery dissipated, and the swords that had just been hanging in the air began to fall. They fell to the concrete floor with a clatter. Was it really over? Marcus looked at it all and smiled. The man was incredibly pleased. He saw how strong the boy had become. He literally didn't recognize his young master. He was incredibly proud of his progress. Curlia started to cry. Hot tears flowed down her cheeks. She wanted to say something, but the tears covered her eyes. The girl was already weak. She felt like she wanted to fall under the ground. Everyone looked at them without taking their eyes off. She told the boy he was a fool. Tears glistened in her eyes. There was no anger in her words, but she was very upset. The father and mother stood nearby and looked at all this and smiled. Iron noticed this and walked over to his sister. He still had his sword in his hand. He was calm because he knew his sister would never hurt him. The sword was starting to vaporize, so he had to put it away. He walked over to her and looked affectionately at the crying girl, who didn't seem angry anymore. She was just crying. He told her not to worry so much about him because everything was all right. This time he's really confident in his abilities, so there is no need to worry about him. The girl kept crying. She didn't know what to say to him. The guy walked over to her and gave her a hug. He apologized for waiting so long. The girl hugged him and then she burst into tears. She was a great girl. It was all over great. That's a wonderful reconciliation. And then they all went inside the house. The girl had already calmed down and seemed to come to her senses. Be that as it may, let him be careful. The coming expedition is much more dangerous than the previous one. They were sitting in the office talking to each other. Iron wondered what did that mean, much more dangerous. The girl stood in front of him and stared. She looked at him with a serious look over her shoulder. She said the Majin had shown up. There was fear in those words. Majins are a mixture of human and demon, much more dangerous than a normal demon, as these creatures have good intelligence. After these words, the boy became wary, a look of concern on his face. He had never seen them live before. The girl continued. A month ago, these creatures were found in the southern part of Kairon territory, or rather, only their footprints, but that does not change the essence. Majins. These are beings with powerful powers obtained through a contract with the devil. In a way, they can be compared to sorcerers, but evil sorcerers, and much stronger. The girl looked at him and said that the twisted and foul power that comes from the unclean souls makes them far more formidable enemies compared to mere monsters. Then, she fell silent and looked at the boy with a serious look. She seemed to be still thinking about something. Then, she shook her head. No, that won't do. She better get involved too. The guy jumped up from his seat and shrieked, but doesn't she trust him that much? The girl wanted to help him. She was really worried about her brother. She looked at him and asked if he was going there. Why couldn't she ask? He saw for himself how strong she was. Besides, it's dangerous. But he still didn't agree. Suddenly, they heard someone's female voice saying, I'm afraid it won't work. There was a girl standing there. She was smiling. Her voice was ringing and pleasant. The guys immediately turned around, the girl without warning, and asked Curlia why she was still here. She has important events in 2 weeks. The girl immediately turned around and trembled. Master, how did she end up here? Her only older brother came out of the barrier after 5 years. Could she not have come? The woman took a closer look, and in a gentle voice said, "So this is what iron is like." In front of them stood a girl, quite young-looking, wearing the very hat the witch usually wears. "Nice to meet you." She said she had heard a lot about this boy, and her name was Skana Keaton, Caesar's most enchanting sorceress. The woman smiled and adjusted her wide-brimmed hat. The boy wondered if this was the very woman who had tutored his sister. He awkwardly said hello. The guy was a little confused. He'd heard it was past 50 this year, too. Maybe she rejuvenated herself with witchcraft? As soon as the guy thought about it, the woman nodded and said, "Bingo." He thought right. It seems she could read minds. Is it even possible to do that with sorcery? You can guess without witchcraft. She took off her hat and looked at the guys with smiling eyes. Wow, what a beauty. Such an enchanting girl is really his little sister's teacher? That's what he thought, right? The woman laughed. Curlia looked at her brother and told him not to listen to her nonsense. If you exclude the sorcery otherwise, she's a complete disaster. Mrs. Kitten ran up to the girl and put her arms around her. "Oh my goodness, of course she did. She means she's the best witch in the world." "Yes, she does. What a shy girl. She just gave her a veiled praise." The woman was hugging the girl so tightly that she felt uncomfortable and tried to get out. When did she ever say that? The sister seemed furious that the teacher had barged in so unceremoniously. The sorceress stepped closer and said that more than anything, this lovely creature only talked about him the entire time he was behind the barrier. Curlia screamed to drown out her words. She was terribly embarrassed. The girl wanted to fall through the ground. The sorceress leaned over to her and began winding her locks of hair around her finger. What did she actually say? Everything seems to be in order here. However, the girls are out of anger. If she wanted to shut her up, then let her be a goody-goody and wait in the room. A chill ran down his spine. Wow, he didn't expect that. The boy tried not to interfere so he wouldn't get hurt. He just stood there and watched the whole thing. It looked funny, but his sister seemed angry again. It was the first time he had ever seen a man treat his sister so skillfully. It was simply delightful. In addition, his sister obediently turned around and left the room. The sorceress only looked at her afterward. It seemed simply unbelievable. His sister, who usually had a temper, was now so obedient. Then, the witch looked at the boy and smiled guiltily, apologizing. She said that it seemed that their first meeting had not gone well. To be this girl's teacher, one must have a much stronger spirit than hers. Let him understand that, and not take it personally. The boy smiled and said it was all right. The woman looked at Aaron with an appraising gaze and said that he was very different from his sister in many ways. The boy laughed. Was that really true? But then the woman pulled out a small glowing pendant from somewhere. I think it was a sapphire. To be honest, she said she came here to give him this. She handed it to the boy, and he looked at the gift in surprise, and it was a mighty artifact that helps to fix a certain amount of demonic energy and risk factor. It's even said to be able to neutralize quite strong poisons. In short, a useful item in battle. It can't be ignored. The boy looked a little embarrassed at the artifact given to him by the mysterious woman. He said he couldn't accept such a valuable object. However, the woman held up her hands and told him to take it, please. She had not made it alone, but together with his sister. Besides, my sister's been praying for his safe return all these 5 years. So it's got a pretty strong energy behind it. And every day she put her power into this artifact. The boy looked at it with surprise. He honestly didn't expect his sister to worry about it so much. The sorceress smiled her friendly and simple-minded smile. The woman continued to speak. It was the first time she had seen her so invigorated since she had taken in her apprentice, so she begged him to accept this gift. The woman looked at him so good-naturedly that the boy seemed unable to do otherwise. He accepted the gift and hid it behind his scruff. The boy thanked her and said he would use it if he had the chance. The woman smiled and said that it was an incredible blessing to have such an amazing older brother. Then she turned around and headed for the door. It seemed like she had things to do, so it was time to leave. She fixed her hat and, turning around through her hair, said that the guy was much better than she expected him to be. Then, with a quick movement, the woman disappeared behind the door. It was as if she had never been here. The boy looked after her with a smile. A strange woman after all, but nice. He felt so good. He felt that his sister seemed to love him very much. though he had realized it before, but he was sure of it again. Now he was alone in the empty hall, his head filled with thoughts, rather pleasant ones that did not weigh on him as usual. It was very bright and spacious. After all, it is true what they say at home. Even one's own walls heal. He felt much better than he had in a long time. He went ahead. How wonderful it is. His parents are perfectly fine, happy to see him. Everyone's alive and well, nothing to worry about. His sister found a great teacher who took custody of her. Plus, she's just a beautiful woman. There was one thing, though. Something still bothered him. Something in this house had changed, and it felt empty. He stopped in front of a small locker and looked in front of him. Where is that annoying little she-cat he's so fond of? The boy felt a little sad. He looked in front of him. He felt a little uneasy at the thought that the cat had disappeared somewhere. On the locker was the very gift that the cat had left him a distant 5 years ago. He looked at the blue orb that was as deep as the ocean. It reflected his face. The guy was frowning. He wanted to know where the cat had gone. Then he went to the temporary gathering place. It was the territory of their sworn enemies, the Kairon family, however. It was now an expedition, and one had to be there if he wanted to participate. Iron was dressed in armor. He was sitting on a chair, and he was absorbed in his own thoughts. Now he had been given a real knight's armor that fit him perfectly. It was incredibly comfortable. There were people snooping around, but the boy paid no attention to them. He was gloomy. Something was troubling him very much. Where is the sorceress? Had she disappeared? The boy didn't even know what to think. He wanted to know where she had gone. He asked his sister about it, but the girl said she didn't know anything. And why would she lie to him? The cat stayed there for a few more months after the guy moved to another world, and then in an instant it disappeared, and no one saw it again. Since then, the girl doesn't know where she has gone, and no one has seen her again. The boy wanted to ask or say something, but didn't have time. He didn't understand anything at all. Where did the cat go? Why did she leave so quickly? His sister didn't seem very eager to talk about this creature. The boy said he was well aware that his sister had a bad opinion of the cat, but it wasn't her fault. It wasn't anybody's fault. Iron wanted it that way. His sister came back to him and rudely asked him, "Okay, then what should he ask of her?" I don't know, the guy was even a little taken aback by this. However, he continued to smile. He asked her not to hate her. After all, they would meet her again anyway. The guy smiled after her. He was so good-natured that it was even hilarious. Even when his sister was really mad at him, he kept smiling and trying to calm her down in every possible way. The girl said she would try, but she couldn't promise anything. She turned her back on him and walked briskly out of the room. And now the boy sat confused and understood nothing. Where had the cat gone? Had it disappeared? All his thoughts were occupied with this sorceress, who had shown him the way, helped him find his way. Then why had she disappeared? In this place, there were members of other families, including one of the twin brothers, and a Martin he fought with. They didn't think they'd see him in our ranks. Martin said it was rumored that he was imprisoned in a witch's barrier. Next to them sat another boy. It was Chiron. He was cleaning his sword. Isn't that bullshit? He's just 100% bullshit so he can lie in bed. That may be true, but we couldn't be sure. What was he doing on a punitive expedition anyway? One of the twins wouldn't stop. He'd heard that this boy didn't even have any experience with monsters. Martin said that if he showed the same pillowcases as before, he wouldn't be lost. The guys kept talking. They didn't seem to have much confidence in their new companion, as I had trusted him since he had fought them. Kieran continued. He looked toward Aaron and wondered. He didn't know where this guy had been chilling all these years, but still that they met here again. The guy squinted his eyes and tried to fight the embarrassment. The boy was approached by his father, who asked him if he was comfortable in this armor. After all, the boy had never worn something like this before. The boy nodded his head. Yes, he was comfortable. It was the first time he had ever worn something like this. And he liked it. The scion of the Chiron family smiled, and the sword blade reflected his smile. He would definitely avenge this guy for the past disgrace. He couldn't just take it for granted. That shame had to be washed away from his family. One of the twins approached Martin. Martin said, by the way, that he'd decided to participate too. He thought he would shake like an aspen leaf because of these demons and refuse. The boy laughed. Who do they take him for anyway? Because of these Majan, Night, and Sunset, as well as mages and powerful sorcerers were sent here. Straight from the capital. Even the priests are here. What's more, there will be someone in charge of this expedition. Someone very important who he would basically like to meet. This is a very important person. This is the deputy commander of the Sunset Knights unit, Sir Hill Burnett. The boy didn't notice the man appeared behind him. He was incredibly powerful looking and had a luxuriant head of hair on his head. For the moment, the man was silent. He won't lose anything on this trip. Only his reputation will improve. Kieran looked at him. He could see Hill standing behind him, but he still couldn't say anything. The guy kept talking. Martin, who also saw all this, begged Kevin to turn around. The boy persistently did not understand what was wrong with his comrade. What was he so scared of in the first place? However, Martin had a pure-blooded fright on his face. He saw the commander, who was standing right behind the boy's back. Still, Kevin finally turned around and saw the commander, a tall man several times taller than himself, and immediately, he was startled and screamed in fear. The boy didn't expect to see the commander so close. Hill looked down at him, his gaze incredibly stern. Phil, who saw the same thing, was also horrified. The deputy commander is already here? Fear appeared on his face. Kevin's father also came out of his tent to see what was going on. The man looked at him with an incredibly stern look that would make anyone's body shake. He politely apologized and said that in his opinion, the aristocrats gathered here should not participate in punitive expeditions after all. Phil, along with his colleague, looked at him in surprise. They had not expected such a decision from a deputy. It was a real blow to them. They looked at him with surprised eyes but still did not dare to say anything in response. Kieran looked at them and opened his eyes in surprise as well. He hadn't expected such a decision. The boy didn't even know what to say. The others looked at him as well. Iron was just not confused. What was all this about? Father also looked at his side. The commander said that he would only raid these monsters with his own armed forces. This verdict is undeniable. The head of the Karen family immediately jumped out of his tent and jumped up to the commander. He was furious. How could this be understood? How could he make such decisions on his own? The man wanted an explanation. This is absurd. He can't accept this. However, the commander stomped his foot with such force that the earth seemed ready to split. The man was incredibly powerful and formidable in appearance, and it seemed clear at a glance that his orders were not to be argued with here. He looked at him with a look that made Lord Kairon even sit down a little. These demons are not even close to monsters. The deputy commander was very angry. He wasn't used to having his orders argued with here. Even the children know about it. However, it seems they're all leading aristocrats don't understand anything. Absolutely everyone standing there felt the incredibly strong pressure that came from this man. They could barely stand on their feet, each of them ready to faint. They wanted to be somewhere else, but certainly not near him. The man barked that his soldiers were armed with a powerful force, a powerful faith, and a fury that led them to the defense of the state. For a second, it seemed to them that the man had teeth instead of teeth. Something inside each of them shook. They dared not argue with him. The man clenched his hand into a fist and said that based on this, they were quite prepared to hunt these creatures. However, they didn't say that they were willing to participate in an expedition with the aristocrats. The man's voice gradually turned to a growl, as if he was a slumbering beast. Everyone else felt it too. The feeling was that instead of a head, the man had a beast face. His voice was so deep and intimidating that no one dared to contradict him. They don't want to take part along with the aristocrats who, instead of the welfare of the continent and the tranquility of the country, are only pursuing an interest in personal glory. The man turned away. He was sick of talking to these pompous snobs. He said it as if he was going to say it. He wasn't going to listen to anyone's objections. But purely out of politeness, he asked if they had anything to say about it, or would they prefer to keep quiet. He seemed to have calmed down, but he still looked rather intimidating, a man not used to being argued with. Lord Kieran, who was standing closest to him, almost fell off his feet. He was only now beginning to breathe. His insides were all jumbled. It was the first time he had ever faced such unimaginable pressure. He was out of breath. He had not been prepared for the fact that this commander would be so formidable that even the mere sight of him would make everyone shake. Kevin, who was standing somewhere nearby, was also starting to regain consciousness. He felt as if he had been run over by a wagon, his whole body aching. All the other knights were also terrified. Iron and his father were sitting nearby. The boy looked at the commander, and involuntarily in his soul appeared an admiration of this man. He was so strong and formidable that his mere sight simply drove him crazy. The boy took a closer look at the man. He was very interested in getting to know him better, because the power he held in him was incredible. Suddenly, Ryan walked over to him and got down on one knee. The commander looked down at him with a threatening look. It was an unthinkable audacity for someone to block his path. The man stopped and looked at the boy. His eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such insolence from anyone. He stared at the boy, as if waiting for the moment. The man was boiling on the spot, his anger literally overflowing. As he came closer, the man bellowed, "Who was he to dare block his path?" Standing in front of him, he trembled with fear. The boy opened his mouth to say something. He tried to get a word out, but the menacing aura that flew around the man simply overwhelmed his will. Still, he managed to get a word in edgewise. The boy said he was the oldest son of the Chiron family. Ryan! Blood came out of his mouth. He bit his tongue so hard that he felt a brackish taste in his mouth. The boy was very much afraid. The warden looked at him with such a menacing look that the boy wanted to fall under the ground. His booming voice asked him what he wanted. It sounded as if even a horse might drop dead. Ryan seemed to be getting bolder. He had nothing left to lose. He said in as loud a voice as he could in his situation, "They're not going to make excuses. They're sorry. They were too relaxed before the fight." The boy fell to his knees and clutched the ground. He was ready to cry now. This would never happen again. He would look up to the commander's squad. They would do their best. The boy was ready to cry now, his voice trembling as if he had been scolded by his mother. They would do their best to make sure that from now on, there would be no more carelessness left in them. The commander saw all this, and a smile began to spread across his face. Is he kidding? The boy's been asking for a chance all this time. At least one chance that they'd be worth it. Hill turned around, however, and his loud, rumbling laughter could be heard. He apologized to the boy. It seemed he was being a little too humorous. The man could barely contain himself from laughing. Forbid them from participating in this raid? No, he wasn't capable of such rabble-rousing decisions. The commander was already really laughing. Lord Kieran laughed. It seems he was too scared, and now he was trying to come to his senses. The commander continued to speak. He said that if only the people see the heads of state fighting these demons personally, the people will be able to find peace of mind and enjoy life. However, of course, there was one more thing to consider. Of course, what he said about not being careless with these demons was pure truth. The man softened and began to speak. He hoped they would keep themselves in better shape until tomorrow's departure. The day was slowly coming to an end, and everyone else had gone to their tents, but only the commander was awake. Even though it was night, the light in his tent was on. The man was sitting at his desk looking at some papers. It was probably the plan for tomorrow's offensive. There was no one else there. Somewhere in the corner, a dim lantern was burning, barely illuminating the surroundings. The man thought for a moment. This boy from the Chiron family is quite talented. He saw his unwavering spirit today. Although he was afraid, yet he approached him. The problem was one thing, though. Besides him, no one else stands out here. Suddenly, the man's thoughts were interrupted by a voice. One of the knights said that he had a visitor. The man turned around in surprise, and what he saw made him smile. An old man walked in. He had thick hair and an equally thick gray beard. It was the wandering knight of the kingdom of Gober. His name was Tom Miller. The man smiled and asked how he was doing. "Mr. Miller, how long has it been? What business is it? Hurry up and let him in." The warden seemed very happy to see an old acquaintance. A conversation ensued between them. They had already sat up late into the night. Miller said, "So that's what they've got going on. By the way, he heard they have an apprentice. He's rumored to have a marvelous talent." The commander hummed and said that in principle it was okay to watch it. Heel looked at the old man and asked if he was being too hard on him. After all, he was a student of the 27th graduating class of the golden generation that the Corno Academy was famous for. There was a genuine smile on the man's face. The old man coughed. Yes. However, he flew out without becoming an official student of the academy, and that's saying something. He certainly doesn't think he'll be relocated by the current graduates. The old man coughed. A genius like Elijah is still a long way off. The man listened and moved closer to the old man. Is he talking about a genius from the Aiden Kingdom? The same girl who won first place in the final evaluation and refused to be formally introduced? The man was even a little surprised. The old man nodded his head. It is said that at the age of 14, after leaving the academy, she became an honorary member of the strongest unit of the Moonlight Knights of the Aiden Kingdom. Indeed, legends had already begun to be written about her. The old man wrinkled his nose. In other words, a beast that looked like an Ignata had already appeared on the continent. The old man's words flashed with some concern. The commander laughed and sighed heavily. He was jealous. And why didn't their Hale Kingdom have such talents? The old man looked at him and asked, what was he talking about? He said that according to a man in their kingdom, there was a beast that was following in the footsteps of this girl. As soon as the man heard this, his expression changed and he wondered, is this even possible? He laughed and said he wasn't old enough to believe such nonsense. Who does he think he is? The old man sighed and said, doesn't he know? Which is to be expected from a native of the capital. He looked at the man with a serious look and frowned his thick white eyebrows almost to his very eyes, and showed an almost identical level to her. With a slight difference, he came in second place. His disciple who witnessed the demonstration of his strength said that it was shocking. The man struck his fist with such force that the table was ready. The tent shook. It seemed as if a crack had come from his hand. Indeed, he spoke of how this very disciple had demonstrated such a level of skill and strength that even the floor, which was studded with hard stone, and formed a large crack. As soon as the commander heard this, his face changed. He was a bit even frightened by such news. The man really hadn't heard anything about it. His voice trembled. He said it was the first time he had heard of something like this. He inquired, is this student currently at the academy? Where is he now? Is he really here? The old man folded his arms on his chest. No, also for some reason he left this academy. His eyes turned serious again, yet good-natured at the same time. Since he was from Hale, it was likely that he had taken part in this raid. Didn't the man see that? He would be able to recognize him without a problem considering how experienced he was. As soon as the man heard this, he jumped up from his seat and asked what was his name. The man wanted to know more about this student. The old man thought, let him think about it. And sure enough, he pulled a small amulet from his pocket. There was a pause between them that seemed to last forever. The commander couldn't stand it any longer. He wanted to know the name of this brilliant student. The old man paused for a moment, as if waiting for the perfect moment. Iron! His name is Iron Pereira. They say he's a real monster. Their conversation continued for some time, their voices rising from the tent into a monotonous rumble. The next day, they all moved forward for the expedition. It was time to begin. The ground shook beneath their feet, and the men moved forward in a column. There were knights there, but there were also aristocrats who were visibly nervous. It was the first time they were going on something like this. It was the first time for them to take part in such an expedition. Suddenly, the commander stopped the squad and said that they would stop here for a while. For now, let them decide on a snack. His voice was loud enough to be heard by everyone, even in the back rows. The knights who were standing next to him saluted and ran. Someone was perched in a tree, watching the knights scrambling for food. Looks like it was two twin brothers, or someone else. The boy threw back his helmet and looked at them with a grin. Only look at them. A smile appeared on his face. There was another knight standing next to him who shifted his gaze to the side. He seemed to be dissatisfied with something. Kevin, along with Ryan, were fighting amongst themselves. They were swinging their swords, and the clinking of metal could be heard all around. Why are they trying so hard to ask or sign? It looks funny. The knights looked at each other. Still, it was certainly better than nothing. But they had some doubts about these guys in their minds. But aren't they showing off a bit too much? Their techniques are certainly not bad, but in my opinion, it's all just for show to impress others. Especially that guy. The knight shifted his gaze slightly to the side. What's his name, Rayan Kairon? Yes, he stood out more than the others. Can't argue with that, however, that was also annoying. It seems like the guy is just having fun and doesn't fully realize how important this expedition is. Lord Kieran stood and watched their duel. He was truly rooting for his son. He wanted his son to be the best. Kieran thought that in these few years, the difference between their family and the Pereira family had grown a lot. Underestimating their power was hard. However, he still had a trump up his sleeve. On this trek, they were going to take the lead. It was here that they would prove themselves to be the best. Their family would be able to regain the status they had lost long ago. A predatory smile appeared on the man's face. He was determined to regain his status. For that, he needed his son. Even if he had to overpower himself, he just had to get in front of the deputy commander to stand out. The man began to look around, a look of concern on his face. Suddenly, the man noticed the commander personally walking towards him. Is he trying to give advice? That's great, that's great. It seems that yesterday's events left a strong impression on the deputy. The Lord was so excited, he wanted his son on a pedestal. Ryan saw the commander walking toward him, a triumphant smile on his face. The boy felt his superiority, and now he would not yield to anyone. We need to show him our respect, with the best. The boy had already prepared to take the advice, but he noticed the commander walk past him without even paying attention. That was a real blow. It was as if someone had hit him on the head. The boy immediately shook his head and even turned black. He didn't expect this. He thought the commander would pay attention to him. However, he came to his senses quickly. Don't get your attention stuck on that. There was still plenty of time to prove yourself. The boy didn't have time to finish his thought, however, because he saw something. From what he noticed, his eyes widened, his breath hitched. Did his eyes fail him? Why did the deputy walk up to him? He looked up at Aaron, who was sitting somewhere under a tree. The boy sat up, and only now noticed the deputy walking towards him. He raised his eyes and, not expecting such attention, looked at the deputy. The man stopped in front of the boy and began to examine him from bottom to top. He didn't say anything yet, just evaluating. The boy continued to sit. The boy rose to his feet and looked into the commander's eyes. The man looked at him with a stern gaze. He didn't say anything yet, only assessed the boy at first glance. His eyes were very penetrating, the yellow whites of his eyes and narrow pupils. He looked literally straight into the boy's soul. It was a look that few men could withstand. It reflected everything, his experience, his years of battle. The knight standing next to him said that it was right. This was the heir of the Pereiro family. His name was Iron, the same boy who was called a misbehaving nobleman. Isn't he the one who is very famous in the southern part of Hale Kingdom? The man turned his head toward the guard as he continued to speak. It is said that the reason his location was unknown was because he had been imprisoned in some place through sorcery. As soon as the man heard that, he was surprised. What, by sorcery? How do you even understand that? There was exasperation in his eyes. Why did this boy refuse to join the academy and return to his home? And what's another case of witchcraft begging sign? Did it have something to do with little sister? The deputy didn't have the slightest clue. He turned to the boy who, noticing the commander's gaze on him, bowed and answered. The man said that since he was now in charge of the expedition, let the boy call him Raid Commander. The boy nodded and said he would. The commander asked him directly. His eyes were so penetrating that no one seemed to be able to escape his gaze. All the youths except him are making good use of their vacation time to train hard. They try hard, and only one Iron sits carefree in his seat, doing nothing. He would like to know the reason for his overconfidence. The boy looked at the commander with a serious look and was silent for a few seconds. After a few seconds, he said that he apologized if he had shown himself inappropriately. Everyone else looked at him in surprise. The boy lowered his head and said that, however, now, lack of training on his part does not mean lack of his skills, nor does it accurately show his score. The man looked at him in surprise. What? He didn't understand at all what this youngster was talking about. Then what was the problem? There was a look of genuine surprise in his eyes. The boy lowered his eyes. He was gathering his thoughts. What he would say to the commander would be very uncomfortable for himself. He was still thinking, but he answered that it was because he lacked determination in his heart. He clenched his fists. He could say it. The commander looked at him with a surprised look. It was the first time he'd heard something like that from his charges. He was silent for a few more seconds, still drilling the boys with his gaze. What is that supposed to mean? Who was standing next to Ryan repeated and mocked the boy. Because I don't have enough determination in my heart. What a cheeky face. However, his comrade ordered him to shut up. The commander looked at him in surprise. That's an interesting answer. Can the boy tell what is the reason? The man still couldn't understand anything. What was the reason for this behavior? Iron looked at him and said that he took part in this punitive expedition to exterminate Majan demons. Also, in the process, he wants to raise his family's reputation by showing good activity. The commander continued to stare at him in silence. It was an honest answer. He had to like it. He appreciated honest people in his way. The boy continued to speak. He said that now he was trying to understand what exactly he could do for this very activity. All the other members of the expedition looked at him in surprise. This answer stunned not only the commander, but even them. The guy said that he lacks experience in similar expeditions compared to other participants, which is why he decided to focus on something else besides training. Endeavors, it is not only the methods that matter, but also the approach, that my heart lacks determination. He meant that in his present condition, training with weapons would not be considered an endeavor for him. The commander hesitated and looked at the boy even more closely. He found the boy very interesting. He was very sensible, not at his age, and he would have to look at him more closely. However, his thoughts were interrupted by another knight who announced that it was time for them to go. The commander stirred and looked in his direction. He immediately bellowed for everyone to rise from their seats. "They're getting into formation. They will move out." The boy Tosha quickly got up from his seat. The commander said he would go next to him. They seemed to have something to talk about. The man turned around and walked forward. The boy obediently followed him. There was something strange in his heart. He was proud of himself, but he still didn't understand what he should do. The squad continued to advance deep into the forest. Their silhouettes were visible between the trees, all standing in a heap, so that in case of anything, they could react in time to cover the backs of their comrades. The Kirin family members were walking in the middle. Ryan was probably unhappy about something. The boy was clicking his teeth and trying to bring himself to his senses. Stuart was walking next to him, and his father. His father, who was walking beside him, told his son not to hurry. Let him wait for the right moment. The opportunity would surely come. However, the son didn't seem to share his opinion. Then after a short pause, the father looked at the child and said he could make it himself. And his eyes expressed something inexplicable. A predatory smile appeared on his face. Their gazes met and the boy smiled too. He liked the last option much better. He would be able to create an opportunity after all. At this time, Iron was walking ahead with the deputy commander and a conversation ensued between them. Probably the boy was telling him about his gun. The commander was surprised. "It seems the boy is now armed. It's just amazing." The boy looked at the man and said that if he was uncomfortable, he could show his weapon now. He didn't want to make a bad impression on the commander on his first day. The man looked at him with a good-natured look and said that it was not necessary. It was an unnecessary formality that he would rather not do. Iron thanked him for his understanding. The man was extremely surprised. This boy was saying that he had awakened sorcery in himself. The more he listened to him, the more he marveled at how much the boy had accomplished in the meantime. The story touched him to the core. The commander said they had better continue their recent conversation. He said that the boy had said that he had something he had to focus on more than weapons training. So, what was it? Iron looked at him with a serious gaze. For a second, the man thought he was looking at a grown man, not a young boy. First of all, the boy said he had never killed anyone. So to prepare for the silk and the confusion that would follow the first kill, he was now calming his heart. Secondly, as far as he knows, the most dangerous thing for a warrior who has never been in battle is that he may abruptly have a sudden urge to act. So he quiets his excitement and tries to be cautious, so that depending on a superior's command, he wouldn't suddenly get into trouble. And thirdly, it's the demonic energy that these demons release. Their servants, the monster, also have this ability. He must sharpen all senses and try to understand in advance and recognize the enemy. That's all for now. The man looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, the commander laughed a hearty laugh. He liked the boy's reasoning. He was much more mature than he appeared at first glance. It sounded pretty realistic, much more realistic than the other members of his squad thought. He liked it a lot. The boy smiled and thanked the commander for the praise. However, a great deal of responsibility, and the last let them even get to the former soldiers. The man looked at his squad. The boy nodded and said he would definitely take his advice. In addition, in order to spot the demonic energy, they took the priests with them, so let the boy now only focus on the rest. However, the man didn't have time to finish because the boy looked somewhere to the side, and the commander noticed this one. Iron stood like arrow, his gaze staring backwards. Apparently the boy had noticed something that had escaped the gaze of the others. He stood there, not paying attention to anyone. The commander looked at him in surprise and asked where he was looking now. However, he did not have time to finish his sentence because he noticed something too. The boy shifted his gaze and there was a huge monster. It was so big that it seemed to be carrying the sun with it. It was a monster several dozen or maybe even hundreds of meters tall. It was approaching them from behind. The soldiers who continued walking saw nothing. They did not notice how the danger approached them. The boy noticed all this. There was an enemy in the rear. His eyes widened with surprise, but there was no fear in him. He was looking at himself. The commander saw it too. The monster was terrifying. It was a huge troll or something. Or maybe it was a demon. Its skin was blue, 2 huge fangs protruded from its mouth, and its eyes burned black and red fire. The commander shouted for everyone to prepare for battle immediately. Soldiers in formation. He changed his face in a flash. The monster had already raised its paw to make its first attack. The commander ordered the aristocrats to fall back and defend the mages and priests. Heading for 9 o'clock. Large number of creatures. The commander commanded his squad. The knights immediately prepared for battle. A huge number of creatures were approaching them. Right now, let them put up resistance. We need to keep a safe zone for the mages and the others. Everyone nodded their heads and immediately took their positions. The man said that he would entrust these creatures to a squad of knights. Only he could destroy the giant. Fear was reflected on his face. For the first time in his life, he was scared. Only he would be able to destroy the giant. The man was already heading towards the monster to deal with it. However, he didn't have time to do anything. Something whizzed past him, with such speed that he didn't even have time to notice. It was Iron. The boy reacted in time, much faster than the others. He dashed past the captain and drew his sword, which came out of nowhere. The boy moved so fast that it was impossible to keep track of him. The giant opened its wide, hideous maw and roared so hard that everyone else's ears popped. The monster was closing in on them. He was already anticipating his victory. Iron was approaching the monster at a great leap. He had already prepared himself for the fact that he would have to slay this monster. His body was literally glistening. The commander looked at him in surprise. He hadn't expected the boy to be so quick. He didn't even have time to say anything. His mind was all jumbled up. The man just watched. His reaction was not enough. The boy approached the monster, and with one precise blow, sliced its body in half. He didn't seem to have any trouble at all. It was too easy for him. One blow, and the monster fell apart. Only then did the man realize how powerful an ally he had in front of him. The boy looked at him with his focused gaze. His eyes expressed only calmness. I don't know what he was thinking at that moment, but he looked very threatening. The rest of the guards froze in place. They could not move as they were very afraid. All they could see was that the monster was approaching, and lo and behold, it had already broken into two pieces. Even the guards didn't expect this. Ryan looked in that direction and opened his mouth in surprise. He hadn't expected anything like this, still trying to fight his fear. Jack was standing next to him, looking at him with surprised eyes. The commander opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't expect that this little youngster would be able to deal with this thing with such ease. The man was simply confused. It was the first time he had ever seen something so majestic. Iron jumped up and with a single blow, sliced it in half. The monster began to fall apart. The blow was so strong that even the monster's thick skin couldn't take it. At this time, Iron didn't pay attention to anyone. He continued to hold his sword and chop down the monster. It was, of course, the first time he had ever faced such a monster, but he acted like an experienced fighter. The monster's blood was on his face. The father looked at his son and cried out in surprise. He was afraid for him, for his son could have been killed. However, it was too late to act. The monster hissed, its wound beginning to slowly tighten. It wasn't a simple ogre or giant, it seemed to be a mix with a demon. The monster roared. A second later, his wound tightened and the monster was unharmed. He clenched his teeth, and that only made him more furious. He roared, and his roar echoed for miles around. The commander saw the irreparability of the situation and shouted for the boy to be careful. His booming voice even drowned out the noise around him. The boy started to fall down after his blow. He faithfully didn't notice the monster healed his wounds in an instant and prepared for his next attack. He had already raised his huge paw to strike. The boy seemed to be in great danger. The monster swung around and struck with all its might. There was a rumble. A cloud of dust rose into the air. The boy was just at the epicenter of the impact. Stones flew in different directions. The father, who was watching all this from the side, almost lost the power of speech. He saw his son in mortal danger, but unfortunately for himself, he could not do anything. He was afraid that this was the last time he would see his son. The monster turned red hot and roared. He realized he couldn't kill the boy with one blow. He still had his hand in the same place. His eyes lit up with renewed vigor. The dust cloud began to slowly dissipate. The monster still held his hand in the same position. Suddenly, a boy ran down his arm. He prepared himself, his eyes burning with unquenchable fire. The boy was approaching the monster's head to cut it off with one blow. He held his sword in his hands. There was the sound of a blow and the tearing of flesh. The blow struck the monster's arm and the monster roared. The skin on his arm began to tear under the pressure. The boy had already approached the monster almost closely. He only had to deliver the final blow that would bring the monster down. His eyes were burning, and the monster grinned even harder, roaring. One blow, and the boy cut off its arm with such speed that the monster didn't even have time to realize anything. The monster roared, its body pierced with pain. A second later, his hand fell away. The boy had hit so hard that the knife went in as flat as butter. Hand falling to the ground, Iron jumped up again to aim again. The guy landed another blow. He realized that the monster was incredibly strong. However, it cost him nothing to defeat him. He looked at the monster with his eyes. The boy's eyes reflected nothing but confidence and determination. He didn't seem to be afraid at all. This was a real nothing to him. He was in battle for the first time in his life, but he was already behaving in an extremely professional manner. The monster swung around to hit Pesky with her burden once more. The guy ducked. The monster's fist flew just a few centimeters from his face. The guy reacted in time and swung his weapon. A fist flew and crashed. The cracking of trees was heard. The monster was smashing everything around him, his eyes burning with rage. Someone dared to hit him, and now the monster would destroy everything in its path. The boy stood a few meters away from the monster. He saw a huge, horrible shadow rising through the dust. He saw the monster's eyes burning in the darkness. The boy prepared to strike next. The monster's eyes burned with rage. Through the dust, he could see the monster approaching him. The giant opened its mouth, and many sharp teeth were revealed. The monster prepared to deliver its final blow. This only made him angrier, and now he would eat the boy alive. The commander was horrified. He saw the child fighting the horrible monster alone. He roared for the boy to get out of there. His life was in mortal danger. However, the boy didn't seem to hear him. There was such a rumble around that it was impossible to hear once. Iron stood his ground. He gripped his sword tighter. The guy didn't seem to be paying attention to anyone around him. As the wind picked up around him, it seemed he had decided to use the blow he had seen at the academy. His eyes lit up, and he turned into some kind of monster. His gaze scared everyone in the neighborhood. The boy gathered all his strength and concentration to deliver this final finishing blow. The monster saw the determination in the boy's eyes, and even he was frightened. He saw that what stood before him was not his prey, but his hunter. Iron gathered everything he had to put that power into his punch. He swung, and a torrent of wind erupted from his hand that began to tear trees from their roots. The earth rose into the air, huge rocks flying around. It felt like a real tornado. A huge hurricane rose up around him. The boy directed all of his power at the monster, aiming to bring it down in one blow. It looked like he had succeeded. The monster was big and slow enough not to miss. Everyone in the neighborhood opened their mouths in astonishment, the father looking at his son with completely stunned eyes. He didn't expect his little boy to be capable of something like this. All the guards who were standing there closed their eyes. Karen's family was in shock. The boy stood staring at his enemy, who was now several hundred times stronger than he had expected. A rumbling sound continued to resound all around. It seemed the monster couldn't survive from such a blow. A cloud of dust rose up, and the cracking of trees could be heard. Iron stood still. He didn't even move when he threw that punch. The guy just stood there, watching everyone. Young Chiron just looked at it with a sort of dumbfounded expression on his face. He couldn't believe what he was watching. He couldn't believe his eyes. Iron was standing a few dozen meters away from them, and now they could see exactly what was left after his blow. There was a chunk of earth torn out. The forest was literally vaporized. The monster had been thrown several dozen meters away. The commander, who was standing there watching, could not believe his eyes. He even had goosebumps running down his back. What the old man had told him that night was true, and now he had seen it with his own eyes. The man stood there, unable to move, his eyes wide with delight and fear. It was the first time he had ever seen anything like this. The man had never seen anything more impressive in his entire career. Iron stood with his back to them, the boy staring at the spot where the monster had stood just a second ago, her threatening to kill everyone. He had indeed appeared, the real beast of the realm. Iron was on his horse, looking at everyone, his face calm, though stained with blood. His armor gleamed in the sun, and his cloak rippled in the wind. The rest of the guards also got to work. They chopped down the monsters one by one. The sounds of battle could be heard. The commander bellowed for everyone else to come to their senses. The battle isn't over yet. There are still plenty of monsters. He ordered the rest of the enemies to be destroyed. The guards moved forward and began to slaughter the monsters. Soon it was all over. They easily handled the rest of the monsters that weren't as strong as this giant. Everyone seemed to be in one piece. No one was hurt. The commander looked around at those present, his gaze satisfied that everything was already in order. There was still worry on his face. A few monsters might still be around somewhere. Iron was standing not far away. He had his back turned to everyone and seemed to be thinking about something. Even though he had saved everyone, he had some very unpleasant thoughts swirling around in his head. He still couldn't understand what had happened. Adrenaline was running high. The boy tried to come to his senses, but he was having a hard time doing so. Why had he done that? At the sight of the giant, anger took control of me. It was the first time his feelings had flared up like that. It was very strange. The boy was scared of his own power. He had never done this before. His eyes expressed pure fear. Tears were about to appear there. For a very brief moment, it was like he wasn't with himself. No longer the boy he had been until now. He looked at his hand, which was stained with the monster's blood. He was scared. He didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he heard heavy footsteps. The commander was approaching the boy. He looked at the man and knew he was about to be reprimanded for his inappropriate behavior. The man came up close to him and looked down at him. His face had an expression of sternness. The man looked at him, and for a few seconds there was silence between them. He looked at the boy, and after a short pause asked, "Does he realize what he's done? Does he?" The man seemed to be dead serious. It seems the boy is about to have a very serious conversation about his behavior. The boy missed his eyes and tried to come to his senses. He realized that he had done something very wrong. He was silent for a few seconds, trying to find the right word. He wanted to apologize. He lowered his head and apologized to his commander. He apologized for doing the wrong thing. He disobeyed orders and acted spontaneously. The commander looked at him in surprise, and the boy continued to apologize. Even despite the way they talked, even despite the way they discussed how they should behave, he didn't hold back his emotions and did it his way. He was sorry. Suddenly the commander laughed. He asked the boy, "Doesn't he get jokes? This man's humor is strange, you have to admit." The boy raised his head and looked at him with guilty eyes. The man put his heavy hand on the boy's shoulder. The boy even felt the weight of it. The commander said they're on a punitive expedition, and their goal is the same, to destroy the monsters that threaten the state. The boy is very good. The man said it proudly. He looked at the boy with shining eyes. Thanks to him doing this, their squad was very much unharmed. They would discuss everything in detail later, but for now the man congratulated him. His first appearance on stage had been mind-blowing. The man turned around and said that he would continue to expect such activity from him. The commander seemed extremely pleased. He thanked the man for his praise and kept smiling. Suddenly his father ran up to the boy. The man looked extremely frightened. The boy looked in his direction and began to smile. The father began to ask the boy if he was hurt, if he was all right. The boy smilingly replied that he was fine. He was just a little dirty, but he was fine. The father literally swooped down on his son and hugged him tightly. The boy did not expect this and was even a little embarrassed. The man said he was so proud of him. He hugged his son tightly and pulled him against him. It was the first time the boy felt something like this. He didn't even know how to react. He thought he had done something wrong so far. But seeing his father's reaction, he changed his mind. They stood like that for a few seconds, and Iron hugged his father too and closed his eyes. He thanked him almost silently. The boy stood there, unable to understand anything. They stood hugging each other for a few minutes. Everyone crowded around them to form a circle. These people seemed to be the center of everyone's attention right now. At this time, Ryan standing somewhere off to the side, Jack stood beside him. The boy was silent. His look was blackening the clouds. He seemed to be extremely unhappy with what had happened. He turned to his favor. The man immediately looked at the boy and prepared to do his every bidding. The guy asked him, "Is it ready?" He sounded like a beast out of its cage. A chill ran down the man's spine. The man nodded and replied that everything was ready and would be used now. There was a certainty in his eyes, and it seemed that these two were up to something very, very bad. Ryan looked at him with a furious look and yelled at him to start now. In his hands was a bloody sword. He too had fought monsters, however. The boy was very angry right now. Everyone else immediately followed, the men marching in an organized formation. The soldiers rattled their armor, ready to take on any fight that came their way. The commander took the artifact in his hands and looked at it with astonishment. "So this little thing contained demonic energy?" The boy confirmed, "Yes, that's right, it was." The boys looked at the artifact with unspeakable amazement. Iron said that this thing was made by his younger sister. She is a sorceress. Made it with her mentor. He was told that this thing might be useful in a punitive expedition. Hill looked at it all and wondered. Goosebumps ran down his spine at what he saw. He'd certainly heard that sorcerers were majestic, but was it possible this artifact actually detected demonic energy? Faster than the sacred priests? The man couldn't quite believe it. Suddenly, the artifact began to vibrate and glow. Iron immediately tensed up. There was an enemy out there, and he was rapidly approaching him. The commander immediately realized what was happening. The man was even a little scared. The man yelled for everyone to get ready. The spearmen were to line up on the left. The men lined up tightly and readied their weapons. The bushes we weren't looking at moved. There was obviously someone there. There was a growling sound, as if some beast was sitting there. Suddenly, several creatures emerged from the bushes. They were extremely disgusting looking, more like some kind of ghouls. They had glowing eyes, a wiry, muscular body, and a mouth full of teeth. He was right again. It wasn't an accident. The commander ordered his squad to storm the monsters. It was necessary to destroy them all at once. The squad immediately listened to their commander. The battle was fought. The boys gladly and easily dispersed. The last sword was thrust into the body of the vile creatures. So it was over. They made it through without a single casualty, so we can sleep well now. The commander turned to the boy. Iron called him Raid Commander and turned his head to him. The man said that from now on he would focus on his artifact, not the priests and priests' items. As soon as he senses demonic energy, let the boy speak at once. Aaron nodded. He went along with the commander. They walked together in front, occasionally exchanging a few words. Their conversation was almost inaudible, but the one behind them kept trying to hear something. Ryan was walking behind him. He squared off. The boy was incredibly jealous that this lousy, feckless aristocrat was in his place right now. Envy was eating him up from the inside out. Next to him walked Jack. The man was calm. He looked at his master and shrank back. Enough walking for today. The commander has decided to make a halt. We need to set up camp here and prepare food. In a few seconds, people were bustling about. In less than an hour, there was a tent camp. People were bustling about. Food was cooking in large cauldrons, and the delicious smell of food was spreading everywhere. Two knights were sitting under a tree somewhere and were musing. They were talking about this boy. How old did they say he was? 25? The knight corrected him. He was actually 21. Holy shit. He has that kind of ability at 21? People couldn't believe it was even possible. At this time, Iron was sitting nearby, somewhere under a tree, eating his food. People were looking at him and thinking, did he think that this boy was already at the level of an expert, or was he too high? The second knight chimed in. Of course he did. Didn't he see this kid take down a huge monster in one blow, asking I don't know who in his continent besides experts can do such a thing alone? The knight wondered if he thought it was true. The giant here looked stronger than a very strong monster, a medium-level monster at that. Where had such a person been hiding all this time? The boys continued to discuss the boy, who paid no attention to them and just ate his food. He had already brought up a hot spoonful of soup and was about to open his mouth when he suddenly noticed his artifact starting to shine. Oh, I think monsters are around somewhere. However, the boy looked closely to see that the artifact had changed its light to black. He remembered his sister telling him that if the artifact changed its light to black, then it had sensed the poison. It had a detox function, so he just had to wait on the map for the fact that it wouldn't return to normal light. The boy thought about it. It seemed that someone among those present had a grudge against him. It remained to be seen who it was. But the boy had already guessed. He assumed that there would be a competition between the families, but he didn't think that someone would act openly. He thought that one of these three families his family feuded with had dared to do it after all, most likely the Marquesses of Chiron. The boy thought that his father should not know about it after all. After all, he did not want a quarrel to break out here. Unnecessary quarrels would only hurt their expedition. He didn't want his father to worry. He decided to keep it a secret until he could figure it out for himself. It was too early to draw any final conclusions. He waited for the artifact to return to its light. He brought the bowl of soup over to him and waited. Soon, Crystal drew out the poison, and all seemed safe. The boy continued eating. He saw me come out of the food, and sinking into the artifact, it acted like a vacuum cleaner. Suddenly, the boy fumbled for something under the plate. There was some piece of paper. I wonder if it's getting weirder and weirder. There was something under the plate. The guy looked there even more closely. Someone had dared to bring him down after all. He took a closer look. With one deft movement, he pulled out a small piece of paper and took a closer look. It was no more than a scrap of papyrus. The boy looked closely and unfolded the paper. There was an inscription on a piece of paper. Food poisoned. Be careful. Strange. Someone decided to warn him at a time like this? How timely, the boy even thought it was a bit funny. What a benefactor. He looked closely. The handwriting was crooked. It seemed to be to hide his identity from detection. Not to hide it if someone else found it? Or was it just written in a hurry? The boy began to eat. The food was safe now. The artifact had cleansed it completely. He hadn't expected anyone to help him here at all. Was it this? The boy was confused in his guesses. He didn't want to believe that another very bad thing was about to happen. While the kid was eating, someone was already following him, hiding behind a nearby tree. The boy hadn't even noticed anything, but now she was in extreme danger. It was Jack, one of the servants. He had been watching the boy all this time, a doubt in his soul, a doubt that had settled long ago when he had seen their master and them fight. The boy looked down. He wasn't sure if he had done the right thing. It seemed that if he was exposed, he would be in trouble. However, it was done. He had averted a tragedy. The squad leader approached the boy. He asked with a smile, "Has he eaten?" The boy got up from his seat and said he had just finished. The boy still had the same smile on his face. The man looked at him with joyful eyes and in a loud voice suggested to him to have a duel. The boy didn't expect that. What? A duel? Just like that? The man stood with his hand outstretched, a smile on his face. He seemed to be in good spirits. The guy was still standing with the plate in his hands, and he was hesitating whether to accept the challenge or not. On the one hand, it was very responsible. The commander had said he reasoned that he should probe his full potential properly. It would come in handy on the next punitive expedition. The boy nodded his head. Now their duel was about to take place. They stood opposite each other and prepared themselves. The men began to converge, curious to see the commander fight this young talent. Everyone began to slowly crawl away. There was a crawl through the rows of people. It was an incredible sight. It was the first time they had ever seen such a thing. A duel by the deputy squad leader? It was like a dream come true. People were sitting around talking to each other. Everyone was calling out to the others to come and watch this great duel. The commander stood up and looked at the boy with a smile. "Let him get the ball." A smile shone on his face as the commander seemed to have high hopes for this boy. Iron drew his sword as well. He materialized it literally out of nowhere. Now everyone was simply amazed. The boy was standing in front of them all, glowing with his magical power. People who were standing nearby and sitting on the benches just opened their mouths in amazement. What the hell is this? Their eyes literally lit up as the sword appeared out of nowhere. Iron smiled. He was pleased that people appreciated his skill and talent. The commander also transformed, his face becoming beastly, taking on the features of a wolf or some kind of tiger. He looked at him with burning eyes and said that this duel was meant to test his skill. He put all his power into the sword. How about finishing it in one blow? The boy looked at him with serious eyes. Okay, he agreed. The boy realized that this duel would not be easy, but he would put all his strength and skill he had gained over the years. He could not just give up. The commander smiled. This guy didn't hesitate for a second. He didn't seem to be wrong about him after all. Is that calm because he's used to this kind of thing? No, there's a more subtle feeling here. The boy stood before him, fully prepared to take the fight. He held his sword. That's just perfect. As a commander, he was simply furious. He stepped firmly to the ground and prepared to strike his first blow. He was ready, and he realized he had seen the boy stand his ground. It was really more than just perseverance. Where did he learn to do that? This is much better than he expected. The commander looked at him. His face began to change. Fangs came out of his mouth. He looked like some kind of beast. He was turning into a real monster. Everyone sitting around them was horrified. It was the first time they had seen their commander in such a state. A chill ran down their backs. Could something terrible be about to happen? They looked at him, trembling with fear, but they could not take their eyes off such a beautiful and horrible sight. The commander's face began to transform with each passing second. Animal features appeared there, coming in more and more. He turned into some kind of lion or tiger. He kept looking at the boy who was literally glowing with his power. The commander saw it all perfectly. His spirit seems unbendable. He is like steel. Wait a minute. His spirit is gradually increasing. It's unimaginable. The commander saw the boy blossom perfectly. Something very large, very big and strong and very ancient appeared behind him. He saw the silhouette of a man with long hair standing behind the boy. He was so big that he was obscuring half the sky with him. The man grabbed from his weapon. If he didn't take it seriously, it seems he was in for more trouble. It'll just swallow him up. The commander tensed his entire body, his beastly features finally coming out, and now he was no longer human. It was a real beast, a demon that appeared from the very depths of hell. It was terrifying in its appearance. The beast roared. The guys who were now standing and watching opened their eyes in surprise. They had never seen the commander in such a mood before. He seemed to be completely serious right now. There's going to be a very, very big fight. Suddenly, there was another soldier between them. He came. He's here. He's here. They've already started, right? Suddenly, he tripped and flew straight forward, spilled all the food, and ended up in the middle. The man flopped down on the floor between the two rivals. Everyone froze in fear. Goosebumps ran down his back. He realized what a stupid thing he had done, but still he could not fix anything, because now he was between two fires. The commander looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect someone to duel them, but the man didn't say anything yet. Everyone froze with anticipation and terror. The guy who had just fallen in front of them looked up with eyes that were just crazy with horror. He started apologizing, saying he was going to clean it up. Everyone fell silent, expecting the commander to vent his anger on him for interrupting him at such a crucial moment. However, the man reacted completely calmly. He looked at the boy and suggested that he end it there. Absolutely everyone came to a look of horror and surprise. "What's the matter? Is there really no duel? It's unthinkable." The man said that was enough and turned away. This boy, from now on, he could act as he pleased and not even ask his permission. The boy stood behind and didn't understand anything. He had his head down and seemed to be waiting for something. As soon as he heard those words, he looked up. It was a complete surprise to him. The boy didn't think that the commander would give him such an honor, allow him to act as he wished. The man turned to him and with a smile said that he thought with such skills it was better to give the boy free rein to decide for himself. He admitted his skills were quite sufficient for the expert level. Everyone dispersed. People were still a little displeased. They were expecting to see a brilliant and colorful duel, and it was over so quickly. The boy went to his tent to rest. It had been a busy day. He was lying next to his father on the sleeping bag. The boy still couldn't sleep, even though it was late at night. He pondered, thoughts crowding his head and keeping him awake. A flashlight was burning in the corner, which dimly illuminated the insides of the tent. He pondered. During the duel with the commander, the battle with the giant, he had felt something. During all of this, he felt similar yet distinct feelings. He looked up at the leather covers of the tent. The thoughts finally overpowered him. The boy closed his eyes and thought about what such a feeling arises that blazing sensation enslaves him all. Taking away the right to own his body, yes. Conventionally, it's not him acting. It was like the first time he had had that dream where the man had been there, when he had taken possession of his body, and here again the boy felt the same way. The boy remembered standing in his dream and watching the man. He fell back into the memory, and I saw the man in front of me again. So it was him after all. The man was still holding the sword and practicing. The boy lowered his eyes, for he thought he had already escaped from him. But why was he back in his head? The boy stared at himself with a devastated look. But suddenly he saw something different from the man's usual behavior. The boy looked closely and tensed. The old man who stood in front of him still looked the same. He still held the sword in his hands, however, he now looked angry. He was angry. Something was wrong. He was different. The man he had seen earlier looked completely different. He never showed any emotion with his appearance. Then what was wrong? The boy continued to stare at him, with only one question swirling in his mind. Why did he Goldilocks what made him start to feel emotions? However, the boy did not have time to complete his thoughts, as a bright beam of light struck him in the eyes. He opened his eyes and woke up. Something was not right. He hadn't even had time to fully immerse himself in reality. He could still feel the sensation from the dream. He got up and rubbed his eyes. The tent was open. His father wasn't there, and it was apparently a clear day, the sun beating down on his eyes. On second thought, he would come to a logical conclusion. The boy looked at his hands, which turned out not to be real to him. When the dream changed, there were changes in him too. Perhaps they had already happened this time too. He still couldn't answer his own question. He just stared at his hands stupidly. Soon he got dressed and stepped out of the tent. So far he hadn't seen anyone. The tent camp was unchanged. There were small piles of people everywhere. The boy looked around. The sun had already risen. Ryan, who was extremely displeased, asked his servant, "Didn't he tell him to put poison in the boy's stew yesterday?" The look on his face was one of extreme displeasure. Jack looked at him and nodded his head. He did as he was told. He even watched the boy eat it all. Jack tried to be as convincing as possible. He said he didn't know what he was talking about, that poison was instantaneous, but iron is still alive and well. The boy told his servant to put up a double dose today. Jack wondered, does he really want to do this? His young master seemed to have lost his mind. The boy couldn't say anything in response. His eyes widened in surprise. It's too dangerous. If you exceed the dosage, you'll end up with a simple illness. But the boy interrupted him, waving his hands and telling him to stop. He clutched his head and seemed very angry. His voice changed to a growl. The boy seemed to be furious. He looked at his servant with a fierce look and asked if he was now in front of him taking care of this lousy begging sign. The boy gritted his teeth and was ready to tear his servant apart now. He hadn't expected the man closest to him to do such a thing. Jack immediately came to his senses and apologized for making a mistake. The man tried to justify himself, but the boy already suspected something wrong and asked why even he was doing that. He knows how nervous the boy is about that bastard. He didn't get much from his father, did he? Jack bowed his head. He felt guilty. The man had almost screwed up. Ryan looked at him and told him to do exactly as he said. Jack stood there saying nothing. He lowered his eyes and said he would remember that. The man realized that now he had made a mistake. He had almost been taken out. Suddenly, the commander told them to finish eating, and it was time to go. Everyone nodded their heads and rose from their seats. While eating, the boy noticed again that his food was poisoned. Good thing he thought to check it with an artifact, and the crystal immediately sucked out the poison. The boy was even a little surprised. What a stubborn one. He was starting to get tired of it. Is this man trying to do this every time or what? The guy was sitting in his seat. Either way, the guy was very glad to have someone on his side this time too. He smiled and sighed. He took out a small piece of paper again, and on it was again written a warning that the food was poisoned this time too, so let the young master be careful. The boy smiled and felt safe for a little while. The squad continued to move in formation, the men walking straight ahead in an organized column, still ready for any attack. Again, the raid chief looked towards the boy. He seemed somehow strange to him, since yesterday the boy hadn't said a word, just walking beside him straight, watching his feet. A man asked him if he was all right. He's been gloomy all morning. Did something happen to him? The boy smiled like he was awake. He said he was fine. There was nothing to worry about. They kept walking. Suddenly the boy flinched and looked closer. Something confused him. He began to turn his head. He thought he saw something somewhere. Toth immediately tensed up and started looking in different directions. There was a feeling inside that something was wrong. Suddenly, it began to glow. This meant only one thing. There were monsters nearby, and quite a lot of them. The amulet glowed more and more. The boy said there were monsters nearby. They were on the left. He said he would deal with them very quickly. Without waiting for an answer, he rushed forward. Well, true, they were already being attacked on the left. Several furry creatures were running straight at the squad. The guy rushed right after them. He came to the front. Several of the animals were running right at them. The guy held straight for their foreheads. He drew his sword and the blade glinted in the sun. The guy was ready for any outcome. His gaze was wary and completely serious. He prepared himself to take them down in a few blows. As it happened, he swung his sword once and immediately several creatures fell frozen both. He chopped them literally in half. The boy was ready. He was always focused, as if he had been in more than one battle. Pushing off with its powerful legs, the monster ran at him. There seemed to be only one left. It was closing in on the boy, swinging its legs around. The monster swung his huge fists and prepared to crush the boy in one blow. He roared, waving his arms and clashing his fangs. His eyes burned with rage. The boy reacted quickly and brought his weapon out. The sword blocked the blow and the monster hit the iron. The boy crouched slightly but did not fall. The monster roared. His eyes lit up. The monster didn't expect the boy to be this strong. Its eyes continued to glow bright red fire. Eutropic growls were heard. He felt the pressure, yet he stood firmly on his feet. His eyes met the eyes of the monster. The boy was cold. He was ready to rush into the attack. He was waiting for the moment to react in time to hit it. The monster continued the pressure, its eyes glowing even more. The monster wanted to tear the boy to shreds. It was driven only by animal instinct, which demanded more food from him. The boy threw back his punch, and in one swift motion, chopped it in half. The monster didn't even have time to react. His body was sliced in half. It only took one blow for the monster to drop dead. The boy finished his work and turned to his squad. However, there were several more monsters heading towards him. He didn't see them and didn't seem to be ready to attack. There was a bang and the sound of tearing flesh. Someone had arrived just in time and chopped up several monsters with his powerful punch. It was the commander. He saw everything perfectly and came to the boy's aid in time. He chopped down the monsters like a beast. Iron fought, but the commander had his back. The man looked at him with a confident look and said that the boy could trust him and deal with the rest of the monsters himself. The man was confident in him as he saw how strong this boy was. They took care of those things with ease. The boy walked up to the other soldiers. They admired him. The boy seemed to be on a roll today. It was just an incredible sight. The boy smiled. The knights moved away from him and continued to marvel at his skill. It seemed that this trade would pass without a single problem. He looked at them with a smile. The guy was happy in his heart that he could defend them alone. It gave him strength and pride in himself. He looked at his hand. Something continued to stir him. There was a striking change in his body. The guy could feel himself getting stronger every day and every time. He clenched his fist and felt the sensation sharpening. He felt his body getting tighter and stronger with every second. Any battle seemed to be within his reach. The boy looked at his hand and made the decision that now he would go ahead. He realized that he had now managed to sense the demonic energy, even before the artifact reacted to it. It was incredible. He felt like he could do anything right now. He wondered if this was also this man's influence. He wasn't even sure he was acting of his own free will right now. What did this man have to do with him? Ryan was furious. Yes, damn him. The boy didn't understand a thing. He poured more poison on him, yet the boy was healthier than anyone else. The boy looked at his servant. He was even more awake. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Standing before him and listening to wrath, the man was calm. It was impossible to give himself away. The man said he had seen an artifact that detects demonic energy. It was possible that the thing had poison detection capabilities. It probably helped the boy realize the food was poisoned. Ryan was furious. He slammed his fist into the wall. Fuck! It's the little sister again. All his plans were falling apart by the second. There seemed to be no choice left. The guy was confused. What to do? There were fewer and fewer options left. If this continued, Iron would get closer to the commander, and then the guy would have no chance. The boy thought, since this is the case, he seems to have no choice. There's only one option left. He must kill the demons. With his own hands. He has to get the commander to notice him. The boy took up his sword. He would make it whatever it became. He must rectify the situation, restore his family's honor. He couldn't let anyone get in his way. The boy was simply furious. The commander stopped. They were in place. All that was left was to go inside. This was the place where most demons dwell. They stood in front of the cave, the commander standing in front. This is the demon's lair. The man thinks the cave is man-made. He ordered the boy to go ahead with him. Iron nodded. Ryan jumped up to him and said he was going to join the vanguard and help out. The commander looked at him in surprise and said that he was not going to relax. Ryan nodded his head. He seemed a little scared, but his determination overcame his fear. They entered the cave. It was extremely uncomfortable. The humidity was making itself felt. The knights walked ahead. They were ready to repel a strike at any moment. Suddenly, music came to them. It was beautiful. They couldn't hear it well yet, but they could already catch the beautiful melody that was spreading throughout the cave. It was something like a violin. The soldiers began to listen. It was a rather pleasant tune. Without noticing, they began to listen to the violin harder and harder. A chill ran down their backs and relaxation spread through their bodies. Well, it seemed like they were in some kind of marvelous palace. It was just beautiful. The soldiers were delighted. It was a beautiful place. They wanted to get up close and listen to this beautiful song. The boy looked closer. The soldiers were acting strange. It was not like them at all. And he had a bad thought in his head. Could it be the music? He looked at the soldiers standing next to him and shouted for them to come to their senses. However, the guard didn't react in any way. It was as if he was enchanted by the music. He didn't want to move. Listening, he began to sniff. He thought it was strange, too. There was some kind of strange odor here. Very reminiscent to him of demons. The commander began to sniff diligently. Suddenly, there was a shriek that turned into a beastly growl. As soon as the men heard this roar, they immediately came to their senses and were frightened. The knights trembled with fear. That three was spreading farther and farther away. The commander yelled that if anyone hadn't regained consciousness, let them shake them with force. The knights slowly started to come to their senses. They were conscious again. You can't fall for the demon's tricks. The knights came to their senses and began to turn their heads. They realized that they were in a cave. What kind of place was this? They thought they were in a beautiful castle, but there were only stone walls around. Suddenly there was a pleasant female voice. Oh, she seemed to have visitors. There was some strange silhouette of a girl who was sitting at a huge piano. It was more like a grand piano. There was some kind of strange aura around it. What a surprise! Her voice was lulling. The commander took a closer look. This demon was much stronger than he expected. The man became more serious. It looks like it's going to be a little difficult now. The demon turned and looked at them. Do they want to hear another song? It was an incredibly beautiful girl dressed in a black dress. She turned her head 180 degrees towards them, her neck craning. Her head was framed by very long black hair, and her eyes were glowing red. The demon rose to her feet and looked at the gathering of knights that had come into her domain. The girl looked at them with a predatory gaze. A stirring began next to her. Someone was coming up. Several skeletons rose up next to her, who were dressed in ceremonial costumes. It's worth admitting, despite the creepiness of this picture, it looked quite elegant. They were holding violins, or something similar. The commander was silent, staring straight ahead. Ryan, who was standing next to him, tensed too. He'd never seen anything like it before, and his boy had goosebumps running down his spine. Is that a demon? Is it a Magian? The woman looked at him with her predatory red eyes. A toothy grin appeared on her face. The commander took a closer look too. Except for her red eyes, there was almost nothing to distinguish her from a human. The men tensed. It's hard to see anything about her. It seems the girl had a hostile attitude. I can't believe that even with borrowed demonic power, she's able to maintain herself. The man realized that this was the first time he had ever encountered something like this in his life. The girl kept looking at him and smiling. There was a slight blush on her lips. Her eyes continued to glow. A strange dark aura was flying around her. Rayan tensed. He was sure he could do it, though he was very afraid. He swore he would show his superiority to that insolent Aaron, even if it cost him a lot of effort. The woman smiled and said in a playful voice that she would like to play them another song. What do you think? Her voice sounded very gentle. It even made you fall asleep. Suddenly, the voice of Lord Karen was heard. He shouted for this vile Megan to shut up. The commander turned to him in surprise. Drawing attention was strictly forbidden. You can't yell. The girl at this time looked at them with a pleading look and asked again, Please, she's a great player. She seemed a little upset. Her voice sounded even sweeter. She said that tune they heard was just an appetizer. Now let her show the real you. The woman licked her lips and glittered her eyes. Razor-sharp fangs flashed in her mouth. The melody would be thick and sweet. It would be like a bed to lure their travel-weary bodies. The girl looked at them, and already her voice made people faint. Kieran, who had just been very brave, immediately lost his mind. Only well and no more. Maybe she'll be as pleasant as a dream. Suddenly, the man heard the squad leader yell at him to make him finally wake up. The man immediately came to his senses and realized what kind of trap he had allowed himself to be driven into. He even gasped in surprise. The commander barked, Don't look this my demon in the eye, otherwise they would fall under its hypnosis. It was extremely dangerous now. We must be very careful. Suddenly, the commander saw Ryan running straight towards the demon. The boy grabbed his sword. The man wanted to stop him. No, wait, he has to be the best. Obliged to kill this demon. The boy was like a stepping stone snapped. He ran straight at the demon and shouted that he would finish him off in one blow with this sign. The girl stood right in front of him and said nothing. She just looked at him with her fighting, nodding gaze. Suddenly, the hair stirred and turned into tentacles that rushed straight for the boy. They were so fast that it was almost impossible to keep track of them. The woman smiled and continued her attack. The hair approached the boy almost closely. He quacked. He hadn't expected such a quick and swift attack. He managed to spot them at the last moment. The boy tensed his whole body. He repelled the attack. However, he felt the incredible power in that strike. It took a lot of effort for him to stay safe. He was breathing heavily. The hair had not been destroyed. It was as hard as steel, but as flexible as rubber. The boy was breathing hard and trying to regain consciousness. The demon looked at them with a surprised look, as if he hadn't expected this. What is he doing? Pity and even some semblance of resentment appeared in her eyes. Do they think they're going to be able to cut the hair off? Suddenly, something happened that they never expected. The hair started to bind. It turned into a huge hand that reached straight for the boy. The poor man could already feel the breath of death on his face. The hand came closer and closer, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise and fear, but he was numb. Suddenly, at the very last moment, Jack appeared from the ground in front of him. He saw it all, and rushed to his young master's aid. Hare grasped his sword. He yelled at the boy to get out of here. It's dangerous. The man tried his best to prevent disaster. He wanted to keep his master safe at all costs. He swore on his life that he would never let the boy be harmed. The hair gradually began to braid around his face, and the man hesitated and felt himself caught in a tight embrace. Ryan looked at him with surprised and frightened eyes, but didn't have time to say anything. In a second, the demon had already grabbed hold of the unfortunate man and lifted him upward in one quick, deft motion. Jack didn't have time to say anything or react. His stomach was lifted up several meters and he was pulled to him. The demon looked up at him and smiled. She brought the man right up to her and looked him straight in the eyes. He tried to break free, but it was all useless. She was holding very tight. It was almost impossible to break out of such an embrace. The captain looked at him and tensed. He wouldn't have time to do anything anyway. The demoness could kill him in one blow. However, the woman smiled, and in a sweet voice told them not to worry so much. She had no intention of killing him. She is for peace and love among all. There was a falseness in those words. The woman tensed her hair and smiled broadly. Her sharp teeth gleamed in the darkness. The commander shouted, "What kind of magicians are these?" He was already getting really pissed off. What kind of demoness would let herself do such a thing? However, the demon smiled as if nothing had happened. She licked her lips and said she was offering them a deal. It's pretty lucrative, so let them take it. She offers them a trade. The life of this handsome knight, Jack had tried unsuccessfully to break free of these bonds for the umpteenth time, but he had no luck. The demo didn't hold him so tightly that he could barely breathe. The demon smiled and said she was willing to trade the life of this fine and handsome gentleman for the life of a beautiful girl like her. Well, how am I not begging for a good deal? The woman continued to smile. Let them give her way and let her get out of here, and she'll give him back safely. She will let him go where she deems it safe for her. The men looked at each other. Hill looked at the Chiron and turned to him. Let him get up. It's too dangerous. It's going to be extremely difficult to deal with this demon. The man clicked his teeth. He was extremely uncomfortable that someone dared to point him out. He looked in front of him and tried to come to his senses, but he was angry, incredibly angry at the situation. Still, he couldn't hold his temper and shouted that their noble family didn't negotiate with foul demons. He didn't seem to want to listen to anyone. The demoness looked at him and smirked. Is that so? Sad poor Jack looks like he's going to have to die. Her hair began to rise higher to his throat. It was squeezing him harder and harder. Jack was already starting to slowly lose consciousness. The boy was squirming in pain, trying to still stay alive. He was sacrificing himself for his family. The demon said it so sweetly, saving that foolish air. Ryan, who was looking at all this, out of fear, he didn't know what to say. He wanted to help his comrade, but he didn't know how. The guy's brain had shut down. He couldn't think straight. Then they would change the terms. The demon had changed. Her eyes lit up with renewed vigor. A different aura began to spread throughout the perimeter. Everyone felt an unbearable pressure. Suddenly, the boy who was standing next to him felt that he could no longer move. It was as if his body was bound with iron. He could not move. He could not even breathe. He screamed, but it was too late. The father saw all of this, so he had to come back immediately. He was now genuinely afraid for his son. How had he managed to make this happen? The commander shouted for everyone to prepare for battle immediately. The man was fully prepared for something terrible to happen. Already the hair, which had immediately lengthened several dozen times, began to rapidly approach them. A second more and they would be in her arms. It would be the last thing they would see in their lives. The poor boy's hair was already wrapped around him, and he was squeezing his body with such force that his ribs seemed to be cracking. The boy was very afraid. He was afraid for his life, afraid that he was going to die, and no one would help him. His father just went crazy with terror, he screamed. He wanted to help his son, however, nothing worked. He just couldn't do anything and froze. Ryan, along with Jack, were entangled in their hair. They were hanging here, a few meters above the ground, and no one could help them. Where Coin stood and laughed curtly. The guards rushed forward. We must start the assault now, otherwise these two would die. The men started rattling their armor and advancing straight towards the demon to end this horror at all costs. They walked like a wall. Suddenly, Lord Kieran blocked their path. He shouted for them to stop. The man seemed to have lost his mind and stood right in front of the guards, blocking their path with his body. The commander roared, "Is he out of his mind? Get out of the way. They're going to get killed." The commander did not know what was going on. He was ready to tear this man to shreds. Now, because of his fault, may die 2 people, one of whom is a child. At this time, the Lord just stood there, staring at him with maddened eyes. The man seemed to have lost his mind and didn't know what he was doing. His face was trembling and his eyes were frantic with fear. He shouted to his subordinates that they must protect the main heir. Now let them stop the Sunset Night Squad. Everyone else obeyed him and marched forward. Their gazes crossed. The commander was furious. He shouted to the Lord that he wasn't just going to let this go. The men's eyes were frantic, ready to tear each other to shreds. The man roared for the commander to slam his mouth shut immediately. He must save his son. He fears nothing now. There is no way he will back down. Demon was asked, "Were the negotiations still on?" The woman smiled and looked forward. Of course, she is always willing to talk. She swears by the name of the Lord she adores and serves. Karan turned to his comrades. Defense to Russell and Baron Lester. He begged them to help. They know full well what will happen if he refuses, don't they? The commander roared. He gave orders to his squad to immediately advance. As the commander of the punitive expedition, no mercy to those who obstruct the demon raid, regardless of their mouths and status. Let's go. Immediately, the night units moved forward and started rattling their armor. There was an unimaginable uproar. Lord Karen went mad. He gave the order to march forward, now to immediately rescue his only son. The demon laughed. She seemed to be starting to be amused by the sight. It's pretty amazing, isn't it? And I think so? The girl laughed. She seemed to enjoy it a lot, watching these fools who were determined to defeat her. She pulled Jack close to her and looked him right in the eye. Poor kid. They reacted differently than expected. If the girl had been in their place, her heart would have been torn to pieces. She looked at him and laughed. She seemed to enjoy it, and now she wouldn't back down. She laughed. So now what? Her eyes began to sparkle with renewed vigor. In what other ridiculous way would they show themselves? The girl didn't seem to be paying attention to anything at all. She felt her superiority, and now was ready to destroy anyone who stood in her way. And what are they looking forward to? Well then, let them admire together. However, the girl didn't have time to finish her thought as she noticed something. Her gaze slid over the enemy's sharings, and she saw something that silenced her. She saw a boy standing quite nearby. He stood out from the rest of the mass and looked perfectly calm. But why wasn't he moving? She stood there, staring in surprise. The boy was just standing there and concentrating on holding his sword. Why is he standing there? And how long has he been there? The woman looked closer. She saw that the boy's eyes appeared to be closed. He was just standing there doing nothing. He didn't seem to feel anything in front of him at all. How long has he been there? At a time like this, is he just standing there watching? The girl looked at him with surprised eyes and remained silent. She found it all very strange. Why is this kid so calm at this moment? Something was definitely wrong with him. The girl became suspicious. The boy opened his eyes. He looked at the demon with a completely calm gaze, the way he usually looks at other monsters. It was real determination in his eyes. It was kind of strange. The girl looked closer and even tensed up. She didn't have time to finish her thought as a very fast, swift wave of energy moved straight towards her. The demon didn't have time to react because the energy wave was incredible. It was moving very fast, so fast that it was almost impossible to keep track of it. She saw it at the last moment. The girl opened her eyes wide and prepared herself. A chill ran down her spine. Could this be what she thought? The energy wave approached her at an incredible speed. She didn't even have time to realize it before she felt like she had been cut in half. The girl cried out. There was nothing she could do. Her body was destroyed. Iron released a wave that swept away everything in its path. He did it so fast that everyone else couldn't even react. Everyone around him was simply stunned. There was a loud explosion as if a bomb had exploded here. The piano immediately shattered, keys flying in different directions and splinters of wood. It was simply destroyed into powder in one blow. The boy had done the right thing. As soon as the commander saw it, his eyes widened in surprise. He definitely didn't expect to see something like this. It was a high-ranked demon, yet the boy was able to hit him so hard that he couldn't even react in time. This was amazing. The boy looked at him with a calm, poised gaze. He saw him only as prey, a monster to be killed at any cost. The boy stood there without saying a word the whole time. The demoness was able to heal her wounds, but this blow was so unexpected that she was even a little scared. This was the kind of opponent she hadn't met in a long time. Recovery is too slow. But why? It's such a minor wound. She could have easily healed it in another moment. The girl's mouth was bleeding, panting. Her body began to heal the wounds. The huge wound that was along her entire body began to heal. The sight was horrifying, to say the least. There was a creaking sound as the skin began to heal. She continued to hold her victims with her hair the whole time. Iron prepared himself even better now the boy was ready. We need to strike one more blow to finish off this thing. The girl put her victims forward and thought it best to use her grandchildren as a shield to better recover her strength. So she did. Pretty sneaky move, though what else would you expect from a demon? But the boy was not deterred at all. He swung again and prepared to deliver his crushing blow. He didn't even pay attention to it. It didn't matter to him right now. There was only one thing to do: save these two. He launched another wave as soon as he managed to shorten the distance. His jumps were so fast that even a demon couldn't keep up. He swung his weapon, and with one precise blow, he chopped off part of her hair and her arm. The demon roared, pain rolling through her entire body. And now she was nearly unarmed. What a devil! She began to roar with rage. Could this boy really do something like this? The demon was furious. Is there really anyone strong enough to act like this? She didn't expect anyone to be able to compete with her at all. He's not paying attention to the hostages. That's just unbelievable. That can-do guy was only aiming at her. Iron had been flying in the air the entire time and only had eyes for his victim. He focused all his attention on the demon to finish her off once and for all. The demoness was smiling, her mouth full of sharp teeth, her eyes still burning. The boy looked at her with a completely calm expression. He saw her as nothing more than a target. He swung his huge, heavy sword again. All that was left was to shorten the distance and cut off her head with one blow to end this whole nightmare. The demoness is scared. We have to stop this guy, by all means. He was already approaching her to deliver the final blow. A chill ran down her back. She didn't expect this. For the first time in her life, she was scared. The boy was already flying straight at her, his sword ready to cut the demon in half. The woman looked at him with frightened and angry eyes. She thought she was going to die, and nothing else would help her. We must stop him at all costs. The girl took a desperate way to defend herself. She wrapped her hair around herself and made a kind of cocoon that seemed impossible to break. The guy hit her, but felt pressure and resistance. For a few seconds, the woman thought she had succeeded. How he was able to protect her. Now she would stay alive. The only thing left to do is to escape from here to save her life. And now one could leisurely recover. However, she didn't have time to finish her thought as she felt something strange. Something had changed. Something very strong that could kill her. The demonic energy stopped gathering together. The girl was frightened. What the hell was this? She didn't understand anything. Was this boy really able to defeat her? The demon was horrified. He couldn't believe what was happening. Was this really the work of that boy? Iron stood over her body at this time and watched with a calm gaze. He still had the same sword in his hands. The boy can't have that kind of strength. The demoness looked at him with a completely frightened look. She clenched her teeth and prepared for him to strike again. And already it could be the last one. Iron drew his sword, the point soaring into the air, and the boy prepared to bring it down directly on the thing to finish the vile brat off once and for all. There was a tremendous bang. It was like an explosion. The air was filled with rocks. The whole place began to shake as if there was a real earthquake. It was so terrifying that something shook inside everyone. Still, he hadn't been able to break the demon's cocoon yet, but he was on the right track. The guy had been over and over again. His hair was almost too much to bear. He swung again to bring his huge sword down directly on the demons again. It seemed to him that there was nothing left. In principle, she was. The guy swung again and hit with even more force. There was a bang and a grinding sound. The armor almost couldn't withstand such an onslaught. It was incredibly scary. The demon was horrified. She was just stunned and couldn't believe it. The boy had broken through her defenses. He's unstoppable. And her armor is stronger than stone after all. A slit appeared here, so that the girl could see what was going on inside. The boy swung again to deliver one last crushing blow. He concentrated so much strength and energy to finish this nasty thing off once and for all. Finally, he could get rid of it. At the last moment of her life, the demon realized her mistake. She could not defeat this boy. Her eyes reflected fear with primal terror. One slightest misstep, and she would be finished. There was another explosion. The rumbling began to intensify. Everything around was shaking. Rocks were rising in the air. An incredible amount of dust rose forward. Even the dynamic armor could not withstand such an onslaught. The hair began to literally melt. It evaporated before his eyes. The defense was gone, and now the demon was completely defenseless. Iron squeezed his eyes shut. Here was a light so bright that even he was afraid of going blind. The boy continued his pressure to finish her off once and for all. A creature like this couldn't be left alive. The squad leader, who had just seen it all, opened his eyes in surprise. It was the first time the man had seen something like this in his long career as a warrior. This power shook him to the core. The boy alone could handle such a monster. Lord Kieran, along with his comrade, looked at all of this with surprised eyes. They didn't expect to see such power. To him, it was something terrifying. It was impossible to see anything in the clouds that had risen after such a powerful impact. There was some rumbling. Rocks were crumbling from above. It turned out that this cave was about to collapse after such a powerful impact. Suddenly, something very dark and very fast appeared out of the dust cloud. The demoness had managed to survive after all, and was now trying to escape. It turned into a small black dot that moved so fast that it was impossible to follow the view. As soon as the squad leader saw this, he immediately rushed after her with a wave of his cloak. He had to catch up with her at all costs, so that there would be no more living points for this creature to catch up with. He turned into some kind of beast again and started jumping after her with staggering speed. The demon tried to escape, but the boss had already caught her with his gaze, and now he wouldn't let her out for anything in the world. He opened his maw, turning into a beastman again. A deafening roar rang out now. All he had to do was catch up to it and rip it to shreds. It was done. Now this demon would die forever. The man swung around and hit it with his clawed paw. Now nothing will stop him. He is sure that now this demon will finally die. His mouth full of sharp fangs grinned. He was ready to see the demon's distended body lying at his feet. One thing was wrong. Where the whole demon should have been, there was only her bottom. Legs dangling from her hair, it was bait. The rest of her seemed to be gone. So the girl split in two like a worm. She crawled on her hands at high speed. We've got to get out of here. She was genuinely afraid. Now she might not be able to survive. These people are so strong she can't stand up to them. The girl looked behind her to see if she was being chased, and what she saw horrified her. She realized that now she couldn't stand up to anyone. The cloud of dust began to slowly dissipate, and the girl saw a familiar silhouette to her horror. There stood the very guy who was holding a huge sword. If it was him, she was about to be finished. The girl looked closely. Yes, there could be no mistake. She saw the same man. Now a chill ran down her spine. She realized that now, if she didn't do something about it, it could all end right here and now. The boy opened his eyes. His eyes shone through. You could perfectly see how much energy was in him. The woman had never seen someone so strong who alone could defeat her. She stopped and sighed heavily. She felt that there was something so powerful and strong behind her that it would be useless to run away. She saw and realized, felt with all her soul if she had one, that her end was about to come. The woman turned around. There was a rumble behind her. It was so loud it took her breath away. Something very large and powerful was coming right at her. If she didn't do something, she would die here in a second. Indeed, from behind her, the huge sound wave that Iron had launched was no longer slithering towards her. Another second, and it would shorten the distance. And now the woman would simply be crushed. Now only a small wisp of hair would become of her. Before she died, fear flashed in her eyes. Genuine fear for her life. What a shame. Where did he get such power from? An ordinary mortal couldn't have such strong energy. She couldn't believe it. Though it was too late. Her face had split in two from the pressure, and now she was just crumbling like a porcelain doll. She was empty inside, like all demons. She lost to a man. What a pathetic human it was. That was the last thing she had time to think before she died, as her body finally crumbled and turned to sand. The woman began to crack, the appearance of her face slowly fading away. At the place where the impact was made, there was a huge rift, similar to the one the boy had left at the training academy when he took the final exam. A cloud of dust rose up and gradually began to dissipate. The guards who were standing nearby were completely stunned by what the boy had just done, their mouths open in surprise. They didn't expect that anyone could possess such monstrous power. For the time being, they couldn't realize that the demon had been defeated. However, when they realized this, they exploded with shouts and applause. The demon has been defeated. Air Iron has destroyed the demons. The entire group that was near the boy began to shout with rage and joy. The father looked at his son and smiled broadly. He was now overwhelmed with incredible pride in his son. Everyone around him was chanting, They were in awe of this boy who had single-handedly handled the demon without any effort. Especially the town was his father. The commander smiled widely and sincerely. He was astonished to the core. He had no words to describe the elation that surged within him. It was the first time he had ever seen a boy so young possess such monstrous strength, and he was incredibly proud and happy that someone like him was among his warriors. Jack was free. Thank God the boy made it in time and he was still alive. He sighed heavily and landed on the floor, his body still continuing to ache. Then Jack looked at the boy, his eyes wide with surprise and happiness that he had survived. He was incredibly grateful to him now, even though he realized he was in an opposing family. Iron stood with his back turned to everyone. The boy was thinking about something. He wasn't paying attention to anyone. The guy was a little tired. This blow had been given to him with great difficulty. Then, since the demon was defeated, everyone else returned to their Sunset Night base camp to rest and recuperate. The knights went back and forth and discussed what had happened. They still couldn't believe that they had managed to defeat the demon after all, without a single casualty. It was just an incredible coincidence. That's right, moreover, their enemy was a very powerful mind-controlled demon. However, Air Iron handled it alone without any help from anyone else. He was greatly surprised that this boy was very different from what was known about him from those rumors. To this day, he still couldn't forget that scene of dissecting that vile demon. Finally, the Hail Kingdom had an outstanding personality as well. The knights looked at each other. By the way, when their commander ends up with that very case, they seem to have to go back, right? The other knight nodded his head. Yes, we should definitely tell everyone and absolutely deal with it. Something like this should never happen within their ranks. Lord Kieran sat at the table and apologized heartily. He asked for forgiveness and said that he was very sorry to everyone, but then his mind went blank. The man was scared to death and tried to justify himself. Apparently it was the case when he tried to poison the boy. However, the commander was furious. He pounded his fist on the table threateningly so that the whole place shook. Stop talking nonsense. Does he think that after what happened, this excuse will be enough? Lord tried to justify himself again. They had seen for themselves that he had been subjected to mind control. He tried to make himself look good, to at least mitigate his punishment. It was about when he tried to block the path of the knights who wanted to destroy the demons. The Lord smiled, his hands shaking. He wanted to save his son who was very dear to him, but he was not stupid enough to give up the world continent because of affection. Honestly, if it weren't for the creature's mind control. The Lord fell silent and tried to find the right word. He clutched his head, trying to bring himself to his senses somehow. The boss could hardly restrain himself from grimacing in disgust and throwing this disgusting type out on the street. What a bastard. Where did he come from? Everyone present knew that he was in his right mind. However, there was no overwhelming evidence that could incriminate him. The Lord covered his face with his hands and laughed. He had such a disgusting smile on his face that the commander was a little shaken by it. He didn't like this type of guy right away. He was so pompous, and he was always getting in the way. It seemed that he would be trouble in the future. At this time, the boy went to his room. The fight was quite difficult. He had a lot to think about, and it seems he needed some rest to regain his strength. He lay on the bed, staring up at the ceiling. In his head, he replayed the moments when he had fought the demon. It had left a pretty good imprint on him. The guy got up from his seat, and sighing heavily, he began to ponder. That sword that had fallen to him, that accompanied him all the time. He didn't show up for family or noble lineage. He looked at his hand. It seemed to him that he still had no control over his body. It seemed to him that someone was directing him, making him do something. It seemed to him that his hands, to me, belonged to him. It was some other person, but definitely not him. He remembered how his hands were bloody. The blood of the demon who wanted to kill them all. This weapon was only meant to cut the demon in half. He remembered himself when he didn't even control his actions, but simply acted as his conscience told him to. He remembered again this very man. Is it really him and no one else doing it for him? But who is he after all? Why is he with him at all? The boy hesitated. It seemed this sword was constantly causing him confusion. He didn't know what to do. Didn't know if he was doing the right thing. Suddenly, his musings were interrupted by a knock on the door. Someone's neat voice said that a guest had come to see him and wanted to see him immediately. The boy turned his head and twitched. The doors opened, and Sir Jack Stewart appeared on the threshold. He stood before the boy and looked at him with a serious and slightly guilty look. Iron was even a little embarrassed by this visit. He had not expected that the most important servant of the feuding family would come to him with a personal question. Jack lowered his head and greeted the boy. He looked at him with his calm and clear eyes. The boy said he had something to tell the boy about this punitive expedition, but first he would like to thank him for saving him. The boy didn't understand anything and raised his blood and looked at Jack. What was he even talking about? It was a little strange, but he was glad to be thanked. Jack said that when the demon took him hostage, no one cared about him. Everyone just looked at him. Not the deputy commanders, not his subordinates to me, not even his master. The boy hesitated. No, at the time he himself had not been paying attention to the hostages. He looked in front of him. He had only acted to kill the demon. Jack continued to speak, his voice very loud. If not for the boy's persistence, he would certainly have died, asked to accept his most sincere thanks. The boy was even a little embarrassed. He wanted to explain himself, and even opened his mouth to do so and began to speak. But all his words began to jumble together. He didn't know what he should say. Jack interrupted him, however, and said that that wasn't all. There was one more important thing he had to tell him. He said he was the one who put poison in his food. As soon as the boy heard that, his breathing stopped for a second. Jack looked at him with a serious and calm look. He said that they should sit down for a while and discuss everything in detail. They sat at the table and talked. Jack said he shouldn't have done that because it was his master's order, and the boy was silent and looked at him with his clear eyes. Jack lowered his eyes and said it was unwise attire for both man and knight. He has tarnished his honor in the first place. He realizes that words are not enough, but he is truly sorry about it. He said he would gladly take any punishment in his direction. Iron lowered his head. He didn't know what to say yet. It was all too spontaneous and confusing. He had to think about it. The guy looked up and said that in a way he had envisioned something like this, so let it be okay. And so it was accomplished, all these situations confusing him a bit. He got to his feet and said he wasn't really in the mood for dialogue right now, so she should leave him alone. Jack was taken aback, and he wanted to say something else, but the boy interrupted him. He wouldn't turn a blind eye to what had happened, but for now his mind was all messed up, so let Jack go and leave him alone. The boy's voice sounded calm, no anger or resentment, just a little confusion. Jack felt incredibly guilty in front of this man. He lowered his head, saying that he would surely pay for his inappropriate act. He felt incredibly ashamed right now. Iron stared out the window and was silent. He didn't want to talk to him. He just wanted to be alone and get his thoughts in order. Jack slipped out of the study and closed the door so quietly that the boy didn't even notice. Suddenly, a purring voice came to his hearing, so familiar that the boy even twitched in surprise. No matter how much you think, nothing will change. The boy immediately turned around and saw a familiar cat in front of him. Luna, what's she doing here? The cat was standing right in front of him. The cat looked a little sad, a little worried about something, and she looked at the boy with her big blue eyes and asked, "Did he chew well all the time?" She looked at the boy with her big blue eyes and asked, "Has he been chewing well all this time?" The boy got down on one knee and asked excitedly, where had she been missing all this time? He had been looking for her. The cat looked up and frowned. Then, for some reason, she turned away and purred that this is not the way it's going to work. She was just embarrassed to look the boy in the eye. The boy looked at her in surprise. What's the matter? The cat feels guilty. However, the guy didn't understand anything. She said that if she had trained him a little better, he would have mastered some other ability, and he wouldn't have been separated from his family for 5 whole years. The guy fell silent. The cat seemed to think he was in the sorceress world just by her ven, but however, that was not the case, and not to worry about it. The guy mist in his eyes. Meanwhile, the cat was barking to herself, and his sister Kay also wouldn't be upset so much. She grabbed her head with her little paws and continued to wail. All because of her, she begged his forgiveness. But the guy held out his hand and said it wasn't her fault, not to worry. The cat looked in his direction in surprise and a little scared. Isn't he angry? As soon as she saw him reaching for her, she jumped aside and screamed at him not to touch her. She's a cat that only brings bad luck. She seemed to be serious and wasn't joking. The guy asked in surprise, "What is this?" "It's superstition. It has nothing to do with her." However, Lulu was not going to listen to him. She shouted that superstitions have powers too. If a lot of people start believing in some unfounded absurdity, it becomes true. If people elevate even an absolutely powerless being, it becomes great. Witchcraft created by the accumulation of will and a lot of people changes worldly laws. Not understanding anything, this set of words made him stop a little. The boy opened his eyes and listened to the cat attentively and with surprise. She said sadly that the guy would be a failure if he was around her. Cat had already started to open her portal to skirt into it, never to appear again. That she would never appear in front of him again. Luna was about to jump into the portal, but Iron quickly caught up, jumped to her, and grabbed her just as she was about to lick into her little portal. Got her! The cat started lashing out and screaming. What is he doing? Make him let her go! She only makes bad luck like a contagion. Let go quickly! The boy brought it up to his face, and the cat began to rest its small, soft paws on it. The boy said with a smile, From me, black cats would be a sign of good luck. Lulu wasn't going to believe it. What kind of nonsense is that? Black cats are harbingers of bad luck. She kept poking her paws in his face, and the boy smilingly said, It will make all the difference for me, because she will always be there for him. He will believe that she brings luck far more than other people put together. As he held the cat in his arms, it began to whimper, tears streaming from its eyes. The cat snuggled up and hugged the boy tightly. All this time she didn't stop whimpering and wailing that she missed him so much. The boy hugged her too, soon, and took on her usual appearance, no matter how you look at it. To be honest, I had little faith that the boy could do such a thing. He said he didn't even know what would happen. Even his friends from the academy. They were lying with a friend on the bed, she wondered. Now he can even get a sword with magic. This is his path, the boy wondered. How does she know that? Lulu climbed up from the bed and said, How about it? And we've been by his side since he came back. The boy was surprised. What? But the cat explained that she was with him all the time, in the form of this white cat, and these notes that he received were written by her. And that's when the boy realized, so that's who was always warning him. The cat looked at him seriously and said she wanted to ask him something. She looked at him with surprised eyes and said that in that battle with the demon, he seemed a little more ferocious. Did something happen to him? The boy looked down. He didn't know what to say, but the truth was, there was something on his tongue. So that's what this is all about. Lulu hesitated and looked at him with her clear eyes. It seems the man from that dream has an intense hatred for those demons. No, it's not. Perhaps it's even more than that. The boy looked at her with surprised eyes and wondered. He seemed to know what he was talking about. It seems the hatred of that very man lies in the devil himself. So that's what it is. So if this man lived 150 years ago, it's all easily explained. Boy, remember El again, the image of this very man.